We're keeping this. Does that include the explosion scenes too? Of course, we need to go with that. It's been a while since we've had some big explosions. We'll also include the gunfight scenes we were planning to cut. So everyone, check the initial storyboard and prepare well. Props team, stunt team, filming team, equipment team, special effects team, and so on. The hands of dozens of key staff moved quickly, and this time, the art director asked PD Song Man-woo, if we're doing this, we're also reviving the protagonist's setting and direction that we killed in the script. Will there be script revisions too? There will be some modifications, but since it's part of the initial preparations, it won't take too long. Writer Choi has already started on the materials. It's just a slight addition to the beginning, so please pay attention to it. After finishing his words, PD Song Man-woo turned his gaze to the stunt director. The combat techniques included in this overseas location are not easy, so let's review the action storyboard we created before and complete it as soon as possible for a briefing. It has to go to Woojin SSI as well. Okay, but will Woojin SSI handle all these scenes himself? Well, it's a part that needs adjustment too. We'll have to talk to Woojin SSI and consider using a stunt double too. The production meeting gradually became more intense. Beneficial Evil, in which a lot of funds would be invested, was a pre-produced work aiming at the global market together with Netflix, so this atmosphere was expected. Just looking at the mentioned overseas locations, it was clear the scale was considerable. Just listening to the conversations going back and forth gave the feeling of a blockbuster movie. PD Song Man-woo's judgment was that it was right to go for the spectacular if it was to capture the eyes of overseas audiences. Of course, it was impossible for an ordinary miniseries. Anyway, amidst the heated production meeting, PD Song Man-woo changed the subject. I think we should wrap up the interview filming for all actors, which Netflix is overseeing, before we start the preliminary location scouting for overseas locations. That does seem better. Then, let's coordinate the schedule based on when Woojin SSI returns, and the order should be, after the full cast interview filming, preliminary overseas location scouting and site hunting, finalizing the sets and script storyboards, including overall martial arts check. It would be good to fit in the script reading during that time too. Phew, that's tight. Some of the key staff let out small sighs at the hellish schedule, and PD Song Man-woo brought up Kang Woojin again to the production manager. Kang Woojin SSI schedule is crucial, so keep in contact beforehand and match the timing as much as possible. Yes, PD Nim. I spoke with CEO Choi Sung-gun earlier. He said we can coordinate after Woojin SSI finishes his few days of rest, except for his schedule to go to LA. LA. You know, that thing he's doing with Miley Cara. All right. Soon, small exclamations of admiration poured out. Amazing, amazing. Who would have thought an actor from Korea would work on an album with Miley Cara? At this rate, won't Kang Woojin SSI become a world star before our project even launches? Haha, that would be great for us. We wouldn't have to keep banging our heads against the wall. But looking at Woojin SSI's schedule, it's practically impossible for a normal person. It's absurd how it's somehow being managed. Simultaneously, PD Song Man-woo brought the topic back on track. Anyway, make sure to share the details immediately with Woojin SSI and the other actors involved in the overseas shoot. The actors he mentioned were mostly unknowns and rookies. Meanwhile, at the same time, in Jeonju, having finished a call with Choi Sung-gun a few dozen minutes ago, Kang Woojin was lying in his room, alone in the empty house. His sweatpants, with holes at the knees, and his t-shirt, with the print peeling off, were still on. Though it was a short 2-night, 3-day break, he seemed to be trying his best to rest. Woojin was lying on his side looking at his phone, with no scripts or scenarios around him. Seriously, doing nothing is the best. It's exhilarating. He was enjoying idling to the maximum as the original Kang Woojin. Of course, there was no acting tough or putting on a persona or concept. While all of Jeonju was bustling due to his visit, Kang Woojin alone was taking it easy. Currently, Kang Woojin was watching a YouTube video. A video by a movie review YouTuber who had nearly 1 million subscribers, and the video had already surpassed 3 million views. As seen in the title, it was related to Kang Woojin. It was an edited compilation of Woojin's performances in Island of the Missing, which had turned the current Korean film industry upside down. Thousands of comments were, of course, exploding with praise for Kang Woojin. Hee, this is nice. Well, there were some comments in between criticizing or bashing him, but Kang Woojin ignored them lightly. After watching the YouTube video centered on himself for a while, Woojin opened a search site. It was because he was reminded of Leech, which had recently finished filming. Let's see how the situation is dash. Though Woojin already had a rough understanding of the actual progress through group chats and such, he was curious about the media and public opinion. The search term was Leech. As expected, results poured in quickly. The first things to appear were news articles. Movie talk. Leech enters post-production. Can it set of fireworks at this year's Cannes Film Festival? Perhaps due to the mega hit of Island of the Missing, the expectations for Leech, scheduled for the Cannes Film Festival, were quite high. However, Leech's team was not engaging in promotional activities. After all, even if editing was completed, it wouldn't be released in Korea right away. Probably, whatever the result of Leech, it would be screened at the Cannes Film Festival first, and then, riding on that momentum, it would be released in Korean theaters. In terms of dates, it would probably be before the end of this year. Whatever the case. Swoosh. Lying on his side, Woojin lowered the phone he had been looking at. Then he scratched his belly. I'm a bit peckish. It wasn't exactly hunger or an empty stomach. He just needed something to snack on. Like some chips. Then, coming out of the room, he rummaged through the kitchen here and there. There was nothing. There was some ramen and leftover spicy braised chicken from the morning, but nothing to snack on. Woojin checked the time. It was just before noon. Standing there absent-mindedly, Woojin thought for a moment and then went back to his room to grab a hat and mask. The reason was simple. He was planning to go to the supermarket within the apartment complex. Clothes. Well, I guess it's better to go like this. It'll draw less attention. Still, should I change the t-shirt? The sweatpants with the knees holes out were okay, but the t-shirt with the print peeling off was a bit much to wear outside. In the end, Woojin just quickly changed his t-shirt, put on the hat and mask, and left the house. Kang Woojin got on the elevator. A few people got on until the first floor, but they didn't recognize Woojin. Well, a few glanced at him. Woojin walked out of the apartment in slippers. The supermarket was near the entrance of the apartment. Two young-looking women brushed past Woojin as he yawned. Did you see the banner at the entrance? Yeah, it's awesome. It looks like Kang Woojin is really in our apartment complex. Can we see him? Should we keep walking around the complex? If I meet him, I think my heart will burst. Watching them, Woojin thought, why are they outside at this time? Aren't they supposed to be in school? Then he realized it was Saturday. But a banner? Come to think of it, Choi Sung-gun mentioned something about a banner during the call earlier. What banner are they talking about? Woojin decided to check out the banner the young women mentioned while heading to the supermarket, and the girls who had passed him started whispering and glancing back at him. A few minutes later, Woojin arrived at the apartment entrance where the supermarket was visible. As soon as he saw the banner hanging above, he stopped dead in his tracks. What the hell is that? He was overwhelmed with a mix of embarrassment and shame. It was because of the banners hanging at the apartment entrance. Pride of Jeonju. Welcoming the visit of Monstrous actor Kang Woojin. / Jeonju City Hall. Banners with phrases like Pride of Jeonju and a dragon born in Jeonju were fluttering grandly. And there were multiple banners, not just one. Most had phrases welcoming Kang Woojin, and one of the banners even had a poster of Woojin's face. My face? Why did they have to put my face on it? Doubling his embarrassment, Woojin turned around, forgetting about buying snacks. What's with all this fuss? At that moment, buzz. Woojin's phone, in his sweatpants pocket, vibrated briefly. It was a message from his mother. Reading it, Woojin's embarrassment grew exponentially. Mom, Woojin, there are a ton of banners around the shop. The Jeonju officials seem really happy you're here. I saw a lot of banners when I went to the shop too. Attached photo. Currently, banners with Woojin's face were plastered all over Jeonju. Stop. Stop hanging them. I didn't ask for this. As Woojin screamed internally, a female voice cut through. Excuse me, Looking ahead, the two young women from earlier were approaching him hesitantly. The girl with glasses asked Woojin, are you perhaps Kang Woojin? After a brief silence, Woojin spoke, not in his usual solemn tone, but in a light tone close to frivolous. You're not. I see. Ah, sorry. I see. What do you mean, I see? The two girls bowed slightly to Woojin and turned away. Woojin overheard snippets of their conversation. See, I told you he's not. Why would a super popular actor be walking around in sweatpants with holes at the knees? True, compared to the photo on the banner over there, he did look quite ugly. I'm telling you, he's just a resident who came out to buy cigarettes or something, 100%. Yeah. Let's go check somewhere else. The girls gradually moved away. Woojin, who had been standing there somewhat dazed, let out a long sigh and muttered softly. Coming out was a mistake. He returned home quickly. When he got back, he heard signs of life in the empty house. His younger sister, Kang Woojin, who hadn't been seen since the morning, appeared from the kitchen holding a glass of water and wearing a white hat. As soon as she saw Woojin, her eyes widened. Are you crazy? Appa, did you go out looking like that? Yeah. She ran over and started hitting Woojin on the shoulder, and Kang Woojin took off Kang Hyunah's hat and tossed it far away. With her long brown hair revealed, Kang Hyunah began nagging at Woojin. Hey Appa, you're being treated like a complete hero in Jeonju right now, and you go out looking like a defeated soldier? What if someone had recognized you? Shut up, you. Is that how you talk to your fan club president? Ah, fan club president. Yeah, fan club president, go buy some snacks. Get some for yourself too. Hyunah smiled broadly at her brother, who casually handed over his card. Can I buy some clothes with this too? Only if they sell those clothes at the supermarket. TCH. Having silenced Hyunah with pocket money, Kang Woojin flopped down on the sofa. Hyunah spoke to him again. Appa, lying there like that, you don't look like Kang Woojin. Are you crazy? There's a charity event tomorrow, can you come? Kang's heart is donating too, so I'm attending. You do that kind of thing too? There'll be an article about it tomorrow. It's not just me going. A lot of people from the local underprivileged children's center will be there. Even the mayor of Jeonju might come. Though he thought it was a good cause, Woojin shook his head, thinking it would be awkward for him to attend. Doesn't seem like I can go. The same day at night. The location was in studio apartment. More precisely, it was the studio of Choi Nana, the writer of Beneficial Evil. Since it was late at night and she had already finished writing the final episode, there were no assistant writers at the desk in the center of the living room. The lights were also off. However, the light was bright in the largest room. And the slender writer, Choi Nana, wearing round glasses, was staring intently at her laptop. Numerous papers were scattered around her. They were surely some kind of reference material, and Choi Nana was watching a YouTube video. Two burly foreign men were performing intense action sequences. Choi Nana, wearing a headband, kept replaying the same video. Nice, this video. It's helpful. On her memo pad next to the laptop, words circled several times stood out. CQC/close quarters combat techniques, system. It seemed to be a setting she would use in Chapter 294. Chapter 294, Breather 4. Writer Choi Nana had actually already finished writing the script for episode 12 of Beneficial Evil. Therefore, recently she spent her time attending the production meetings for Beneficial Evil or checking the updates shared by the Male Friend remake anime team. Of course, she also attended meetings requested by various production companies. No matter what anyone said, writer Choi Nana had achieved a big hit with her debut work, Male Friend, and her next work, Beneficial Evil, was also entering production on an enormous scale. Naturally, many production companies were eager to have her. However, currently, writer Choi Nana, who was watching various combat technique videos on YouTube, had recently shut herself in her studio again. This was because the overseas location for Beneficial Evil, which had been going back and forth, was confirmed, and she needed to add the protagonist settings, which she had initially deleted due to PD Song Man-woo's suggestion. Therefore, yeah, this scene is good. I can use it with some adaptation. It was confirmed that the script for episodes 1 and 2 of Beneficial Evil would also be revised. No, to be precise, it wasn't exactly a revision but an addition. PD Song Man-woo had hinted that both episodes, which were originally expected to have a runtime of about an hour each, would be extended by about 20 minutes. While there was no need to overhaul the entire work, it was an addition to make the beginning of Beneficial Evil more spectacular. Thus, writer Choi Nana had to stop all minor tasks and refocus on Beneficial Evil. It wasn't something she was starting from scratch. It was a setting she had planned to adopt in the early stages of writing the script for Beneficial Evil. However, it had been dropped after several production meetings. Now it had resurrected. In the production of a drama or movie, the word reversal is quite common. In other words, there was extensive material available. There were parts she had written that could be used as a storyboard. What writer Choi Na-na was focusing on now was making what had already been written even more intense and spectacular. Wow, the filming is in Bangkok, no less. An overseas location. It can't be bland. Though there were big names like the renowned PD Song Man-woo and the veteran martial arts director, the foundation was still the script written by the writer. Hence, writer Choi Na-na studied and studied more. Only with a vast amount of material in her head could she freely write scenes. As she was doing this, swoosh, she turned her gaze from the video to the memo notebook placed beside her. She reviewed the settings she had written there. CQC/close quarters combat techniques, system. It was a skill to be given to Jang Yun-woo, the male lead of Beneficial Evil. Sunday, the 27th, late morning. Jeonju. Kang Woojin woke up at his parents' house. His black hair was disheveled as he lay on the mattress. Ugh. With a faint groan, Kang Woojin checked the time. It was past 11 a.m. It was late morning. How long had it been since he had slept in this late? Kang Woojin stretched long and went out to the living room. Of course, in a comfortable state, as if he couldn't care less about putting on in concept. The house was quiet. His parents had already left for work, and his younger sister, Kang Hyuna, was also not around. Didn't Hyuna say she was attending some charity event today? Woojin mumbled to himself and headed to the kitchen. He saw a covered dish on the dining table. Lifting the cover, he found several side dishes prepared. It must have been set by his parents before they left. Just adding rice and soup would make for a quick breakfast. Smirking, Kang Woojin sat at the table and started his breakfast. Even as he did so, he checked his phone. There's a lot of messages. There were many messages. Texts, messages, DMs. Naturally, these were not addressed to the ordinary Kang Woojin, but to the monstrous actor Kang Woojin. Then, is today the last day? Confirming the date, Woojin let out a small sigh. Today marked the end of his sweet rest. From tomorrow, he would have to throw himself back into the hell of schedules. Still, he had rested well enough. I'm starting to feel a bit restless anyway. Today, Woojin felt like leisurely reviewing some additional scripts for Beneficial Evil. For reference, the scripts for episodes 8 through 12 of Beneficial Evil were delivered around the time Woojin returned to Korea from Japan. Naturally, he had already finished reading the scripts and had completed the reading experience as well. However, the analysis was still in progress. Because the current Kang Woojin was different from the past, he had to think about many things, from role synthesis to the freedom of the role. More importantly, this project had the most action scenes compared to his previous works, which made it even more necessary. Later, swoosh, Woojin, having finished his meal, threw himself onto the living room sofa and started checking the recent issues, which had become part of his daily routine. Reading a few articles, it seemed that more banners and billboards related to Kang Woojin had sprung up in Jeonju City. Woojin let out an embarrassed sigh. Phew, please take them down. Of course, there were many other things Woojin checked besides just Jeonju. The current situation in Japan, Leech, and the rapidly increasing articles on Beneficial Evil. And all-time box office in South Korea. All-time movie rankings, combined. -1. Island of the Missing / total audience. 19,395,119. Including Island of the Missing, which had officially surpassed 19 million viewers. Kang Woojin, lying on the sofa, applauded. Unfortunately, it seemed realistically difficult for Island of the Missing to break the 20 million viewer mark. It was disappointing but understandable as its momentum had significantly slowed, and many new blockbuster movies were being released one after another. Moreover, the number of theater screens is gradually decreasing. The number of screens in domestic cinemas is limited, and naturally, the number of screens showing Island of the Missing also drastically decreased as its momentum slowed. A drop in audience numbers was a natural phenomenon. Well, it's already a mega hit anyway. Island of the Missing was beyond a massive hit. It might be that its record as the all-time #1 would never be broken. Anyway, shall I take a shower? Yawning widely, Woojin was moving towards the bathroom when he paused, recalling his younger sister attending an event as the president of Kang's heart. Though he said he wouldn't go, it seemed to still be on his mind. Whatever, I'll shower first. Past noon, a fairly large children's center near Jeonju City Hall. Today, a significant event was scheduled at this children's center. It was a charity event for underprivileged children in Jeonju. Various groups and individuals with good intentions gathered to carry out the event, which involved following the program, having prepared meals and refreshments. Of course, the main event was the photo session. People took photos holding signs showing how much they donated or which organization donated how much. Those photos would naturally be published in articles under the name of Jeonju City. Thus, thank you to everyone who participated in today's event. And finally, we introduced the mayor of Jeonju, who has joined us. The event was in full swing in the hall-like auditorium of the Children's Center. There were over 30 people seated, and a large banner and staff of the Children's Center gathered on the stage. The balding mayor of Jeonju appeared on that stage. Ahem. Nice to meet you all. I am very touched that so many people have gathered for such a meaningful occasion. While the mayor of Jeonju was delivering his speech, a few staff members of the Children's Center standing below the stage whispered softly. Was the mayor supposed to come today? Yeah, he was always supposed to come, but I heard he was just going to show his face briefly and leave. Didn't expect him to give a speech. From what I heard, he's staying longer because Kang Woojin might come. Really? Isn't it the Kang Woojin fan club that's coming today, not Kang Woojin himself? Maybe the report was incorrect. Shushu, they might hear us. After about 10 minutes, the mayor's speech ended, and next was the photo session. The mayor, the staff of the Children's Center, and the groups and individuals who donated came out in turn to take photos. For the third turn. Next up, Kang's Heart members. A woman with a familiar face came up. It was Kang Woojin's younger sister, Kang Hyuna. She attended as the representative of the official fan club Kang's Heart, accompanied by a few members from the Jeonju area. Kang Hyuna was dressed appropriately for the occasion, wearing light makeup and looking somewhat solemn. Her face was fraught with tension. Naturally, this was her first time in such a setting. It was understandable that she was nervous, even with fellow fan club members present. A board was handed to Kang Hyuna, which was commonly seen at donation events. Donation for underprivileged children in Jeonju. Amount, 10 million won. From actor Kang Woojin's fan club Kang's Heart. Among several people, Kang Hyuna stood in the center, holding the board and posing. A forced smile. The photo shoot was repeated about 3 times, and after it ended, the mayor of Jeonju, standing to her right, spoke to her in a gentle tone. You're doing a truly admirable thing. Pardon? Ah, yes. Thank you. But that, is Kang Woojin SSI not coming? I thought there might be some contact since it's the official fan club. The tense Kang Hyuna stiffly shook her head. I'm not sure exactly, but I believe he won't be able to attend. At her answer, the mayor of Jeonju smiled faintly. Is that so? Well, he must be busy, it can't be helped. Though he said this, the balding mayor of Jeonju's eyes were full of disappointment. He wanted to at least exchange greetings if nothing else. Of course, it would be perfect if they could take a picture together. Naturally, this sense of disappointment was not unique to the mayor of Jeonju. The staff at the Children's Center and various groups and individuals attending the event felt the same. So it seems Kang Woojin SSI isn't coming today after all. Honestly, I had just a little bit of hope. Well, it's understandable. He came to his hometown to rest, not for activities, so this kind of event might be burdensome. Still, the mayor seems pretty disappointed. The photo session ended exactly 30 minutes later. The remaining time was free. Participants could have meals or refreshments and chat among themselves. Of course, they could also leave if they wanted. Looking at the crowd, about 80% of the attendees remained. Among them, Kang Hyuna and several management members of Kang's Heart were seated near the entrance of the hall. They sat at a square table. Initially, they planned to leave immediately after the event, but decided to stay a bit longer because the mayor of Jeonju was there. Kang Hyuna and the management members chatted while having snacks and coffee. Everyone seems to have been really looking forward to Woojin Nim's arrival, judging by their reactions. They must have been confused or misunderstood. We never said Woojin Nim would come, just that the fan club was attending. By the way, doesn't that man keep staring at us? He's the head of this children's center's official sponsors or something. Quite a few people were glancing at them while they conversed. The mayor of Jeonju, who was talking with several local dignitaries, was among them. It seems Kang Woojin SSI won't be coming after all. In the end, we won't get to see his face even once. Well, what can we do? It's not like he was officially invited. Although full of disappointment, the mayor of Jeonju let out a long sigh and felt somewhat satisfied. Still, Jeonju was mentioned a lot because Kang Woojin SSI came to rest in his hometown, be it in the press or public opinion. I guess we should be satisfied with that much. About 30 minutes passed by. Kang Hyuna and the Kang's Heart members who had been at their seats left the hall. As she stepped into the hallway, she brushed her brown hair and greeted the management members. Her expression suggested she was somewhat relieved. Great job, everyone. We just tagged along. It was then. Hey, that's really too much. A man's voice, accompanied by the scent of cigarettes, interrupted from the right. Turning around, Kang Hyuna saw a slightly chubby middle-aged man with a reddish complexion who was watching her group. He was likely in his 60s. Kang Hyuna instinctively knew he was the CEO of the official sponsor of the Children's Center. One of the management members had mentioned it. Because of this, Kang Hyuna maintained her manners. Excuse me? What did you say? The sponsor company CEO frowned and said, with people like me, local dignitaries, and even the mayor of Jeonju here, does it make sense that Kang Woojin doesn't show up? Is he that busy? But why are you speaking informally? The sponsor company CEO, expressionless, glanced towards the hall. He seemed to be mindful of the mayor of Jeonju and the dignitaries. Then he turned back to Kang Hyuna and lowered his voice slightly. You people are from Kang Woojin's official fan club, right? Then you must be in contact with him. No matter how busy he is, how could he stand people up like this? Why are you saying this to us? Kang Hyuna was starting to get annoyed. We're just Kang Woojin Nim's fan club. You should address these matters with his agency. What? And don't speak informally to us. Really? This is ridiculous. I'm the official sponsor here. So what? Indeed, he was the sponsor company CEO. For reference, he was from a small but well-established kimchi company in the area, which had been a sponsor for quite a long time. You young people, really. Anyway, tell that great Kang Woojin of yours. Everyone has been waiting for you, even the mayor of Jeonju. The sponsor company CEO, with a hint of boastfulness and sarcasm, continued. And that supposedly amazing Kang Woojin fan club donated just 10 million won. We donate 30 to 50 million won every year. If I stopped donating, this place wouldn't function. Oh, really? Kang Hyuna was on the verge of exploding. It was the members of Kang's Heart who held her back. It was indeed true that fighting with local dignitaries here wouldn't do any good. It felt like avoiding dung because it's dirty. Soon, as if trying to wrap up, the sponsor company CEO muttered to Kang Hyuna, make sure to tell that Kang Woojin. Next year, do more than just a measly 10 million. Just as Kang Hyuna was biting her lower lip. You can tell directly. A low male voice penetrated from behind. At this, Kang Hyuna, the members, and the sponsor company CEO all turned their heads simultaneously. Approaching them was a black-haired man in a white shirt with rolled-up sleeves, without a jacket, with full of indifference. Thump thump. The man, who soon approached, looked down at the sponsor company CEO and spoke coldly. To me, the sponsor company CEO, whose eyes had widened, looked up at the man and stammered unknowingly. Kang Woojin. The man who had appeared abruptly was indeed Kang Woojin. In contrast, the calm yet cold Woojin looked at the sponsor company CEO without emotion and repeated the same words. Tell me, to my face. No. Go on. The sponsor company CEO was suppressed by Kang Woojin's calm pressure. This guy, what's with this aura? Kang Hyuna and the members of Kang's Heart were also startled. Kang Hyuna was particularly shocked, covering her mouth with both hands. However, Woojin's gaze remained fixed on the sponsor company CEO. 100 million. What? On top of the 10 million, I'll donate an additional 100 million. Then it won't be just it. And you were saying something about being the official sponsor of the Children's Center. Woojin's voice lowered even further. You also said that if you stop sponsoring, this Children's Center won't function. How much was it per year? The answer came from Kang Hyuna, who was standing beside him. 30 to 50 million won. Kang Woojin's gaze shifted back to the sponsor company CEO. Ah, just that much. Hey, stop being the official sponsor. The sponsor company CEO tried to say something to the indifferent Woojin, but he couldn't. Woojin had already pulled out his phone and put it to his ear. The call was to Choi Sung-gun, who picked up quickly. Woojin's low voice resonated. CEO Nim, I'm currently at the underprivileged children's center in Jeonju. I'd like our BW Entertainment to become the official sponsor starting today. I'm thinking of donating about 100 million won annually. On the other end of the phone, Choi Sung-gun didn't even ask for a reason and answered without a moment's hesitation. Sure, let's do that. Chapter 295, Breather 5. Kang Woojin didn't actually need to come to the children's center. He had originally come to Jeonju for a break, and if he engaged in an unplanned schedule, things could get complicated in various ways. Whether it was the mayor of Jeonju or anyone else, if he attracted unnecessary attention, gossip might start. But Woojin came to the children's center anyway. Oh, it's bigger than I thought. It was partly because he wanted to do something good, but also because he was concerned about his younger sister, Kang Hyuna, and the fan club Kang's Heart. Since it was the last day of his break, he planned to show his face briefly and then leave. At first, his mood wasn't too bad. It was because he saw his younger sister as soon as he arrived at the children's center. There she is. Haha, why does she look so awkward? He found Kang Hyuna in the hallway at the entrance of the hall. Her serious demeanor as she talked with the Kang's Heart members was amusing. Already thick with his concept, Woojin almost burst into laughter without realizing it. Why on earth was she being so serious? Knowing all about Kang Hyuna's overall life, Woojin, being her brother, found her current appearance to be pure comedy. At this point, Woojin was filled with the idea of teasing Kang Hyuna. However, he held back. Still, she is the president of Kang's Heart after all. She has her own social position too. Isn't she the president in her own right? Moreover, if Woojin acted as usual with Kang Hyuna, his current poker face would be broken. Therefore, Woojin stopped walking while looking at Kang Hyuna in the hallway about 10 steps away. He planned to enter the hall after she left. However, this intention was disrupted. Hey, this is really too much. It was because of a middle-aged man who suddenly appeared from the hall. Was he drunk? At least in Woojin's eyes, it seemed that way. A plump man in his 60s with a flushed face. He suddenly started picking a fight with Kang Hyuna, and Woojin, watching from a distance, frowned. It wasn't an act. He was genuinely annoyed. Still, he decided to observe. For a moment, there was no need for that. The drunken man. No, the guy who called himself the CEO of a sponsoring company of the Children's Center was crossing the line more and more as he talked to Kang Hyuna. What the hell is that crazy bastard doing? At this point, Woojin's emotions were close to anger. He was getting pissed off. Only I can scold her. There's a saying that a brother might bully his younger sister at home, but can't stand it when others criticize her. That was exactly Woojin's situation now. Woojin's no-back-down nature was ignited. Even before Woojin gained his void space, he was never one to be easily pushed around. As long as he wasn't bothered, there was no problem, but he wouldn't hold back if provoked. He went straight. The timing was when the sponsor company CEO threw his closing remark. Make sure to tell that Kang Woojin. Next year, do more than just a measly 10 million. You can tell directly. Woojin walked straight towards where his sister and the sponsor company CEO were standing, and as soon as he reached them, he looked down at the drunken man. Woojin was full of irritation but tried to hide his emotions as much as possible. Nevertheless, his eyes were cold. The sponsor company CEO was clearly flustered by Woojin's sudden appearance. Does that matter to me? 100 million. Kang Woojin easily pledged an enormous sum of 100 million won. And that wasn't all. He even replaced the sponsor of this children's center on the spot. Things took an unexpected turn. Though Kang Hyun might have been upset, she didn't expect her oppa to go this far. She was flustered, looking back and forth between Woojin and the sponsor company CEO in confusion, and so were the members of Kang's Heart. The sponsor company CEO, with his flushed face, had his mouth slightly open but seemed unable to speak. He could only look up at the indifferent face of Kang Woojin. On the other hand, Woojin. Yes, CEO Nim. Thank you. With his phone to his ear, Woojin thanked Choi Sung-gun. He didn't explain the current situation. Nevertheless, Choi Sung-gun was nonchalant. That children's center? Yeah, connect me with them. Understood. I'll take care of the rest. Do you have time to explain later? I'll call you back later. All right. Wrap things up well. The phone call involving hundreds of millions of won ended in just a few tens of seconds. Although a huge amount was mentioned, Choi Sung-gun did not ask Woojin for any particular reason. This was because he knew Kang Woojin well. If Woojin was taking action, he must have had a reason. Whatever the case. Swoosh. Lowering his phone, Woojin spoke in a low voice while looking at the sponsor company CEO, who was stunned in front of him. The sponsor of this children's center has just changed. Hey, you're still speaking informally. That's not what I meant. Start by apologizing first. Woojin calmly pointed to Kang Hyuna, standing to his left. I'm used to being spoken to informally because of my job, but this person here is the president of my fan club. She's not someone who should be spoken to informally by you. A cold voice. Kang Woojin's aura was overwhelming. At this, Kang Hyuna felt like she had just downed a refreshing drink, but she was also puzzled. This was completely unlike her usual appa. Hadn't she thought something similar before? But given the situation, she kept her mouth shut for now. Woojin's stern voice echoed again. Apologize. Soon, the face of the sponsor company CEO, already red from alcohol, turned even redder as he gauged the situation. Damn it. He had just intended to give those fan club kids a hard time and leave. But who would have thought Kang Woojin would appear so suddenly? However, the situation had grown too big to gloss over. Moreover, his pride as the sponsor company CEO wouldn't let him apologize. Therefore he pretended to be tough, quite unlike Woojin. I didn't say anything wrong, did I? At that moment, what is going on here? An old man's voice interrupted from the hall. Looking back, it was the mayor of Jeonju standing there. Around him were local dignitaries and staff from the children's center. The sponsor company CEO was visibly flustered. It's nothing. Just a brief talk. That's right. Because Kang Woojin SSI came here. The sponsor company CEO's pride quickly crumbled in front of the mayor of Jeonju. Regardless, the mayor of Jeonju. He glanced at the imposing Woojin and assessed the situation. Then, he turned his gaze to the sponsor company CEO, whose face was flushed from alcohol. What has this guy done again? It seemed the sponsor company CEO was someone who frequently caused troubles. Anyway, the mayor turned to the children's center staff. Close the doors, please. Pardon? Yes. Following the mayor's orders, the entrance doors to the hall were closed, blocking the onlookers' view. The mayor then walked straight towards where Woojin and Kang Hyuna were standing. The sponsor company CEO tried to intervene. Excuse me, Mayor Nim. The mayor raised a hand to stop him. Instead, he asked Woojin and Kang Hyuna. Nice to meet you, Kang Woojin SSI. Before that, can you tell me what happened? Woojin remained silent. It was Kang Hyuna who started explaining. She told everything that had happened to her. During the explanation, the mayor sighed several times. Finally, having heard everything, the mayor brushed his balding head and looked at the sponsor company CEO beside him. CEO Park Nim. Yes, Mayor Nim. The mayor's voice was gentle but firm. I've told you several times before, haven't I? Not to cause unnecessary trouble. I don't understand why you keep doing this. I'm finding it hard to tolerate anymore. First, apologize to the people from Kang's heart here. The sponsor company CEO, gauging the situation, cleared his throat and bowed his head slightly. I'm sorry. Still speaking informally. No, Mayor Nim. I am sorry. Sigh. And it's decided that as of today, you are no longer the sponsoring company. Yes, Mayor Nim. What? We can't have a sponsoring company whose CEO causes this much trouble be the sponsor for a children's center, can we? No, but let's not make this bigger and do as I say. The sponsor company CEO, or rather, the CEO whose company had been the sponsor, was at a loss for words and turned pale. However, the mayor of Jeonju, without concern, spoke again while looking at the unperturbed Woojin. It seems we've caused you inconvenience when you came to rest in your hometown. As the mayor, I apologize. Woojin, with his tone unchanged, responded. It's fine. More than that, there's no need for you to take on the role of this children's center sponsor. I can handle the resolution of this matter. The members of Kang's Heart have already made donations. No, My offer to donate and become the sponsor was sincere. Woojin replied nonchalantly. From now on, I will take responsibility. Afterwards, peace returned to the Children's Center thanks to the mayor of Jeonju's intervention. For now, the drunken former sponsoring company CEO apologized several times to the mayor and Kang Woojin before leaving the premises. His initial bravado had disappeared. He truly looked like a defeated soldier trudging away. He must have realized it wouldn't be good to get on the mayor's bad side. Afterwards, the mayor returned to the hall, and Kang Woojin exchanged a few words with the members of Kang's heart. You've worked hard today? I should have come earlier. Oh no. More importantly, Appa. No, Woojin Nim. Could you shake hands with us? Me too. Although they had been actively participating in the fan club and had seen Woojin in person before, it was their first time seeing him this close. Woojin, slightly calmed down, thought. First, calm down. While maintaining his concept, he softened his voice a bit. Of course, he didn't just shake hands. He gave hugs and even signed phone cases and papers. The fan club members left the Children's Center jumping with joy, and Kang Hyuna had been quietly staring at her Appa's face since earlier. Appa. Woojin lowered his voice as he glanced around. Hey, go home now. But Appa. I said go. I'll wrap things up here. Listen to me, before I cut off your allowance. Kang Hyuna suddenly bowed 90 degrees. Thank you for your hard work, Appanim. Woojin let out a small sigh as he watched Kang Hyuna's retreating figure running away, then entered the hall where many people were waiting for him. As expected. Oh my. Kang Woojin SSI. It's a pleasure to meet you. Haha. Indeed, you look very handsome. I heard you're taking on the role of the Children's Center sponsor from today. And you're even making an additional donation. Local dignitaries, staff from the Children's Center, and everyone who participated in today's event flocked to Woojin. Even the mayor of Jeonju, whose face now looked somewhat proud, was no exception. From this point on, Woojin was overwhelmed. How about it? Could you take a picture with us, Woojin SSI? If it's inconvenient, you don't have to. It's okay to take pictures. Given the 100 million won donation and his new role as the official representative of the Children's Center sponsorship, Woojin had to fulfill the schedule. He took group photos several times with the mayor and local dignitaries. Although the YouTube team from the Jeonju City Hall requested an interview, Woojin declined. In the end, Woojin stayed there for about an hour. The last person Woojin spoke to was the mayor of Jeonju. His expression was much brighter compared to the beginning. Kang Woojin SSI. Thank you so much for today. Many unexpected things happened. It's nothing. But about the ambassador role. I don't think I can, due to my schedule. Is that so? I understand. Then is it all right if today's visit is reported in the news? Yes. After finishing the conversation with the mayor, Woojin briefly spoke to the staff of the Children's Center. I'll connect you with our company. It was to facilitate the sponsor change. After giving a simple farewell, Kang Woojin left the hall. What was unusual was a brief silence spread through the hall. Then, a few seconds later, something resembling a loud cheer exploded simultaneously. Wow, Kang Woojin looks amazing in person. At first, he seemed a bit cold, but he's so polite. The aura is just completely incredible. An actor is truly an actor. It definitely wasn't an ordinary aura, right? By this time, Kang Woojin was already in his beloved car parked in the external parking lot. Things got a bit out of hand. He clicked his tongue lightly as he started the engine. The destination, of course, was home. When he arrived home, Kang Hyuna rushed to him, but Kang Woojin easily overpowered her. That night, Kang Woojin, Kang Hyuna, and their parents gathered for dinner together. It was Kang Woojin's last day of rest, after all. Woojin, you're going to be busy again, right? Appa, give me some info about beneficial evil, so I can post it on the fan cafe. It was a lively dinner, but Kang Woojin felt quite at ease. It's been a while, this kind of thing. Really, how long has it been? It had indeed been a long time since the whole family gathered. This kind of time wasn't bad either. However, I'm starting to feel a bit restless too. As comfortable as it was, he also had a strong desire to return to being actor Kang Woojin. Had he become a workaholic already? He wasn't sure, but after finishing dinner, Kang Woojin said goodnight Kang Woochul and Seo Hyunmi, and then lay down. And then, poof, he poked the black square attached to the script he had brought. Soon, Woojin's vision was filled with the dark void space. Let's see dash. He began to bring out the actor Kang Woojin. Monday, the 28th, around noon. Kang Woojin arrived at the office del in Samseong-dong from Jeonju at about 12:10. In the parking lot, a familiar van was waiting right on time. Of course, it was the van to pick up Woojin. Hyungnim, the first to greet Woojin, was the burly Jang Soo-won. He was more energetic than usual. Since Woojin was on break, his team members also had their vacations. Soon, Kang Woojin got into the van and headed to BW Entertainment. BW Entertainment was a battlefield. It was hard to find any traces of its startup days now. The staff, once dozens, had grown to hundreds, and many top actors had joined. Anyway, Woojin entered the considerably expanded CEO's office. The ponytailed Choi Sung-gun, who had been buried in work, approached with a smirk. "Did you rest well?" Kang Woojin equipped his full concept mode after a long time. "Yes, CEO Nim. There's a lot to talk about the Jeonju incident, articles, and various other things. But first," Choi Sung-gun picked up a transparent file from his desk and handed it to Woojin. "They said there will be added scenes in episodes 1 and 2 of Beneficial Evil. It means the running time is increasing. In other words, there were changes to the script." Chapter 296. Chapter 296. Come back, 1. Kang Woojin received the transparent file handed over by the ponytailed Choi Sung-gun. His expression remained quite indifferent, but inwardly, he noticeably tilted his head. Adding scenes to the script of episodes 1 and 2 of Beneficial Evil? Well, that means there are modifications, right? Moreover, even the running time of the episodes has been extended. Doesn't that mean there's going to be quite a significant overhaul? Since Woojin had already experienced the script of episodes 1 and 2 of Beneficial Evil a long time ago, it was only natural for him to be puzzled. Why are there modifications at this timing? However, expressing his slight confusion now, with his usual concept, would be an overreaction. Kang Woojin casually opened the transparent file and asked Choi Sung-gun. Of course, his voice was as low as possible. "Adding scenes. Isn't this way too late?" Although his tone had a hint of toughness, Woojin's question was generally reasonable. No matter how much Beneficial Evil was a pre-produced drama, if the script gets revised during the late stages of pre-production, it would extend the production period. And that inevitably meant more money would be spent. From the beginning, Beneficial Evil was an expensive drama. Since it's pre-produced, it needs to stand out in terms of quality and meticulousness more than a live drama, and the production costs invested up until now were already quite substantial. Not only that, but dozens more actors and staff than usual were involved. If the production period extends, it means more money would continuously be wasted. However, Choi Sung-gun smiled as if it was no big deal. "You're right, under normal circumstances, it would be very late. But fortunately, it doesn't seem like they're heading into this blindly." "Is that so?" "Yes. From what I heard from PD's song, these were originally scenes included in the early drafts of episodes 1 and 2 of Beneficial Evil. It feels like they completed the script by removing those scenes and are now adding them back in. So naturally, the running time of episodes 1 and 2 will increase." "Exactly. But this time, writer Choi will be refining and upgrading the quality even more, it seems. She's been doing some intensive research lately. In other words, they are adding back the originally planned scenes, but in an upgraded form. If that's the case, it shouldn't have a significant impact on the production period." Woojin, who had been nodding indifferently, lowered his gaze to the transparent file in his hand. The content included the storyboard drafts of the additional scenes, as well as information and materials about the filming. As he looked at the storyboard drawings, Kang Woojin was surprised, though only inwardly. "Wow, crazy. This is intense. Just from looking at the storyboard, it looks like a scene from a movie, doesn't it?" Beneficial Evil already had a lot of action scenes, but the action in the storyboards he was looking at now seemed, how should he put it, much more intense. It truly reminded him of several scenes from a Hollywood movie. Moreover, but this, a gun? They're using guns too. It seemed to include some techniques he had never seen before. He even saw a gun. Woojin, who was now somewhat serious both outwardly and inwardly, turned a page. He saw quite a lot of text. The added information and materials related to the scenes were listed, but there was one thing that caught Kang Woojin's attention. Planned filming location, Bangkok, Thailand. Bangkok? Bangkok, Thailand? So, they're planning to shoot overseas? At that moment, Woojin was reminded of Da Nang, Vietnam, where they had filmed Island of the Missing. But more than that, Bangkok? That's pretty unexpected, huh? It was a place he had never thought of. The name Bangkok had only come up in jokes like Bangkok, Bangkok, with friends, and Woojin had never seriously considered going there. Whatever it was, he felt a strange sensation. This is crazy. Are we going all the way to Bangkok to film this? Half excited, half worried. Of course, if anything, he was more worried. Though he had filmed abroad in places like Japan and other countries, this would be his first time doing full-scale action scenes. But outwardly, Woojin had to maintain an indifferent demeanor as he slowly nodded his head. Bangkok, not bad. Choi Sung-gun suddenly gave a thumbs up. I skimmed through it, and the visuals are killer. The added scenes seem to be giving strong hints about the male lead's past, so they're going all out with it. From the start, it's all about breaking, smashing, and blowing things up. It's a total frenzy. Yes, the main character needs to show his strength in episodes 1 and 2 to keep the momentum going for the later episodes. Well, since it's you, I doubt you're nervous. How does it feel? The same as always, moderately exciting. Hehe. Anyway, the revised script should be coming over soon, and before that, there will be some promotional shoots and meetings with the Beneficial Evil team. Choi Sung-gun then began to explain more about Beneficial Evil. This went on for about 10 minutes. Once the briefing was over, with both of them now sitting across from each other at the central table in the CEO's office, Choi Sung-gun quickly switched topics. So, what happened with that thing in Jeonju? I need to know the situation too. It was a natural question. Kang Woojin, who clearly understood this, explained in a low tone what had happened at the Jeonju Children's Center. He didn't go into great detail, just the key points. After hearing the story, Choi Sung-gun let out a dry laugh. What's up with that sponsor company CEO? Is he nuts? Anyway, good job. Taking out his phone, Choi Sung-gun continued. I was already planning to pay some attention to Jeonju. It's your hometown after all, and Jeonju City Hall has been persistently trying, only to get cut off every time. If we go the donation route, it'll have a good impact and look good too. I've already received contact from the Children's Center, so I'll handle it. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? You just fired the starting gun for something we were going to do anyway. And about your personal donation, you're doing that too, right? We'll just handle it through the company, so don't worry about it. Oh wow, as expected of the CEO. On the outside, Woojin remained stoic, but inwardly he was deeply touched by Choi Sung-gun's actions, though Choi Sung-gun was, of course, unaware of this. It's your first year, so including what you're doing personally, will make it a bit substantial. Let's go with 300 million won. That'll get the media all fired up. As he typed something into his phone, he spoke again. Oh, and the PR will be handled jointly by Jeonju City and us. After that, Choi Sung-gun added that this year's donation-related PR would be noisy, but starting next year, it would be done quietly. Since Kang Woojin's trip to Jeonju had already become quite a hot topic in the media and public opinion, it was only right to maintain that momentum with this donation. Anyway, that's about Jeonju. Next is about your schedules. Choi Sung-gun opened a thick diary and began listing Woojin's packed schedule. After enjoying some sweet rest, it was now time to run full speed again. Endless schedules flowed from his mouth. Meanwhile, Woojin maintained his poker face, but zoned out. He felt something akin to water is water, and a mountain is a mountain. If he let his mind wander, he might even doze off. Woojin usually didn't bother thinking too much about his planned schedules. After all, what's the point of knowing them? He just had to do them. Regardless, Choi Sung-gun continued his passionate briefing. In 2 days, Mifuyu Uramatsu will arrive in Korea for the Kang Woojin's alter ego video shoot. This will be your first time seeing her since finishing the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, right? Yes. She mentioned that aside from vacations, this is her first time in Korea for work. Anyway, since a top Japanese actress is coming, this will also be covered in the news. It wasn't until about 30 minutes later that Choi Sung-gun's briefing finally ended. So, you've returned today. Do you want to rest and start from tomorrow? Kang Woojin shook his head as he slowly stood up. I can start right away, no problem. Thus, Kang Woojin, who had just returned, boarded the train to hell once again. He immediately stopped by the salon shop and cleared out some small-scale schedules, such as interviews and photo shoots, that had been postponed. Then, early the next morning, Kang Woojin, with his cap pulled down low, got into the van. He had to head to the salon shop again. As he did, he picked up his phone. It was to grasp the current internet situation. Let's see. On the internet, various issues were raging. A scandal involving an idol that broke out a few days ago, a popular variety show that aired yesterday, news about a top actor's comeback project, and so on. Among them, as expected, Japan's major anime production company, 810 Studio, releases recording scenes for Male Friend remake. Only Kang Woojin stands out /photo. The issues related to Kang Woojin were the strongest. Kang Woojin's hometown Jeonju is currently full of banners welcoming him /photo. Issue pic. Beneficial evil targeting the global market. Insider says overseas location shooting is planned. Where will they go? Given that these were the most provocative keywords, it was only natural that Woojin's issues were the most marketable. Has it reached its limit? The number of viewers for Island of the Missing stops at 19 million. Film industry experts say 20 million is impossible. And just as Kang Woojin, all dressed up, began the scheduled advertisement shoot, Choi Sung-gun logged into Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. Channel name: Kang Woojin's alter ego. Subscribers: 15.66 million. Videos: 71. Woojin's YouTube channel, which had long surpassed 15 million subscribers, had just uploaded a fresh new video. It announced his return after a brief break and shared the news of an upcoming shoot with Japan's top actress, Mifuyu Uramatsu, who had worked with Woojin on The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Of course, @Wooji_n. Posts: 241. Followers: 22.31 million. Following: 81. The news of his comeback was also shared on Kang Woojin's Instagram and other social media platforms. On all fronts, fans flooded the comment sections like crazy. From Korea, Japan, and beyond, the multilingual chaos served as proof of Woojin's current impact. Around this time, on the beneficial evil side, or more precisely, writer Choi Nana. It's a shame. I wish it could be a bit more intense. She was passionately adding the scenes to the scripts for episodes 1 and 2 of Beneficial Evil. Of course, it wouldn't take long. She was merely adding layers to the already drawn pictures. Nevertheless, her fingers moved swiftly across the laptop. Tap, tap, tap. She needed to finish the revisions as quickly as possible so that PD Song Man-woo could confirm it, after which it would be passed on to the actors. Especially for Kang Woojin, the script needed to reach him faster than anyone else. After all, the key to the upcoming overseas shoot in Bangkok, Thailand, was Kang Woojin. I wish Woojin Nim could be a bit more, how should I say, dazzling? No, more overwhelming would be better. More than 80% of the added scenes would be carried out by him. Later in the afternoon, during a break in the fashion brand advertisement shooting, Kang Woojin, swish, sat down in the waiting chair. His face showed no signs of fatigue, as usual, and behind him, Jang Soo-hwan handed him a bottle of water. Interestingly, Jang Soo-hwan wore a broad smile. Hyungnim, the donation articles from Jeonju just broke. Indeed, official Kang Woojin, who visited Jeonju, donates 300 million won to help underprivileged children /photo. Unparalleled brand reputation rank 1 Kang Woojin donates 300 million won to his hometown Jeonju. His class is different. Even the donation size is extraordinary. Kang Woojin makes multi-million won donation in his second year. The internet, already buzzing with various issues, was now flooded with news of Woojin's donation. The sheer volume of articles made it obvious how strong the reaction was. Issue: Is. Kang Woojin's 300 million won donation. Jeonju City says, "We express our infinite gratitude to Kang Woojin SSI." It was undoubtedly a collaboration between Jeonju City and BW Entertainment. Star photo: 300 million won donor Kang Woojin, snapped side by side with Jeonju City Mayor at Children's Center /photo. The total donation of 300 million won was more than enough to stir both the media and public opinion. Why wouldn't it? He went on a trip to rest and suddenly donated millions of won. Given that Kang Woojin had already solidified his position as the #1 brand power, it was natural for this to cause a sensation. Wow, Kang Woojin is seriously so refreshing. Damn, his class is on another level. 300 million right after going back to his hometown. Regardless of the amount, just the fact that he donated is something to be respected and admired. Kang Woojin is seriously so cool. Honestly, even though his impact is huge right now, donating 300 million in his second year since debut is incredible. Goes to rest in his hometown and just casually mentioned 300 million. Is it even possible for the idiots who leaves hate comments here to function in daily life? You bitches, donate even 301 before you talk shit. The fact that he's donating at all is so awesome. Isn't Kang Woojin still pretty young? If his personality is this good too, what on earth is he lacking? Photos of Kang Woojin taken at the Jeonju Children's Center, the news that BW Entertainment became the official sponsor, and the interview with the mayor of Jeonju all added to the momentum of Woojin's donation story. 300 million won was no small amount. No, rather, it was an enormous sum. It was certainly not an amount that a second-year actor could easily give. In any case, this kind of flow naturally led to more promotion for the projects Woojin was currently involved in or had worked on in the past, as well as for his social media and Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. Japan's top actress Mifuyu Uramatsu comes to Korea for Kang Woojin's alter ego filming, reuniting with Kang Woojin from The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. The buzz around Kang Woojin's massive donation didn't cool off immediately. On the 29th, the next day, when Mifuyu Uramatsu, the top Japanese actress who played Horinochi Amy in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, arrived in Korea, the buzz was still hot. The same was true when she and Woojin filmed content for the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. For several days, various media outlets and press extensively covered it noisily. Numerous issues intertwined and tangled. From the 300 million won donation to Japan's top actress Mifuyu Uramatsu, is issue king Kang Woojin back in action again? As a result, on the morning of the 30th, the last day of June, Kang Woojin, who was about to leave his house for work, suddenly raised both hands in the air after looking at his phone. He wasn't crazy. This is insane. But it was entirely justified. Something that seemed realistically impossible had been achieved. All-time box office in South Korea. All-time movie rankings, combined. -1. Island of the Missing / total audience. 20,013,889. In other words, official South Korea's #1 movie in audience numbers, Island of the Missing, surpasses 20 million viewers, a monumental achievement in Korean film history. Island of the Missing hits 20 million viewers. Kang Woojin's influence has defied the impossible. It would have been impossible if it weren't for Come back, too. Kang Woojin, standing by the shoe rack, looked down at the new record displayed on his phone. Wow, fuck. Instead of dancing in joy, he couldn't react at all. He just stood frozen as if time had stopped. It was quite understandable. As of today, the film Island of the Missing had surpassed the top Korean movie of all time, leaving behind a new legend. 20 million viewers. All-time box office in South Korea. All-time movie rankings, combined. -1. Island of the Missing / total audience. 20,013,889. This was a number Woojin had never even imagined. No, not just him, but no one in Korea could have expected this. In fact, when Island of the Missing surpassed 19 million, the entire country went wild. It had already far exceeded expectations. Even with 19 million, it was believed that no film would ever catch up. No, it was 100% certain that this number would never be surpassed in the future. But now, it had surpassed 19 million and achieved 20 million. Holy shit, goosebumps. Woojin brought the phone closer to his eyes, feeling a sudden wave of chills. Initially, with the final score of Island of the Missing dropping off, the entire entertainment industry judged that 20 million was impossible. However, that was all nonsense. It was a hasty judgment. No matter what, Kang Woojin had now become. I'm not just a 10 million viewer actor. He had become a 20 million viewer actor. And this was his first lead role. With this, Island of the Missing had not only left many legends in the Korean film industry, but also delivered several messages. First, the value of veteran director Kwon Ki-taek and the leading actors like Ryu Young-min would skyrocket. Of course, Kang Woojin's nuclear bomb-like influence would increase several times over. Naturally, there would be a money party. Later. Additionally, the film industry, which had kicked off a tremendous start in the peak season, sent a message that if you make a good film, it's entirely possible, so stop whining. For years, the entire film industry had been full of complaints about how tough things were. Now, the film industry would naturally focus on Kang Woojin. Although it was still calm domestically, like the calm before the storm, within a few hours, a typhoon accompanied by rain and wind would surely strike. It was obvious that congratulatory messages would flood Kang Woojin's phone. At this point, swish. With a sticky smile, Kang Woojin began to sway his shoulders. It was a silent dance. However, his body moving to the rhythm made him resemble a veteran dance singer. Although it was close to a random dance, the energy was there. 20 million. Since he had to leave soon, Kang Woojin forcibly suppressed his overflowing excitement. After shoving his phone into his back pocket, he let out a long sigh. He needed to pour cold water on his thumping heart. Thus, Woojin, who had reluctantly put on his concept face, left the house. The place he arrived at was the underground parking lot. As always, a large van was parked in the usual spot. What was unusual was, oh my, not only were Choi Sung-gun, but also team members like Han Yeong standing around the van. Then, Choi Sung-gun, who opened the back door, gestured towards the car with a smirk. 20 million. Viewer actor, please enter. As Woojin approached, Choi Sung-gun recited with dignity, and the team members gave a small round of applause. It was quite an embarrassing setup, but they were enjoying it, and Kang Woojin, who remained indifferent, got into the van without much ado, though internally, he greeted them playfully. Hee, thank you. I am grateful. As soon as Woojin got in, the van's atmosphere became reminiscent of a club. Only the protagonist, Kang Woojin, remained composed, while the rest of the team couldn't stop chattering. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. No, I can't believe this even after seeing it. What if you don't believe it? Woojin Appa. The articles are exploding. The main pages are all about Appa. It's 20 million, of course. On the other hand, Kang Woojin, while responding appropriately, was discreetly checking the articles. The media was releasing articles as if they had been waiting for this. Official, Island of the Missing surpasses a whopping 20 million viewers. Expands the scope of the Korean film industry several times over. 20 million viewers Island of the Missing, and the miracle created by Kang Woojin/photo. Movie is. Was this even possible? Island of the Missing surpasses 20 million viewers, public buzzing. It was even hotter than when Island of the Missing was crowned as the top film of all time. As expected, the Midas touch of Kang Woojin works its magic, not only securing the top spot in Korean history, but also setting a new record with 20 million viewers. This news spread like wildfire across all corners of the internet, from various domestic portal sites to online communities. In a time when even 10 million is hard to achieve, Island of the Missing has accomplished something monumental, with 20 million viewers. High expectations for the secondary distribution as well. The headlines and content of these articles invariably included Island of the Missing, 20 million viewers, and Kang Woojin. It was only natural. After all, it was indisputable that Kang Woojin was the one who fueled the final blaze of Island of the Missing. His presence, his influence, was what dragged the film by the collar and forced it to climb the mountain. Special report. Island of the Missing reaches a miraculous 20 million viewers. How much money will actors like Kang Woojin receive? It varies greatly depending on the conditions. 2 hours later. By the time Kang Woojin had fully dived into his backlog of schedules, most of the major morning news programs on public broadcast stations were reporting on the legend of Island of the Missing. Indeed, it seems that nothing is impossible. Recently crowned as the #1 film of all time, Island of the Missing has become the first movie in South Korea to reach 20 million viewers as of today. Film industry experts are praising this as an achievement that may never be repeated. This is Go Minju reporting. This news, of course, excited the domestic public as well. Whether they had seen Island of the Missing or not, wasn't it something amazing? Hey, did you hear? They say Island of the Missing just surpassed 20 million viewers. Whoa, holy crap. Really? That's insane. The articles are blowing up right now. It was fun, but I really didn't expect it to surpass 20 million. I'm so jealous. They must be making a shitload of money. Kang Woojin and the other actors. Island of the Missing was constantly on the lips of countless people in public opinion. Of course, the entertainment industry was no different. Among them, the film company Harmony Films, which produced Island of the Missing, was in a festive mood. No way. 20 million? Is this for real? In a conference room where a dozen people, including director Kwon Ki-taek, had gathered. These people had already seen signs of 20 million viewers yesterday, so they had gathered today, and as soon as the results were announced in the morning, they had been roaring in excitement ever since. It was director Kwon Ki-taek who finally calmed them down. This is, indeed, all thanks to Woojin SSI. If it hadn't gained strength from the recent issues and late-stage promotion, it would have been difficult. Of course. Absolutely. Ha ha ha. Everyone in the room vehemently agreed. And the great director, Kwon Ki-taek, stroked his chin with a mysterious smile. He's an alien. After all, he single-handedly brought a film to 20 million. After that, with Kang Woojin's massive donation and the 20 million viewers milestone of Island of the Missing, time slipped by as a myriad of issues erupted in Korea. The protagonist of the 20 million viewers milestone, Kang Woojin, expresses gratitude to fans on SNS. I love you all. Although Woojin gained new nicknames like Donation King and 20 million viewer actor, he had no time to enjoy them. Even though many of his projects had wrapped up filming, new ones were waiting, and he was navigating through a hellish schedule that included advertisements, photo shoots, and YouTube filming, among other things. Beep beep beep. Click. Nias. Woojin SSI. How about we take the next shot without the coat? Sure. Around the next day, the buzz about Woojin had also reached Japan, where two of his works were currently in the pipeline. Kang Woojin, who achieved a miracle in Korea, sees his starring film Island of the Missing surpass 20 million viewers. Moreover, Our Dining Table had recently launched officially in Japan. Naturally, it was through Netflix Japan, and as soon as Our Dining Table was released, it shot to the top of the charts. Kang Woojin's Kimjibin Makuksu craze from the show Our Dining Table skyrockets to #1 upon its Netflix launch. At the core of this overwhelming momentum was Kang Woojin, who was the main pillar. Additionally, the Kimjibin Makuksu craze that swept through Japan also contributed to this force. The hit of Our Dining Table in Japan led to many outcomes. Kang Woojin's existing Japanese fans became even more dedicated, and new Japanese fans also surged. As a result, watching Kang Woojin cook, no matter how many times I see it, it's still so cool. Was this Kimjibin Makuksu something Kang Woojin made? Our Dining Table is so fun. Why can't Japan produce variety shows like this? Because Japan doesn't have Kang Woojin. I was just going to watch a little before bed, but I ended up watching Our Dining Table all night. So tired. The scene where Kang Woojin gets mistaken for a chef is too cute. I was immediately mistaken as a monstrous chef. Wasn't Kang Woojin an actor? Why is he so good at cooking too? As Kang Woojin's recognition exploded even further, this momentum naturally carried over to two other projects. These were Male Friend, Remake, and The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, both of which were scheduled to officially air in July. For several days, they ranked high in the tag rankings on Japan's famous social media platforms. Then, on July 2nd, in Korea. Phew. It's done. It's all done. In her studio, where she had been holed up, writer Choi Na-na suddenly shouted, raising both hands high. She had just finished working on additional scenes for the script of Beneficial Evil. Upon hearing the news, PD Song Man-woo immediately visited writer Choi Na-na's studio around lunchtime. Flip. There was no need to go over the entire scripts of episodes 1 and 2. He just had to check the additional scenes. Therefore, it didn't take long for the PD Song Man-woo to finish reading. Thud. After reading all of writer Choi Na-na's meticulously crafted additional scenes, PD Song Man-woo looked up. Writer Choi Na-na, wearing round glasses, swallowed nervously. Is it okay? PD Song Man-woo, without particularly answering, was wearing a deep smile. And that late afternoon, a message reached Woojin, who was in the recording studio for the filming of reserve videos related to the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. More precisely, it was Choi Sung-gun's phone that rang while he was watching Woojin. Yes, yes. Ah, I understand, PD Nim. The caller was PD Song Man-woo, and after finishing the call, Choi Sung-gun jotted something down in his diary. When Woojin came out of the recording booth during a break, Choi Sung-gun approached him. Woojin, Kang Woojin, whose concept hadn't wavered even after the long recording. Yes, CEO Nim. Choi Sung-gun then relayed the contents of the call to him. The character shoot for Beneficial Evil has been confirmed. PD Song will probably head out to scout overseas locations after wrapping this up. It would be the first time. The entire cast of Beneficial Evil gathered together. On Saturday, July 3rd, in the morning, a large set located in Ilsan. The studio complex looked like it had several warehouse-like buildings, and each warehouse or studio was massive. The size was roughly bigger than a school gymnasium. In one of these, Studio 1, a filming crew was setting things up, turning on the ceiling lights. Isn't that middle light a bit weak? I'll check it right away. Where are the extra waiting chairs? They're outside. How many do you need? Just bring them all in for now. About 100 people were bustling around, preparing for the shoot. Some were handling props, others were busy with the lighting, some were engrossed in setting up cameras, and others were checking audio equipment. Everyone was deeply absorbed in their respective tasks. The interior of the warehouse studio was simple. The high ceiling had several lights attached, and half of the space was covered with white cloth on the floor and walls. The other half retained the original appearance of the studio. On that side, about 100 staff members were distributed. Most of them were familiar faces. They were staff from Beneficial Evil and Netflix. Naturally, this was because the first promotional shoot for Beneficial Evil was happening today in this warehouse studio. It was a character shoot. Specifically, it was heavily focused on introducing the actors. It was a promotional event shoot for the early stages. In other words, many of the actors from Beneficial Evil would be participating today. Of course, not everyone was coming. Only the lead actors who played central roles and those participating in the first episode were present. These actors could be found sitting on the makeshift chairs set up on one side of the vast warehouse studio. Since there was still some time left, the chairs weren't completely filled, but among the dozens of seats, around a dozen or so male and female actors were seated. All the faces were unfamiliar. Hello. Yes, hello. Just sitting here like this feels awkward for no reason. Same here. Nervous, right? This is my first time doing a shoot like this. Yeah, it feels like my heart is going to explode. They were all either unknown or rookie actors. Calling them rookies was an understatement. For most of them, it was their first time participating in a shoot. They had all either gone through a large-scale audition or were personally scouted by PD Song Man-woo from the theater scene. By the way, since all the actors are coming today, does that mean the lead actors are coming too? Like Kang Woojin? Or are they only filming us? I'm not sure, but I was curious too, so I asked earlier, and they said Kang Woojin is coming. Amazing. Wow. Honestly, I didn't think I'd get to see Woojin Nim. You know how it is, even if you're in the same project. If you're not shooting with the leads, you don't even get to see their face. Right? That's why I'm super excited too. It was at that moment. Swish. More actors began arriving at the waiting area. Among them were a petite actress with short brown hair, who had a cute and lovely vibe, Lim Hyun. There was also a handsome male actor with a gentle image, Jo Moo-chan, and several other unknown actors. Since no one recognized each other, they exchanged awkward greetings. Gradually, the dozens of chairs began to fill up. Meanwhile, the topic of conversation among the actors who had started talking to each other was naturally about the top actors of Beneficial Evil. Kang Woojin hitting 20 million viewers is seriously amazing, right? I hope our project becomes a huge hit too. But this is my first time seeing Kang Woojin in person. Do you think it's okay to ask for his autograph? I was thinking about maybe asking for a photo if it seems okay. Lim Hyun, whose mother is a shaman and who had been silently staring ahead without saying a word for a while, had a stiff expression. Jo Moo-chan, a direct disciple of a top-tier veteran actor in Korea, who idolizes Kang Woojin and has a refreshing look that contrasts with Woojin's image, was. Wow. Finally, I'm going to see Kang Woojin Nim. What do I do? I feel like I'm going to freeze up. He was on edge, fidgeting in his seat. Well, overall, the dozens of unknown and rookie actors shared the same tension as Jo Moo-chan. They were either nervous or couldn't sit still. Their anxiety was palpable. At this moment, a loud voice echoed through the vast warehouse studio where about 100 staff members were scattered. Kang Woojin SSI has arrived. In an instant, most of the staff turned their heads toward the entrance. Through the open entrance, Kang Woojin in a black-blue jacket, with a strong poker face, was entering. Swoosh. And the gazes of all the dozens of unknown and rookie actors were fixed on Kang Woojin. The aura around him was full of calmness and composure, yet the energy was intense. Just the appearance of the monstrous Kang Woojin changed the atmosphere of the scene 180 degrees. The 100 or so staff members either fixed their gazes on him or ran towards him. Is this the aura of the male lead? The unknown and rookie actors were just dumbfounded, staring at the solemn Kang Woojin. On the other hand, the indifferent Kang Woojin was thinking to himself, I'm craving Boss Sam and soju. It was an overwhelming sense of hunger. He was slightly irritable, but to the unknown and rookie actors, it appeared differently. His aura is insane. Wow, amazing. His presence is overwhelming. It was an overwhelming 298. Chapter 298. Comeback 3. When Kang Woojin first arrived at the large warehouse-like studio complex, he was honestly a bit surprised. Whoa, it's bigger than I thought. He thought it would be a simple character shoot, so he expected it to be held in a modest studio. However, upon arrival, the place gave off a serious and professional vibe. It was quite similar to the set of a decent-sized production. Well, they probably didn't rent the whole warehouse. Woojin quickly calmed his slightly surprised heart and started to pull up his firm concept. Soon after, Kang Woojin got out of the van, and Choi Sung-gun along with the team members joined him. Among them, Choi Sung-gun, who was readying his ponytail, opened his mouth. You heard about today's character shoot concept, right? Yes, Seonim. They'll give you a storyboard when we arrive, but there's nothing too difficult about it. It's just a promotional actor introduction kind of shoot. It's just a few lines of greeting and some dialogue. It shouldn't take long. I understand. Oh, and after the shoot, there's a meeting with PD Song Man-woo. Just so you know, they'll probably talk about the script, overseas locations, and other related matters. Without any change in his stern expression, Woojin simply nodded slowly. As they got closer to the warehouse studio where the shoot would take place, Han Yeung with her short blue hair approached Kang Woojin. Appa, just a moment. As expected from the head stylist, she was checking Woojin's outfit. Small details that an ordinary person wouldn't care about were a big deal to her. Soon, after fixing his clothes, Han Yeung spoke to Woojin in her characteristic cold tone. I think we should have gone with dandy instead of casual today after all. I like it. You might like anything because you look good in everything, but you heard there are a lot of actors here for the shoot today, right? Including unknowns and rookies. From supporting roles to top stars, they're all coming. I think it might be too casual. It's fine. Really? Well, as long as you like it, I guess it doesn't matter. Behind Han Yeung, who was brushing aside her bob, the stylist team members chimed in. It's not too casual, but not too heavy either. I think it's just right. Didn't you say that Woojin Appa's face tone is low, so even casual clothes looks classy on him? Yeah, that's true. And besides the coordination, Woojin Appa just has an overwhelming presence. The gathered actors will probably be overwhelmed by Appa's aura right away, don't you think? Right? If I were an unknown or rookie actor, I'd freeze seeing Appa. Listening to their words, Kang Woojin thought to himself, maybe I should add a bit more intensity to my usual tough guy act. Come to think of it, they did say there are a lot of new faces among the actors at this shoot. There will be some familiar faces, but they're in the minority, with most being unknown or rookie actors. It's quite a battlefield, better to overdo it than be careless. Kang Woojin increased the intensity of his concept act. He entered the warehouse studio next. Kang Woojin SSI has arrived. A staff member from the Beneficial Evil production team shout echoed loudly. At the same time, Woojin briefly surveyed the inside of the warehouse studio. For a short shoot, the scale was considerable. There were over 100 gathered staff members, a lot of installed filming equipment, and, wah, damn, are those people sitting over their actors? There's more of them than I expected. Several makeshift chairs on one side were filled with actors. At a glance, there were more than 20. All the unknown and rookie actors awkwardly stood up, staring at Kang Woojin. Or perhaps more accurately, they were dumbstruck? Around this time, Woojin SSI, a familiar voice penetrated toward Kang Woojin, who had just passed through the entrance. It was PD Song Man Woo, accompanied by a few staff members. With a smile on his face, he looked to be in a good mood. Ha ha ha, why does it feel like it's been so long? Ah, has it really been that long since we last met? Hello, PD Nim. After a brief handshake with Woojin, PD Song Man Woo started a conversation about recent events. Congratulations on reaching 20 million viewers. Thank you. Well, I kind of expected it to hit 20 million. Still, Woojin SSI, you never do anything in an ordinary way, huh? The surrounding key staff members also congratulated Kang Woojin, and PD Song Man Woo continued the conversation, discussing topics like the donation in Jeonju and recent issues related to Kang Woojin. This went on for about 5 minutes. Finally, PD Song Man Woo, who had barely gotten to the main point, started the briefing on today's shoot. As already communicated, it wasn't a particularly difficult shoot. Woojin SSI, you've probably seen it before, right? You know, those promotional videos that comes out to warm up the audience before the teaser and trailer is released. Just think of it as something like that. An actor introduction, just an introduction. As he muttered, PD Song Man Woo flipped through a few pages of the storyboard. Then, he began to walk around the warehouse studio with Woojin. As they approached the area where dozens of unknown and rookie actors were gathered, goateed PD Song Man Woo grinned. These are the core members of Beneficial Evil. Ah, and you, Woojin SSI, is the heart of it. What an embarrassing thing to say. Kang Woojin deliberately ignored his remark and lowered his voice. It's my first time meeting everyone here. What about the others? Who? Ah, Wallen SSI, or the other lead actors. They're on their way. How about we exchange a quick greeting before that? As Kang Woojin and PD Song Man Woo approached, the unknown and rookie actors, who had been sitting on the makeshift chairs, began to stand up one by one. The closer Woojin got, the more varied their reactions became. See, crazy. I'm nervous, so nervous. What? His physique is more ordinary than I thought. The main lead. The atmosphere on set definitely changed the moment Kang Woojin arrived. No way? How can this be the aura of someone only 2 years into their career? Don't be intimidated. He's just an actor like us. Shock, jealousy, confusion, and more. On the other hand, Kang Woojin showed no significant change in his composed appearance. Soon enough, swoosh, Kang Woojin stood right in front of the actors. He quietly scanned them all. They were rather stiff. Because of this, the unknown and rookie actors wondered if they should greet him first. However, hello. With an indifferent expression, Woojin suddenly bowed at a 45-degree angle to the actors, showing a gesture mixed with respect. I'm Kang Woojin. Please take care of me. The unknown and rookie actors widened their eyes in surprise. Some, caught off guard, even followed Woojin's lead and bowed. The reason was simple. It was an unexpected situation. Of course, the same went for PD Song Man Woo. But he soon smiled. This must be what the younger generation calls strong to the strong, weak to the weak. He seems arrogant, but keeps a clear line. He really knows how to handle people. At the same time, a woman wearing round glasses entered the warehouse studio, panting heavily. Huff, thank goodness. I'm not late. It was Choi Na-na, the writer of Beneficial Evil, and while receiving greetings from the staff, she spotted Kang Woojin with PD Song Man Woo. Whoa, he's gotten even more handsome. She had 2 copies of the script tucked under her arm. After that, Kang Woojin finished greeting the unknown and rookie actors. In the past, he might have been a little nervous at this point, but now he was composed. This much was a piece of cake. However, a few actors caught Woojin's eye as being unusual, like a short, cute-faced female actor or a handsome male actor with sparkling eyes looking at him. The female actor was staring at Kang Woojin with an expressionless face. What the hell? Her gaze is terrifying. Definitely a key character. The good-looking male actor had an atmosphere as if he might hug Woojin at any moment. I kind of feel like running away. The introductions of the two began with PD Song Man Woo. Among the unknown and rookie actors, he introduced those who would frequently interact with Kang Woojin. This actress here is Lim Hae-eun. She made it through the large-scale audition. She's very skilled at acting. Despite her appearance, she has a dark image too. The short, cute-looking Lim Hae-eun greeted Woojin calmly. Her voice was unexpectedly gloomy. Hello. Though slightly surprised, Kang Woojin received her greeting without much reaction. Nice to meet you. Once the greetings were over, Lim Haeun continued to stare intently at Woojin. Normally, he would have just ignored it, but Kang Woojin, with his strong concept, didn't let it slide. Without hesitation. What's up? Nothing. It doesn't seem like nothing. I'm just curious. PD Song Man Woo chimed in, whispering into Kang Woojin's ear. I heard her mother is a shaman. A shaman? Whoa, that's a first. It's not me who's curious, but you who's interesting, right? But Woojin, keeping his expression unchanged, responded to Lim Haeun. It wasn't a gaze of curiosity, but a gaze of wonder. To change the atmosphere, PD Song Man Woo pointed to another actor. It was Jo Moo-chan, who had been anxiously fidgeting. This friend here is actor Jo Moo-chan. Woojin SSI, you know teacher John Mun-guk, right? Of course you do, he's so famous. Jo Moo-chan is part of his theater troupe. In other words, he's a direct disciple of teacher John. John Mun-guk, a top-tier veteran actor. Naturally, Kang Woojin knew him. Not because he'd seen his work, but simply because anyone living in Korea couldn't not know John Mun-guk. At this moment, Jo Moo-chan, who was about the same height as Woojin, finally managed to speak up, stuttering. Hello? I'm Jo Moo-chan. You my idol. No, I'm a huge fan. Kang Woojin nim. Hello. Woojin received the greeting with appropriate politeness and briefly scanned Jo Moo-chan. The conclusion came quickly. He's really handsome. With his naturally down-earned hair, clear skin, and distinct yet gentle facial features. How should I put it? Like a super handsome university sunbae. That kind of vibe. Just like with Lim Haeun, Jo Moo-chan also had a strong character, and once again, PD Song Man Woo provided additional explanation, whispering into Woojin's ear. Don't you feel he gives off a contrasting vibe to Woojin SSI? That's exactly what I liked about him. He might seem bland at first glance, but once he starts acting, his power surges. Truly, he lives up to being a student of teacher John Mun-guk. Is that so? Woojin looked at Jo Moo-chan again. His eyes were sparkling. Well, indeed, he did have an aura completely opposite to the current Kang Woojin. Of course, this was with Woojin's concept act in play. PD Song Man Woo continued whispering. And Jo Moo-chan SSI's role model is you, Woojin SSI. When I talked to him during the audition, he said he is a very ardent fan. No, actually, he seems to almost worship you like a god. At this point, Kang Woojin understood why Jo Moo-chan's eyes were shining so brightly. Anyway, this project feels refreshing in various ways. A sense of anticipation welled up in Kang Woojin's heart. To put it in simple terms, it felt like he had gained more experience. If his previous projects had been filled with an overwhelming lineup of top stars, this time, Kang Woojin was the standout. Well, even so, I just need to act as I always do. Just then, Wallin SSI has arrived. Lead actors of beneficial evil, like Wallin, Ha Gangsu, started to arrive, and, Woojin. Ahem. Woojin SSI, you've been too out of touch, haven't you? Is that so? I have to confirm you're alive through news articles. The character shoot for Beneficial Evil officially began. Later that same day, in the early afternoon. As scheduled, the character shoot for Beneficial Evil didn't take long. In particular, Kang Woojin's scenes were finished in less than 2 hours. It was because he started first. In between, Woojin went to another schedule, and currently, he could be found in a meeting room at Netflix Korea. Of course, there were several people present in the meeting room. Kang Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, Executive Director Kim So-hyang, PD Song Man Woo, writer Choi Nana, and even the production manager of Beneficial Evil. Naturally, everyone gathered after finishing the character shoot that morning. For Kang Woojin, who hadn't been into this meeting room with various hit posters hanging up for a while, it was a bit nostalgic. It's been a while here. While recalling the past, he maintained his poker face. Meanwhile, slightly plump Kim So-hyang, who had been discussing something with PD Song Man Woo, directed her gaze across the table to Woojin, with a smile to boot. Woojin SSI, I've been seeing news about how well you're doing lately. And congratulations on Island of the Missing reaching 20 million viewers. When Kang Woojin gave a brief response, the smile on Executive Director Kim So-hyang's face deepened. I hope our beneficial evil hits it big too. The production manager chimed in. Ha ha ha. With our Midas touch, Kang Woojin SSI here. What's there to worry about? Kang Woojin also nodded. But inwardly, he thought to himself. Agreed. Beneficial evil is definitely SSS plus great. However, since he couldn't say that out loud, Woojin responded nonchalantly. I'll work hard. It was a simple reply, but for some reason, PD Song Man-woo, Kim So-hyang, and the others felt reassured by Woojin. If that monster is working hard, there's nothing to worry about. He's not the Midas touch, he's the Kang totem. At this point, writer Choi Na-na, who still seemed a bit timid, adjusted her round glasses and slid 2 scripts over to Kang Woojin. Woojin-nim, I'm sorry for the delay. These are the scripts for episodes 1 and 2, including the newly added scenes. It's alright. They're almost identical to the original scripts, so you just need to check the added scenes. PD Song Man-woo added his own comments. You've probably seen the materials I sent regarding the overseas locations. For now, please check the script and feel free to let us know if you have any opinions, Woojin SSI. He also mentioned that if Woojin didn't have any specific opinions, there would be frequent rehearsals and practice sessions with the martial arts director, especially for the overseas location action scenes. Of course, they would adjust everything according to Woojin's schedule. At this point, Kang Woojin, swoosh. He pulled the revised script of Beneficial Evil, attached with a black square, towards him. Although he pretended to listen to the others, in reality, Woojin's index finger was already moving. Hook. Why? To enter the void space, of course. He was a bit tired, and he also needed to replace the revised script of Beneficial Evil. Regardless, after entering the endlessly dark void space, Woojin stretched and let out a big yawn. The concept act peeled away in an instant. In that state, he walked towards the area where multiple white rectangles were lined up. As expected, the white rectangles of Beneficial Evil were listed separately between the existing ones and new ones. Since he had experienced this before, Woojin casually deleted the old white rectangle for Beneficial Evil. Episodes 1 and 2. I experienced these a while ago, didn't I? After finishing up, Woojin turned his attention to the newly added rectangles. -9/script. Title, Beneficial Evil. SSS plus great. Episode 1, /Episode 2, /Episode 3. This is a highly refined drama script. 100% reading is possible. He tapped on the white rectangle for Beneficial Evil, which had previously granted him the martial arts ability. Specifically, he selected Episode 1, listing characters available for reading. Although he had already completed the reading experience in the past, he needed to check the newly added scenes. Well, it wouldn't be too late to read the actual script afterward. Naturally, Kang Woojin chose the male lead of Beneficial Evil, Jang Yunwoo. And then, the anticipated robotic female voice delivered an unexpected message. Abilities exceeding the basic specs have been detected. CQC will be acquired first. Kang Woojin's brow furrowed instantly. What? What's that supposed to mean? No, what the hell is CQC? It was a term he had never heard before in 99. Come back, 4. A robotic female voice echoed throughout the endlessly dark void space. It was definitely a voice that Kang Woojin had heard often, but there was a rather unfamiliar word mixed in for him. Abilities exceeding the basic specs have been detected. CQC will be acquired first. CQC? This had never happened before. Whether it was acquiring a foreign language or skills like vocals or cooking, Woojin had always expected it. After all, they were skills he had often encountered in his life. But this time, CQC? What on earth is CQC? Woojin, furrowing his brows deeply, shouted at the void space woman who, of course, wouldn't answer. Hey, what is CQC? What is it? But as expected, there was no answer from her. Of course, Kang Woojin knew this, but still, it was frustrating. Cold-hearted. Ah, right. Even if I don't know, I'm just supposed to charge in head first, huh? Woojin welcomed it, but some caution was necessary. It was the first time he was imprinting an unexpected ability. Since it's derived from the script of Beneficial Evil, it must be action-related, right? The female voice rang out again. Preparing CQC reading? Preparation complete. Starting CQC reading. For a moment, a massive gray object appeared before Woojin's eyes. The void space seemed to be trying to engulf Kang Woojin. In that brief moment, countless thoughts crossed Woojin's mind. No, they were predictions. CQC can't be just a word. It must be an abbreviation of a longer term. The massive, gray shape gradually transformed into something that enveloped Woojin's body. It would take only a few seconds to be sucked in. Soon, it feels like some kind of technique name. Just as the gray enveloped Woojin's torso, his mumbling softly spread throughout the void space. Shit, is this some kind of killing technique or something? Kang Woojin was swallowed by the massive gray mass. How much time had passed? Once again, the robotic female voice reached Kang Woojin's ears. Ending CQC reading, experience. Then Woojin's vision changed in an instant. A meeting room surrounded by glass walls, posters of works pasted everywhere, people seated around, and the goateed PD Song Manwoo continuing the briefing. It's true that the action hurdle has been raised as much as cuts have been added, but since Woojin SSI's martial arts skills are already top-notch, it should be more than possible. Yes, this was the meeting room at Netflix Korea. Woojin, who had just completed this CQC reading experience, had returned to reality. Kang Woojin's face was stiff. Although his default poker face was still in place, his current state was slightly different from a normal day. He was extremely calm, cold, cool. On the contrary, he was also sensitive. That's how his mind felt. But neither Choi Sung-gun, PD Song Man-woo, Executive Director Kim So-hyang, writer Choi Na-na, nor the production manager. None of them noticed that the Kang Woojin before them was a real monster. It wasn't a metaphor. Right now, Woojin was truly a monster. Crazy. At this very moment, he was confident he could incapacitate everyone here. Confident? No, certain. Whether they passed out or died. He saw the people around him not as individuals, but as targets. The misaligned air conditioning further chilled Woojin's heart. His vision was wide. His sense of smell was keen. Sounds were loud and clear. The hairs on his skin stood on end. His whole body was in a state of readiness. His calculations were swift. His judgments were short. Decisions were unnecessary. Act. Just do it. It was the lingering effect. The lingering effect of the imprinted CQC. Martial arts formed the foundation, and CQC was layered on top. Although only a few seconds had passed for the people around, Kang Woojin had spent quite a long time in the void space. Stay calm and control it. I am the master, so I command it. First, Kang Woojin suppressed the CQC that was surging through his entire body. This was a process he always went through. Whether it was a language or some other skill, whenever it was imprinted, a strong aftertaste remained for Woojin. Each time, Kang Woojin had to maintain a high level of master consciousness. They were merely one of his many skills, and it was he who commanded them. The process of taming any ability or skill. In the end, the void space exists because Kang Woojin maintains himself. That mindset was crucial. It wasn't clear when he first had this thought, this stubbornness. Perhaps it was when Woojin experienced his first reading experience. It was in the realm of the unconscious. Thanks to that, Kang Woojin was able to leash the newly imprinted ability this time as well. It was the same when he acquired martial arts. He was overwhelmed right after the imprinting, but from the moment Woojin put a leash on martial arts, he was able to handle it at will. Then, all right, that should do it. Kang Woojin, recognizing that most of the aftereffect of CQC had dissipated, tested the switch, pulling it out and putting it back in. It was possible with everything that had been imprinted, starting from acting, and this CQC was no different. In a brief moment, Woojin's inner self shifted from normal to bleak and then returned to normal again. This was proof that the switch was working properly. But Kang Woojin thought. Once more. Even as the conversations around him continued, he repeated the same process. The ability imprinted this time warranted it. It was the most dangerous after martial arts. However, CQC was already subdued by Kang Woojin, and the switch was functioning normally. At the same time, Woojin deepened his poker face. The current act of toughening up was to strengthen his self-identity. Soon, outwardly, Kang Woojin seemed utterly solemn, but internally, he was half surprised. Wah, shit, what did I just acquire? This is insane. He recalled the CQC he had acquired in the void space. CQC was closer to a technique than an ability. Moreover, it was a combat technique that included lethal force, hand-to-hand combat, shooting, weaponry, situational judgment. It was a comprehensive collection of combat techniques. In a way, it could be considered more systematic and brutal than martial arts. Isn't this something an ordinary person could never come across, right? It was true. It was impossible for an ordinary person to experience. It was a skill that could only be acquired by special forces. Even then, it took a long period of training to use it freely, and it was a skill actually used by real-world special forces. Kang Woojin had suddenly imprinted that through the void space. This is on a completely different level from the bayonet training I learned in the military. Just moments ago, Woojin had killed dozens of people in the void space. To be precise, he had killed the human forms presented by the void space. Normally, after an ability was imprinted, Woojin would immediately return to the void space to read, experience, the script, but this time he needed to take a little time. He intended to take a break. He wanted to read the script for beneficial evil, but if he plunged into that world in this state and started killing people, it would leave a bad taste. At that moment, Woojin Nim, writer Choi Nana, who had been quiet the whole time, called Kang Woojin. Have you by any chance heard of something called CQC? Woojin, with an indifferent expression, almost answered immediately. I can show it right now. He could already use the technique freely. At this point, Kang Woojin reminded himself once more. Just like with martial arts, I need to think of CQC as nothing more or less than a technique necessary for acting. He responded in a low voice to writer Choi Nana, who was wearing round glasses. I've heard of it. Oh, really? Yes. Next to Woojin, Choi Sungun glanced at him somewhat seriously, and PD Song Man-woo chimed in. Well, considering you're skilled in martial arts, you must have heard of CQC at some point. Yes. Writer Choi Nana opened her mouth again. She became slightly timid at the thought of explaining. CQC is, broadly speaking, it can be seen as a comprehensive close-quarters combat technique or combat system, and that technique has been incorporated into the additional cuts of beneficial evil this time. Is that so? Yes. If you look at the script for episodes 1 and 2, where the cuts have been added, you'll definitely get a clear sense of it. So, it's about the male lead Jang Yunwoo's past, right? That's right. It's a flashback of Jang Yunwoo's past. It's a device that solidifies his abilities and gives the audience something to anticipate. The viewers will see that Jang Yunwoo is proficient in CQC, and viewers can vaguely guess his past. It was a technique often used in drama production. First, show the protagonist's abilities, then reveal the past in a hazy way. This way, the audience, after witnessing the protagonist's extraordinary abilities, would try to piece together his past. When it comes to Jang Yunwoo, they'll probably think he's from some special forces background or something like that. Around this time, PD Song Man-woo, who had been quietly observing Woojin, spoke up. Woojin SSI, the pre-production period for Beneficial Evil, has been slightly delayed due to the large-scale auditions and the large-sized set construction. But this level of delay was somewhat expected from the beginning. Since it's a pre-produced drama, it's only natural to focus on quality. Anyway, he leaned forward slightly. Starting with today's character shoot, we're aiming to wrap up the pre-production period. By the end of July, we'll finish scouting overseas locations, and we'll also wrap up the script reading. In the meantime, Woojin SSI and the other actors will dive into intense training, mainly focusing on martial arts. This was something that had already been discussed. Apart from the other schedules Woojin had to manage, he would be dedicating most of his time to martial arts training for the action scenes in Beneficial Evil. Whether the first official shoot takes place on location in Bangkok, Thailand, or in a domestic set hasn't been finalized yet. Then, exchanging glances with the production manager, PD Song Man-woo continued. Whatever the case, we'll definitely start within August. The next morning, at Kang Woojin's office cell. Woojin's home, neatly organized. The current time was around 5:30 a.m. Given the hour, Woojin was lying in bed. At a glance, he seemed almost lifeless, but fortunately, he was breathing, indicating he was in a near-unconscious state of deep sleep. About 5 minutes later, suddenly, Woojin, who had been lying down, sat up abruptly with a faint groan. Although today's work time was set for 6:30 a.m., which was quite early, something else was occupying Woojin's mind more than going to work right now. Swoosh. Woojin, scratching his tousled hair, walked out into the living room. He immediately grabbed a bottle of water from the refrigerator and gulped it down. After starting the day with a refreshing drink, Woojin stretched and then turned his gaze. On the living room table, covered with a gray rug, lay 2 books. They were the new scripts for episodes 1 and 2 of Beneficial Evil. Woojin had already read them in between schedules as soon as he received them yesterday, and even after returning late at night, he read the new scripts again. Since he had already thoroughly read the existing content of Beneficial Evil, he only needed to focus on the newly added scenes. After reading everything, Woojin's impression was simple. This is insane. It was more intense and bolder than he had anticipated. Somehow, Woojin wondered if this was really a drama. The scale was comparable to that of a blockbuster film. Moreover, it was surprising that shy writer Choi Na-na had written this script. In any case, whoosh. Kang Woojin picked up the script for episode 1 of Beneficial Evil. As expected, the black square was swirling. In fact, Woojin had made up his mind. On this morning, the day after, before heading to work, he planned to read, experience, the additional cuts of Beneficial Evil. In other words, he intended to live in the world with CQC. It meant he would take on the past of the male lead Jang Yun-woo. Woojin tilted his head slightly from side to side. Then, without much thought, he raised his index finger. Poke. He was calmer than expected. Before he knew it, Kang Woojin had entered the entirely dark void space and moved towards the white rectangles lined up in front of him. He clicked on Beneficial Evil. You have selected 9/script. Title, Beneficial Evil. Soon, the robotic female voice was heard. Preparing to read a Jang Yun-woo. Preparation complete. The script or scenario is of extremely high quality. Implementation is at 100%. Starting reading. Unlike yesterday, the massive gray mass instantly engulfed Kang Woojin. It meant he had entered the world of Beneficial Evil. Time in reality was almost at a standstill, but Kang Woojin, who had been sucked into Beneficial Evil, would have to live through countless hours and days. And then, at some moment, SSS, the world that Kang Woojin, or rather Jang Yun-woo, was seeing started to distort. No, it would be more accurate to say it was darkening. Then, everything Woojin sensed with his 5 senses began to change. The first thing he heard was $, asterisk and asterisk, asterisk percent and asterisk percent. It was an incomprehensible language. It wasn't Kang Woojin speaking. It was someone close to him. A frivolous male voice. Kang Woojin was walking. He wasn't alone. 2 men were holding onto Woojin's arms, dragging him along. There are 2 more in front. Correction. It was a group of 4 in total. Gradually, Woojin's vision became clearer. Clearer? Although his eyes were open, his view was obstructed. His face was covered by a dirty cloth. It reeked of bodily fluids. Blood, spit, and breath from different people had soaked into the fabric. It's damp. And it was hot. He estimated the temperature to be over 35 degrees. The ground was uneven. There were parts where he could feel the soft dirt, and other parts were muddy. His hands were bound in front of him. He couldn't see what was used to bind them, but the crackling noise when they were tied and the texture on his wrists suggested thick cable ties. It wasn't difficult to free himself from the restraints or to subdue these men. Hot. Wind brushed against Woojin's upper body. He felt his thin, worn-out shirt fluttering. At this moment, as Woojin was being dragged along, his mind had already made a decision. All that was left was to execute it at the precise timing. The guy on the left is the target. Of the 2 men holding his arms, the one on the left was limping. Whether he was injured or sick didn't matter. Woojin's mind grew cold. He became utterly still. His breathing was short. He lowered his gaze. He could see the handgun tucked into the man's side. Glock 17. The sound of a truck approaching grew louder. When the truck was almost right beside them. Swish. Woojin raised his left foot. Simultaneously, vroom. The truck sound was heard right beside them. He stomped down with his lifted foot onto the left guy's foot. Arg! The man's posture crumbled. In an instant, the grip on one side loosened. Woojin didn't miss the opportunity. As the man leaned slightly to the left, Woojin swiftly pulled the handgun from the man's waist. His hands were bound, but his fingers were free. Thud. Woojin stuck to the falling guy, and thanks to his struggling, the cloth covering Kang Woojin's head came off. The gun was immediately pressed under the man's chin. Of course, it was the chin of the guy with dark, burnt skin. The eyes of the man wearing a bright red tank top grew wide in terror. In that moment, bang! The top of the man's head shattered as his brains splattered. Chapter 300. Chapter 300, Autumn 1. A. Jang Yunwoo's reading experience is now complete. With the end of the robotic female voice, Kang Woojin returned to reality, that is, to his own home. In his hand was still the script for Beneficial Evil, with a black square attached to it. And he was dressed in comfortable clothes he wore at home, with his hair disheveled from just waking up. However, a tingling sensation was coursing through Woojin's entire body. It was understandable. Though the real world had paused, Kang Woojin had lived in the world of Beneficial Evil as Jang Yunwoo. He had shattered an unknown man's skull. He had smashed a face by slamming it into the ground. He had pierced a chest with an AK rifle. He had snapped a neck. He had slit a belly with a knife. He had gouged out an eye. He had slit a throat. In a brief moment, he had annihilated more than a dozen people. He had set a building on fire and fought his way through roads where bullets rained down like a storm. Cars exploded. Helicopters fell, all while bursting a few more heads. It was violence beyond anything imaginable. These were things he could never experience in the real world, and Kang Woojin knew it was an impossible world, not something that could happen outside of a movie or dramas. Not even the military could offer such experiences. But Woojin had lived in that brutal world. He had breathed there. He had adapted. It was quite bearable. I can still feel the explosions. The flames that had erupted magnificently before his eyes. The sandy wind that had splashed onto his face. The ringing in his ears. The heat that had suffocated his breath. The explosive force that had pushed his body involuntarily. Incredibly, Woojin, who had returned to reality, still felt that Jang Yunwoo's life, vividly imprinted on his entire body, was astonishing. Even the lingering smell of blood and metal. But did Beneficial Evil's world consume Kang Woojin? Not at all. Killing, shooting guns, these were all things Woojin had done in past works. The character, Jang Yunwoo, had simply killed more people. Soon, Kang Woojin. Yeah, I'm okay now. He felt his mind control was complete. It was no different than before. This time, Beneficial Evil had also been thoroughly imprinted on him, just like the countless works before it, but it disappeared quickly. Kang Woojin spread his concept act. He became more aware of his true self. Though numerous characters and worlds existed within him, he was still the one who controlled them. The master was Kang Woojin. With that, he lowered the script and walked to the bathroom. It was time to start getting ready. At the same time, he thought, Beneficial Evil shooting would be fun? What if the world of Beneficial Evil, which he had personally experienced, reading, was brought to life in reality? What if in that film, set, Jang Yunwoo, who adhered to the freedom of the role, roamed freely? Woojin realized, even as he showered, that he was filled with anticipation. It was strange. In the past, he had some worries, but now it was hard to find such feelings. I've really become an actor, for real. There was a tremor, but it wasn't out of fear. It was closer to excitement. After drying his hair moderately, Woojin arrived at the underground parking lot where a waiting van greeted him. As expected, the briefing started with Choi Sung-gun, who had his hair tied in a ponytail. How are you feeling today? No different from yesterday. Great. That's good. With a smirk, he changed the topic. I heard from PD Song Manwoo yesterday. They've hired an overseas team for the action scenes in Beneficial Evil. An overseas team? Yeah. They'll probably mix with the existing martial arts team. What was it in the newly added cut, CQC? They say it's a team that specializes in that. Is that so? Yeah. They say the original martial arts director could do it, but it probably wouldn't be as professional. In other words, they were adding more expertise to the planned action sequences. Anyway, when we start martial arts practice, it'll be with both the existing martial arts team and the overseas team included. They would probably practice unarmed combat based on martial arts, along with guns, knives, and other combat techniques according to the storyboard. Well, of course, Kang Woojin wasn't particularly nervous. Experts? Well, Kang Woojin himself, sitting in the van and calmly looking out the window, was a human weapon. Of course, one with a switch that could be controlled at will. Then, Choi Sung-gun asked Woojin again. So, do you think you can handle it? Those overseas guys are probably going to be huge. I heard the CQC techniques are really tough. Inwardly, Kang Woojin gave a thumbs up. Piece of cake. On the outside, he maintained his usual cold demeanor. I'll have to try it first, but it doesn't seem too difficult. Choi Sung-gun let out a faint laugh and then reassured himself internally. Just accept it, don't question it. Choi Sung-gun. That guy is Kang Woojin. A few hours later, at writer Choi Nana's office. Writer Choi Nana, who had met with Kang Woojin recently, was now staring at her laptop. Click, click. She wasn't writing the script for Beneficial Evil. She was looking at an email that had arrived a few minutes ago. The sender was Japan's A10 Studio. A10 Studio periodically shared updates regarding the progress of the Male Friend remake with Choi Nana, the original creator of Male Friend. This email was the same. Wow, they've already finished the voice recording and mixing. Although this had already been made public through the media, Choi Nana, who had been preoccupied with the additional writing for Beneficial Evil, lately just found out now. Soon, as she skimmed through the contents of the email from A10 Studio. Swish. She minimized the email window and opened a search engine. She was about to do a search. The search term, of course, was Male Friend remake. Usually, for Japanese anime works, there wouldn't be many articles in Korea, but since Kang Woojin had taken on the role of the male lead's voice actor in Male Friend remake, a flood of articles had been published. There were articles written just out of anticipation, and there were also articles that directly assessed Japanese media and conveyed the facts. After reading the articles intently for a while, writer Choi Nana took off her round glasses and let out a short breath. Phew, I'm nervous. Recently, Choi Nana's life, in a way, could be described as golden. Her debut work, Male Friend, was being remade as a Japanese anime, and simultaneously, Beneficial Evil was aiming for global market. For her, a formerly unknown rookie writer just last year, it felt like walking in a dream. And Kang Woojin was involved in both works. PD Nim said not to worry, that it would turn out well. By nature, the timid Choi Nana was filled with anxiety. On the other hand, PD Song Manwoo had reassured her with an odd remark. It'll do well. We have the Kang Totem after all. He didn't seem concerned at all. But what on earth is Kang Totem? Anyway, Choi Nana slowly closed her laptop and raised her head. The familiar ceiling came into view. At the same time, she recalled Kang Woojin, whom she had seen a few days ago during the meeting. To be precise, it was the short conversation she had with him. It started with writer Choi Nana timidly speaking up. Woojin Nim. Kang Woojin, who was about to leave the meeting room, responded in a low tone. Yes, writer Nim. As Choi Sung-gun sensed the atmosphere and was about to leave, Choi Nana, in a crawling voice, spoke again. It's a bit odd to ask this during the meeting about Beneficial Evil, but how did you feel during the voice recording for Male Friend remake? What do you mean by feeling? Just how the other voice actors felt, or the production atmosphere? I do get updates via email, but since you experienced it firsthand on set, if the voice recording was done, then the anime must already be completed, right? Yes, I recorded while watching the finished anime. No way. So how was it? Did it turn out well? Kang Woojin, after a brief silence, shook his head. I can't go into detail. Well, I understand. But to me, it seemed quite enjoyable. Really? Yes. It will do well. How? How is it that Woojin SSI always sounds so confident? I don't know. It's just a feeling. Writer Choi Nana was left dumbfounded. In contrast, Kang Woojin remained calm and dignified as he left the meeting room. Watching his retreating figure, Choi Nana mumbled to herself. A feeling? What feeling? She had no way of knowing that Male Friend remake was SS great. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, Japan. Inside A10 Studio, the giant anime production company located near Tokyo Station, a mid-sized studio that functioned as both a recording studio and a testing room was packed with people. The first thing that stood out were the voice actors sitting in chairs. From Omi Natsumi, who voiced the female lead in the anime Male Friend remake, to Asami Sayaka, who had a deep connection with Woojin and many others. Dozens of voice actors who had gathered for the script reading session in the past were now present. Kang Woojin was the only one absent. All of them had serious expressions. With such expressions, they were all staring intently at the large monitor in front of them. Near that monitor stood Mihiro Sakuchi, the overall director of Male Friend Remake, along with several key staff members. Of course, executives from A10 Studio were also present at this moment. Well then, let's begin. A woman standing near the entrance of the studio turned off the lights. She was the female team leader of the planning team who had been handling Male Friend Remake. Click, click. Before they knew it, the entire studio was enveloped in a suitable darkness. Everyone gathered in the room fell silent. Their unified action was to direct their gaze at the large monitor in front of them. Soon, the audio began to resonate powerfully before the screen even lit up. It was the official OP opening song of Male Friend Remake. The song started with piano melody, quickly picking up tempo as violin joined in. Then, a male vocal kicked in. Naturally, it was Kang Woojin's voice. As Kang Woojin's OP filled the studio, the opening cuts of the anime began to appear on the large monitor. It was Male Friend Remake. The running time of the opening was about 30 seconds. As the OP played, the expressions of the dozens of voice actors gradually brightened. Some even nodded their heads in rhythm. Eventually, SSS, the OP came to a halt, and the actual content of Male Friend Remake began to play in earnest. The voice actors' eyes widened. It was inevitable. What they were watching now was the complete first episode of Male Friend Remake, fully finished with voice mixing and final edits. In other words, this was a pre-broadcast test of the completed version. Nothing seemed lacking, at least not to the eyes of the voice actors. With their experience of having worked on dozens of productions, their judgment was precise. The male lead of Male Friend Remake, Toru Sengoku, appeared on screen. Kang Woojin's voice could be heard. The voice actors were reminded once again. He's really good. You feel it even more when you see the final product. His tone matches the protagonist perfectly. Who would ever guess that? He's an actor? He's 100% a voice actor. They realized once again just how ridiculously good Kang Woojin's voice acting skills were. And so, the first episode of Male Friend Remake concluded. The running time was about 24 minutes. The second episode played right after, which was slightly shorter at around 18 minutes. Before the third episode started. Swish. The director, seated in front of the monitor equipment, turned his head towards the voice actors seated behind him. How was it? He was asking for their opinions before moving on to the third episode. Interestingly, applause suddenly erupted among the voice actors. Clap, 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 clap. It wasn't something they had intended. Rather, it was applause filled with their genuine feelings. The applause gradually spread throughout the studio, and the voice actors, excited, began sharing their impressions of the completed first and second episodes in enthusiastic Japanese. It's good. It's really good. The anime quality is amazing. Honestly, among recent works, this has to be number one in terms of visuals, right? It's been a while since we had a proper rom-com. It's fun. Even though I did the voice work, it's still fun to watch. But isn't the OP and EP just killer? They're already stuck in my head. Yeah, especially the OP. Kang Woojin's vocals are definitely charming. I've got a feeling. The OP is definitely going to top the charts as soon as the anime airs. The voice actors were chattering excitedly. It wasn't an exaggeration. Even the executives of A10 Studio, which is ranked in the top 3 in the industry, were very satisfied. The veterans' eyes also confirmed that the quality and completion of Male Friend Remake were impressive. The female team leader from the planning team, who had been quietly observing from the entrance, suddenly chimed in. The day it dominates the charts is not far off. The broadcaster is TB, and the first episode airs on Monday, July 12th at 10 p.m. Indeed, the day when the lid would be lifted on Male Friend Remake was just around the corner. There are about 30 competing works this quarter. A fierce battlefield was anticipated. Incheon Airport, the arrival hall was overflowing with a crowd of people. In that arrival hall, a group of foreigners appeared. Some had buzz-cut hair, others were bulky, muscular men. About 5 foreigners entered the arrival hall, and a Korean person nearby welcomed them. Upon closer look, the Korean was a staff member from Beneficial Evil. The two groups conversed in English briefly and then moved on. The foreign group split into two large vans parked on the side of the road outside the airport. Three of the foreigners got into the front van, a man with buzz-cut hair, a man built like a bear, and a man with a big nose. Once everyone had boarded, the two vans started moving, and the big-nosed man in the front van spoke in English. "It's hot. I didn't expect it to be this hot." The other two foreign men nodded in agreement. "I had heard about it, but it's even worse than I thought. Still, it seems better than Japan where we went last year, doesn't it?" It felt like the big-nosed man was the leader. The man with the average build but toned muscles, sitting by the window, extended his hand to the man with the buzz-cut hair, sitting to his right. "Let me see the material we received." The man with the buzz-cut hair pulled out a tablet from the backpack placed in front of him. After some manipulation, a video started playing. Interestingly, the person in the video was none other than Kang Woojin. To be precise, it was Woojin from the past, demonstrating martial arts practice at an action school. The big-nosed man, who was watching Kang Woojin on the tablet carefully, murmured softly. "His form is good, but it's hard to judge without seeing him in person. Still, it seems he's got more than just the basics down. But just having the basics isn't enough to implement CQC. It will take a lot of time. I heard there's not much time left before filming. If it's too difficult, we might have to compromise with direction." In fact, these men were the Hollywood stunt coordinator team recruited by Beneficial Evil team. The big-nosed man, who was rubbing his chin, spoke again. "From the video, I don't see the greatness that Gary Peck mentioned." The Gary Peck he mentioned was a pretty successful stunt coordinator in Hollywood, who had experienced Kang Woojin during the screen test for Last Kill 3. Our meeting with this actor, Kang Woojin, is scheduled for this afternoon, 1, Autumn 2, around lunchtime. At the time when the Hollywood stunt coordinator team, recruited by Beneficial Evil, set foot in Korea, for some reason, a massive crowd had gathered at COEX in Samseong-dong. It was always a busy place, but now it was several times more crowded. So much so that passers-by were astonished. "Whoa, what's going on here? There are so many people. Wow. Look at the reporters staking out spots. Is some celebrity coming?" Hundreds of people were clinging to the rope fence set up in the first-floor lobby, and in front of them were dozens of reporters with cameras that looked like cannons. It wasn't just the first floor. The second and third floors, following the stairs, were also packed with people. The situation was being controlled by muscular security guards, while staff members wearing lanyards were frantically running around in between them. All of the gathered crowd was holding up their phones in unison, and their phones were pointed toward the same spot as the cannon-like cameras of the dozens of reporters. A podium was set up, and chairs and a desk were arranged on top of it. Behind it hung a large poster of an actor currently shaking up South Korea. It was Kang Woojin. Of course, this event was a fan-signing event hosted by a luxury brand for which Woojin was the main model. Therefore, around Woojin's poster, the luxury brand's logos were also prominently displayed. In other words, all these people were desperately waiting for Kang Woojin. The news had already broken. However, the star of the show, Kang Woojin, was not yet in his seat. So where was he at the moment? Woojin could be found in a waiting room set aside for today's event, a bit away from the lobby where the signing event would take place. While it was noisy outside the waiting room with his team members bustling about, the waiting room Woojin was using alone was relatively quiet. Kang Woojin was sitting on the sofa, legs crossed. He looked his best. His black hair was naturally swept back, and he was dressed in a matching blazer and slacks, both in dark brown. He was more than ready. For some reason, Woojin was sitting there with wireless earphones in, eyes closed. His chin was slightly tilted down. He wasn't sleeping, because he had some spare time. He was listening to music. It wasn't even a Korean song. It was a foreign song. The reason was simple. The song Woojin was currently listening to was sent by Miley Cara. It wasn't an officially released track. It was a guide track for her upcoming new album. Woojin had to familiarize himself with this song to proceed with the work. Of course, Miley Cara's side had recently sent over various details about the new album. They said that the song Woojin would be working on was likely to be the title track. Along with this, they sent the concept of the song and the storyboard for the music video. Therefore, Whenever Woojin had free time, he often listened to the song along with reading scripts like this. The song. It's good even though it's just a guide version. Kang Woojin's involvement in the song Kara sent was significant. It was closer to a featuring role, but it also included Woojin's piano solo. This meant his contribution was substantial. When he first heard this, he acted cool on the outside but was deeply puzzled on the inside. Why? Why would a global superstar like Miley Kara make such a decision? But Kang Woojin soon stopped thinking much of it. Well, it'll work out somehow. But since he had already agreed to do it, doing it half-heartedly didn't fit his image. This was also part of Woojin's original personality. Whatever it was. But damn, this is seriously awesome. As Woojin replayed the guide track again, he couldn't help but smile unconsciously. Of course, it was inwardly. Why am I listening to the guide track for a global ultra superstar's new album? And I'm even going to be a part of it. In a way, it was an unbelievable situation. Working with Miley Kara, who has massive influence even in Hollywood. At this moment, except for Miley Kara's team, Kang Woojin was probably the first person on Earth listening to her new album's track. Life really is unpredictable. Woojin, who was slightly shaking his head, moved his hand as he listened to the song. He picked up the tablet placed on the table in front of him. With 2 taps on the screen, the things he had been looking at earlier began to display. It was the music video storyboard sent by Kara's team. The concept is really unique too. A woman who's half crazy after being dumped. The music video concept was directly connected to the mood of the song. Heartbreak, obsession. On top of that, the outfits were brazenly sexy. But now, it added a touch of madness. At that moment, clunk. The waiting room door opened, and Han Yi-young, with her short blue hair, walked in. She looked at Woojin, who had his legs crossed, and spoke in her characteristic blunt voice. Appa, you can go out in 5 minutes. Got it. Han Yi-young, who was now looking down at the tablet Woojin had just shifted his gaze to with a nonchalant expression, asked. Ah, so you were looking at the music video. Concept from Miley Kara's side. Yeah. I checked it out earlier because of the costume preparations. Appa, are you really okay with this? With what? The music video seemed pretty intense. And they're asking quite a lot from you too. The piano solo is short, so that's fine. But in the story, you're the object of Kara's obsession. Isn't that the point? So what was the problem? In fact, Kara's acting in the storyboard for the music video was an obsession-driven love pursuit from beginning to end. However, the choreography was quite intense. While the sexy costumes of Kara and the dancers were the main focus, once Kang Woojin appeared, their pursuit of him began. There was a lot of skinship with close contact with Kara. One of the scenes even included a cut where their lips were about to touch. It wasn't confirmed, so it might be removed, but that's how it was currently. Of course, Woojin wouldn't be dancing or moving much, and Kara's side had already communicated that they were willing to modify the storyboard if it became a problem or was too difficult. Kang Woojin's answer was okay. He was sincere about it. It was just acting, after all. However, he also had this thought. No, seriously, when else in life would I get to be courted by a global superstar like Miley Kara? Wouldn't that be the dream of men around the world? But expressing this thought outright would be stupid. Woojin replied to Han Yi-young in the calmest voice possible. Cold and composed. It doesn't matter. It's just acting. Han Yi-young then shook her head slightly, as if she was a bit exasperated. Phew. Even though it's Miley Kara we're talking about, to you it's just another job, Appa. It's amazing. How are you so unshaken by anything? Kang Woojin, hiding his true feelings, faced the mild misconception confidently. Work is work. Later, Kang Woojin, who had been in the waiting room, appeared at the fans signing event inside COEX. At the same time, a loud roar and screams erupted, and the flashlights from the Canon-like cameras of the dozens of reporters stationed in front of the rope fence went off madly. Pababababak. Pababababak. In contrast, Kang Woojin, thick with the concept, remained calm. Having grown quite accustomed to such scenes, he moved composedly. He waved appropriately to the dozens of reporters and greeted the hundreds of gathered fans. Since everyone was holding up their phones, it almost looked like he was greeting phones instead of people. The crowd had doubled from the initial gathering. It was getting hard for the security guards to maintain control. Thus, the fan signing event began. The process of signing and talking with each person one by one was scheduled for about 2 hours, but due to the overwhelming number of fans, Woojin had to spend an additional 30 minutes. When Woojin finally boarded the van after wrapping up the fan signing event, Choi Sung-gun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, spoke up. "Good job, Woojin." As he untied and retied his ponytail, he continued, "We'll do a few quick interviews, then head over to the action school for Beneficial Evil this afternoon. That overseas stunt team has already joined up, apparently?" "Yes, CEO Nim." Choi Sung-gun then briefed Woojin on the confirmed schedule. "And regarding Miley Kara, we'll be flying to LA on the morning of the 9th. That was about 5 days from today." Meanwhile, at a large action school in Seoul, the floor was covered entirely in gray mats, and the ceiling was lined with wires and various martial arts props at the action school. Of course, this was the main stage for the stunt team of Beneficial Evil, and dozens of stunt team members were present, along with several staff members from Beneficial Evil, including the PD Song Man-woo. The martial arts team members were all busy in each section of the space. The interesting thing was that there were actors gasping for breath among the stunt team members. They were unknown and rookie actors cast in Beneficial Evil. Among many actors, those who needed to perform martial arts had already started their training. Some of the actors were familiar faces. There was top actor Ha Gang-soo, who had worked with Woojin on Our Dining Table, and Jo Moo-chan, who had a kind appearance but idolized Kang Woojin. All of them were sweating profusely as they devoted themselves to martial arts practice. Overseeing it all was the martial arts director, and beside him, with his arms crossed, stood PD Song Man-woo, observing the scene. The test camera and the making of team were also busy filming, not forgetting any detail. By the way, PD Song Man-woo was scheduled to leave for Bangkok, Thailand in a few days. There was much to organize, including location scouting for confirmed overseas location shoots. Meanwhile, a few of the martial arts team members, panting and gulping down water, whispered to each other as they looked at a group of foreigners gathered behind PD Song Man-woo. "They definitely have a different aura, don't they? Right? To be honest, it's my first time seeing a stunt team from Hollywood." Hey, in Hollywood, they don't call them a stunt team, they're called stunt coordinators or something like that. "Whoa, look at that guy's build. His arm is as thick as my thigh. Different genes, man." The group of foreigners was the Hollywood stunt coordinator team that Beneficial Evil had recruited, who had arrived in Korea today. The 5-member team had settled in one corner of the action school. Some were observing the Beneficial Evil stunt team, while others were chatting among themselves. Although a translator was with them, they didn't seem to be communicating directly with PD Song Man-woo or the martial arts director at the moment. It felt like they were just taking in the atmosphere for now. Because of that, the foreigner group seemed relaxed, not paying much attention to the stunt team. On the other hand, the entire Beneficial Evil stunt team was noticeably conscious of them. What's the Hollywood movie that team worked on again? There was a really famous one, right? Man, how did they even manage to recruit them? Did they pour in a ton of money into it? They sure have an air of superiority. But why aren't they doing anything? Both the members resting and those engrossed in practice kept glancing at the group of foreigners. They're probably just supposed to acclimate for now. Besides, they were specifically recruited for CQC, so it's not like it's any of our business. So they're exclusively for Kang Woojin? Of course. After all, Beneficial Evil is basically a one-man show for Kang Woojin. It looks like Kang Woojin is coming. But today's atmosphere seems like he'll just briefly greet, and that's it. The director said something like that earlier. What would they do on the first day? The conversation also brought up Kang Woojin quite a bit. Wow. Still, Kang Woojin's going to have a tough time this round, don't you think? Just look at their aura. Those guys who fly around doing martial arts in Hollywood aren't going to go easy. He's 100% going to be wiped out. I've heard of CQC before, but I didn't know much about it, so I looked it up. It's an ultra-advanced combat technique. It's definitely not something you can learn in just a few months. They'll probably just want him to create the posture somehow. Phew, no matter how good Kang Woojin is, how can he easily learn something like CQC? Sensing that the atmosphere was getting a bit rowdy, the martial arts director shouted, "Why are you guys not focusing? What are you all chattering about?" Instantly, the entire stunt team clamped their mouths shut. Still, the muscular martial arts director clicked his tongue, seeming slightly displeased. Tisk, I've told you 100 times. If you lose focus, you'll get hurt. Standing with his arms crossed, PD Song Manwoo glanced back and smiled subtly. They're probably curious about the Hollywood stunt team. So, have you talked with them? Yeah, we did. It wasn't easy since we had to go through a translator, but it wasn't bad. How do they seem? Well, the level is definitely higher. As soon as they saw the martial arts storyboard, they immediately pointed out the awkward parts. You can really tell they've got that Hollywood experience. They should be different, considering how much that team costs. Anyway, if you can revise the martial arts storyboard based on their input, do it. I'm all for anything that raises the quality. I know, the quality will definitely be upgraded. We've brought in experts after all. The martial arts director, mumbling to himself, checked his wristwatch. When is Woojin SSI arriving? He said he'd drop by briefly to meet the stunt coordinator team. PD Song Manwoo, who nodded his head, answered immediately. I just talked to him, and he said he's almost here. A few dozen minutes later, a black van carrying Kang Woojin stopped in the parking lot outside the action school. Naturally, Kang Woojin stepped out of the van. He was dressed in the same blazer he had worn at the fan signing event. Of course, this was expected since he was only supposed to make a brief greeting. Swish. Woojin, with his poker face on, looked at the large action school. So, the overseas stunt team has arrived? He didn't feel particularly nervous. He had met Hollywood staff several times before. As soon as Choi Sung-gun and Woojin's team joined him, Kang Woojin began to move. With firm strides, he walked straight ahead without any hesitation and opened the door to the action school. Nearby, the assistant director from Beneficial Evil, who had been waiting, immediately shouted out, Sunbae, Woojin SSI has arrived. With this shout, every eye in the action school turned to Kang Woojin. Among the actors, Ha Gangsu smiled slightly, and Jo Moo-chan's eyes sparkled. PD Song Manwoo and the martial arts director quickly rushed over to Woojin. It was PD Song Manwoo who spoke first. You're here. Did the fan signing event go well this morning? Woojin, who was greeting the nearby staff, answered calmly. Yes, PD Nim. The muscular martial arts director joined in with a laugh. Wow, Woojin SSI is really looking sharp today. Haha, is it because I haven't seen you dressed up like this often? As they exchanged brief greetings, PD Song Manwoo called over the assistant director and gave him some instructions. Soon, the assistant director nodded and quickly ran off. It was towards the Hollywood stunt coordinator team, who had been watching Kang Woojin's entrance intently. Soon, the foreigners group, accompanied by a translator, approached. Their imposing presence didn't cause much change in Woojin's expression. He was already used to how huge these foreigners were. Yeah, they're huge as expected. I figured as much. One of the foreigners, who had the big nose and seemed to be the leader, stepped forward and extended his hand to Kang Woojin. Naturally, he spoke in English. Kang Woojin, nice to meet you. I'm Ethan Smith, the leader of the team. The translator was about to relay the message to Woojin, but Woojin, with his indifferent expression, had already extended his hand to him. Hello, I'm Kang Woojin. Ethan Smith, who introduced himself as the team leader, seemed slightly surprised. I'd heard about it, but your English is really good. I can manage. That's a relief. There won't be any communication problems. Communication is the most important thing in our work. The translator, now with nothing to do, blinked his eyes. Then, realizing the situation, he quickly moved over to PD Song Manwoo and translated the conversation between the two, after which PD Song Manwoo nodded and began to speak, pointing to Woojin. He's the main male lead of our project, and despite having a busy schedule today, he took the time to come here. For today, let's keep it simple with introductions and discuss our future plans. These words were conveyed through the translator. Upon hearing them, Ethan Smith's gaze returned to Kang Woojin. Woojin was dressed in a blazer and slacks, certainly not an attire for physical activity. But without hesitation, Ethan directly addressed Woojin without any roundabout words. I'd like to check your current condition. Although we've received videos of your martial arts practice beforehand, it's difficult to make a judgment based on those alone. If possible, I'd like to see you perform one of the martial arts cuts related to CQC. Would that be difficult? The translator, with slightly widened eyes, relayed this to PD Song Manwoo and the martial arts director. Immediately, Choi Sung-gun and the martial arts director were flustered. Of course, PD Song Man-woo was just as surprised, and he quickly stepped forward, waving his hand. Ah no, that wasn't discussed beforehand. Woojin SSI hasn't formally learned CQC yet. Moreover, springing this on him all of a sudden would be too much for him. However, swish. PD Song Man-woo's words were cut off by Kang Woojin's movement. Woojin had suddenly taken off his blazer he was wearing, drawing the attention of everyone in the action school, including Ethan Smith. Woojin casually tossed his blazer to the side and spoke to Ethan Smith. Have you familiarized yourself with our added CQC sequences for beneficial evil? Ethan Smith nodded. Yes, we have. Kang Woojin, who had been scanning the large-built stunt team including Ethan, responded in a very low-toned English. Let's do it then, but with a cut that includes all of your team members. He was essentially telling them, all of you, 302. Chapter 302, Autumn 3. Kang Woojin's response was calm, yet cold. Following that, his performance of casually tossing his blazer at his feet stood out. At least, that's how it seemed to Ethan Smith, the Hollywood stunt coordinator. Agreeing without hesitation or second thoughts. Of course, the words Ethan said to Woojin, I'd like to check your current condition, were true. It was also true that he couldn't make a judgment based on the martial arts practice video he had received beforehand. However, there was no need to make such a rushed request. He could have seen Kang Woojin's form when they started proper practice. But Ethan Smith was an impatient man. Since he had seen Kang Woojin, he was eager to get a preview. If he could assess his skills in advance and analyze them, it would help in adjusting the body's movements or the storyboard during later practice stages. There was also a hint of curiosity. After all, Gary Peck, a colleague he respected in the same industry in Hollywood, had highly praised Kang Woojin. What exactly did Gary Peck see in Kang Woojin to make a man of his caliber offer such compliments? Honestly, I also wanted to test his guts. Naturally, acquiring and practicing CQC requires determination. Things like courage, boldness, and grit. If one approached it half-heartedly, accidents or injuries were 100% guaranteed. The sudden, direct request Ethan made to Woojin was partially a test to gauge these qualities. However, in his eyes, Kang Woojin was unusual. At first glance, he seemed a bit taciturn and gruff, so I thought he'd be cautious with his body, but his energy isn't bad. Still, why is he so confident? Moreover, Kang Woojin's last response was, let's do it then, but with a cut that includes all of your team members. It was akin to saying that the entire Ethan team should come at him, not just one member. It was peculiar, a response that was oddly arrogant, yet brimming with energy. Was it just bravado? That was a possibility. What Ethan had requested didn't seem feasible without having learned CQC. After all, it was a martial arts storyboard based on CQC. Soon, Ethan gazed intently at Kang Woojin right in front of him, and a significant murmur spread throughout the action school. Around that time, Ethan calmly asked Woojin, sounds good, thank you. But as I heard from the director, you haven't formally learned CQC. The cut that includes all of us will be quite high level. Are you sure you want to choose a scene with more than 4 opponents? Because he had taken off his blazer, Woojin was now in a white long-sleeve shirt, rolling up the sleeves to his forearms. His expression was stiff due to the intense concept, but internally, there was a slight thrill. Of course, it'd be way easier to do a scene with just one opponent. Kang Woojin scanned the foreigners in the stunt team, who were either large or well-built. Up close, they're like Terminators. In person, the stunt team's builds was quite substantial. They looked like they wouldn't bleed a drop even if stabbed with a knife. If he had nothing, this would be a situation where he should definitely back off. Hence, Woojin's response of "you all come at me" carried some bravado. However, it also contained his curiosity and sincerity. I'm not doubting the void space, of course. It's just that I'm curious since I've learned the ability. I want to see how it works in reality. To see properly, having all those Terminators come at me is definitely the way to go. There was also a slight irritation. I don't like his tone, this big-nosed guy. It must be proof of his skills. But so what? Whatever, he was ready. Kang Woojin gave a rough answer to Ethan. It's fine. Any scene will do. Are you sure? Yes. I've taken a quick look at the added CQC choreography. At this moment. Quick look. Ethan, with a brief furrow of his brows, asked again. Are you saying you'll execute this CQC choreography after only an adequate review? That's right. Isn't that what you were hoping for? There's no need to push yourself. A simple cut is fine, too. The request was also for the purpose of checking and adjusting your posture as we go through the movements. Perhaps due to the words, quick look, the big-nosed Ethan's voice turned cold. Regardless, Kang Woojin's straightforward approach didn't stop. I understand, but let's still go with a cut that includes your entire team. At this point, even the foreign members of Ethan's team showed some changes in their expressions. They must have felt the same as Ethan. Then, Ethan Smith looked at Woojin and quietly spoke again. By any chance, did you have the same attitude when you met Gary Peck? Gary Peck? Who's that? Kang Woojin inwardly tilted his head at the unfamiliar foreign name. He couldn't immediately recall the face. Still, he maintained his poker face, and about 5 seconds later, Woojin finally remembered who Gary Peck was. Ah, he's that agile uncle from Last Kill 3. He was the stunt coordinator who was in charge of the overall martial arts for the screen test. He had a short haircut and an angular face. It was similar. He spoke very highly of you. Said you had considerable skill. Is that so? But the words quick look. Are you perhaps underestimating CQC? Woojin, with his indifferent expression, shook his head. Not at all. I was just being honest. In the brief silence, the martial arts team at the action school, watching Kang Woojin and Ethan, began to murmur conspicuously. What are they talking about? And why is Kang Woojin so good at English? He's always been good at it. Anyway, I don't know what they're saying, but doesn't it seem like the mood is about to get heated? Yeah, it does. As if affirming this observation, Ethan addressed Kang Woojin with a cold voice. Understood. Choose the scene you want, and we'll start in 10 minutes. We're fine with any cut. Yes. Both Woojin and Ethan turned away at the same time. Ethan Smith blended in with his team members who exuded presence, and Kang Woojin joined PD Song Man-woo, the martial arts director, and Choi Sung-gun's group. PD Song Man-woo was the first to break the silence. Woojin SSI, are you really okay with this? This is something we didn't anticipate at all. The martial arts director agreed. Exactly. From their perspective, testing your movements is essential for you too, Woojin SSI, but there's no need to go in like this without any preparation. The most surprised of them all was Choi Sung-gun. Are you really going to do it? Kang Woojin, on the other hand, remained calm. Yes, I'm curious as well. About what? About myself and them. What do you mean? Without further explanation, Woojin firmly stated. It's the right thing to do. A few minutes later, the big-nosed Ethan approached Kang Woojin, who was loosening his neck. Swish. He showed Woojin the storyboard for the newly added CQC scene in Beneficial Evil. What scene do you have in mind? Without a second of hesitation, Kang Woojin pointed to a specific scene. This scene seems appropriate. Are you sure? No problem. All right. The reason Ethan hesitated was simple. The scene Woojin chose was one of the most challenging cuts in the storyboard. To briefly explain, Kang Woojin, as the main character, had to single-handedly take down 4 opponents. Soon after, Ethan turned to PD Song Man-woo and spoke in English. We'll start now. If you need to film, feel free to do so. PD Song Man-woo, who had the meaning translated to him, gave instructions to the assistant director and the martial arts director. The two quickly moved. The martial arts director pushed the dozens of martial arts team members who filled the action school to the outer edges, while the assistant director brought the set cameras and the making of team a bit closer. The foreign team, bulky and towering, gathered together. Their leader, Ethan, held the storyboard and briefed them. Kang Woojin wants to do this cut. There's no need to overexert, but I think we should give him a bit of a surprise. It seemed Ethan wouldn't be participating in the test. Is that okay? I don't think Kang Woojin is underestimating CQC, but he does seem to be taking it lightly. While it's important to observe his form, it's also necessary to show him up front how difficult this really is. I heard that this actor Kang Woojin is currently extremely popular in Korea. Maybe his ego's gotten so big that his judgment is clouded. Use only half your strength, just enough for him to feel in his body how high the difficulty of learning CQC is. Understood. Ethan's thinking was simple. First, clearly recognizing how tough CQC is would solidify Kang Woojin's learning attitude and stance. If it's unclear, accidents or injuries are inevitable. In simpler terms, Ethan intended to broaden the overly confident Kang Woojin's perspective. It was a form of consideration in its own way. Soon after, swish. For members of Ethan's team stood at the center of the action school. Not only were they large, but the natural aura they exuded was extraordinary. Surrounding them, dozens of martial arts team members, actors, and staff who had moved to the outer edges, all had faces filled with excitement. This was not a spectacle one could easily witness. At this point, Kang Woojin approached the 4 members of Ethan's team. Among them, the largest foreigner man asked Kang Woojin in English, "Are you okay with your current clothes?" Kang Woojin glanced down at his long-sleeved shirt and slacks for a moment before answering in a low voice, "They're sufficient." Soon, Kang Woojin and the 4 members of the Hollywood stunt team took their positions. Woojin stood at the center of the action school, and the 4 stunt members stood around him, positioning themselves in a slightly unconventional manner. It felt like they were surrounding Woojin in a somewhat disorganized fashion. This was how the scene itself was designed to be implemented. Of course, in the storyboard, the positions of the 4 opponents were entirely different, some sitting, for instance, but for the test, they just needed to create a rough formation and move accordingly. Soon after, swoosh. Plastic props were handed to the 4 men surrounding Kang Woojin. They received knives and guns. Seeing this, the dozens of martial arts team members filling the outer edges whispered to each other, "Whoa, look at them. Even though those weapons are just props, don't they look terrifying when those big guys hold them?" Even though Kang Woojin looks calm, he's probably a bit scared. As the saying goes, nothing's more entertaining than watching someone else's fight. But the spectators had significant doubts about Kang Woojin. After all, wasn't he up against a Hollywood stunt team? The same went for Choi Sung-gun, PD Song Man-woo, and the martial arts director. However, their concern was much greater. But for now, they decided to wait and see. They believed there must be a reason for the usually silent Kang Woojin's actions. At that moment, Kang Woojin was relaxing his body, amplifying his flexibility. He reminded himself to control the balance of strength, and he summoned several things within him. The beginning was the male lead, Jang Yun-woo, from Beneficial Evil. Everything about Jang Yun-woo, who received his master's orders, spread through Woojin's veins. On top of that, he layered martial arts. But it didn't stop there. Finally, he pulled out the recently imprinted CQC. In that instant, SSS, the air surrounding Kang Woojin, who slowly swept back his black hair, changed. No, to be precise, the breath he exuded changed, becoming calm yet cold. The emotion in his eyes partially disappeared. Instead, a cold and calculated determination took over. His body didn't move an inch. An indescribable aura, a chill, enveloped Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin's perspective was completely different from just moments ago. The dozens of martial arts team members watching him, the staff from Beneficial Evil, the key staff, the actors, their teams, everything disappeared. His bodily senses were the same. He no longer felt the soft mat under his feet or smelled the faint scent of sweat permeating the action school. The background Woojin saw now was the interior of a rundown building. Somewhere, a faint noise was heard, a soft hissing sound. It was raining. A strange scent lingered in the air, the smell of a rundown building soaked by the rain. The background of the storyboard scene materialized in Kang Woojin's vision. At that moment, action. PD Song Man-woo gave the signal. The 4 men surrounding Kang Woojin assumed their stances. Their movements were a blend of acting. The man with a bear-like build stood still, glaring at Woojin, while the buzz-cut man with a knife at his waist kept one hand in his pocket. The man with tattoos covering his neck and both forearms, and the man with a thick beard, slowly approached Woojin from diagonal positions. PD Song Man-woo, arms crossed, swallowed nervously. Indeed, those guys are on a different level just from their stances. But why isn't Woojin SSI making any moves? Even though his opponents had begun to corner their prey, Woojin remained in the same spot. His eyes were different from an ordinary person's. In truth, the real prey was not Kang Woojin, but the 4 foreigner men who had started to corner him. Every movement they made appeared in slow motion to Woojin. Time was same for all of them, but in Kang Woojin's vision, It was evidence that he was making quick judgments. The bear-like guy is the leader. His stance is the most relaxed, but his aggression is intense. The buzz-cut guy has a knife at his waist. It's short and flashy, but sharp. Kang Woojin's gaze shifted slightly. Right diagonal, the tattooed guy is holding a gun. He's tense. The guy's index finger kept twitching. If he sees even the slightest movement, he'll raise the gun immediately. It'll take 2 seconds to notice, aim, and shoot. That guy's arm is long. I can use that. Woojin's eyes moved again. Left, the bearded guy is holding a knife. But he's clumsy. The fact that he kept fidgeting with the hand holding the knife was proof. He's familiar with the technique, but he's recently switched to a new knife. Information about his opponents was rapidly feeding into Kang Woojin. The answer came quickly, under 3 minutes. As soon as Kang Woojin finished muttering to himself, swish, he suddenly moved his feet. He walked straight ahead with his usual stride, though not hurriedly. His destination was the bear-like man standing furthest away, beyond the subordinates. The bear-like man furrowed his brow as he watched Woojin approach with a blank expression. But Woojin didn't stop. Thud, thud. Naturally, this wasn't reality. It was a simulation similar to reality. Moreover, it was a scene being recreated based on the martial arts storyboard. Thus, while the gun mattered, martial arts and technique were crucial. In fact, the stunt team intended to deviate from the storyboard from this first move. If they followed the storyboard where Jang Yun-woo effortlessly overpowers them, they wouldn't be able to demonstrate the difficulty of CQC to Kang Woojin. They needed to easily overpower Kang Woojin. Even if he noticed, making his legs give out and forcing him to kneel wouldn't be difficult. The bear-like man remained motionless. Meanwhile, 2 of the 3 men surrounding Woojin began their attack. The first to reach Woojin was the tattooed man, gripping a gun with both hands. Whoosh! Suddenly, Kang Woojin turned his body toward him, and with a stride, he closed the distance in an instant. The tattooed man flinched. Kang Woojin's movement had deviated from the plan, from the storyboard. The tattooed man instinctively raised his gun, but before he could lift it, Woojin's left hand intercepted him. The tattooed man was startled. Kang Woojin was a beat faster. Woojin's right hand wrapped around the man's left hand, the hand holding the gun. Naturally, Woojin twisted his arm behind his back. In a flash, Kang Woojin hooked his leg behind the man's, toppling his stance. The tattooed man dropped to his knees. Ugh, this wasn't acting. It was real. At the same time, Woojin wrenched the gun from the man's hand, which was twisted behind his back. Thud. The gun touched the top of the tattooed man's head. At that moment, the tattooed man's face was filled with question marks, because he couldn't comprehend what had just happened to him. Chapter 303. Chapter 303, Autumn 4. Bang. The bullet pierced through the tattooed man's head, shattering his brain. At least, that's how it looked from Kang Woojin's perspective, and it was the same inside the tattooed man's head. The man, with his head shattered, collapsed. Woojin, as if unsatisfied, fired 2 more shots into the fallen man's chest. Kang Woojin's indifferent expression did not change. In an instant, despite his comrade being taken down, the bearded man charged forward without hesitation. The bearded man rushed in. He grabbed Kang Woojin's gun with his left hand. From the start, things went off script, so it was more like freestyle than the original sequence. The bearded man quickly swung the knife he held in his right hand. He was aiming for Woojin's neck. However, the knife only sliced through the air. Kang Woojin slightly pulled his body back, easily dodging it. Woojin moved his fingers. He removed the magazine from the seized gun and caught it with his free hand. Thwack! And lodged the magazine into the man's right eyeball. The bearded man, who was the second to rush at Kang Woojin, was also taken down. Arg! At first, he was full of determination to show Woojin a thing or two, but now he realized something. This Korean actor is no ordinary person. Why? The way he had smoothly removed the magazine from the prop gun had been too natural. What the hell? Why is he handling the gun so naturally? Guns are illegal in Korea. But Woojin's act of removing the magazine with one hand showed the skill of someone who had handled guns for decades. How was this possible? The bearded man started to forget that this was just a test. He felt like he had entered the realm of beneficial evil. Whatever the case, a magazine was lodged in his eye. Though it wasn't real, the flow suggested so. The bearded man was a pro as well. He assumed the current state of the scene. He had lost one eye, but wasn't dead. First, he needed to remove the magazine. The bearded man, holding a knife in one hand, moved his left hand to remove the magazine lodged in his eye. Kang Woojin also moved. Swish. He grabbed the bearded man's right hand, which held the knife, with both of his hands. His strength was gone, because the man's focus was entirely on the magazine lodged in his eye. Thud. The knife plunged into the bearded man's heart. Ugh. The man who had been struck in the heart threw a punch. It was his final desperate struggle. It was slow and ineffective. Kang Woojin lightly deflected his arm. At the same time, he pulled out the knife embedded in the man's chest. To finish him off for sure, he struck once more into the man's chest, and then again into the side of his neck. The bearded man collapsed onto the floor like a hunk of meat. It was judged to be a fatal blow. 30 seconds. That was the time it took to take down the two large men. The dozens of martial arts team members who filled the periphery of the action school, having witnessed the multiple exchanges in such a short moment, had their jaws dropped. Wow, what the hell was that? That was insane. Kang Woojin isn't being overpowered. Those Hollywood guys are getting wrecked. Doesn't it look like a real fight? Why is Kang Woojin so good? He's insanely fast. Bare-handed combat, weapon skills, situational judgment. He's incredibly proficient in CQC. What's going on? Does anyone know about Kang Woojin's past? Could it be that he actually learned CQC professionally? Does that even make sense? No, the current situation doesn't make any sense at all. Shock spread among the dozens of martial arts team members. The actors standing among them were the same. Especially those like Ha Gang-soo, who already had a connection with Woojin. Martial arts. Could it be that Woojin SSI served in a special forces unit during his military service? The expression on Jo Moo-chan, who looked up to Woojin as an idol, was something to behold. So, cool. No, Teacher John. How am I supposed to surpass that? By then, Kang Woojin, holding a knife in one hand, raised his head. He saw the remaining two opponents. The man with a buzz cut with a solid body and the bear-like guy with the largest build among the team. Kang Woojin's gaze toward the two was cold. There was no sign of tension. It was as if he was doing something he had always done. On the other hand, the tension was even more intense for the two remaining opponents. They hadn't practiced this. It was their first encounter. On top of that, things had deviated from the original sequence. Yet, despite all that, the two earlier colleagues seemed to have moved toward Kang Woojin as if they had rehearsed it dozens of times, despite their intention to put up a good fight. How intense must the realism have been for those agitated colleagues to match with Woojin's movements? No, was it really them aligning? Among the remaining two, the man with the buzz cut thought, wait a minute, this wasn't part of the plan. Even as he widened his eyes, he drew the knife from his waist. Originally, he hadn't even intended to pull out his knife. In the first place, it wasn't supposed to reach his turn. But here they were. Stay calm. Just stay calm. The buzz-cut man gripped the knife tightly in his right hand and exhaled deeply. He wasn't sure why the situation had turned out like this, but he had to make a move. Staying still in this situation would be truly embarrassing. Who? With the knife in one hand and his other hand raised to his chest, he glared at Woojin, who was standing straight. Kang Woojin held the knife with the blade pointed backward, while the biggest man among the Hollywood stunt team, the bear-like figure, stared intently at Kang Woojin. Does he think he can take CQC lightly? His face was full of shock. Yet, he remembered the words of Ethan Smith, the team leader. He had said that Kang Woojin was taking CQC lightly. That can't be right. It's not that he's taking it lightly, but that it's genuinely easy for him. At that moment, thud thud, Kang Woojin quickly closed the distance. His target was the buzz-cut man. It felt like a ferocious monster was approaching. The buzz-cut man also rushed toward Woojin. He aimed to stab Woojin's face with the knife in his right hand, but suddenly switched the knife to his left hand and aimed for Woojin's side. It was unconventional, but Woojin reacted. Pack. He kicked the man's leg. It was more of a push than a kick, but it was precise. The buzz-cut man's stance wavered. Woojin tucked the man's wrist, which held the knife, under his own armpit. Soon, a solid punch came flying. The buzz-cut man, whose left arm was now wrapped, threw a punch with his remaining hand. Whoosh! Woojin deflected the punch with the back of his hand holding the knife. With the force applied, Woojin's knife sliced horizontally across the man's throat. Blood splattered onto Woojin's face. Or rather, that was the intended portrayal. Kang Woojin grabbed the softened neck with both hands. He twisted and broke it. There was a crackling, sound of bones breaking. Of course, only Kang Woojin could hear it. But the buzzcut man, aware that his neck had been broken, thought, "What the hell?" He had no choice but to first kneel and then collapse to the ground face down. Dying felt natural. How does he know such techniques? 3 down, the total time taken was about 1 minute. Kang Woojin looked down at the man whose neck he had broken and calmly muttered, 1 minute, not bad. It was an impromptu performance in line with the script. But it wasn't over yet. One opponent remained. The man with the biggest build among them. The bear-like man was already in a fighting stance, fists raised. His seriousness was evident. Based on what he had witnessed so far, he acknowledged that Kang Woojin was far beyond ordinary. Kang Woojin stared at him with a cold gaze. He quickly assessed the man's stance. It didn't take long. He finished his calculations within seconds. The bear-like man had adopted a boxing stance. Although Kang Woojin held a knife in one hand, both his hands were lowered. It was almost like a standing at attention posture. There was no sign of preparation. He exuded confidence. It was as if he was saying he could subdue the opponent without any preparation. The bear-like man furrowed his brow. What? Is he going to do whatever he wants even with his stance? An unguarded state was neither part of the script nor within his common sense. Yet, the bear-like man felt an inexplicable aura emanating from Woojin, who was casually staring at him. It was only natural. The bear-like man had no way of knowing about the freedom of the role. He couldn't approach Woojin, who had his arms lowered, so recklessly. Then he realized, what was this? Was he being overwhelmed by someone who hadn't even taken a proper stance? The distance between them was short. Soon, there was a thudding sound. The bear-like man charged at Woojin. Whoosh! The man threw a fist as big as a face. It was swift despite his large frame. He intended to stop just before hitting Woojin's face, and this too deviated from the original script. So what? That actor had also made changes, hadn't he? However, even though it was an unplanned move, Kang Woojin responded quickly. He slightly tilted his head to avoid the punch. At the same time, he picked up the knife that had fallen to the ground. The man's brow furrowed further. He dodged that so easily? The bear-like man, whose pride was hurt by his hesitation, threw another punch. Woojin, with his arms still down, reacted. He blocked with his right hand, while the knife in his left hand swiftly stabbed in and out of the man's side. Ugh! The man took a step back. Kang Woojin resumed the same unguarded posture as before, similar to standing at attention. But he took a step closer to the man. The man flinched and then threw a heavy jab. Woojin blocked it lightly. He pushed the man near his groin with his foot. The man staggered back a few steps with a grunt. Kang Woojin took 2 more steps toward him. There was no stopping or hesitation. The entire sequence was more of a live performance than sticking to the script. But why does he dodge so easily as if he knows everything? The bear-like man couldn't understand. If they were moving according to the script, it would be possible, but that wasn't the case now. Both he and that Korean actor were improvising. Yet none of his attacks landed. The bear-like man raised both fists and assumed a boxing stance with difficulty. But his heartbeat grew louder. The bear-like man was already overwhelmed by Woojin's aura. Soon, as Woojin, who was now only a couple of steps away, approached him confidently, the bear-like man thought of defending himself. However, Woojin, who had closed in on the man, did not attack. He just calmly watched the man in front of him, who was breathing a bit heavily. Woojin maintained his unguarded, at-attention-like stance. He was waiting, with a gaze that seemed to say, "Come at me." The bear-like man gritted his teeth. From here on out, defense was secondary. Recovering his pride was the priority. As a professional, he summoned all his combat knowledge. The bear-like man, in his boxing stance, crouched even further and rushed at Woojin. Given his large size, he looked like a truck. But to Kang Woojin, he was light. Woojin simply dodged. To the side. The man's jab aimed at Woojin's side. Woojin grabbed the man's punching arm and used his strength against him, pulling and tripping him. The bear-like man, letting out a grunt, lost his balance but somehow managed not to fall. He turned his head. Huh? Where did he go? Kang Woojin, who should have been there, was gone. At that moment, thud, something touched the back of his head. Something hard. The bear-like man, who was awkwardly standing, couldn't move his face. Instinctively, he knew Woojin was behind him and guessed what he was holding. What touched the back of his head was likely the muzzle of a gun. Then, the man muttered quietly. Fuck. Behind him, Kang Woojin fired the gun with an indifferent expression. The bear-like man collapsed. It must have felt like the bullet had indeed pierced his skull. However, even as he fell, his thoughts were in turmoil. Why the hell am I falling? Moreover, why had his fellow veteran colleagues been overpowered? And by a Korean actor, not even someone from Hollywood. Yes, the biggest reason was complacency. The biggest factor was underestimating Kang Woojin, who stood behind him. Complacency was dangerous even in real combat. But both the bear-like man and his colleagues had underestimated Woojin. As the bear-like man lay on the mat, he replayed the CQC moves Woojin had displayed so far. It became even more baffling. Who the hell is this Korean actor? Meanwhile, Kang Woojin, who was looking down at the bear-like man's prone back, raised his wrist. According to the script, he was supposed to check his wristwatch. It was amusing that he was now following the script, but whatever the case, Woojin muttered softly. 2 minutes 48 seconds. It was a line from Beneficial Evil, spoken by Jang Yun-woo. Afterward, when all 4 members of the foreign stunt team were lying on the ground, a deep silence filled the entire action school. The souls of everyone present, including the dozens of martial arts team members who had been watching from the sidelines, seemed to have left their bodies. Half of them had their mouths hanging open, but no sound escaped. There was no movement. No one even twitched. They could only stare intently at Kang Woojin, the sole figure standing in the center. It was as if Kang Woojin was the only one moving in this action school. As he lowered the wrist he had raised, the cold, calculated air around him seemed to dissipate. It was understandable. He had just poured out everything. Jang Yun-woo, martial arts, CQC. In other words, he had returned to being Woojin with his concept on. Okay, not bad. The first thing Kang Woojin did was swish. He reached out to the bear-like foreign man from the stunt team who was lying right in front of him. Are you okay? The bear-like man, who was lying face down, slowly turned his head at the sound of Woojin's voice. He saw Woojin's outstretched hand, offering to help him up. The nuance was clear: grab the hand and stand up. And the fluent English that Woojin had just spoken also stood out. It wasn't a simple well done or good job, but a concerned are you okay? As the bear-like man grabbed Woojin's hand, he couldn't help but let out a small, self-deprecating laugh. I can't deny it. He had been thoroughly defeated. Of course, it had been a very short sequence, but he was the one who ended up on the ground. The man took Woojin's hand and slowly got to his feet. Then he responded to Woojin. I'm fine. That's a relief. Then a question came at Woojin. I heard you only took a quick look at the CQC sequence. Yes. But then, how? How are you able to do CQC? And at a level above that of a professional? Woojin, with his usual calm expression, paused for a moment before replying. Taking a quick look was enough. That doesn't make sense. Did you perhaps learn it in the military? He was asking if Woojin had learned it in the military. Kang Woojin thought it wasn't a bad thing to let him believe that. After all, it wasn't the right time to say he had learned Hapkido or something like that, right? Besides, in the military, you do learn things like bayonet fighting and shooting. It's not an outright lie. Of course, Woojin answered in a somewhat vague manner. It was helpful to some extent. The bear-like man's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He smiled slightly. I didn't know that. We had some misunderstandings, so I apologize for deviating from the script. It's not a problem. After giving Woojin a slight bow, the man turned around. His 3 teammates were gradually getting up. The bear-like man, who approached the nearest teammate, murmured, "That Korean actor, he must have served in Special Forces unit." The 2 eyes of the previously dejected buzzcut man widened before he slowly nodded. Yes, so that's how it was. Meanwhile, Ethan Smith, the leader of the stunt team, who had been watching his wrecked teammates from a distance, was in a state of shock. Ethan had his mouth slightly agape. Soon, His gaze slowly shifted to Kang Woojin, and without realizing it, he muttered to himself in English. Do they even need? Chapter 304, Autumn 5. It seemed that Kang Woojin didn't need them. For Ethan Smith, the leader of the Hollywood stunt team, this was an obvious conclusion. Look at him now. That composure. Even after taking down 4 of his team members, Kang Woojin's breathing remained calm. There wasn't the slightest sign of disturbance. Although the distance covered wasn't long, it was definitely intense. In reality, Kang Woojin was casually dusting off his pants. And then, the CQC techniques he displayed. Quick reflexes, judgment, counterattacks, and the proficiency with handling a knife and a gun. These aren't things that can be learned in a day or two. Especially when Kang Woojin removed the magazine from the gun with one hand. Ethan was startled. It was so smooth, as if it were his own gun. Overall, Kang Woojin's techniques were hard to comprehend. Furthermore, why did they call us? The necessity of his team became vague. It was completely different from what PD Song Man-woo had said when he first recruited the team. Clearly, he had said, the actor is above average in martial arts but is new to CQC. So the request was, come and help with training, practice, and enhancing the quality of the CQC choreography. But what is this Kang Woojin? How can you call that a novice? The techniques Woojin had just demonstrated were enough to make anyone from the countless stunt teams in Hollywood stand in awe. Only now did Ethan understand the tone Kang Woojin had used at the beginning. He wasn't underestimating CQC. He could actually do it properly. That overconfident atmosphere wasn't just an act or arrogance. He was genuinely relaxed. That's why he could afford to take the choreography lightly. At the same time, swish. The 4 team members who had been knocked down returned to Ethan's side. The initial momentum was gone, even from the bear-like guy. They awkwardly looked to their leader, Ethan, for cues. It was natural, as they had been thoroughly crushed, far from showing off as instructed. Ethan scanned his team members without saying anything. He wasn't looking at them with disdain. It was a look telling them to share their thoughts. The first to speak up was the man covered in tattoos. Ethan, did you know that Kang Woojin came from a special forces unit? At that moment, Ethan Smith's eyes widened again. What did you say? Meanwhile, Ethan wasn't the only one with wide eyes in this action school. The key staff of Beneficial Evil, who couldn't take their eyes off Kang Woojin, and Choi Sung-gun, standing among them, were in the same state. This seems far beyond Hapkido. No, how on earth can that be called Hapkido? The key staff, who also had their eyes wide open, were speechless. They could only stare at Kang Woojin in the middle of the dazzling stage, and at the forefront, PD Song Man-woo and the martial arts director had faces that showed they were beyond shocked, practically soulless. PD Song Man-woo, still fixated on Woojin, muttered softly. What did I just see? No, weren't most of the moves I saw not even in the choreography? The martial arts director, sharing a glance with PD Song Man-woo, slowly nodded. Right, they weren't there. From the start, neither Woojin SSI nor the stunt team were making moves that were in the original plan. So what is it? Did both of them improvise the martial arts choreography? But why did it look so natural? As if they had rehearsed hundreds of times. The martial arts director, as if such things even mattered, turned abruptly to PD Song Man-woo. PD Song, is that really the issue right now? He furrowed his brow. How is Woojin SSI handling CQC like he's been doing it for decades? Sure, with the martial arts, it was impressive, so I could let it go. But this, it's at a level that doesn't make sense. PD Song Man-woo was also aware. It felt like a dream even now. However, the Kang Woojin he had seen so far was always an alien who defied common sense. I know, but I don't understand. What? No, seriously. Most of what Woojin SSI showed was martial arts ad-libbing, which means he was actually sparring in real CQC with a professional stunt team, not following the choreography. I know that, but I still don't understand. And the ones who got wrecked were, not Woojin SSI, but that Hollywood stunt team. The martial arts director couldn't digest it with his common sense. How on earth did Woojin SSI manage to overwhelm a veteran Hollywood stunt team that makes a living doing this? Woojin SSI's martial arts are at a near-expert level, so that's his foundation, and maybe he studied the choreography in detail or something? Does that even make sense, man? CQC isn't some child's play. What kind of past did Woojin SSI have that he could even master CQC? It was the same during the martial arts scenes, but what do I know? We can only believe in him and accept it. Really? Or do you want to dig into his past? No, of course not. From the beginning until now, PD Song Man-woo, who had been dealing with Kang Woojin, smiled as he murmured, "Give up on understanding, it's easier that way." At this point, the key staff around them, as well as the dozens of members of the martial arts team members surrounding the entire action school, began to stir. The murmurs grew louder. Some threw out heated questions, some raised their thumbs enthusiastically, some expressed relief, while others shuddered as if they had goosebumps. At that moment, swoosh, a calm Kang Woojin approached PD Song Man-woo. PD Song Man-woo and the martial arts director, who had been fervently discussing Woojin, flinched. The key staff and members of the martial arts team stared intently at Kang Woojin. On the other hand, Kang Woojin's voice was low and calm. "Thank you for your hard work." Well. We were just watching. It's you who did all the hard work, Woojin SSI. Ha ha ha. That's right. You didn't get hurt anywhere, did you? No. Did you get the footage? PD Song Man-woo answered quickly. Of course we got it. But more importantly, PD Song Man-woo was about to ask about the CQC, but swallowed his words. You must be busy, yet you even took time for an unscheduled test. Thanks to that, I'm sure the choreography revisions and the stunt team will greatly benefit. Thank you so much. The martial arts director chimed in. That's right. Since Woojin SSI put so much effort into it, the quality will definitely skyrocket. That's good to hear. At that moment, Choi Sung-gun, holding Woojin's blazer in one hand, stepped in. He had a serious expression. PD Nim. Woojin has his next schedule to attend to. PD Song Man-woo quickly gestured for them to go. Right. The composed Kang Woojin slightly bowed his head. I'll see you at the next rehearsal. Receiving the blazer from Choi Sung-gun, Kang Woojin moved first, and as Choi Sung-gun watched his back, he whispered to PD Song Man-woo. PD Nim, don't you think it would be better to keep this under wraps? We should. We can't completely silence everyone, but we can keep things somewhat under control. Nodding in agreement, PD Song Man-woo replied. It's fine if a few rumors spread. People will just think it's nonsense. Afterward, Kang Woojin left the action school. His team was waiting in the van before the test started, and Choi Sung-gun ran up. Beside Woojin. Woojin, you worked hard. No, it wasn't difficult. Sincerely, Kang Woojin didn't think much of it. I got to experiment a bit and had some fun, but there's a chance for some misunderstandings to spread. Whatever. I'll deal with it when the time comes. Choi Sung-gun continued, exhaling slightly. What you showed back there, should I just understand it as Hapkido? Could he really do that? Woojin lowered his voice and delivered the prepared line. It was a line tinged with bravado. I only skimmed the choreography, but it turned out easier than expected. Yeah, okay, it turned out easier than you thought. Of course, it was an absurd response. But since it was Kang Woojin, Choi Sung-gun couldn't do anything but let out a chuckle. After all, his sense of normality was different from others. Still, it was kind of satisfying. To be honest, I thought you might actually struggle this time. I mean, it's a Hollywood stunt team, after all. I understand. But you know, asking this might sound really stupid, and I think I've asked you before. Yes. Choi Sung-gun, forcing a smile, made eye contact with Woojin, whose poker face remained unchanged. You weren't really a spy or something, right? In the past, or even now. How could that be true? Woojin almost burst out laughing, but barely managed to hold it back. He understood Choi Sung-gun's feelings. At that moment, Kang Woojin, suddenly feeling mischievous, played along. Actually, yes, I was. Choi Sung-gun was genuinely startled. What? Hey, are you serious? Wait. Time out. Woojin then said in a low voice. I'm joking. Choi Sung-gun, who had frozen in place, barely managed to catch his escaping soul and furrowed his brow. You crazy. Meanwhile, inside the action school, from which Kang Woojin had just exited, PD Song Man-woo and the martial arts director were busy calming everyone down. What you saw today is absolutely confidential, so keep it to yourselves. This included a warning thrown at the large group of people. Of course, it might be difficult to completely silence everyone, so they added a plausible excuse. Woojin SSI has always been good at martial arts, and it seems he took a deep look at the CQC choreography. Anyway, everyone watch what you say. With that, there wouldn't be any problems even if rumors spread. After organizing the action school for about 30 minutes, PD Song Man-woo approached the stunt team gathered around Ethan Smith. Naturally, their faces were serious. However, there was no discussion about today's test. We'll be leaving for now as well. Ethan was the next to leave the action school after Kang Woojin. PD Song Man-woo, who had scheduled a follow-up meeting with them, didn't try to hold the stunt team back, but he was slightly worried. Phew. Looking at the result alone, the veteran stunt team had been thrashed by Kang Woojin. Moreover, PD Song Man-woo had informed the stunt team that Woojin was proficient in martial arts but unfamiliar with CQC. But in reality, Kang Woojin's movements were far from those of a CQC novice. Today, he had gone beyond merely matching the level of experts. The reason wasn't clear. Whether Woojin already knew CQC or was a true genius who mastered it just by looking at the choreography. Whatever the case, PD Song Man-woo had unintentionally provided some inaccurate information, and a well-regarded stunt team from Hollywood had their pride wounded. Their expressions at the end made that clear. Faces that were beyond dejected, almost devastated. "It's bothering me," PD Song Man-woo commented, and the martial arts director chimed in. "What is?" The stunt team, "Their last expressions are really worrying me. They won't do a sloppy job because of bad feelings, will they?" "No way. Today's task was just a test related to the lead actor's body movements. They're professionals too. And stunt team's work isn't just about teaching choreography and practice, right? From revising the choreography to enhancing the scene's quality, overseeing the CQC action scenes, stand-ins, stunt roles, and so on. There's a mountain of things to do. They'll also have to coordinate with me on balance. And they have to accompany us on location scouting for overseas shoots where actual CQC will be used. I know. In fact, the stunt team led by Ethan was scheduled to accompany the Beneficial Evil team on a location scouting trip to Bangkok, Thailand. Although the CQC-related shooting choreography was already prepared, when experts review the site and make adjustments, the quality improves several times over. This was part of that process. As he stroked his goatee, PD Song Man-woo murmured with a hint of concern. Surely, they wouldn't just run away, right? The next day, Tuesday, the 6th, in the morning. The time was around 8 a.m. In a luxury hotel in Seoul. A group of foreigners who had returned after having breakfast just a few minutes ago gathered on the plush sofa in a spacious room. All of them had solid or imposing physiques. Some had buzz-cut hair, some were covered in tattoos, and some had beards. Among them, a foreign man with a big nose stood out. It was Ethan Smith. In other words, they were the stunt team that had recently come over from Hollywood and had seen Kang Woojin for the first time yesterday. Their muscles seemed even more solid, as if they had been exercising since dawn. On the table in front of the sofa were coffee cups, tablets, and various documents spread out. It was clearly the setting for a meeting. The leader, Ethan, scratched his big nose while picking up a tablet. With a simple tap, a video began to play on the tablet. It showed a Korean man surrounded by 4 foreigners. It was the full shot of Kang Woojin's CQC test from yesterday, provided by the Beneficial Evil team. Of course, the video captured Kang Woojin's dazzling performance. Ethan and his team silently watched the video for a moment. However, the stunt team members averted their eyes slightly when their own defeat appeared on the screen. Embarrassment washed over them. On the other hand, the leader, Ethan, kept his eyes fixed on the video without looking away. Watching it on video feels different. The shock had been enough to leave them stunned at the scene yesterday, but seeing it on video brought a different atmosphere altogether. Ethan paused the video and crossed his arms. As a result, his muscles bulged even more. One of the team members, a man with tattoo-covered hands, cautiously spoke in English. "Ethan, are you thinking about returning to LA?" Ethan, narrowing his eyes slightly, asked back. "What did you say?" "Even though it was a test, our pride was shattered, so I thought you might consider going back." Ethan, running his hand through his brown hair, chuckled. "Not at all. We're here to work, not to worry about pride." Yesterday's incident was shocking, but it was just an unexpected event. Running away because of that would be even more humiliating. The team members nodded in agreement. I thought the same. So did I. It seemed like the question was asked out of excessive concern. Ethan, having uncrossed his arms, tapped the tablet where he had paused the video. Kang Woojin's face appeared on the screen. And whether Kang Woojin has a special forces background or whatever his past might be, the fact that he knows how to handle CQC is an interesting thing for us. Especially if he's at a professional level. The situation is even better. What do you mean? To this question, Ethan answered, recalling the Hollywood market. You know, we always start by teaching the basics to actors. But if that actor has experience and is skilled in action, the situation changes. We can focus on refining the techniques, adding style, impact, and flair. Exactly. If the lead is inexperienced, we start with training, but if they're skilled, conditioning is enough. The bear-like man among the team members chimed in. Flexibility. Right? As we all know, training is all about mastering the basics. There's no time to consider anything else. But conditioning is different. It allows for adding flair to the proficiency. Whether it's for the lead actor or the direction, we've been given an unexpected amount of time. Ethan, having finished speaking, set the tablet down and picked up a stack of papers. It was the existing martial arts choreography for Beneficial Evil, which now included CQC action. This means we can upgrade this choreography to Hollywood standards without any issues. Kang Woojin's CQC combined with their extensive Hollywood experience. We don't need to worry about whether the lead actor can handle it or not. It meant that Ethan's experience would be mixed in. Chapter 305. Chapter 305, Autumn 6. Ethan Smith, a Hollywood stunt coordinator. The work he did in film production was vast and varied. Planning, revising, and developing action storyboards, creating and designing martial arts sequences, acting as body doubles, playing opposing roles, background contacts, training, rehearsals, and so on. The simple list seemed endless. Before the script is even written, action-related matters are always discussed with him, and both the director and actors would have in-depth discussions with the stunt team, not to mention consulting with him. The art team and special effects team are also closely related to the stunt team. In other words, when it came to the action scenes in a movie, everything had to pass through his hands. Normally, Ethan, who was based in Hollywood, was involved from the beginning to the end of a movie, but sometimes he would also take on partial action production like in the case of Beneficial Evil. Whether it was Hollywood, Asia, or anywhere else, if the timing was right, he would do it. Of course, he also considered the scale of the project. Broadly speaking, he was a freelancer, so it was natural. After all, Ethan wasn't the only famous stunt coordinator in Hollywood. Regardless, his experience in Hollywood was extensive, and so were his connections. From his perspective, the CQC-related martial arts storyboard sent by the Beneficial Evil team was lacking. Well, in fact, there were rarely any storyboards that satisfied his eyes. A storyboard, after all, is based on the script or scenario, which is usually created by the director or writer. A storyboard that would satisfy an expert like Ethan was 1 in 100, if at all. Beneficial Evil was no different. It wasn't lacking. It seemed that the writer had done thorough research. However, since they lacked practical experience, there were many points that bothered him. It was Ethan Smith's job to refine it, but it was impossible to do it freely according to his desires. All he could do was bring out the best according to the situation and reality. For example, the production budget or the actors. No matter how brilliant the direction was, if there wasn't enough money, they couldn't shoot it in the first place. And no matter how glamorous and sophisticated the techniques were, if the actors couldn't pull them off, it was all for nothing. Usually, a lot of time was wasted on training the actors' skills. Therefore, even though Ethan felt the storyboard of Beneficial Evil was lacking, he had to compromise. Raising the actors' level to match the storyboard was more urgent than making improvements. But when he arrived in Korea, there was a huge twist hidden. The CQC storyboard provided by Beneficial Evil wasn't long. It was to be inserted into episodes 1 and 2 according to the script, and over 80% of it was to be shot on overseas locations. It was about quality over quantity. It had a feeling of hitting hard and fast. The big-nosed Ethan shook the storyboard. When I first received this storyboard, I thought it was overall disappointing. Boring would be the right word. While the action design could be revised, It wouldn't matter if the lead actor was clumsy at CQC. The bear-like man among the team members agreed. Even if we develop the storyboard, the actor who just started basic training won't be able to pull it off. A lot of time would have to be spent just on training. Exactly. But yesterday, Kang Woojin was proficient in CQC. His foundational martial arts were also above average. Of course, CQC is a comprehensive close-quarters combat technique. Without a martial arts foundation, that level of quality won't come out. Anyway, despite the disappointment in the storyboard due to my judgment that he was lacking, I overlooked it because of other things like training. But if Kang Woojin's skills are the same as yesterday, we need to make the storyboard more exciting. Flap. Ethan spread out the storyboard. Then the stunt team members also picked up the same storyboard. Then Ethan Smith spoke again. First, tell me your impressions from exchanging moves with Kang Woojin yesterday. The team members took turns briefing their thoughts and impressions. Kang Woojin's situational awareness was at a level that would work in real combat. Although pointing out problems was also necessary, for some reason, the team members didn't mention any. Instead, the conversation was dominated by compliments about Woojin's movements. His handling of firearms was at a professional level. Of course, it's too early to make a judgment based on just one day, but it's a fact that he's proficient. For several minutes, as Ethan received opinions from his team members, he picked up a pen and began jotting down notes on the beneficial evil storyboard. He was making notes of ideas that came to mind and various elements outside of the creative choreography. Guns. In the original storyboard, pistols mainly appear, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to increase the variety. Like adding rifles. The AK series comes to mind. They would suit the protagonist well. We also need more instances of using common objects from the surroundings, other than bare hands and knives. Things people use every day, but wouldn't think of as weapons. Ethan muttered as he stroked his chin, then spoke up. Forks. No. In Korea, they use chopsticks more than forks. After spitting out several more ideas, Ethan changed the topic. This storyboard already has decent pacing, but I think it needs to be even faster. I agree. The premise itself is that the protagonist is an expert in CQC after all. The test cut we did with you guys yesterday was actually a scene dealing with a mid-level boss, so we increased the detail and decreased the pace, but the main thing is speed. Ethan's firm belief was that the core of CQC lay in speed. Of course, all his team members felt the same. In terms of tempo control, this storyboard needs to be at least twice as fast. Twice as fast. Even more would be fine. After all, most of the cuts involve the protagonist quickly taking down dozens of opponents. While increasing the speed, we mustn't neglect the design of the action. Soon, various words began coming out of Ethan and his team members' mouths. Action design, artistry, dynamism, impact, swiftness, destructiveness, car chases, and so on. Gradually, the beneficial evil storyboard in Ethan's hands became filled with words. His ambitions, skills, and experiences were being laid bare. Of course, if the condition of having Kang Woojin wasn't met, it would all be meaningless. However, Ethan was now off the leash. This meant that the CQC martial arts storyboard of beneficial evil was being upgraded to Hollywood level. At that moment, the phone in Ethan's jeans pocket, who was in the middle of taking notes, started to ring. It was a call, and after checking the caller, Ethan smiled slightly. Soon, he gestured to his team members and stood up to take the call. Hey, Gary. The caller was Gary Peck, a famous Hollywood stunt coordinator who had met with Kang Woojin during the screen. Test 4 Last Kill 3. Haha. Ethan, how's Korea? Not bad. Except for the heat. Really? Did you meet Kang Woojin? At the thrown question, Ethan gave a different answer. Did you know he was ex-Special Forces? There was a brief silence from Gary on the other end of the phone before he responded. Special Forces? This time, Ethan became the host of a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, as Ethan was spreading this misunderstanding in Hollywood, Kang Woojin, who had left the house earlier, was busy with his schedule. Wearing a coat from the morning, His first schedule of the day was a photo shoot for a luxury brand. Although it was summer in terms of seasons, the outfits he was changing into were coats for autumn and winter. He had already changed coats with different designs about 5 times. It was a pretty tight situation, but this was just the beginning. He had more than 4 schedules to handle today. More than usual. The reason was simple. In a few days, Kang Woojin had to fly to LA for the Miley Car project. To prepare for that, he had to push up and complete several schedules in advance. Already, the domestic media was covering Woojin's trip to LA. Star photo, Kang Woojin, on the verge of working on an album with Miley Cara, casually greets fans/photo. Of course, there were many other issues, but most of them were about Kang Woojin. The collaboration with Cara was particularly sensational, as it was unprecedented. He was the first non-singer Korean actor to do so. By the time Woojin finished the photo shoot, it was late lunchtime. Woojin's next destination after getting back into the van was a hotel. There was a fairly large fashion-related event there, and Woojin was an invited guest. Soon, Woojin, from the passenger seat, Choi Sung-gun handed over a tablet. The trailer for Male Friend remake just dropped. The official trailer for Male Friend remake, set to air soon, was released. Although it was entirely in Japanese, Kang Woojin had no issues watching it. Nice, the quality is good. Kang Woojin was satisfied. First of all, he was pleased that the OST featured in the trailer included a portion of the song he sang. Additionally, his voice, which he acted as a voice actor, was also added here and there. Keeping his expression firm, Woojin murmured softly, "It's good." What was interesting was that the word of mouth for the anime Male Friend remake was spreading quite rapidly in Korea as well. The search results Kang Woojin found were proof. Male Friend remake, featuring voice acting by Kang Woojin, releases official trailer in Japan. Thanks to the influence of the King of Issues, Kang Woojin, the anime Male Friend remake was garnering significant attention in Korea as well. Well, Japanese anime had always enjoyed a considerable following in Korea. Moreover, the domestic OTT platform specializing in Japanese anime was also fueling the buzz, enthusiastically promoting events and advertisements. The reason was obvious, wasn't it? The day after Male Friend remake officially aired in Japan, the anime OTT platform in Korea would also be offering Male Friend remake. In other words, Korean audiences would also be able to watch Male Friend remake. With this in mind, Kang Woojin nonchalantly browsed various online communities on his phone. Although Male Friend remake was primarily targeted at Japan, he was curious about the reactions from Korean fans as well. Never thought I'd live to see the day when a Korean actor voices a Japanese anime. Damn, should I renew my anime OTT subscription for this? I've already renewed it. I'll just watch the first episode. Anyone know where I can stream it? OMG, I'm dying to watch it ASAP. But what if Kang Woojin's voice acting totally sucks? That might actually be fun in its own way. Imagine people who watched it the next day trash-talking it. I'm seriously curious about the anime's plot. Wonder how they adapted it. The anticipation was greater than he had expected. Not everything being said was positive, of course. There were quite a few negative comments too. But so what? Woojin wasn't bothered at all. However, one thing did catch his attention. 10/script, title, Male Friend remake, SS grade. It was the result of the SS grade. Male Friend remake. It's probably going to come down to viewership ratings, right? How high will they go? Noon, July 7th. DM Production, the production company jointly creating Beneficial Evil with Netflix. Inside the expansive conference room of DM Production, where PD Song Man-woo also served as a figurehead CEO, familiar faces were gathered. About 20 people? PD Song Man-woo, the martial arts director, several key staff members, and across from them, for members of a Hollywood stunt coordinator team, led by Ethan Smith. Seated around a shaped table, the atmosphere among them wasn't particularly bright. The somewhat dim lighting of the conference room contributed to this. The reason was simple. Everyone in the room had their eyes fixed straight ahead. A screen was stretched out at the front, projecting a video. Kang Woojin, dressed in a white t-shirt and slacks, was visible on the screen. That's right. What everyone in the room was watching was the footage of Kang Woojin from a few days ago, when he appeared at the action school and demonstrated the CQC storyboard in a test. The suggestion for the test had come from Ethan Smith, the leader of the stunt team. And everyone present in this conference room had witnessed that video in person. Nevertheless, in the video, Kang Woojin, Jang Yun-woo, the protagonist of Beneficial Evil, moved with decisive precision. No one uttered a word as they watched him in action. The way Jang Yun-woo moved on screen was cold, calculated, and showed unwavering judgment. He was, by all accounts, a character specialized in CQC. Meanwhile, the stunt team was mercilessly overpowered. PD Song Man-woo, while watching the video, stole a glance at Ethan Smith's expression across from him. It was, after all, at Ethan's request that they were suddenly watching this video. Why did he suddenly ask to watch this? Was he going to raise an issue, or perhaps hint at going back for Hollywood? There was definitely some indication of something brewing. After several more minutes, as the video reached its end, swoosh, Ethan Smith suddenly spoke to PD Song Man-woo across the room. Naturally, he spoke in English, his tone serious. There's something I need to discuss with you privately. Is that all right? He was asking to have a private conversation, away from the key staff members. Soon after, the interpreter conveyed Ethan's request, and PD Song Man-woo asked the staff members to step out. They all left the conference room in a rush. Soon, only PD Song Man-woo, Ethan, his team, and the martial arts director, who was requested to stay by Ethan, remained. Then, after seeing Mr. Kang Woojin, Ethan spoke to PD Song Man-woo across from him. I wondered why we were called here. PD Song Man-woo furrowed his brows slightly. What do you mean? What I mean is, I felt we weren't needed. Mr. Woojin's CQC is close to perfect. However, I understand now. Our main role was not to train, but to enhance. Leader Ethan abruptly raised his index finger. Pointing at the paused video of Kang Woojin on the screen at the front of the room, Ethan Smith continued speaking. I heard that he served in the military, in the Special Forces. When you said Mr. Woojin was unfamiliar with CQC, you meant as an actor, not in actual practice. Certainly, there's a difference in balance between real CQC and choreographed CQC. For a moment, PD Song Man-woo and the martial arts director blinked their eyes. It was like they were in a daze. Though neither of them spoke, internally, they were screaming something akin to a wild shriek. What is this? Special Forces? What kind of nonsense is this? Woojin SSI was in the Special Forces? Though Ethan's statement was completely incomprehensible to them, they didn't have a chance to question him. Swoosh. The leader of the stunt team, Ethan, handed over a transparent file to PD Song Man-woo. I've upgraded the existing storyboard. With Mr. Kang Woojin's proficiency in CQC, we can raise the tension to a higher level. This quickly. The sudden shift in topic made PD Song Man-woo regain his composure. After all, he was a heavyweight in the drama industry. Without hesitation, he opened the transparent file. From the very first page, his eyes widened. Dramatically, it wasn't the storyboard itself that caught his attention, but rather the explanatory notes meant to aid understanding. A 10-minute 306. Chapter 306. Autumn 7. Long take. It was a technique quite often used in movies and dramas. Typically, filming is done by changing the composition for each scene and shooting it in cuts, but in the case of a long take, the shooting continues from start to finish without any interruptions. Of course, it has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantages include bringing life and dynamism to the scene. It hints at and amplifies the emotions and atmosphere of the characters in the story. By adding a sense of realism, it makes the viewer feel as if they are breathing alongside the protagonist. In other words, it gives the impression of amplifying the audience's emotions and senses. On the flip side, there are quite a few disadvantages as well. First of all, the difficulty level of filming is considerably high. It was on par with an extreme level. It's essential to retry the shot several times, even dozens of times, until you get a cut without any NGs. Moreover, even the slightest awkwardness is immediately noticeable, leading to the audience criticizing it. It greatly depends on the actor's acting ability and skill. If the actor's technique is lacking, a long take is nearly impossible. Nevertheless, long takes are often seen in Hollywood. This is because, despite the clear disadvantages, the benefits are incredibly enticing. Ethan, the leader of the stunt team, suggested this long take technique to PD Song Man-woo. It was clearly stated in the first line of the upgraded storyboard he proposed. A 10-minute long take. It was undoubtedly not an easy decision. In fact, there was no real need to take on such a high-difficulty long take. But PD Song Man-woo. A long take, He was intrigued. I'm tempted. Song Man-woo, with decades of experience, had also encountered countless long takes. It was even used in the recent Profiler Hanryang. Kang Woojin was also included in that scene. However, PD Song Man-woo knew that this would be Woojin's first time doing a long take with action. But if it's Woojin SSI, he can definitely pull it off. Additionally, with Ethan's experience sitting right in front of him, there was a high possibility that a highly impactful scene would be born. PD Song Man-woo, who had been looking at the upgraded storyboard for a while, turned his head. The action director was also looking at the same thing. What do you think? I want to try it. Honestly, if we can pull off the action scene in a long take, we know it'll crush everything else. I know. But 10 minutes. A 10-minute long take. This feels a bit excessive. Well, that's something the action director will have to coordinate with that side. It's just about whether we can do it or not. Even if I say it's not possible, you're going to make it happen, aren't you? A smile spread across PD Song Man-woo's face. I'm already hooked. See? Phew. I can see the tough road ahead. Not just for me, but I'll have to talk to the camera director as well. Leave that to me. It wasn't just the cinematographer. For Ethan's proposed 10-minute long take to happen, many teams would need to be mobilized. Not just the filming team, but also lighting, props, art, audio, and so on. Simply put, it's like redoing the entire setup. Of course, the script written by writer Choi Na-na forms the basis, and on top of that, Ethan Smith's skills are layered. The work would definitely increase several times over, but PD Song Man-woo's smile deepened. How could I give up on this 10-minute long take, a large-scale battle scene? The long take scene felt like it was refreshingly crushing more than 30 opponents, to put it crudely. Using pistols, rifles, bare hands, and various props speedily and diversely is just a bonus. The storyboard Ethan brought had already captivated PD Song Man-woo's eyes. It became even more flamboyant and full of intensity. How about the pace? Not only was the long take scene itself like that, but the entire storyboard's rhythm had doubled. The impact and texture of the action were both rough, yet fluid. As expected, his Hollywood experience is no joke. Ethan's action design is trendy, yet has a raw charm. It was akin to Hollywood-style action storyboards. The upgraded storyboard was truly specialized in CQC. It was as if it was a storyboard meant to highlight Kang Woojin. Flip. PD Song Man-woo quickly flipped through the storyboards. He liked every scene. Especially, the pacing control is exquisite. The storyboard was a masterpiece of swift movements followed by carefully controlled breaths. At that moment, how is it? Ethan, sitting across from him, asked in English with a serious expression. If there's anything that needs adjusting, I can fix it right away. With a smile on his face, PD Song Man-woo shook his head. No, let's finalize this and just refine it. There are two things we need to be clear about first. What are they? First would be the budget. As you can see from the storyboard, there are additions that weren't in the original. Various rifles, props, special effects, and so on. As if money was no issue at all, PD Song Man-woo immediately responded. Don't worry about the money. I'll even use my own savings if I have to. The next issue is the actor. The actor? Kang Woojin SSI. Even in Hollywood, there are many actors who are reluctant to do long takes. His opinion is crucial before we proceed with the actual work, as we'll need to refine the storyboard scenes in conversation with him later. In response, both PD Song Man-woo and the action director's smiles deepened, and PD Song Man-woo, who had taken out his phone, spoke. That won't be a problem either. But since we're on the topic, let's handle it right now. Right now? No matter how you look at it, the actor will need some time to think it over. In reality, even in Hollywood, when a demanding long take is proposed to an actor, it can take up to a week to get an answer. Ethan had witnessed this firsthand. However, PD Song Man-woo's actions were unhesitating. Woojin SSI, sorry to bother you. Are you busy? Could we have a quick chat? He had already called Kang Woojin. Then, PD Song Man-woo put the phone on speaker and asked. Ethan from the stunt team brought in a storyboard design, and he's proposing a 10-minute large-scale battle long take that wasn't originally planned. What do you think? Kang Woojin's reply didn't take even a second. No problem. After that, PD Song Man-woo, Ethan, and the entire team of Beneficial Evil focused on the newly designed CQC storyboard. The missing key staff were informed, and work officially began with the action director and others to draft the upgraded storyboard. Of course, it wouldn't happen immediately. First, they had to create a draft of the new storyboard based on Ethan's version, and then they had to finalize the storyboard by going to the actual location in Bangkok, Thailand, for a site hunt. The local extras were also important. Soon, the meaning was clear. Solving the issues related to the overseas location shoot in Bangkok was crucial. And regarding this overseas location hunt, PD Song Man-woo informed everyone about the trip to Bangkok, which would serve as both a location hunt and a multi-purpose work trip. We'll be leaving around the 10th of this week. Make sure the team going with us is fully prepared. The departure date was around July 10th. Naturally, the stunt team led by Ethan would also be joining. Time passed by. The 7th ended, and the 8th dawned. As always, today too, Kang Woojin was buried in his schedule. And now, something new was added. The martial arts and CQC practice for beneficial evil. The other actors were already in progress, and Kang Woojin, who had recently been introduced to the stunt team, had to join as well. Hollywood stunt team joins Beneficial Evil, which is aiming for the global market. They're really putting in the effort. Drama pick. Rumors swirling about Beneficial Evil shooting overseas, and now a Hollywood stunt team has also joined. However, compared to the other actors, Kang Woojin had less to learn. He could skip the basics and training without any issue. According to Ethan, who was assigned exclusively to Woojin. For now, we'll focus on the long take scene, and we'll match the choreography using knives, guns, and props. We'll start in earnest after the location hunt in Bangkok is over. A model of an AK rifle was handed to Kang Woojin as he began practice. Woojin genuinely found it entertaining to hold something so realistic. Cool. I've even shot one in during reading experience. This is definitely lighter than the real thing. Anyway, this is crazy fun. He couldn't resist the allure of the gun. Additionally, Kang Woojin quickly became friends with Ethan, the leader, and his stunt team members. The fact that their conversations flowed naturally was a great help. Woojin, why do you always have such a serious face? I don't think I've ever seen you smile. This is just my usual expression. More than your face, I'm amazed by your stamina. Why is your breathing always steady? Even we sometimes get out of breath. Well, did you learn that in the Special Forces too? After finishing his practice, Kang Woojin still had to push through his schedule until midnight. If it weren't for the void space, I probably would have collapsed by now. There were commercials, photo shoots, interviews, Kang Woojin's alter ego, and SNS-related filming. And recently, there was also the Island of the Missing 20 million viewer thank you event, which had rewritten the history of Korean cinema. Actors from Island of the Missing, which changed the history of Korean cinema, smiled brightly and bowed 90 degrees to fan/photo. Thank you for 20 million. Director Kwon Ki-taek, Kang Woojin, Ryu Young-min, and others gathered together after a long time. Naturally, it involved director Kwon Ki-taek of Island of the Missing and the entire cast, followed by the behind-the-scenes filming of Our Dining Table in an interview format. The scale wasn't large. It was just about an hour of conversation with PD Yoon Byung-seon and the production team at the Our Dining Table office. The final task was filming a promotional video for the anime Male Friend remake. Male Friend remake had already begun its full-fledged promotion. Kang Woojin, who voiced the male lead, had to attend, but due to his schedule, he couldn't go to Japan, so he had to film the promotional video separately in Korea. Kang Woojin had to manage this much in about 2 days, and he actually did. He completed all the scheduled tasks on the night of the 9th. Wow, crazy, I actually did it? This marked the end of Woojin's schedule in Korea. Meanwhile, in LA, it was early morning in LA. Overall, the atmosphere was one of people rushing to work, but many had already started their day. Among them was a blonde woman in a spacious recording studio filled with various audio equipment. It was global superstar Miley Cara, who was working with several foreigners. "Hey!" song echoed throughout the recording studio. Cara's voice alternated between being part of the track and not. In fact, Cara, wearing a gray hoodie, had arrived at the studio about an hour ago and was currently engrossed in working on her new album. Shouldn't the tempo be a bit faster in this part? Should I sing it again? Yeah, I'll try to go a bit faster, so check it out. Got it. Miley Cara was showcasing her vocals in the recording booth. Her makeup was light today. However, her well-suited blonde hair and her cynical expression were still as captivating as ever. After several minutes of recording, she seemed to be taking a break as she sank into a plush sofa at the back of the room. Then she picked up her phone. At the same time, her manager handed her a bottle of water. It was Jonathan. As Cara briefly thanked him, she asked a question. Is the hotel ready? Yeah, like you said, I booked a 5-star hotel. We're responsible for everyone coming with him. We need to provide lodging and even vehicles for their transportation. I've already taken care of it. Make sure to check everything thoroughly. They need to feel like they're really being treated well. Cara, having made her point firmly, glanced back at her phone. On the screen was Kang Woojin's Instagram. This time, he's not coming as a chef, but as a vocalist. No, as my guest. At that moment, her phone rang. It was a call. Seeing who it was, Cara tilted her head slightly. It was the famous Hollywood producer Joseph Felton. Soon, Cara's face showed a hint of curiosity. A call in the morning? What could it be? Regardless, Cara put the phone to her ear. Joseph? On the other end of the phone, Joseph sounded in a very good mood. Haha, Miley. I saw your face on a huge billboard while heading to work, and it made me think of you. So I decided to give you a call. How's the new album coming along? Of course, it's going well. I heard you've been busy too, Joseph. Well, I'm always busy. Especially now that I've got a new project in the works. But Miley, isn't it about time you started thinking about your next project? You usually pick a project when you're about to start a new album. That's why you called, isn't it? I just wanted to be in the know. I'm too swamped to think about it right now. Plus, I need to focus on a guest who's arriving soon. A guest? Kang Woojin, you've seen the news, so you know, right? He's coming because of my album work and should be arriving tomorrow. For a moment, there was silence on the other end of the phone. Then Joseph asked again. You're saying Kang Woojin is coming to LA tomorrow? At this point, back in Korea, for some reason, the domestic media was in an uproar. On top of that, Incheon Airport was in a frenzy. Star photo, Kang Woojin spotted at Incheon Airport, /photo. 20 million viewer actor Kang Woojin departs for LA to work on album with Miley Cara. Kang Woojin conducts a brief interview with reporters before departure. I'm really looking forward to working with Miley Cara. This was because Kang Woojin had boarded a flight to LA. Chapter 307. Chapter 307. Autumn 8. Inside the airplane. About an hour after the plane bound for LA took off from Incheon Airport. Perhaps because it was a night flight, the interior of the plane was quiet. The lighting was generally dim. Over 70% of the passengers were asleep, while the rest were doing their own things with their personal lights on. The atmosphere was the same in the business class. In particular, Choi Sung-gun, who was almost buried in his seat, stood out. With his ponytail let loose, he was in such a deep sleep that he looked almost dead. He, too, had been on a tight schedule lately. Kang Woojin could be found in a window seat in the business class. Maybe due to a malfunctioning air conditioner, he was not asleep, draped in a black cardigan. Although most people were asleep, Woojin's poker face remained firm. There was no room for complacency. Woojin was looking down at a tablet under the personal light of his seat. Overseas news articles were being displayed. Miley Cara's new post on SNS. Looking forward to working on the album with Kang Woojin. Miley Cara begins work on a new album with a Korean actor. Of course, compared to the frenzy in the Korean media, the attention was minimal, but still, finding his name in foreign news made Kang Woojin feel a bit amazed. Seeing my name in English articles feels so weird. Did this news leak from Cara's side? He was used to seeing his name often in Korean and Japanese media, but it was unfamiliar to see it in English. Some articles even introduced Woojin's Instagram. As expected of Miley Cara, her influence is insane. Currently, Kang Woojin's momentum was sky high, but in Hollywood, he was almost unknown. Well, he did manage to get his name out there bit by bit. As proof, the number of English comments on Kang Woojin's alter ego channel or SNS had significantly increased. But in the grand scheme of things, his recognition was still as small as a grain of rice. However, just the mention of Miley Cara was enough to get the foreign media moving. They were talking about Kang Woojin's name and research to introduce him. This was purely due to the global superstar power of Cara. After checking the foreign news articles for a few minutes, Woojin checked the time. It was already past midnight. Even though the time would change when they arrived in LA, Kang Woojin cracked his neck from side to side and swallowed some water. He was trying to stay awake, moderately resisting sleep. It was also preparation to adjust to the time difference, but it wasn't like he was particularly sleepy. Is it because I often rested in the void space? Soon, Woojin inserted wireless earphones into his ears. Then he played a music track stored on his tablet. Soon, a song seeped into Woojin's ears. It was the guide version of Miley Cyrus's new song. Of course, it was a song in which Kang Woojin would participate in the production. He had listened to it enough to be familiar with it, but there was no harm in listening to it more. At the same time, Woojin manipulated his tablet with his index finger. Swipe. The music video storyboard he had often seen was displayed. This too was sent from Miley Cyrus's side. The music video storyboard was similar to the movie and drama storyboards Woojin often saw. However, for Kang Woojin, a music video was a new experience. It seems like it'll be fun, but I'm subtly nervous about this. In fact, when Woojin first received this storyboard, he was just indifferent. But now that he was on the plane, his heartbeat was subtly increasing. It wasn't so much that he was nervous about shooting his first music video, but more that he was looking forward to it. Moreover, his counterpart was none other than the global superstar Miley Cyrus, a star both as an actor and a singer. Wait, Miley Cyrus? Is this for real? Woojin suddenly felt a sense of unreality. Damn, I never thought the day would come when I'd appear in Miley Cyrus's music video. And he was even participating in the album. This news had already spread widely in Korea, and Woojin was receiving a flood of contacts from those around him. Especially, his childhood friends had gone wild. If it was astonishing for Kang Woojin himself, how much more so for them? Woojin lowered his gaze back to the tablet. While looking at the music video storyboard being displayed, he muttered to himself. But it's a bit disappointing that the void space isn't appearing. Of course, there was no black square appearing in the music video. This meant that the music video shoot would be done without the void space, meaning Kang Woojin would have to handle it on his own. There doesn't seem to be much acting involved, so it shouldn't be a problem, but Still, it wasn't completely devoid of acting. When you think about it, this was almost the first time Woojin would proceed with a shoot involving acting without the void space. As Woojin was briefly lost in thought, his fearless nature kicked in. Whatever, damn it. If it comes to it, I'll just pull out any random role. Saturday morning, the 10th, Japan. Around the time Kang Woojin's flight was nearing LA, a promotional war was unfolding across Japan. Promotions for third quarter anime begin. Many anticipated works catch the eye this year. These were promotions spread by numerous anime production companies. In Japan, this was a common sight every quarter. This time, it was for the third quarter. Since the market sees at least 30 works released every quarter, it was only natural that these companies would push their promotions aggressively to catch the eyes of the Japanese public. Otherwise, they would get buried without a trace. Of course, there were some anime that didn't need much promotion to generate buzz. These were the ones based on best-selling manga whose popularity was already sky-high. Every year, best-selling manga were turned into anime, and there were such works in this third quarter as well. Whatever the case, the Japanese anime market was a battlefield filled with bloodshed, only without weapons. The strongest spy anime adaptation. Can it continue the popularity of the original manga? Spy Daddy holds large event in Akihabara. Voice actors fan signing event. Finally, Season 2 is here, Magic Revolutions. Fans are already buzzing about the news of the second season. Male Friend, Remake, which Kang Woojin voiced, ranks first in SNS search rankings. Of course, there were quite a few articles about Male Friend, Remake as well. Male Friend, Remake, the only anime based on a Korean drama, and the only rom-com among third-quarter works. Among many anime, Male Friend, Remake, was the only one not based on a manga. Moreover, the original work was a Korean drama, Male Friend, and in the recent Japanese anime market, rom-coms had been performing poorly. Therefore, the production company, A10 Studio, had to double their promotional budget. In some ways, it might be the weakest among the dozens of anime works. However, Male Friend, Remake, had a weapon it could wield. Voice. Actor Kang Woojin, as mentioned by A10 Studio, his skills are good enough to switch to voice acting without any issues. The issue at hand was Kang Woojin. With his overwhelming popularity and recognition in Japan due to numerous headlines, he was the only breakthrough. In addition, A10 Studio took several bold steps that played a role. They adapted a Korean work into an anime, cast a Korean actor as the male lead's voice actor, and even entrusted the OST to Kang Woojin. Thanks to that, with just 2 days left before its first broadcast, Male Friend Remake was the hottest topic across various Japanese SNS and community sites. Male Friend Remake, most discussed on SNS and community sites, currently ranked number 1 in terms of public interest. Of course, not all the comments were positive. Male Friend Remake. I'm looking forward to it. WWW. I'm curious because Kang Woojin is the voice actor WWW. I'm not really interested in watching it. Kang Woojin probably didn't do a good job as a voice actor anyway. This anime, it's finally coming out. I would have watched it if the original work wasn't Korean. There are many things I don't like about it, but since it's been a while since a rom-com aired, I plan to watch the first episode. Japan has so many successful male voice actors. Why did A10 cast a Korean actor? Male Friend Remake will get a lot of viewers anyway, whether they're people looking forward to it or those who have a negative view. They'll probably watch it out of curiosity. Strictly speaking, there were more negative comments. However, this too was a form of interest. Hence, A10 Studio didn't loosen their grip on the promotional reins, regardless of what the public was saying. As time passed, they intensified their advertising efforts on SNS, YouTube, and community sites. The recent trend in the Japanese anime market could be described as barren. Viewership ratings ranging from 3% to 5% were the average, and if a show reached 10%, it was considered a huge hit. 2 years ago, there was an anime that achieved a 15% rating, and the Japanese media hailed it as an extraordinary success. A rating in the 3% range would place a show around the 10th spot in the ratings ranking. In the first and second quarters of this year, there were no anime that hit the 10% mark. That's why the Japanese media were paying close attention to the third quarter anime market. Will there be a 10% viewership rating anime this third quarter? There were indeed many anticipated works. And the abundance of anticipated works meant one thing. Many anticipated works in the third quarter, at least 10 titles. Who will be the winner? This meant that Male Friend Remake had plenty of competition. Meanwhile, in Korea, Incheon Airport, it was morning, but the airport's departure hall was packed with people. Because it was the vacation season in July, the crowd was several times larger than usual. Amidst the throng, groups carrying enormous amounts of luggage stood out. They clearly looked like film crews, and among them were some foreigners. Upon closer inspection, the foreigners had familiar faces. It was Ethan Smith, with his big nose, and his stunt team. There were also many other familiar faces in front of them, especially a man with a thick beard. Make sure each team keeps track of their luggage. If something's missing when we get to Bangkok, it's going to be a disaster. It was PD Song Manwoo. Naturally, this massive group was the Beneficial Evil film crew. Of course, not the entire crew was present, only those participating in the overseas location shoot in Bangkok. Their goal was location scouting in Bangkok. A line PD responsible for the overseas location was already waiting in Bangkok. The trip to Bangkok for Beneficial Evil was a crucial part of the schedule. It was during the final stages of pre-production and right before the script reading, and they needed to finalize the CQC martial arts storyboard, which was critical to episodes 1 and 2. Perhaps that was why. Ethan and the stunt team's expressions were firm. At that moment, immigration processing. Let's go in order. With the assistant director's shout. Swoosh. The Beneficial Evil team departed for Bangkok. LA International Airport. Kang Woojin and his team arrived in LA. It was night when Woojin set foot in the vast, bustling arrivals hall, teeming with people of various races. To be precise, it was the night of the 9th, 1 day prior. With an indifferent expression, Woojin gazed out at the dark sky visible through the airport windows. Damn, I left at night and arrived at night. Kang Woojin silently praised himself for managing to stay awake on the plane. It was his first time back in LA since filming Our Dining Table. Following behind him were Choi Sung-gun and a dozen or so others. Woojin's YouTube channel team, Kang Woojin's alter ego, was also among them. After clearing immigration, they passed through the spacious lobby and exited the airport. Waiting by the curb outside were two large vans. Large? No, they were even bigger than that. Did CEO Nim arrange this? Woojin naturally assumed Choi Sung-gun had arranged it, but that wasn't the case. The answer came when Choi Sung-gun muttered, "Wow, Miley Kara's team is really treating us like VIPs. Sending us vans this late at night." It turned out the vans were provided by Miley Kara, and they were meant for Woojin to use during his stay in LA. Soon, a burly foreigner stepped out of the driver's seat to help Kang Woojin and his team with their luggage. Kang Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, Han Yeung, and a few others got into the front van. Once inside, the interior was even more spacious than expected. Wash it, this van is huge. Although Woojin maintained his poker face, he was internally startled. Meanwhile, Choi Sung-gun, sitting next to Woojin, smirked and said, "You know Miley Kara's team arranged our accommodations too, right? A 5-star hotel in the heart of LA. All suites. Well, considering they invited us, it's only natural." Meanwhile, the burly foreigner who had finished organizing the luggage climbed into the driver's seat. Another similarly large person sat in the passenger seat. They were bodyguards. Among them, Choi Sung-gun leaned towards the driver's seat, showing something on his phone and saying something. Woojin was curious, but he didn't ask. And so, Virum, the two large vans exited LA airport side by side. Woojin started to take in the nighttime view of LA through the window. "I saw this before when we were shooting our dining table, but LA's night view is seriously impressive." At this moment, Choi Sung-gun, who was tying up his ponytail again, yawned widely and stretched. "For now, we'll go to the hotel and rest tonight. We'll meet Miley Kara tomorrow around noon for a meeting. She'll be coming to the hotel." "Is that so?" "Yeah. And before we head to the hotel, there's one place we need to stop by first." "We're at this hour." Though Woojin wondered inwardly, he simply nodded with his poker-faced expression. "Yes, CEO Nim." After that, the van carrying Woojin entered a part of the city lined with tall buildings. Despite the late hour, there were still many cars on the road, and the brightly lit buildings made it feel like it was daytime rather than night. After driving for about 5 more minutes, screech, the two vans pulled over to the side of the road. Choi Sung-gun got out immediately, and Woojin followed him. In front of them was a beige-toned, rectangular building. Choi Sung-gun gestured toward the entrance of the building, a smile on his face. "Let's go in." In the end, Choi Sung-gun, Woojin, the foreigner guards, and a few others, about 6 people in total, got into the elevator. Once they stepped out of the elevator that was oozing with LA vibes, Choi Sung-gun walked down the hallway. Soon, they arrived in front of an office, and Choi Sung-gun turned to Woojin and said, "This place, the one next to it, and the one beside that are all ours." "What?" Choi Sung-gun pointed to the office right in front of them and the 2 adjacent ones. Then, suddenly, he opened the glass door of the office in front. He turned on the lights. There were no people inside, but dozens of desks were arranged, and they were all empty. Overall, it gave off the strong impression of a place that had just been moved into. Swish. Kang Woojin, who had stepped inside the office after Choi Sung-gun, saw him point to one of the walls with his index finger. "Look over there, Woojin." Following his finger, Woojin turned his head. Ah, a familiar face was visible. More precisely, it was a large poster from a photo shoot. The poster of Woojin in a stylish suit, striking a pose, was proudly displayed on the wall. As Woojin felt both embarrassed and puzzled at the same time, Choi Sung-gun, whose smile had deepened, spoke. "This is BW Entertainment's overseas branch. Naturally, you're the main star here." This place was the starting point of Kang Woojin's Hollywood 308. Chapter 308, Autumn 9. The overseas branch of BW Entertainment in LA. Kang Woojin casually glanced around the still unfinished office. His stern expression showed little change. However, internally, it was a different story. "Whoa, crazy. This is our agency's overseas branch." He was surprised. Of course, he had heard about it before, but he didn't expect it to be ready so quickly. Moreover, the office was decently equipped, and even had a large poster of himself on the wall. No, seriously, why did they put that embarrassing up? He had zero name recognition in Hollywood, and seeing that poster in LA made him feel several times more embarrassed. Although, due to his heavy concept, it didn't show at all. And yet, I'm the main focus? At that moment, Choi Sung-gun, who stood next to Woojin, smirked and asked, "What do you think?" "What do I think? Isn't it incredibly amazing?" In reality, Woojin felt a strange sense of excitement. He couldn't help but wonder how things had gotten this big. Not long ago, Kang Woojin hadn't even thought about LA or anything like this. But now, he was staring at an overseas branch where he was the main focus. A faint sense of responsibility also began to stir. Choi Sung-gun, pointing to the poster of Kang Woojin on the wall, spoke again. "Not that you'd feel any pressure, but just in case, let me tell you, that poster is kind of like a charm for us. It's like saying, starting with you, we're going to expand into the Hollywood market. Doesn't that sound good?" Woojin, keeping his poker face, nodded calmly. "It's not bad. Haha, right. If this place feels a bit small, we're using the office next door too, so once everything is fully operational, it'll be quite usable. We'll start here for now, but when you get even bigger, we'll move to an even bigger place." Choi Sung-gun, who was filled with excitement, patted Woojin on the shoulder. "The pressure is building," Woojin muttered to himself, but responded casually. "It shouldn't take too long." Despite his inner feelings, he added a touch of toughness and bravado. Choi Sung-gun's smile deepened as if he were moved. "I know, man. Haha. I even dream of you conquering Hollywood. Like, bring it on." Choi Sung-gun's fighting spirit was considerably high. It made sense. From the beginning, he had started BW Entertainment with the dream of entering Hollywood. Initially, his target was Hong Hai-yun. Whether it took 5 years or 10, he was determined to charge toward Hollywood. But everything changed 180 degrees with the appearance of Kang Woojin. Moreover, it only took 2 years to reach this point. BW Entertainment had already gained a reputation for its rapid rise in the domestic entertainment industry. Thanks to Chairman Hideki's solid backing, they were pulling off things that would normally be impossible. And at the core of it all was Kang Woojin. With the Miley Cara deal and Leech and Beneficial Evil, it's just a matter of time. Just thinking about it makes me tingle with excitement. Woojin asked in return, "When will this place be up and running?" We should have it sorted out by September. First, we need to select people from the headquarters to transfer to the overseas branch, and we also need to hire new employees." "I see." After looking around the office, he and Choi Sung-gun once again got into the van parked on the roadside. Their next destination was the hotel that Miley Cara had arranged for them. Virum. Late at night, 2 vans sped through downtown LA. In the front van, Woojin silently stared out the window. Part of him was mesmerized by LA's night view, which was vastly different from Korea, but another part of him was lost in thought, imagining his future activities in this vast country. LA, huh? Is this for real? Hollywood. Me acting in this insanely vast place. No, setting aside acting for a moment. A faint worry arose about whether he would be accepted. It was a mild concern that crept up. It was a misunderstanding, a misconception made by others like Choi Sung-gun. But since he had already become an actor, he had to aim for the top. That would naturally be Hollywood. Honestly though, it still doesn't feel real. What is this place? And why am I even here? For the core of Kang Woojin, the changes that had come in such a short time were overwhelming, and the world he saw had flipped as if he was living a second life. The strange emotions he was feeling were not surprising at all. And yet, it's absurd. The fact that all of this started from nothing more than a mere misunderstanding left Kang Woojin dumbfounded. But that wasn't the only thing that was absurd. Screech. At some point, the 2 large vans had arrived at the hotel and came to a stop. Soon enough, Kang Woojin's eyes were filled with an unbelievably grand hotel. See crazy. The Beverly Hills Hotel, one of LA's 5-star hotels. The palm trees growing at the entrance, the buildings stretching outwards and upwards as if one with the surrounding forest, the hotel staff welcoming Kang Woojin's team from the entrance, and the red carpet leading from the entrance to the vast lobby. It was like a palace nestled within a dense forest. At the sight of its majestic grandeur, Kang Woojin muttered inwardly once again. "Well, shit, this is just ridiculous." Choi Sung-gun, who was standing next to Woojin, gave a thumbs up. Miley Cara booked suites for the entire team. You've got a room all to yourself. Isn't it killer? Yeah, it's freaking amazing, right? Kang Woojin's mouth was agape on the inside, but outwardly, he remained extremely calm. It's not bad. They say it costs more than 5 million won a night. Makes you realize just how powerful Miley Cara is. 5,000,000 a night. Considering Kang Woojin's team had over a dozen people, they must have booked at least 3 rooms, and with the stay lasting about a week, the total cost would amount to an insane amount of money. Choi Sung-gun, carrying the bags he had brought, muttered, "Well, for her, it's probably pocket change. All we have to do is enjoy it and say thank you. That's the polite thing to do, after all. Let's go, Woojin." Kang Woojin, his face still indifferent, made a quiet resolution to himself. "Hell, I'm also going to rise so high that I can spend that kind of money like it's pocket change." The next morning, in a large CAF in downtown LA. The time was around 8 o'clock. The CAF, selling bagels, sandwiches, and various coffees, was filled with foreigners stopping by on their way to work. The place was packed with people grabbing a quick breakfast or a coffee before heading to the office. Even the hall filled with round tables was crowded with foreigners. There wasn't a single seat left unoccupied. So much so that when a gap appeared at a table, it wasn't uncommon for people to ask to share the table. As a result, complete strangers often ended up sharing a table and striking up conversations. It was a sight quite familiar in LA. At one of the tables in a corner of that hall, a familiar figure was seen. A black man silently drinking coffee while looking down at his phone. His enormous build made it impossible for him not to stand out, wearing a black long-sleeve shirt rolled up to his forearms. He was Joseph Felton, the famous Hollywood producer. At Joseph's table, 2 foreigners he didn't know were engaged in a conversation, and at this point, a foreign woman with her brown bob tied back approached. It was Megan Stone, the casting director, CD. Sensing her presence, Joseph looked up from his phone and smiled. "You're late." Megan, who sat beside the tall Joseph, placed the coffee she had brought on the table and replied, "I arrived on time. Don't you see that line over there? If anything, I came early." Muttering to herself, she retied her brown bob and complained, "Why did we have to meet in such a chaotic place?" "Because I'm a regular here." With a small sigh, Megan pulled out a tablet from the extra bag she had brought along with her purse. "I've narrowed down the actors based on their images." Nodding, Joseph took the tablet from her and replied, "Did you hear that Kang Woojin is coming to LA? He should have arrived by now. I saw it on Miley's Instagram. It's been planned for a while, so it wasn't too surprising." Joseph slowly nodded. An enigmatic smile appeared on his face. Megan, watching his expression, crossed her long legs and asked again, "You're thinking of meeting Kang Woojin? If he's willing to meet me. It's not an opportunity that comes by often, and I'm curious about how he's been recently." Joseph Felton glanced back down at the tablet. "In about 2 months, it's can. Before that, we need to drop a hint to Kang Woojin about our project. You remember him from Last Kill 3, right? He rejected the role on set. He even rejected it right in front of the director's face, without hesitation. There's no guarantee that won't happen to us in the future. So you want to give him a heads up in advance?" Something like that. Joseph lowered the tablet and picked up his coffee cup, continuing his thought. 2 years. In just 2 years, a Korean actor has risen to a position where he's eyeing Hollywood. There's definitely a solid plan in his mind. The album collaboration with Miley Cara before appearing at Cannes? There's no way that's just a coincidence. Have you heard? That Kang Woojin used to be in the Special Forces. Joseph, who had been sipping his coffee, paused. Special Forces? What do you mean by that? Meanwhile, about 30 minutes later, at the Beverly Hills Hotel in LA, Kang Woojin woke up in the large suite room of the hotel. He stared blankly at the ceiling for a while before groggily getting up. With his hair disheveled, he turned his head. Through the large window beside him, the vast cityscape of LA unfolded. "What, this is amazing, seriously." It was indeed the view of a suite room. It was a sight worth taking a picture of. Although Woojin had taken dozens of photos of the night view last night, the morning scenery carried a different vibe. Woojin, upon waking, snapped several photos and stretched as he walked out of the room. An enormous living room spread out before him. The size of the suite was easily more than 3 times that of Kang Woojin's own home. The living room had luxurious sofas and various pieces of furniture, and the kitchen was spacious as well. In front of him, large windows opened up to a terrace with a table and chairs, and below, a wide swimming pool surrounded by palm trees could be seen. Kang Woojin had this ridiculous suite all to himself. Is this the life of the truly rich? With his concept act dropped, Woojin let out a slight chuckle. After brewing the complimentary morning coffee, he sat down on the sofa. In front of him, the vast expanse of LA stretched endlessly. Slurp. Kang Woojin took a moment to relax in this absurd situation. But it didn't last long. Knock, knock. There was a knock, rhythmic and firm. Woojin, quickly slipping back into his poker face, opened the door. Standing there, waving, was Choi Sung-gun. Awake? Yes, CEO Nim. Choi Sung-gun entered the room and sat down on the sofa as Woojin served him coffee. Taking a sip, Choi Sung-gun pulled out his phone and spoke. I got a call a few minutes ago from Megan Stone, the casting director. Remember her? The name was familiar, of course. How could he forget? Megan Stone, the famous Hollywood casting director. She had been there for Last Kill 3 and had even come to see Kang Woojin during the filming of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Yes, I remember. She's asking if you have time to meet since you're in LA. Doesn't feel like it's just a casual request. It's just a feeling, you know. What do you think? I don't mind. As long as it fits with the schedule. All right, I'll set it up. Choi Sung-gun then changed the subject. Anyway, today's schedule is pretty light. Miley Kara is coming to the hotel in the afternoon. In other words, until then, Woojin had some free time. Although Kang Woojin's schedule was still progressing in many ways, that was more Choi Sung-gun and the team's job, and Woojin didn't have much to do himself. Choi Sung-gun put his phone down and asked, It's a short trip, and you've got some time off. Since you're in LA, is there anything you want to do? If not, you can just relax. Until the afternoon. You saw the pool outside, right? The quality is insane. Kang Woojin, with his usual indifferent face, thought for a moment before giving a short reply. Would you like to go shooting? A few hours later, around late lunch. The location was a shooting range about an hour away from the hotel. The building itself had a wide layout, with pictures of various firearms on the signs and windows. A large parking lot in front of the shooting range saw the arrival of a big van. From that van emerged Kang Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, and a few others. Woojin was dressed casually in a hoodie with a cap pulled down low, but he didn't bother covering his face. Naturally, he didn't need to. In this part of LA, hardly anyone would recognize him. Unless he went into Koreatown, of course. Soon, Woojin, with a calm expression, looked at the shooting range. On the surface, he appeared emotionless, but inside, excitement was bursting. This is going to be so much fun. The reason he wanted to shoot was simple. In the void space, Kang Woojin had shot countless rounds, but in reality, he hadn't fired a gun since his time in the military. It was closer to curiosity. Kang Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, and their group moved according to their reservation. They entered the shooting range and spent about 10 minutes listening to the explanations from the chubby owner. The walls inside the shooting range were lined with various firearms and props. Once the procedures were completed, the owner asked in English, What kind of gun would you like? Choi Sung-gun glanced at Kang Woojin, indicating he'd leave the choice to him. Woojin responded quickly in fluent English. He had already decided beforehand. Glock 17. Oh, excellent choice. The main character of Beneficial Evil, Jang Yun-woo, also used a Glock 17 first. Soon, a Glock 17 and a box of bullets were handed to Kang Woojin, and the group was guided to an indoor shooting area. About 10 shooting lanes could be seen ahead. The layout was similar to that of a bowling alley. At the end of each lane, a human-shaped paper target was hung. It was a typical shooting range setup. Kang Woojin's lane was the third one. He was also given a pair of shooting earmuffs. An employee gave additional instructions, and the human-shaped target was moved to the far end. At this point, Woojin silently touched the Glock 17. Although it was the first time he had ever physically seen a Glock 17 in his life, it didn't feel unfamiliar. That was 100% thanks to the void space's power. He felt like he could handle the pistol and go on a rampage right away. But Woojin, the owner, suppressed that feeling. A bit further back, a translator from BW Entertainment asked Choi Sung-gun, But why suddenly shooting dash? No idea. Woojin said he wanted to. Maybe it's to get some experience related to Beneficial Evil. After all, the last time we shot guns was probably during military leave. Well, while we're here, we might as well try it too. When else are we going to shoot guns? Meanwhile, Kang Woojin, with his earmuffs around his neck, had finished preparing. The employee had also stepped back. as Woojin raised the Glock 17 with both hands. Is he Chinese? He heard a voice speaking English beside him. Looking over, he saw 3 men, likely in their 30s, a mix of white and black, grinning as they watched him. They were other customers who had arrived earlier and seemed to be regulars, judging by their demeanor. No, looks like he's Japanese. He's handsome. He's definitely not Chinese. He's probably just visiting LA and trying out shooting for the first time. By the look on his face, he's nervous. Great. Let's take a break and watch. How about we make a game out of it? Let's bet on how many shots that Japanese guy can hit. How about a beer wager? Sounds good. Their amused murmurs seemed to indicate they assumed Kang Woojin didn't understand English. But their laughter was interrupted by a low, firm voice speaking in fluent English. I'm Korean. The 3 men looked surprised. Ignoring them, Woojin, still with a calm expression, spoke again in perfect English. Let's make the game between you and me. You guys versus me, whoever gets the higher score. Ah, Korean. If I lose, I'll give you $500. If I win, you'll give it to me. The 3 foreigners exchanged whispers, then suddenly smirked. They seemed to think they had caught an easy mark. The man in sunglasses spoke. All right, $500. And let's add a round of beers at the bar in front of this place. Woojin nodded. I'll go first. There was no mental preparation needed. Bang. Woojin, now wearing his earmuffs, immediately fired the Glock 17. Bang. 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 The expressions of the previously grinning foreigners changed. He's just shooting wildly, like he's playing a video game. Hey, that. What? What is it? The smirks started disappearing from their faces. On the other hand, Woojin, with a firm expression, fired at the target without any emotion. After 5 shots, he tilted the Glock 17 slightly to the side and fired again. Bang, 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 bang. The deafening sound of 10 shots echoed through the range. Woojin then lowered the Glock 17. The distant target automatically moved closer. At the same time, the smiles on the faces of the 3 foreigners vanished entirely. The reason was simple. Holy shit. The large red dots that had been on the head and chest of the human-shaped target had disappeared. The bullets Kang Woojin fired had completely erased the red spots. The 5 shots each at the head and chest hit their marks perfectly, without a single miss. Every bullet had landed right on the red dot. Even the employee at the range widened his blue eyes in disbelief. Woojin then turned his head and spoke lowly to the 3 foreigners. It's your turn. From behind, at the entrance of the shooting range, came a stranger's voice in English. Oh my gosh, TL. This line is in English in the original version. It was the giant producer Joseph Felton, with his mouth slightly 309. Chapter 309, Autumn 10. Joseph Felton, who was over 190 centimeters tall, arrived at the shooting range for the first time around the time Kang Woojin was listening to the explanation from the chubby owner of the range. His car pulled up next to Woojin's van, which was already parked. The people who got out of the car were Joseph Felton and Megan Stone, with her brown bob cut. The reason why these famous Hollywood figures came to this shooting range was simple: to meet Kang Woojin. The decision was finalized earlier that morning when Joseph and Megan met at a cafe, and following the old adage of strike while the iron is hot, Megan contacted Choi Sung-gun. Surprisingly, the reply from Choi Sung-gun came quickly. We have time until the afternoon. The unique thing was that they were informed that Kang Woojin was heading to the shooting range. Joseph suggested to Megan that they drop by the range around lunchtime. Naturally, Megan agreed. And so, the visit to the shooting range was arranged. Anyway, Joseph and Megan got out of the car. Among the two, Joseph spotted Kang Woojin through the window of the range. Then, he stopped Megan, who was about to move. Hold on. The tall Megan tilted her head in curiosity. Why? Let's not interrupt him for now. Oh, they were nothing more than unexpected visitors. Joseph, out of politeness, intended to wait until Kang Woojin finished what he was doing before making an appearance. Megan nodded in agreement. Soon, as Megan watched Woojin's team through the window, she spoke. But suddenly, shooting? That's a bit unexpected. The giant Joseph shrugged his shoulders. Yeah, I guess it looks a bit that way. But there probably isn't a big reason. Maybe he just wants to try it out because of a shooting scene in a project. Ah, true. It wouldn't be easy to do in Korea. While they were talking, they saw Kang Woojin inside moving toward the shooting range. Joseph and Megan moved quietly inside, trying not to draw attention. Joseph Felton signaled to the chubby owner that he was with Kang Woojin. He then spotted Woojin from outside the shooting range entrance. The gun Woojin had chosen was a Glock 17. There wasn't any awkwardness in Woojin's handling of the pistol. If anything, it seemed quite familiar. As expected, the misconception in Joseph's mind grew larger. Around that time, the foreigners next to Woojin, who were preparing to shoot, sneered. Is he Chinese? Upon hearing their voices, Joseph's brow furrowed immediately. What idiots! Just from overhearing their conversation, it was clear to Joseph that these three foreigners were mocking Woojin. However, what Woojin proposed to them was novel. Let's make the game between you and me. You guys versus me, whoever gets the higher score. A casual challenge tossed out nonchalantly. Joseph quickly became intrigued. Naturally, Megan did as well. And so, I'll go first. Wearing his earmuffs, Kang Woojin was the first to raise the Glock 17. Bang! Following the first shot, four more gunshots rang out in succession. Bang, 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 bang. Not only the three foreigners who had been dismissing Woojin, but also Joseph and Megan's faces hardened. Their eyes widened involuntarily. And it was only natural. The bullets Woojin fired seemed to be sucked into the target, each hitting the red dot on the chest area of the human-shaped target. No practice, hitting the mark immediately? That wasn't a beginner's level by any means. But that wasn't the end of it. Bang, 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 bang. 5 more gunshots followed. This time, Woojin aimed for the red dot on the head. Once again, the red dot was completely erased. Not a single miss. At that moment, Joseph muttered unconsciously. Oh my gosh, TL, this is in English in original text. Megan had a similarly dumbfounded expression. By now, Joseph recalled the cafe meeting earlier that morning with Megan. More precisely, the part of the conversation about Kang Woojin when the word Special Forces came up. It was Megan who started. Did you hear? Apparently, Kang Woojin was in the Special Forces. Special Forces? What do you mean? Gary told me. She was referring to Gary Peck, the stunt coordinator who worked with them on Last Kill 3. He said he finally understands why Kang Woojin was so effortless during the martial arts screen test for Last Kill 3. The giant Joseph's eyes widened. That's too sudden? Where did Gary hear this from? Ethan is currently in charge of the stunt team for a Korean drama. And of course, it's the one starring Kang Woojin. Gary said he got the information from Ethan. Ethan? Ethan Smith. Joseph knew Ethan. He had worked with Ethan Smith in the past. Ethan and Kang Woojin are working on the same project in Korea right now. That's right. It's probably just a coincidence. Kang Woojin was in the Special Forces? He said he nailed CQC perfectly. CQC? The snowball of misconception and misunderstanding started rolling in Hollywood, and there was no sign of Joseph's wide eyes shrinking. CQC was a skill, considered top tier even in Hollywood. It appeared in many Hollywood movies, and countless Hollywood actors underwent intense training to master CQC. In reality, only a handful of actors could freely use CQC. And now, a Korean actor mastering CQC out of nowhere? Joseph, who had spent many years in Hollywood, couldn't help but be intrigued. What kind of CQC would Kang Woojin be able to perform? Immersed in his misconception, Joseph locked eyes with the brown-haired Megan and muttered, I'm dying to see Kang Woojin's CQC. That was it. Joseph, who had been recalling the conversation from a few hours earlier, returned to reality. He refocused on Kang Woojin, who had just erased the red dots with 10 shots. Woojin was casually lowering the Glock 17, as if it was no big deal. Joseph ran a hand over his slightly open mouth. That posture and shooting skill. More than anything, there's no hesitation when he fires. Yeah, even though it's just a glimpse, he's definitely got CQC ingrained in his body. Special Forces. Honestly, when I first heard it, I was half doubting, but now, it seems certain. Megan's wide eyes conveyed a similar meaning. By now, Kang Woojin had finished shooting and turned his head. He was looking at the 3 men who were in a daze. It's your turn. The 3 foreigners, who were spacing out. Caught off guard by the unexpected situation, they exchanged nervous glances but didn't say anything. One of them, the man wearing sunglasses, barely managed to move. Swish. With slightly trembling hands, He raised the pistol he had been handed earlier. His face was stiff, likely because the tension was high. Bang, 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 bang. Soon, the gunfire echoed loudly. He fired 10 shots in total, but when the target in the shape of a person was pulled forward automatically, there were only 5 holes. In other words, half of his 10 shots had missed entirely. It was clearly a victory for Kang Woojin. However, the foreigner who had just fired showed a kind of stubbornness. "Oh, let's do it again." Kang Woojin nodded calmly. "Go ahead. This time you can go first." The foreigner, slightly gritting his teeth, took off his sunglasses and perched them on top of his head. Then, a brief pause. About 10 seconds passed. Soon, he fired his gun again. Bang, 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 bang. Another 10 shots. This time, the result was better than before. 8 holes had been made, and of those, 6 had hit the red target. Now it was Kang Woojin's turn. Swish. Once again, Woojin shot the Glock 17 without a second thought. What was unusual this time was, bang. His first shot didn't hit the chest or head of the target, but instead pierced the number 7 drawn on the side. It naturally looked like a mistake. The proof was in the faint smile that appeared on the foreigner with the sunglasses. Got it. I knew his first time was just luck, but his smile didn't last long. Bang, 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 bang. Woojin's consecutive shots began erasing the number 7 on the target. In other words, the 7-point shot Woojin had fired wasn't a mistake. Bang, 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 bang. All 9 of his bullets pierced the same spot. Before anyone knew it, the number 7 on the target had been completely erased. For his final shot, bang, the red dot on the head was pierced. The target moved forward automatically. Woojin's target had only 2 holes, one in the head and one thick hole in the side. Lowering his gun, Woojin spoke softly to the foreigners. $500. After that, without any objection, the 3 foreigners pooled their money and handed $500 to Kang Woojin. It was clear to anyone that the Kang Woojin was the winner. His skill was impressive enough to earn applause from the shooting range staff, and after receiving the $500, Woojin handed the money back to the foreigners. "Buy yourselves some beer with this, my treat." Their expressions grew even more twisted. Their pride had been utterly crushed. On the other hand, the nonchalant Woojin turned around without any particular emotion. He saw Choi Sung-gun and the BW Entertainment employees standing there, their mouths agape. Woojin, maintaining a poker face, slightly regretted inwardly. Shit, I got pissed off because of those idiots and went overboard. I was just planning to hit a few shots and be done with it." He had decided to put on a front and act tough. As Woojin approached, Choi Sung-gun hesitantly asked him, "Hey Woojin, you shoot like a pro, huh? Did I see that right?" Of course, the skill came from the CQC training Woojin had pulled out, but he answered as casually as possible. "I've shot a few times before." At Woojin's endlessly low-key response, Choi Sung-gun closed his mouth. The staff, however, didn't hold back their amazement, exclaiming things like incredible and amazing. It was at that moment, Mr. Kang Woojin, the giant black man, approached Woojin, who was standing facing Choi Sung-gun. It was Joseph Felton, and beside him stood Megan Stone. Woojin, who had already heard about their visit from Choi Sung-gun, was calm. "Hello, it's been a while." Joseph and Megan responded with similar greetings. Soon, the giant Joseph glanced at Woojin before shifting his gaze. He looked at the section where Woojin had just fired the Glock 17. The thrill from a moment ago still lingered. Joseph was itching to ask something, but he held back for now. There were too many eyes on them, and it wasn't the right place for a conversation. "Woojin, if you have time, would you join us for a meal?" At the question, Kang Woojin exchanged glances with Choi Sung-gun. When Choi nodded, Woojin gave a simple reply. "Sure." A few dozen minutes later, Kang Woojin could be found in a restaurant near the shooting range, with a sign reading Diner. The diner was comparable to a highway rest stop in Korea. It served a variety of food and was a chain spread throughout LA. Their table was by the window. Joseph and Megan sat across from Woojin. Choi Sung-gun was outside, on the phone, and the BW Entertainment staff were seated at a nearby table. A waiter came by and placed coffee cups in front of Woojin, Joseph, and Megan. After roughly placing their orders, Joseph Felton took a sip of coffee and started the conversation with Woojin, who wore an indifferent expression. "I watched your shooting earlier. It was impressive." Megan nodded vigorously in agreement. Exactly. I was really surprised, honestly. Woojin, his face unchanged, responded in a low voice. It's not that impressive. After staring at Kang Woojin's indifferent face for a moment, Joseph, finally managing a smile, ran his hand through his hair. The more I see you, Woojin, the more you seem like an alien. I dare say, out of all the Hollywood actors I've seen, there's no one like you. Is that so? Yes, 100%. Muttering to himself, Joseph raised his coffee cup again and spoke once more. How much time do we have to talk? Not long. Maybe about an hour or so. Got it. Rather than jump into the topic of the project he was preparing, Joseph brought up something else first. I heard you're working with Ethan Smith on your current project. At this, Woojin was slightly surprised. No, he was quite startled. Damn, news travels fast. He hadn't expected to hear Ethan's name as soon as he arrived in LA. As expected, that big-nosed guy is pretty famous in Hollywood, huh? Woojin, feeling a sense of newfound wonder, doused his chest with cold water. He needed to maintain a solid poker face. That's right. He's a skilled stunt coordinator, even in Hollywood. He's close with Gary, too. You'll have great synergy. I think so, too. Is CQC being included in the work? While details like specific direction or storyboards for Beneficial Evil were under wraps, the fact that CQC was included wasn't exactly a secret. Even though the domestic media hadn't used the term CQC, they were aware of Ethan's involvement, and plenty of people had already seen Kang Woojin's CQC. It would have been impossible to hide the fact altogether. Thus, Kang Woojin answered without much concern. Yes, it's not the whole thing, just a part. Ethan is known for his CQC design skills here too. I'm looking forward to it. At that moment, as Joseph combined his imagination of the countless CQC scenes he'd witnessed in Hollywood with Kang Woojin's earlier display of shooting skills, he swallowed lightly and spoke. I checked a bit and found out that the work you're currently on has overseas location shooting. Is that overseas location for the CQC? Something like that. Can you tell me where? The location wasn't a secret either. It had already been revealed to the media. Bangkok, Thailand. Bangkok. At that moment, swoosh. Choi Sung-gun, having finished his phone call, approached Woojin and said, Woojin, a moment. It seemed he had something to discuss privately, so Kang Woojin excused himself to Joseph and Megan before standing up. Soon, in the brief silence that followed, the two of them were left alone. About 15 seconds passed. The one who first broke this quietness was Bangkok. It's worth going. It was the giant Joseph Felton. It's Kang Woojin's CQC, after all, right? It meant he couldn't resist. E10, Autumn, 11. Just imagining it for a moment already makes me anxious. Joseph smacked his lips as he watched Kang Woojin, who was talking with Choi Sung-gun outside the store. His acting, his martial arts, they were all worth watching, and his CQC is no exception. Joseph Felton had already caught glimpses of Kang Woojin's acting and martial arts. For a renowned Hollywood producer like him, it was indeed a striking sight. That's why Joseph was captivated by Woojin. Joseph didn't become a powerful Hollywood producer by chance. His eye for talent, his ability to discover stars, and the skill to foresee a project's impact were what set him apart. In other words, Joseph's evaluation of Woojin was already essentially complete. From here on, it was more about enjoyment rather than evaluation. What kind of performer is Kang Woojin? As of now, only a handful in Hollywood knew of him. No, if we include the general public, he was close to an unknown actor, but Joseph had already sensed something special about Kang Woojin. His special forces background was unexpected, but his martial arts, and now his shooting skills I saw today. Seeing Kang Woojin's CQC firsthand is necessary for our project too. Whether it was martial arts or CQC or acting, everything an actor does is much more impactful in person than on screen. The energy that an actor emits inevitably gets diluted when editing comes into play. Clear talent is demonstrated on set. Moreover, Joseph and Megan were still in the preparation stage for the movie, so it was uncertain what kind of film it would become. Of course, there was the storyboard and ideas provided by the film company. However, those would pass through several writers and scriptwriters, being reborn into various scenarios. Joseph and the film company had yet to decide which scenario they would ultimately choose, whether it would be a thriller, action, or romantic comedy. Thus, as the executive producer, Joseph kept all possibilities open, taking in everything that caught his attention or piqued his interest. Sometimes, the elements that boost a film's explosiveness are born from unexpected places. Kang Woojin might just be one of those unexpected elements. Ethan Smith had joined that Kang Woojin. What form would this CQC of this acting monster, the Korean actor who excelled not only in martial arts, but also in shooting, take? It's a technique that even many veteran actors in Hollywood struggle with. Would he be different from them? Or the same? Gradually, a smile spread across the black man Joseph's face. The more I get to know him, the more he feels like an alien. But that's what makes it so fun, this amplification of anticipation. At Joseph's murmuring, Megan Stone, who was sitting next to him, nodded in agreement. Of course, her gaze was also fixed on Kang Woojin outside the store. You're thinking of visiting Bangkok, Joseph? Of course, I'll get approval from the production team. And from Ethan. If it's difficult, I'll just spend money to make it happen. Kang Woojin really is a mysterious actor. To think he'd make us move from Korea, not just to Japan, but all the way to Bangkok. It's not that unusual. I've gone to at least 4 countries just for one actor. I've done something similar too. Megan, who was also smiling softly, said. Include me on that trip to Bangkok. Of course, we can't leave out the project CD. Joseph easily agreed, folding his arms. His thick forearms stood out. Additionally, if it's all right, it would be good to have the film company representatives and our stunt coordinators accompany us. At that moment, swish, Choi Sung-gun and Kang Woojin, who had been talking outside, returned. Woojin sat down and apologized calmly. I'm sorry. Megan and Joseph shook their heads. No, it's fine. At this point, the food they had ordered came out, and Joseph broke the silence. Kang Woojin, recently, I've taken on the role of executive producer for a film primarily produced by Universal Movies. The eyes of Choi Sung-gun, sitting next to Woojin, widened slightly. Naturally, he was startled inside. Universal Movies? It was natural. Universal Movies was one of the top-tier film and distribution companies in Hollywood. Choi Sung-gun knew Joseph Felton had considerable influence, but he hadn't expected Universal Movies to suddenly pop up like this. Wait, this situation is turning sweet? Could it be a deal? Just yesterday, he had shown Kang Woojin the overseas branch of BW Entertainment for the first time, and in less than a day, a renowned producer like Joseph brought up Universal Movies. There was no reason for Choi Sung-gun not to be smiling from ear to ear. Soon, Joseph continued his explanation. I can't reveal too much yet, but I'm considering Kang Woojin for this project. Actually, I've been thinking about it ever since I saw you in Last Kill 3. Choi Sung-gun discreetly clenched his fist. Joseph, unaware of this, smiled even wider. Nothing is set in stone yet, but would you seriously consider it? Woojin's face, which had been maintaining a strong poker face until now, showed little change. However, internally, he was quite flustered. What is this? Am I getting an offer right now? On the surface, he remained icy calm. The script should come first. In the afternoon, at the Beverly Hills Hotel in LA. After finishing the shooting range experience and meeting with Joseph and Megan, Kang Woojin had returned to his luxurious 5-star accommodation at the Beverly Hills Hotel. Passing through the still magnificent lobby where numerous foreigners were coming and going, Kang Woojin could be found in the enormous lounge that truly deserved to be called massive. Among the various sculptures and sofas scattered around, Woojin was seated in one of the spots. Of course, surrounding him were Choi Sung-gun and other team members, while Woojin, looking down at his phone, seemed to be waiting for someone. Meanwhile, screech. A large van pulled up at the entrance, where hotel staff were stationed. The strange thing was that around the van, foreign photographers wielding cameras with lenses as big as cannons had gathered. A rough count showed more than 20 of them. It was clear they were paparazzi. The hotel guards were busy holding them back and controlling the crowd. Soon, large bodyguards got out of the van. Following them, thunk. A woman with long blonde hair, wearing a light blue shirt and blue eyes stepped out. Immediately, the paparazzi blocked by the bodyguards went crazy, pressing their shutters nonstop. The reason was simple. Miley, why are you here at the hotel? Kara, nice to see you, Kara. Miley Kara. She was Miley Kara, a global superstar, not just in Hollywood but all around the world. Naturally, the paparazzi were trailing her every step. Soon, the appearance of Kara stirred up the hotel staff and guests alike. But, indifferent to the commotion, Kara quietly chatted with her manager before walking straight into the hotel. Her arrival caused a surge of attention from the foreigners inside the hotel. Some foreign women, as if their souls had left their bodies, gasped in shock, while groups of people called out to Kara like children thrilled by her presence. Most of the hotel guests who spotted her were busy taking pictures with their phones. Meanwhile, Kara, used to this kind of situation, maintained a slightly cold expression as she walked directly towards the hotel lounge. And then, swoosh. When Kara entered the lounge, someone stood up from the sofa. It was Kang Woojin. Despite her cold demeanor the whole way, Kara smiled for the first time when she saw Woojin and extended her hand. Woojin, it's been a while. As expected, Woojin maintained his thick persona. It's been a while. Soon enough, curious onlookers began to gather around Kang Woojin and Kara in the upscale lounge. Despite the growing attention, Kara, brushing back her blonde hair, spoke to Woojin again. You're still as calm as ever. You too. Me? How so? Well, Kara tilted her head slightly, puzzled, and Woojin answered in his mind. That you're beautiful, beautiful. She must know she's drop-dead gorgeous. But no matter what, it was something he could never express outwardly. Miley Kara shrugged her shoulders slightly and opened her mouth. Sorry I couldn't come straight here. My schedule got messed up. Is the hotel all right? Yes, thanks to you. While you're working with me, I want you to stay without any worries. If anything's uncomfortable, let me know right away. Our official meeting and album work will probably start tomorrow afternoon, so I'm here today just to say hello. Is that so? Yes. After this, I need to head straight to my next schedule. Kara checked the time briefly before locking her blue eyes back on Woojin. By the way, Woojin, do you have any plans before tomorrow afternoon? Plans? Kang Woojin glanced at Choi Sung-gun, who was standing next to him. He shook his head, meaning no. Woojin then replied calmly to Kara. I don't. Kara gave a subtle smile, as if things were working out perfectly. In that case, how about joining me at a fashion show tomorrow to greet the fans as well? Many Hollywood celebrities will be attending, and of course, the media will be there too. I think it would help boost your recognition in this scene. After hearing the explanation, it turned out to be a fashion show for a famous luxury brand. In a way, it could serve as Kang Woojin's debut into this world. Plus, accompanying Miley Kara would certainly draw attention. Choi Sung-gun, quickly grasping the situation, subtly gave a thumbs up, while Woojin, with his usual indifferent expression, answered calmly. That sounds fine. Kara's smile deepened as she brushed her blonde hair back. Then we should dress up a little, don't you think? Later, the next day at noon, in front of the packed venue for the fashion show, filled with crowds, celebrities, and journalists, a sleek sedan came to a stop. From the car emerged Kara, dressed in a tight-fitting luxury brand gown. Following her, a man with black hair wearing a black trench coat stepped out. Swish. It was Kang Woojin. The two of them were immediately swarmed by more than 100 reporters who frantically took photos. About 30 minutes later, who was the Korean actor that appeared with Miley Kara at the fashion show? Kang Woojin's name began to appear in international news articles. Soon after, the news of the famous luxury brand's fashion show held in LA quickly spread to Korea. Star photo, Kang Woojin appears alongside Miley Kara at the famous luxury brand fashion show /photo. Global superstar Miley Kara and Kang Woojin, posing confidently in front of hundreds of journalists /photo. The album project involving Woojin and Kara was already a highly anticipated issue, and now the first news of their schedule being a massive fashion show packed with Hollywood celebrities naturally grabbed attention. 20 million viewer actor Kang Woojin attends a fashion show with Miley Kara before their album work. He's officially a Hollywood actor now. The shots of Kang Woojin and Kara together spread like wildfire in the Korean media. Of course, the same happened in Japan. Japanese media were also closely watching Woojin's activities in LA and quickly reported on it. However, in Japan, there were already many other discussions surrounding Kang Woojin, especially in the animation industry. It was because of Male Friend remake. In the Japanese anime industry, Kang Woojin, who had once again become a hot topic, was being dissected and discussed thoroughly. Animation studios, broadcasting stations, and entertainment companies were all involved. In short, there was a flood of speculations and wild guesses. Isn't the airing of Male Friend remake tomorrow? What do you think it'll be like? I don't know, but honestly, it's going to be tough. Rom-coms haven't been doing well lately, and the original work is Korean, right? That's part of it. But A10 Studio put too much effort into this project. When you overdo it, things tend to go wrong. There are also a lot of popular shows this quarter. Yeah, no matter how strong Kang Woojin's influence is, it'll be hard to surpass the original work's impact. It was half criticism, half pessimism about Male Friend remake. How high do you think the viewership ratings will be? These days, an anime with a 5% rating is considered a success, maybe around 3%. Come on, with all the buzz around Kang Woojin, the first episode should get more than 3%. Anyway, the content will be what really matters. What was the highest rating for a recent anime? It fluctuated between 9% and 10%. The other half showed some expectations. As such, July 12th dawned, a few days after Kang Woojin's arrival in LA. The online communities in Korea were in an uproar since the morning. Specifically, the anime-related communities were buzzing. Isn't today the first airing of Kang Woojin's anime? Curious to see how the quality turns out. I bet Kang Woojin's voice acting will be terrible and he'll get bashed for it. It will be aired in Japan today and probably be available in Korea tomorrow. I live in Japan, so I'll watch it and post a review. What's the reaction from people in Japan right now? It's mixed. If you look at Twitter, there are lots of complaints. Setting aside Kang Woojin's voice acting, since the production is by A10, the quality should be decent, right? But there are a lot of anticipated shows this quarter, so the ratings might struggle. Various SNS platforms in Japan showed similar trends. This continued throughout the day, and by 9:50 p.m. on the night of the 12th, many in Japan gathered around their TVs. Among them was Asami Sayaka, who had a connection with Woojin and voiced a role in Male Friend remake. Naturally, her daughter, Asami Yusako, who was in a wheelchair, was with her. The TV channel was the private broadcaster, TB. Before they knew it, the opening song of the anime was playing on the TV. Kang Woojin's voice, his vocals, were being broadcast across all of Japan. Asami Yusako, her face flushed, covered her mouth with both hands. I'm so nervous. Soon, with the opening, the Japanese title of the anime appeared. Male Friend remake / episode 1. 12. LA. While it was night in Korea and Japan, it was dawn in LA. The time was around 6 o'clock. Kang Woojin, naturally, was in the suite room of the 5-star Beverly Hills Hotel in LA. He had an early schedule, so Woojin, with his hair still damp, came out of the bathroom. In about an hour, he had an album session with Miley Cara. Craving ramen at dawn, huh? When the carefree Woojin muttered without any pretense, his phone on the table in the vast living room vibrated. Whoom. Checking it, he saw it was a DM. The sender was Mifuyu Uramatsu, the top Japanese actress who was an acquaintance from The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger and had also appeared on Woojin's YouTube channel. The message was simple. A picture of her watching TV and a short message. Photo. Just started watching the Male Friend remake. After checking it, Woojin looked at the time and muttered, it looks like it started. It meant that Male Friend remake had been released. Of course, Kang Woojin was aware of it. He was looking forward to it, too. However, due to the time difference and being in LA, watching the live broadcast was difficult. All he could do was carry on with his own work while checking messages from acquaintances and gauging the reactions of the public. Tisk, I'm curious, but there's nothing I can do. Kang Woojin couldn't attend the test screening of Male Friend remake. In other words, he hadn't seen the final product. Still, he could watch Male Friend remake once it was released on Korea's anime OTT platform. I'll just have to wait a few days. With that, Kang Woojin left the hotel. He had to head straight to Miley Cara's recording studio. Since pre-meetings and planning were finalized yesterday, today was effectively the official start of the album recording process. The music video shoot was scheduled for when the recording was more or less complete. By the time Kang Woojin boarded the waiting van in front of the hotel early in the morning, Various people related to Woojin were watching the anime in Japan, where it was night unlike in LA. The first episode of Male Friend Remake was airing. The voice actors who had worked with Kang Woojin were watching it, as well as the staff from A10 Studio, and even actors from The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. In particular, some of the lead actors from The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, including Mana Kosuke and Ajimoto Yasutaro, gathered for dinner and watched Male Friend Remake on a tablet. Oh, it's interesting, isn't it? Am I the only one finding it interesting? No? I find it interesting too. Even without Woojin's voice acting, it's genuinely well made, right? Especially the animation direction. It's killer. Is this really A10? They added so much detail to things that could have just been glossed over. The original Korean work was a big hit, and I think they adapted it just as well. All the characters are so charming. But why is Kang Woojin also so good at voice acting? I heard Woojin also sang the OP song. Wow, his voice tone syncs so well. It's like a veteran voice actor did it. There were quite a few people who had crossed paths with Kang Woojin in Japan in the past. For example, the people from the Japanese talk show, AIM Talk Show, the only Japanese talk show Woojin had appeared on. What is this? Woojin's voice acting quality is too good. This is far beyond what you achieve just by practicing, right? This is going to be a huge sensation tomorrow. There were a lot of people saying he was cast just because of his popularity, right? But he's so good that it's hard to even notice the other professional voice actors. The quality of the anime is top-notch too. A10 must have really put their life on the line for this one. More people than usual gathered in front of the TV. Of course, it wasn't just people related to Kang Woojin, but the general Japanese public as well. What was clear was that many more people than usual were tuning in. The runtime of Male Friend Remake wasn't very long. Including the OP and EP, it was about 25 minutes. Depending on how you look at it, it could be long or short, but the impact it had on Japan's anime industry wasn't small. The attention from Japanese media and public opinion, as well as the numerous anime production companies, reflected this. Anyway, the first episode of Male Friend Remake ended at around 10:40 p.m. From that moment, Japan's various social media platforms got a major boost. At MU_II89, Male Friend Remake is so fun. It's not just a simple rom-com. It even has music mixed in. Plus, both the OP and EP are awesome. And Kang Woojin's voice acting skills are insane. Talks about Male Friend Remake started to overflow. Meanwhile, around the time the first episode of Male Friend Remake finished airing smoothly in Japan, all Kang Woojin could do in the early morning LA was check Japanese social media or the press. Thus, even as he was on his way to Miley Carr's recording studio, he immersed himself in the wave of searches. Swipe. Of course, he had to do it discreetly, so it wouldn't be obvious. It was like maintaining the persona while extracting the necessary information. Even though LA was in a different time zone from Japan and Korea, it wasn't difficult to check the news. The Japanese press was already buzzing with talk of Male Friend Remake. The much talked about Male Friend Remake first episode aired, and despite concerns, Kang Woojin's voice acting shines. Naturally, there were many articles about Issue King Kang Woojin. However, there were also quite a few mentions of the quality of Male Friend Remake itself. Male Friend Remake, voiced by Kang Woojin, nails everything from animation to music and direction. Woojin, with an indifferent face, recalled the Male Friend Remake footage he had seen during the voice recording. Well, yeah, the animation. It did seem pretty impressive. He hadn't watched much anime, but the animation of Male Friend Remake was, how should he put it, incredibly detailed and polished. The quality was perfect, from the characters' movements to the backgrounds. Even someone like Kang Woojin, who wasn't an expert in anime, could tell it was impressive, so the Japanese public, who were much more knowledgeable, would definitely notice even more. Next, Woojin accessed Japanese social media and online communities. Again, it wasn't hard to find posts related to Male Friend Remake. Just typing in the title flooded the screen with related posts. Most were written within the last 30 minutes, and new ones were pouring in even now. Wasn't it better than expected? I started watching it with some doubts, but I got hooked before I knew it. Isn't it beyond the level of Kang Woojin being a good or bad voice actor? It felt like the show was fun because Kang Woojin was in it. WWWW so fun. Wow. But how does Kang Woojin even know how to voice act too? The animation was the best of this season, and so was the music. I thought it'd just be some typical rom-com anime, but the story was deeper than I expected. I watched it intending to criticize, but I ended up getting engrossed. Am I the only one? Yeah. I also started watching it to hate on Kang Woojin's voice acting, but ended up going, wow, while watching. Isn't that why it'll get even better ratings? Most people who aren't Kang Woojin fans probably started watching it intending to criticize. Same. I thought it wouldn't be great at first, but now I can't wait for the second episode. It was buzzing with excitement. After about 10 minutes of exploring social media and online communities, Kang Woojin put down his phone. His expression hadn't changed much. He had already heard from people at A10 Studio and Choi Sung-gun. Considering how much of a hot topic it was, there were bound to be a lot of people in Japan who held negative opinions. Well, that's natural. Woojin wasn't particularly concerned. Whether people hated it or not, as long as the ratings were good, that's all that mattered, right? His mental state wasn't shaken. In the end, the Japanese public opinion that had started out intending to criticize had already flipped. At that moment, screech. The large van carrying Kang Woojin came to a stop. It had reached Miley Kara's recording studio, located about an hour away from the hotel. Despite the early hour, Kara was already waiting in the enormous studio. Her long blonde hair was loose, and she was wearing a hat. Amidst a dozen staff members, Kara's expression was cold, but her tone was soft. Oh, Woojin, you're early. It just worked out that way. As I mentioned in yesterday's meeting, today is the official start of recording. How about some coffee before we get going? Sounds good. And so, the album project between Kang Woojin and Miley Kara officially kicked off. 12 hours. That was how long Woojin spent in the recording studio. From early morning until the afternoon, Kang Woojin was fully immersed in the recording sessions with Kara. Meanwhile, back in Korea, the night had passed, and it was now morning. On the morning of the 13th, around 10 a.m., there was a change on Korea's OTT platform specializing in Japanese anime. The first episode of Male Friend, Remake, which had aired in Japan the previous day, had been updated. The series had been heavily promoted for days, and now Male Friend, Remake had. Male Friend, Remake hits #1 on the OTT platform as soon as it lands in Korea. Is this the power of Kang Woojin? It had instantly shot to the top of the OTT platform's rankings. This was proof that a large number of Korean viewers were already watching Male Friend, Remake. Comments on the platform started pouring in rapidly. There were so many strong contenders this quarter that I didn't expect much TBH, but wow, this is fucking awesome. Agreed. Even without any national pride bias, the soundtrack is sick, and the direction is super unique. The animation is insane. What's all this hype about? It was so boring. Honestly, Kang Woojin's voice acting was really good. There wasn't anything off about it. Personally, the camera angles and sound were sick, and the OP just destroyed all the other shows this season. LOL, chill out, oh god. This place is dripping with national pride. Did Kang Woojin really sing the OP? Yeah, he did. No way. Wow, the OP is awesome. It could even aim for the Oricon charts. The Male Friend, Remake, OP is already blowing up on Japanese YouTube. Although there were various opinions, in the end, everyone's focus was the same. Did this get good ratings in Japan? They were curious about the official ratings for Male Friend, Remake. It's not out yet, but the competition is super tough, so even if it gets 5%, it's doing well. At the same time, in Tokyo, Japan, in one of the meeting rooms at A10 Studio, the production company behind Male Friend, Remake, familiar faces were gathered. Naturally, the director, staff, and executives from the production company were present. More than 20 people had gathered. Everyone had tense expressions. Interestingly, everyone's eyes were focused on one person, the female team leader of the planning team, who had been in charge of overseeing the entire production of Male Friend, Remake. Standing at the head of the room, she paced nervously, glancing at her phone screen. At this moment, swish. Mahiro Sakuchi, the director of Male Friend, Remake, swallowed dryly, and asked, "Hasn't it been announced yet?" The female team leader nodded. "No, not yet. A few executives of a 10 studio let out small sighs and joined the conversation. This is driving me crazy. Why is the announcement so late today? What's been the top rating so far? Magic Revolutions with 9.1%, and after that, Strongest Spy with 8.8%. The third quarter releases, which could be considered competitors to Male Friend Remake, had finished airing last week. The director picked up the viewership ratings chart on the table to check. Viewership ratings. 1. Magic Revolutions / Fuji ETV / 9.1%. 2. Strongest Spy / Tokyo ETV / 8.8%. 3. Detective Conan / NHM / 6.2%. The two highly anticipated works of this third quarter had already claimed the top two spots. Although they didn't surpass 10%, both had achieved a respectable 9%, which the media was praising. Below third place, ratings range between 5% and 1%. We're not even hoping for 10%. As long as we make it into the upper middle rankings, around 5%, that's good enough. It's tough to hit 10% these days, but we should at least expect above 5%. There's been a lot of buzz. If we beat Detective Conan and take third place, that would be ideal. At that moment, the female team leader's phone rang. Instantly, everyone in the meeting room focused their gaze on her. The female team leader, swallowing nervously, raised the phone to her ear, her hand trembling slightly. "Yes, it's me. Go ahead." Her eyes widened suddenly at whatever she heard from the other end of the line. What did you say?" Everyone was startled by her reaction but remained silent. After a moment, the female team leader ended the call and slowly lowered her phone. With a dazed expression, she muttered softly in Japanese to the people gathered in the meeting room. "We've got a problem." Meanwhile, in LA, while it was morning in Korea, LA was moving toward night. After spending the entire day recording, Kang Woojin, now wearing a hoodie, got into Miley Kara's large van. Thud. After wrapping up their work for the day, Woojin, Kara, and the rest of the team were on their way to dinner. Naturally, Kara was in charge of choosing the place, and thus, it was guaranteed to be somewhere luxurious. In any case, the three massive vans set off simultaneously. Woojin was in the first van, sitting across from Kara. Kara, who had taken off her hat and swept back her blonde hair, spoke first. "Aren't you tired?" In her usual cold voice, Kang Woojin responded in his characteristic detached manner. "Not particularly. I don't think I've ever seen you tired. It was the same when I went to Korea last time, and today too." "Is that so? Do you have a lot of stamina? Or do you manage it through exercise?" Since he couldn't say it's because of his void space, Woojin dodged the question appropriately. "I have my own methods." "What kind?" "It's hard to explain, since it's unique to me." "Oh, first time hearing a response like that. It's also the first time I've said it." Kara, who had already figured out Woojin's personality, gave a small laugh. "So, how did that Japanese anime turn out?" Kara already knew about Male Friend Remake, and Woojin replied calmly. "Well, I haven't received any news yet." Just then, easy. Woojin's phone vibrated briefly. It was a text, and the sender was Choi Sung-gun, who was in the van behind them. The message was simple. It was the viewership ratings chart. But it wasn't for Korea. It was from Japan. Viewership ratings. 1. Male Friend Remake / TB / 14.8%. 2. Magic Revolutions / Fuji ETV / 9.1%. 3. Strongest Spy / Tokyo ETV / 8.8%. 4. Detective Conan / NHM / 6.2%. Woojin casually glanced at the freshly received ratings chart, then looked up. He nonchalantly muttered to the blonde Kara sitting across from him. "We took first place." His tone was calm, devoid of any autumn. 13. Inside the large van speeding through downtown LA, Miley Kara, with her blonde hair reaching down to her chest, stared intently at Kang Woojin sitting across from her and asked again in English. "It got first place?" Kang Woojin responded calmly. "Yes." They were talking about the anime Male Friend Remake that he had worked on in Japan. Apparently, the anime, where Woojin participated as the main character's voice actor, had taken the top spot. But for some reason, Kara's blue eyes held a trace of bewilderment. What's going on? She was confused about whether she should congratulate him or not. It was because of Woojin's extremely calm, or rather indifferent reaction. Is it that being first isn't good enough for him? Could there be a higher rank than first? No, that's ridiculous. Or maybe it got first, but the ratings weren't great. When any project takes first place, shouldn't one be jumping with joy? At the very least, he should be smiling. Yet Kang Woojin's face was filled only with indifference. It was impossible to gauge his emotions. He's really a character I've never seen before, and it just keeps getting more intense every time I see him. Miley Kara cleared her throat lightly. Well, since it's first place, I guess I should congratulate him, right? Having made a decision, she spoke to Woojin, who was looking at his phone. Even though Kara's tone carried her characteristic coldness, her congratulations were genuine. First place, huh? Congratulations. Woojin lifted his head, his poker face showing. No change. Thank you. But, are the ratings perhaps not as good as expected? Woojin, who had been staring into Kara's blue eyes for a moment, answered her internally first. Not good? What do you mean not good? I'm super satisfied though. He lowered his voice to a deeper tone. No, I'm satisfied. You really don't look like it. It must be your imagination. Even if you ask someone else, they'd say the same thing. You're too calm. Is that so? I'm happy about it. Kara once again realized how eccentric Kang Woojin was. He said he was happy, but the aura he exuded seemed almost cold-hearted. Still, Kara understood Woojin's state to a certain extent. Right? It must be that level of cynicism that allows him to control his emotions. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to possess all those abilities. Even in extreme situations, suppressing himself must be a daily occurrence. She was mostly right. Hidden behind his calm demeanor, Kang Woojin was practically dancing with joy. Of course, only internally. Oh shit, seriously? First place? That's insane, haha. I almost broke character when I saw the results. Anyway, first place. This is awesome. Although he had predicted it based on the ratings in the void space, seeing the results in reality still felt different. Regardless of ratings, the fact that Male Friend Remake had claimed the top spot was enough to make Woojin's inner self want to celebrate. Shit, finally one released with a great start. This was actually the first project Woojin had worked on in Japan to be released. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was supposed to be the first, but Male Friend Remake had been unveiled first. What did it matter what came out first? In any case, the start had been made, and it ranked first. If he could ride this momentum, he could push forward with the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger as well. It was a bit like crossing off one of the piled-up tasks. Haha, let's go. Internally, Woojin was dancing, but on the outside, he was as solemn as ever. A few tens of minutes later, after Kang Woojin and Miley Kara, the entire team settled at a Korean restaurant. It was a pretty famous spot, even in LA, and when Woojin entered the large room. Beezy's is easy. Beezy's is easy. Woojin's phone started buzzing with short vibrations. They were congratulatory messages. DMs from Japan, texts from Korea, and so on. Although Woojin wanted to immediately check the reactions from Japan and Korea, he held back. Right now, staying composed was the priority. However, Choi Sung-gun, sitting next to Woojin, and his team were already in an excited state. Ponytailed Choi Sung-gun grinned and said, "Did you see the ratings for Male Friend Remake, Woojin? It's 14.8%. 14.8%. Dude, can you believe it beat Magical Revolutions?" Choi Sung-gun was almost hysterical. This is incredible. Do you even know how long it's been since an anime in Japan had ratings over 10%? I don't know. At least 5 years. Or maybe even longer. Choi Sung-gun, completely forgetting about ordering food, passionately explained the impact of Male Friend Remake's ratings. His enthusiasm was so intense that even Miley Kara and her foreign teammates sitting across from him were surprised. But, honestly, Choi Sung-gun's reaction wasn't strange. After all, it was true that Male Friend Remake had produced record-breaking results not seen in years. Of course, if you compared it to Japan's past, there had been even more remarkable achievements, but you couldn't compare it to the current barren landscape of TV ratings. The competing work, based on a popular manga, was sitting at around 9%, while Male Friend remake had exceeded 14%. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a massive sensation. Therefore, neither Choi Sung-gun nor Woojin's team members made any effort to hide their excitement. The A10 side must have done some marketing, but more than half of these insane ratings are thanks to Woojin Appa, right? What's there to even say? Without Appa, forget 10%. It wouldn't have even hit 5%. Wow, Woojin Appa, your SNS is blowing up right now. Japanese fans are flooding in. Soon after, Choi Sung-gun, who had been sharing his phone screen with the staff, leaned over to whisper to Woojin. Surely, among this viewership, there must have been quite a few who watched the anime intending to criticize you. Like, let's see how well he does or something. But so what? Thanks to that, we hit 14.8%, so we just need to enjoy it. If you thought about it, it was an ironic situation where the haters had turned into allies. Anyway, since it's an anime that airs once a week, we'll have to work hard on promotions to keep this momentum going until next week's broadcast. They needed to maintain the explosive momentum. While some viewers might drop off after the first episode, the ratings explosion made it likely that twice as many new viewers would tune in next time. Out of curiosity, if nothing else, Kang Woojin, doing his best to hide his true feelings, replied calmly, "I'm sure A10 Studio will handle it well." Then, Woojin turned his gaze forward and looked at Kara. Around her, staff members had gathered as she stared at her phone, a slight worry creeping into her expression. The people over there no longer seemed particularly interested in Kang Woojin, and noticing Woojin's gaze, Kara brushed back her blonde hair and showed him her phone. "It may be a good day for you, Woojin, but a big incident just broke in Hollywood." On her phone was a breaking news article from a foreign media outlet. Breaking: Brad Willis attacked by a knife-wielding intruder at his home. The title and content were all in English, but that was no issue for Woojin. That sounds dangerous. Yeah, he's an actor I know well. I should give him a call. At that moment, the manager with a buzz cut standing next to Kara muttered, "Haven't incidents like this been increasing lately? Like terrorism. There was one just last month, right? Oh, that crazy guy who showed up at Tom's house. Yeah, it's because of social media, YouTube, TikTok. The number of mentally unstable people is increasing. Phew, it happens all the time, but I'll beef up security. Thanks, I appreciate it." Woojin, who had been indifferently observing their conversation, reacted purely internally. Terrorism is a regular thing? Hollywood is scary. Later, while Kang Woojin was wrapping up his day amid the cold reality of LA, morning was just beginning in Japan and Korea, where the issue of Male Friend remake was unfolding. As expected, the impact in Japan was several times stronger. Woojin confirmed this when he returned to his hotel. Even with just a quick glance, the Japanese media was filled with nothing but talk about the anime. Male Friend remake, based on a Korean work, takes first place with 14.8% viewership. Breaking all expectations, Male Friend remake takes the top spot for third quarter ratings this year. When Woojin returned to his hotel room, he finally dropped the act and let a smile spread across his face. His grin stretched ear to ear. Hee, it's causing quite a stir. Indeed, Japanese media was relentlessly churning out articles about Male Friend remake. It made perfect sense. After all, it was the first time in years that an anime had surpassed a 10% viewership rating. Moreover, the anime wasn't based on a popular manga or light novel, but on Male Friend, starring a Korean actor as the lead, so naturally, it caused a massive stir. On top of that, it had achieved a rating of over 14%. The Kang Woojin effect? Male Friend remake achieves record-breaking ratings for a rom-com in years. It would have been strange if the Japanese media wasn't excited. Public opinion was also going wild in response to the unexpected result. With the media and public in such a frenzy, how could the production company, A10 Studio, behind Male Friend remake, not be equally ecstatic? 14.8%? This isn't some kind of error, right? How could it be an error? This is the official announcement. Dear God, we surpassed 10%? Is this even real? Waha, it's 14.8%. There's a huge difference between that and 10%. Quick, gather everyone. No, wait. Start blasting out the articles right now. That's right. If we keep riding this momentum, it's going to be chaos for the next few days. We need to push the promotions even harder by several folds. It was more than a celebration, it was a frenzy. The term going wild seemed appropriate. The director and production team of Male Friend Remake, as well as the executives and staff of A10 Studio, were hugging each other and screaming. A 14.8% rating was the first for the entire Japanese anime market and for A10 Studio in years. In fact, they were convinced that such a number might be impossible to achieve again in the future. The same was true for all the voice actors involved in Male Friend Remake. It's a record, a huge record. In the entire Japanese anime industry, Male Friend Remake was the topic of conversation. Magical Revolutions got 9.1% and Strongest Spy got 8.8%, but Male Friend Remake hit 14.8%? I can't believe the gap is this big. It's not just the gap. How does it even make sense that it scored 14.8%? It's been, what, almost 6 years? We thought it would be hard for any anime to surpass 10% again. Then suddenly, out of nowhere. How did it achieve such high ratings? Why on earth? Well, the original did have some success, but I think Kang Woojin's presence played a big part. Whether fans or critics, it was definitely Woojin who drew the public to their TVs. A new record was set. In recent years, the anime market had felt rather stagnant, but Male Friend Remake injected a sense of tension back into the industry. By noon, the number of articles had doubled, and related content about Male Friend Remake began flooding social media, online communities, and YouTube. The momentum, the flow, was accelerating. Although the Japanese media seemed unable to escape their shock throughout the morning, by now, they had shifted their focus to Kang Woojin, the star who brought 20 million viewers to theaters in Korea. Kang Woojin, does his power now extend to Japan? It was a day full of explosive noise, and by nightfall of the same day, Male Friend Remake had already dominated various rankings in Japan. Not only did it top the third quarter anime viewership charts, but it also took first place in trending topics on Japan's 3 largest portal sites, ranked number 1 on social media trends, and claimed the top spot for real-time popular videos on YouTube, and so on. In total, it had claimed over 5 different first-place titles. Of course, the name most frequently mentioned alongside all of this was Male Friend Remake breaks viewership records. Kang Woojin, who has brought success to every project, now making waves in Japan. Kang Woojin's name. Morning of the 14th, Korea. A day had passed since Male Friend Remake had taken Japan by storm. Yet, the excitement in Japan still hadn't cooled down. In fact, it had only intensified several times over. Naturally, it didn't take long for that heated energy to spill over into Korea. Crazy Kang Woojin's anime hit 14% in Japan. For real? That's insane. 14% is crazy OMG. No. It's actually 14.8%, so you could round it up to almost 15%. Kia. Feeling that national pride. It was the first gift that Kang Woojin, who had gone to Japan all alone, had brought to his domestic fans. No way. Kang Woojin did it again. However, Korea's reaction was slightly different from Japan's. Rather than being frenzied over the success of Male Friend Remake, Koreans were more thrilled by Kang Woojin's impact on Japan's anime market. Damn, it would have thought he'd beat Magical Revolutions. I agree. It seems like Kang Woojin's more popular in Japan than we thought. Korean dramas and movies, including Hallyu content, were experiencing a downturn in Japan. The only thriving industry left was anime. Then, all of a sudden, Kang Woojin crossed over to Japan and dominated even the anime market. So naturally, people were going wild. But Kang Woojin hadn't just taken over the anime market. The first person to confirm this was writer Choi Nana, who was currently in Bangkok for the overseas location shoot of Beneficial Evil. Wow. How? Amazing, just amazing. As the original creator of Male Friend Remake, she too was jumping up and down in another country. Genuine congratulations poured in from PD Song Manwoo and the key staff of Beneficial Evil. At that moment, something flashed in writer Choi Nana's mind, and she adjusted her round glasses, quickly typing on her phone. Swipe. She accessed Japan's Oricon chart. It was the site where one could instantly check the real-time, daily, weekly, and monthly rankings in Japan's music market. Oh my god. Writer Choi Nana's eyes widened as she checked the real-time Oricon chart. Woojin is number 1. Because the opening song sung by Kang Woojin had topped the Oricon chart as well. 313. Autumn, 14. The news that the OP of Male Friend remake sung by Kang Woojin topped the real-time Oricon chart in Japan was, of course, quickly delivered to the Beneficial Evil team through writer Choi Nana. The location was a restaurant in a 4-star hotel in Bangkok, Thailand. Among the dozens of staff members wearing thin clothes due to the humid and hot weather, it was PD Song Manwoo who reacted the most. Oricon chart. Woojin SSI ranked number 1 on that? Yes. It just came up right now. Writer Choi Nana, already elated by the 14% viewership rating of Male Friend remake, showed her phone to PD Song Manwoo while jumping up and down. A smile spread across the face of PD Song Manwoo, who was wearing something like a sleeveless shirt. Wow, seeing Woojin SSI's name sitting at the top of a chart filled with Japanese names. It gives me an odd feeling. Makes my shoulders rise up. There are some K-pop idol songs too. But Woojin SSI being number 1 is really incredible, right? This means the Japanese people are listening to the song a lot and downloading it too, right? Hey, check the comments here. Yes. Soon, not only PD Song Manwoo, but several key staff members gathered around writer Choi Nana. The news about Male Friend remake was already a hot topic among them. Soon, a string of comments in Japanese popped up on writer Choi Nana's phone. Love the song. Kang Woojin's vocals are perfect. I watched the anime and immediately downloaded the OP and EP. They're both so good, especially the OP. Male Friend remake really nailed the OP this time. It fits so well with Kang Woojin's voice. The anime was a hit, and it looks like the OP is going to blow up too. I'm playing it on repeat. Kang Woojin acts well, does great voice acting, and now even sings well. Is there anything he can't do? He's even a genius in looks. Who would have thought the day would come when a Korean actor's name would be at the top of the Oricon chart? We need to reflect on this. Although it was difficult to judge clearly since everything was in Japanese, PD Song Manwoo and others like writer Choi Nana sincerely applauded after getting a rough explanation of the comments contents from a staff member who knew some Japanese. Ha ha ha. Our lead doing well is always welcome. Of course, what they were looking at now were just the real-time and daily charts of Oricon. Kang Woojin's name had not yet appeared on the weekly or monthly charts. But that was only a matter of time. Moreover, Kang Woojin had already set many firsts in Japan with this situation. From voicing an anime character to singing the OP, and that OP reaching number 1 on Japan's real-time Oricon chart in just one day, among other feats. If Woojin SSI keeps blowing up in Korea, Japan, and even Hollywood, then the future of our Beneficial Evil only gets brighter and brighter. That was indeed the case. Beneficial Evil, which aimed for a global audience, would be promoted not just in Korea, but in Japan and Hollywood as well. In other words, the more Kang Woojin soared. Oh, with our male lead putting in so much effort, don't we also need to step up our game? Ha, that's right. I suddenly feel a surge of energy. It meant that the chances of success for Beneficial Evil, which was targeting a global market, were increasing. A few days later, on July 17th, several days had passed since the massive success of Male Friend remake. However, the momentum hadn't subsided. It was the same in both Korea and Japan. In Japan, the media and various outlets were in full blitz mode. Male Friend remake achieves 14.8% viewership, and the OP sung by Kang Woojin tops the Oricon chart. It's spreading like wildfire, quickly going viral on SNS and communities. Male Friend remake. Of course, this was also due to the heavy promotion efforts by A10 Studio. Thanks to that, for several days now, Male Friend remake was the number 1 search term on Japanese SNS, and Kang Woojin was number 2. Although the rankings sometimes flipped, the difference was negligible. The OP sung by Kang Woojin was also still holding strong at number 1 on the Oricon chart. On YouTube, his OP was spreading and multiplying several times over. The momentum of its success, the flow, was overwhelming. While monitoring the current situation in Japan, the Korean side was spreading issues centered around Kang Woojin. Despite only a 20-minute or so anime being aired, both countries were in an uproar. The interesting thing was, oh, the OP has made it onto the Korean music charts too? The protagonist himself, Kang Woojin, was in faraway LA. Inside a van driving through the streets of LA, Woojin was looking at his phone with a serious expression. His outfit and hairstyle were simple. It was early morning. Today, his destination was not Miley Cara's recording studio. The work with her had almost reached its final stages as of yesterday, and today, according to the initial plan, he was heading to a large studio for filming. It was about an hour away from the five-star Beverly Hills hotel where Woojin was staying, and they arrived after passing by numerous towering buildings. The large studio was built in a rather desolate area. How should I put it? It felt like a rest stop along a highway. The densely packed buildings and people had significantly decreased. Around the giant dome-shaped studio, there were only trees and roads. Of course, the downtown area could be seen in the distance. Anyway, the van carrying Woojin stopped in front of the dome-shaped studio building. Kang Woojin got out. He immediately scanned his surroundings. Swish. In the vast outdoor parking lot, various types of vehicles were parked: trucks, buses, vans, etc. At a glance, there were easily over a dozen. What stood out was the size of the large vehicles like the trucks. Wow, the scale is insane. He also noticed several foreigners rushing around the parking lot. At this moment, Choi Sung-gun and his team approached Woojin from behind. Choi Sung-gun, wearing a zip-up hoodie, was the first to speak. It's huge. Honestly, this is my first time at a music video shoot on this side, so I don't have much to say. But from what I've gathered, the system is pretty similar to Korea. Yes, CEO Nim. In other words, today Kang Woojin was participating in the music video shoot of global superstar Miley Cara. According to the received storyboard and schedule, it was going to be an all-day shoot. By this point, Woojin's heart started to thump a little. Shit, don't get nervous. This was also his first time. And it's a music video for Miley Cara, no less. For Kang Woojin, it was natural to feel some tension. Whatever happens during the shoot, once the music video is completed, people around the world would see it. And naturally, they'd see Kang Woojin in it as well. This is insane promotion, but being paired with Cara is what's making me nervous. Phew, just focus on the concept. Focus on the concept. Kang Woojin began extreme mind control. It wasn't just that this was his first time filming a music video. There were also quite a few scenes of skinship with Miley Cara in the storyboard. What man in the world could remain calm about that? Soon, Kang Woojin, having forced himself to calm down, started walking. In just a few minutes, the foreigners near the dome-shaped studio entrance spotted Woojin. Foreign staff members with intercoms around their necks announced his arrival and ran towards Woojin. Thus, Kang Woojin entered the massive studio dome. Woojin immediately gaped. Of course, only inwardly. What crazy? Isn't this size ridiculously over the top? Inside the studio dome, there were 4 distinct sections. And in each section, a gigantic set was built, with absurdly large height and width. Among them, the set in front, filled with flowers and with dozens of chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, was even more overwhelming. Nearly 100 staff members, various cameras including several small jibs, audio equipment he had never seen before, almost 50 backup dancers practicing their choreography on one side, and so on. How do you even describe this? Kang Woojin was openly struck by the grandeur of the sight he was witnessing for the first time. Is this what a Hollywood music video set looks like? It didn't feel unfamiliar. The atmosphere of the set itself was similar to that of movie or drama sets. However, the air was definitely different. Soon after, several foreign staff members approached Kang Woojin. Choi Sung-gun was called away, and Woojin's stylists followed him. And then, swish. Among the dozens of backup dancers practicing their choreography, a blonde woman with her hair tied in a single ponytail approached Kang Woojin. It was Miley Cara. Her outfit was bold. She wore a white tank top that exposed her stomach and shoulders, paired with loose-fitting jeans. The jeans were so ripped that you could see almost all of her legs from her thighs down. Could those even be called jeans? In any case, the outfit was quite revealing. Cara, now standing close to Woojin, gave a small smile. "Welcome, this is my MV shooting site." Her makeup was unusual. It was thick but smudged, as if she'd been crying just moments ago. It matched the concept of the music video perfectly. Still, a fragrance wafted from Kara, who had come quite close. Woojin, trying to calm his pounding heart, replied in low English. It's impressive. I look forward to working with you. Same here. Kara then introduced Woojin to many foreign staff members, starting with the music video director. Though her tone was somewhat cold, Kara seemed excited, like a friend enthusiastically showing off her favorite toy. What's up with her? Isn't her energy a bit high? A few dozen minutes later, after introducing the backup dancers, Kara moved into the set. It was the area filled with dozens of chandeliers and flowers covering the floor. In the corner, a piano adorned with black flowers came into view. Kara pointed to the piano with both hands. That's the piano Woojin will be playing. Isn't it pretty? Yes, it looks nice. I came up with everything from the concept. Can you play a little for me? The composed Woojin nodded. Since he'd have to play the piano during the music video shoot anyway, he might as well think of this as a rehearsal. Swish. As Woojin sat down at the piano, he rolled up the sleeves of his hoodie to his forearms. At the same time, not only Kara but also the backup dancers and foreign staff who had gathered around the music video set focused their eyes on Kang Woojin. Everyone's eyes were full of curiosity. Was this Korean actor's piano skill really worthy of being in Kara's music video? Even though Kara had made the decision, there was still some skepticism among the staff. However, as soon as Kang Woojin began playing the piano calmly, wow! Gasps of amazement escaped from here and there. Some staff members even covered their mouths with their hands, and among the backup dancers behind him, a few had their eyes and mouths slightly agape. Naturally, the piano melody Woojin played was a part of Miley Kara's new song, and her blue eyes, now full of intrigue, shone brighter than ever as she smiled. You're the best, just as I thought. Soon, applause erupted on the set. Clap, 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 clap. Though he felt quite embarrassed inside, Kang Woojin's expression remained unchanged. Kara, giving a thumbs up, spoke to him. Now go get your costume and makeup done. Then we'll rehearse the cuts together. Woojin nodded and followed the guidance of a foreign staff member. He had more than 5 outfits to wear today. The first was a tuxedo, the kind you'd wear to a film festival. It fit him perfectly, perhaps because it had already been discussed with Choi Sung-gun beforehand. This tuxedo was for the scene in the music video where Woojin's character was getting married, and Miley Kara's character would be obsessively attached to him. From this point, the intense pursuit would begin. I've really made it, haven't I? Miley Kara is obsessed with me. By the time Woojin finished checking his outfit, Kara, her blonde hair still tied back, was practicing the choreography with the dozens of backup dancers again. Her new song echoed loudly throughout the entire set. About 5 minutes passed. Seemingly satisfied, Miley Kara gave a thumbs up to the backup dancers. They appeared to be very comfortable with each other, probably from working together for a long time. With sweat trickling down, several staff members rushed toward Kara, who was now standing in the center of the studio dome. They were there to touch up her makeup. Kara closed her eyes without a second thought. More than 7 foreign staff members, running at full speed, reached Kara, who had her eyes shut. Among them, one slightly chubby female staff member's movements were strangely rough. She was running the fastest and had the most aggressive demeanor. It didn't seem like she was rushing to fix makeup. There was an air that suggested she was going to strike Kara. In that moment, eek! A short scream came from one of the staff members standing next to the chubby woman. The reason was simple. What the chubby woman held in her hand was not a makeup tool. It was a knife, a short but sharp knife. However, the chubby female staff member didn't slow down, and Miley Kara, still unaware, kept her eyes closed. In fact, most of the people in the massive studio dome hadn't noticed. Thanks to the staff member who had screamed, only a few were just now turning their heads. The set was so chaotic with noise and activity that no one was paying attention. Eventually, the chubby female staff member finally reached Kara. Sensing something strange, Miley Kara slowly opened her eyes. Her blue eyes looked ahead. Right in front of her was a woman running towards her with madness in her eyes and a flush on both cheeks, smiling. The woman was holding a knife above her head. What? Who are you? In a flash, an article she had seen a few days ago quickly flashed through Kara's mind. Breaking Brad Willis attacked by a knife-wielding intruder at his home. Oh, the chubby woman, her knife raised high, smiled even wider. The makeup staff running with her tried to grab her, but it was no use. They couldn't match her speed or strength. The chubby woman's dry lips moved, and she muttered in a low voice, in English, "Goodbye, Miley Kara." Swish. The woman, now right in front of Kara, swung the knife down with all her might. Whether she was aiming for Kara's face, shoulder, or chest, it was unclear. Even so, Kara's entire body froze, and no sound came from her throat. At that moment, wham! Suddenly, the chubby woman's body lurched to the side, flying off with a whoosh. Ugh! The first thing Kara saw was a long leg. Then, she saw the expressionless face of Kang Woojin. It was Woojin who had kicked the woman in the side. Tat-tat! Woojin immediately rushed towards the woman holding the knife. 15. The first time Kang Woojin noticed the plump woman holding a knife was, in fact, almost by chance. Woojin, standing close to the entrance of the massive studio dome, had put on his tuxedo costume, and around him were a mix of his own stylist team and foreign staff members. They had gathered to do his hair and makeup. Up until that moment, Kang Woojin hadn't thought much of it. He was simply maintaining his poker face while secretly marveling inside. Wow, how many people are gathered here just for my makeup? If someone saw this, they'd think I was a Hollywood star. Woojin's stylist team alone had 5 members, while the foreign team had 7. Soon after Kang Woojin's makeup was finished and he was adjusting his tuxedo, Kara, who had been practicing choreography with backup dancers, stepped into the center of the dome. That's when the foreign makeup team around Woojin rushed towards her. In the midst of this, Kang Woojin noticed something. The plump woman in the foreign makeup team was holding something strange. Of course, he had only caught it by chance while glancing at them rushing off. It was something silver. It was a knife. He didn't know when she had taken it out, but the plump foreign woman was definitely holding a knife. At that moment, Kang Woojin furrowed his brows as he watched them run. Wait a minute, was she holding a knife before? That woman had been close to Kang Woojin just a few minutes ago. Even though she hadn't left a deep impression, she definitely wasn't holding a knife earlier. What's going on? Does makeup require a knife too? Woojin was puzzled. His own team had never used a knife. It looks like the size of a small kitchen knife. Looking at the plump woman, now about 5 steps away, Woojin felt a sense of disbelief. Well, in Hollywood, there could be equipment he didn't know about, right? He might have just seen it wrong. But what completely overturned Kang Woojin's sense of relief was the smile on the face of the plump woman who was running. From here, Woojin didn't hesitate for even a second. Wham! Kang Woojin suddenly sprinted. It didn't matter what had kicked in, whether it was martial arts or CQC. What mattered was that Woojin could only see the plump woman lunging towards Miley Kara. The shouts from his team members echoed from behind. Appa, where are you going? Woojin Appa. Soon, the screams of the foreign staff running alongside the plump woman mixed in. Eek! They must have noticed the knife in the plump woman's hand. Fuck! I'm late. Kang Woojin, dressed in his tuxedo, ran with a singular focus. Like a runaway train. The entire studio dome was chaotic. Telling someone won't help. I need to get there first. Even if he told someone, they might not believe him. Right now, Kang Woojin arriving first to control the situation was the best option. This was truly a do-or-die moment. 7 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps. By the time the plump woman reached the blonde Kara, she was raising her knife, and Miley Kara was only just opening her eyes. The scene played out in slow motion for the sprinting Kang Woojin. Thanks to his vision and judgment, courtesy of CQC, Kang Woojin quickly finished his calculation. He needed to not only subdue the woman, but also get her away from Kara. He was almost there. Just close enough to hear the plump woman's low whisper in English as it reached Woojin's ears. Goodbye, Miley Kara. What bullshit. In an instant, Kang Woojin was upon the woman. He lifted his leg. The target, her side. He had to control his strength. If he kicked too hard, she could crash into someone nearby. There were staff members around. He needed just the right distance to knock her away from Kara and immediately subdue her. Woojin relaxed his leg halfway. Whoosh. The knife was about to stab down towards Kara. The plump woman let out a choking sound and fell forward a step away. Woojin's long leg had swept past in front of Kara. Kara's blue eyes widened, following Woojin's movement. a face that somehow exuded both indifference and aggression. However, Kang Woojin didn't spare Kara even a glance. Thud. He immediately took his next step. Brushing past Miley Kara, he muttered a short but firm command. Alert the guards. Then, Kang Woojin quickly closed the distance between himself and the plump woman sprawled just 2 steps away. The woman let out a short groan, scrunching her face in pain. Kayak. She gritted her teeth and jerked her head up. She couldn't quite grasp what had happened. Why did I just go flying? That was the look on her face. At the same time, Kara's sharp voice echoed through the space. Here. Over here. Only now did the many people in the studio dome turn their attention toward Kara. Dozens of backup dancers, staff members, and even the large-bodied guards. Kara? What's going on over there? Hey, move. Miley. A dozen or so startled guards began to dash over. Despite their bulky frames, they moved quickly, and from all around, screams and shouts started to ring out. In an instant, the dome transformed into a space filled with terror. Confusion and panic spread everywhere. But only one person, swoosh, Kang Woojin, standing before the fallen plump woman, remained. Calm and cold. There was no tension in Woojin's eyes as he looked down at the woman. The plump woman trembled slightly and suddenly sprang to her feet. Her eyes were filled with rage and madness. She knew she had failed. Damn it. I couldn't stab Miley Kara. The woman's eyes darted around. If she couldn't get to Kara, she had to stab someone, anyone. If not, she felt like she would lose her mind. Time was running out. Once those bulky guards running her way reached her, she wouldn't be able to do anything. The problem was the Asian man standing right in front of her. Because of this bastard, she couldn't move hastily. The distance was too close. Soon, the woman's thoughts twisted. Fine, then I'll just stab you. Screaming furiously, the plump woman charged at the Asian man. No, she lunged at the still, silent Kang Woojin. She thought she got lucky when he kicked her away, believing his body must have stiffened from shock. You were surprised too, right? Weren't you? She had picked the wrong opponent. Very wrong. If possible, Woojin had no intention of touching the woman. This woman, or rather, this criminal, was unpredictable. You never knew what a provoked criminal might do. But with her charging like that, there was no choice. Honestly, subduing this woman was nothing for Kang Woojin. Swoosh. Woojin lowered his gaze. The woman didn't even know how to properly hold a knife. If she stabbed like that, her own hand would get torn up more than her opponent. Does that matter? The woman thrust the knife straight toward Kang Woojin. Woojin easily dodged it, sidestepping, then grabbed her wrist. Pulling her in, he tripped her with his leg. The plump woman collapsed helplessly. However, swoosh, Kang Woojin did not let go of her wrist. The woman dangled awkwardly, suspended by her arm. She screamed a bizarre shriek and tried to stand up, but Woojin yanked her wrist forward. Her face and stomach dragged against the floor. Without hesitation, Woojin pressed her wrist down to the ground and pinned her hand under his foot. KRRRK. The knife slipped from the hand of the struggling woman. Woojin kicked the knife aside without a second thought. Subdue complete. Actually, can this even be called subduing? In a way, it felt as though the woman was dancing according to Woojin's intent, and the expressionless Kang Woojin simply stared down at the trembling woman, calm and cold. In that brief moment, Kara, who had witnessed everything, covered her mouth with both hands. Oh my God. The strange thing was that Kara's gaze was fixed solely on Kang Woojin, and her heart was pounding wildly. While the recent incident was certainly a factor, half of it felt like it was somehow because of Kang Woojin. The noisy studio dome suddenly grew a bit quieter. And then, wham! A dozen guards quickly restrained the plump woman sprawled on the ground. Afterwards, after the woman who had attacked Kara was restrained, the massive studio dome had turned into complete chaos. Half of the 100 or so staff members were either screaming or shouting, while the other half surrounded Miley Kara, checking on her. The dozens of people on Kara's team were no different. They were all focused on making sure Miley Kara was all right. As her main manager, Jonathan, checked on her physical and mental state, he shouted to those around him. Did someone call the police? When the hell are they getting here? As expected, amidst the chaos, most people were agitated. Emotionally, that is. The dome was filled with screams as people yelled at the top of their lungs. Meanwhile, Kara's manager Jonathan and the staff were looking for Kang Woojin. He stood near the bound, plump woman with an indifferent expression. Choi Sung-gun and Woojin's team were already sticking to him, bombarding him with worried questions, while Jonathan and dozens of staff members expressed their gratitude to Woojin. Even so, the atmosphere was still frantic. The staff appeared as if their souls had been drained from them. After all, if not for Kang Woojin, Kara would have been in serious danger, so their reaction was understandable. On the other hand, Woojin remained calm. Well, it was more like he was pretending to be calm, with a bit of bravado mixed in. On the surface, he had his poker face on, but inside, he was feeling immense relief. Well, seriously, that was so fucking close. This is crazy for real. Subduing the woman hadn't been particularly difficult, but seeing such an absurd situation unfold right before his eyes was still unsettling. At the same time, he felt a bit of disdain towards Hollywood. Is terrorism in Hollywood just a normal, everyday thing, or what? Woojin felt a chill at the mere thought of what might have happened if he hadn't noticed in time. Lowering his gaze, Woojin looked at the plump woman being pinned down by the massive guards. The woman was squirming, letting out strange groans. There was even some foam forming at her mouth. What gave him goosebumps was how the woman, with madness in her eyes, was still glaring at Miley Kara. Internally, Kang Woojin cursed. Is she seriously a lunatic? At this point, the massive guards who were restraining the woman kept glancing at Woojin. That movement just now, what was that? It was fast and precise. No unnecessary motions. It didn't seem like a coincidence. He's definitely learned something. Without a second's hesitation, he could have been in danger himself, so he wasn't worried about that at all. Of course, Miley Kara, surrounded by numerous staff members, was also staring at Kang Woojin. Why is my heart still racing? She had a peculiar expression on her face. Just then, screech. LA police cars arrived aggressively at the front of the studio dome. Watching them, Woojin couldn't help but make a pure observation. Naturally, it was internal. Whoa, this looks just like a movie. About 2 hours later, inside a large van, among the numerous cars parked in the external lot in front of the studio dome, Miley Kara was sitting alone inside an unusually tall and spacious van. Her makeup had faded, and her previously tied-up blonde hair was now loose. Her expression was dark. No, it was more like she was in a state of shock. She always had a somewhat cold atmosphere, but now it felt even more intense. She was likely lost in deep thought. As she sat there in a daze, the moment when she was almost attacked earlier flashed through her mind. The woman's creepy smile and voice, the knife that had almost lodged itself somewhere in her body, her own frozen self, unable to do anything. The more she replayed it, the more terrifying the scene became. Feeling a bit nauseous, Kara closed her eyes. It wouldn't have been surprising if she experienced mental issues after something like that. No matter how often incidents like this happen throughout Hollywood, seeing it in the news and experiencing it firsthand were worlds apart. Even if she took a few months off, no one would blame her. But Kara was a professional. Get a grip. If you break down here, you'll be haunted by this for the rest of your life. Miley Kara, who had maintained her position at the top in Hollywood for over a decade as a singer and actress. Though this was her first time facing such a situation, she had grown up seeing all kinds of things. She had fought her way to the top, enduring everything along the way. Kara judged that if she crumbled here, everything would be in vain. I'm scared, but I have to endure. I have to overcome this. She had been hurt by paparazzis, had accidents during filming, had been stalked, and had even suffered from absurd rumors. But Kara had always maintained her mental strength, continuing to walk her path with resilience. This incident would pass as, well, it would just be filed away as another grotesque event. Kara, who had closed her eyes, slowly opened her eyelids. Her deep blue eyes were revealed, still tinged with anxiety, but somewhat calmer now. She took another deep breath, trying to steady her mind. At this moment, knock knock, click. The back door of the van opened, and Kara's main manager, Jonathan, who had a buzz cut, appeared. His face was full of concern. Kara, are you okay? Kara, now much calmer, ran her fingers through her blonde hair and nodded. Yeah, I've scheduled the psychiatrist for tomorrow morning like we discussed. Thank you. I'm sorry. This is mostly my fault. I couldn't stop it. and I should have checked things more thoroughly beforehand. Jonathan was blaming himself. However, Kara didn't reproach him. Don't be like that, it's fine. It's no one's fault. There's no need for everything to fall apart because of that one woman. What happened just happened, and we just need to be more careful moving forward. Jonathan, who was standing outside the van, looked at Kara inside the vehicle, but then suddenly turned his head. He sensed someone approaching. From the right, a black-haired man was walking toward them. It was Kang Woojin. Since Kara had requested to speak with him, Jonathan quietly stepped aside. Of course, Mr. Kang Woojin. As Kang Woojin passed by, Jonathan extended his hand in gratitude. Thank you very much. Woojin, with a silent expression, shook his hand and then moved inside the van where Kara was seated. Click. As soon as the door closed, a brief silence filled the interior. It was Miley Kara who broke the silence first. She made eye contact with the quiet Kang Woojin and spoke solemnly. I owe you a debt, and quite a large one. 15. Chapter 3:15, Autumn 16. Miley Kara owed a debt to Kang Woojin. Yes, from Miley Kara's perspective, it was an enormous debt. Therefore, Kara's blue eyes were filled with sincerity as she looked at Woojin. On the other hand, Kang Woojin remained silent for some reason. He just stared blankly at Kara's face for at least 10 seconds. In response, Kara tilted her head slightly and cleared her throat. Ahem. She avoided Kang Woojin's calm gaze. At the same time, Kara questioned herself. Why did I just avoid his eyes? Even though she had done it, she realized her own puzzlement a little too late. Miley Kara was known for having a strong personality. Well, standing at the very top of this cutthroat Hollywood industry justified that. However, the current Kara felt strangely different from her usual self. At least, that's how she felt. Why can't I look this man straight in the eye? When she first met Kang Woojin, when she was utterly astonished by his various abilities, and even when they reunited in LA, Kara had never shown this kind of behavior. Her heart, which had somewhat calmed down over time, now began to beat faintly again, as she was lost in her own confusion for a while. Woojin, with his expressionless face, was actually somewhat worried about her, contrary to his outward appearance. Is she all right? No, she's not. Anyone, not just Woojin, would have thought the same. Phew, there's no way she'd be okay. After such a crazy thing happened. It seemed odd to ask if she was okay in such a situation. Kang Woojin pondered for a moment. Was there anything he could say to comfort Kara while still maintaining his persona? Then something came to his mind, and Woojin suddenly lowered his voice. His English came out in a fairly deep tone. Do you like Korean food? Kara, who had been momentarily lost in thought, blinked her blue eyes. Sorry, Korean food. Kara tilted her head slightly again and answered. Yes. I often eat it. You saw how much I enjoyed the food you cooked when we were filming in Korea, remember? That's right. Why Korean food all of a sudden? Can you handle spicy food? I like it. Woojin crossed his legs leisurely. It was a deliberate act. After we finish our work together, before I return to Korea, I'll make you one of my favorite Korean dishes. It tastes best when it's spicy. For a moment, Kara's eyes widened. She was full of interest. Really? Yes. Sometimes, I relieve stress by eating spicy food. Stress? Here, Miley Kara let out a small laugh. She had realized why Kang Woojin was suddenly talking about Korean food and spicy things. The man in front of her was, in his own way, worried about her. Since Woojin usually appeared so cold, Kara felt the faint warmth from him even more clearly. Worrying in such a way, really what a peculiar man. Her tension quickly dissolved, and Kara let out a small sigh as she responded. If you're going to make it really spicy. So spicy I can barely think. You'll regret it. It's fine. It has to be that spicy for me to relieve my stress. As you wish. After hearing Woojin's short reply, Kara brushed her blonde hair back from her forehead and got back to the main topic. Thank you. But more importantly, about the debt. I owe you a huge debt, Woojin. I've heard. If it weren't for you, I would have lost a lot. I could have even lost my life. Even if it didn't go that far, if I'd been injured, it would have taken a lot of time to recover. That was true. Even a minor injury for someone like Miley Kara, a superstar of her caliber, would require complete recovery before anything else. That meant her ongoing album work, as well as her numerous scheduled activities, would come to a halt. If it had been a major injury, it could have taken years to recover. Kang Woojin had prevented all of that. Knowing this, Kara spoke to him. I can't live with debts, but this one is so big that I think I'll have to repay it over quite a long period. There's no need to. I didn't do it expecting anything in return. I know, but I'd like you to tell me. I'm going to repay you in some form, but that's separate. Is there anything you want right now, Woojin? Honestly, I'd like to do something for you immediately. Kang Woojin, with his poker face, gazed at the serious Kara. She was determined. He couldn't brush this off lightly. Well, even under normal circumstances, Woojin wasn't the type to refuse when something was offered. Woojin's thoughts deepened. Should I say something, so Miley Kara can feel a bit more at ease? Money? No, money wasn't a good idea. He was already making plenty, and asking for money in this situation seemed a bit tacky. Connections in Hollywood? With Kara's level of influence, she was already well connected, and from what she had said, her network was solid. Then, a decent idea suddenly flashed in Woojin's mind, but he wondered if it would work. Is this a bit much? Whatever, let's just go for it. Woojin's no hesitation personality kicked in again, and he lowered his voice as much as possible. He had to appear sincere. If that's the case, how about this? What? Kara perked up her ears. 2 days later, on the 19th, in Bangkok, Thailand. Early morning. The location was a 4-star hotel in Bangkok where the Beneficial Evil team was staying for location scouting and other overseas shoots. The restaurant, visible after passing through the lobby, was crowded with people. The hotel's breakfast buffet was in full swing. The spacious restaurant was lined with various dishes, and among the guests enjoying their meals, some Beneficial Evil staff members were mingled throughout. Soon, a group of muscular foreigners appeared in the humid restaurant. Oh, I like the food prepared today. Haha, lucky us. If we had dry sausages like yesterday, I might have cried. It was Ethan Smith, the leader of the stunt team, who was busy with the CQC scene upgrades and location scouting, along with his team members. Due to the hot weather, they were dressed lightly, making their muscles stand out even more. Soon, Ethan, who was leading the group, picked up a breakfast tray. Swish. He scanned the inside of the restaurant, looking for the familiar faces of the Beneficial Evil staff among the many guests. He found some of them, and they seemed unusually excited for this early in the morning. Ethan, with his big nose, spoke as his hand hovered over the tongs. What's going on? The answer came from the man with a bear-like build standing right behind him. It's probably because of Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin. I heard the project he did in Japan turned out well. Was it the animation one? They didn't know the details, but they had heard that the Male Friend remake anime had been successful. But wasn't that news from a few days ago? It seems like it's still a hot topic in Japan and Korea. Oh, I see. That's why the staff are so excited. Because if Kang Woojin does well, it'll have a good influence on Beneficial Evil too. I've heard his recognition level is now comparable to top-tier Japanese actors. Another team member chimed in. That might be part of it, but it could also be purely because Kang Woojin's existence is so fascinating. The big-nosed Ethan, who was putting other food on his plate, nodded. You're right. While working on a major Korean drama, he had a project in Japan blow up. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin himself is in Hollywood, and he's even working on an album with Miley Kara. It's incredible and amazing even from our perspective. He seems busier than most Hollywood actors. It's a wonder he's able to keep up with that stamina. Well, he is ex-Special Forces. Ethan let out a small sigh and said, at this rate, we'll be seeing Kang Woojin in Hollywood very soon. Ethan vaguely knew that Kang Woojin had already been offered a chance. The opportunity related to Last Kill 3. Why did Kang Woojin turn that opportunity down? At the same time, a ringtone rang out from the phone in Ethan's shorts pocket. Casually pulling out his phone, he was slightly surprised. Joseph Felton? The caller was none other than the famous Hollywood producer, Joseph Felton. Ethan, recalling the face of the towering Joseph, quickly put the phone to his ear. Joseph Felton's voice started to come through the phone. After talking with him for about 5 minutes, a thought crossed his mind. Wait, Hollywood? No, Joseph Felton is after Kang Woojin? He was quite shocked. Is he really thinking of coming to Bangkok personally? With his team? Ethan, who had paused for a moment, suddenly chuckled. I see. Hollywood has already been keeping an eye on Kang Woojin. After a few more minutes of conversation, Ethan lowered his phone. The stunt team members immediately asked him, "Joseph Felton? Was that Joseph on the phone just now?" "Yeah, that's pretty sudden. Is it about casting?" "But considering Joseph Felton's stature, there are plenty of other stunt teams besides us." "No, he's not looking for us." "Huh? Then. But, in this case, it could still serve as a resume boost for us." Ethan's smile deepened as he muttered quietly, "There's going to be a party here in Bangkok where we'll be filming CQC. Several hours later, it was late evening on the 19th in Bangkok, Thailand. The time was about 10:30 p.m. The Beneficial Evil team members, dripping with sweat, entered the lobby of the four-star hotel en masse. They had just returned after finishing the day's schedule. The dozen or so key staff members, clearly tired, exchanged brief greetings in the lobby before heading off to their respective rooms. Among them was PD Song Manwoo. "Ugh, I'm dead tired." They had already been staying in Bangkok for over a week. Though the schedule had been grueling, they were now nearing the final stages. Over this short but intense week, many things had been revised and decided. PD Song Manwoo, the overall decision-maker, turned on the air conditioner as soon as he entered his room and took off his sweat-soaked black tank top. "It's tough, really tough." PD Song Manwoo, whose skin seemed to have tanned a bit, sprawled out on the bed. Even though he was a big name in the drama industry and had done overseas shoots frequently, the work was always exhausting. Tomorrow, they had to move early in the morning as well. Lying on the bed, zoning out, he stared at the painting of a palace on the wall, then barely managed to move. "First, I should wash up, check today's work, and then, maybe have a beer." He was craving a cold can of beer. As he slowly lifted himself up from the bed, buzz, buzz. His phone, placed on the bedside table, vibrated loudly. PD Song Manwoo quickly shot up. A call this late at night? There was a high chance that something had gone wrong. But, when he checked the caller ID, PD Song Manwoo tilted his head. Woojin SSI. The caller was none other than Kang Woojin, who should be in LA. Wait, what's the time difference between Bangkok and LA again? After some quick calculations, he realized it was early morning in LA. Feeling a bit curious, PD Song Manwoo put the phone to his ear. "Oh, Woojin SSI. Haha, it's been a while. How's LA? It's killing us here in Bangkok." From the other side of the phone, Kang Woojin's cynical voice came through. "Same here, nothing special." "Really? But isn't it morning over there?" "Yes." "What's going on so early? Did something happen?" "No. Wait, I heard things are going great with Male Friend remake." "PD Nim. Is it possible to add one more actor to Beneficial Evil right now?" "Huh? An actor?" "Yes. Whether it's a special appearance or a cameo." For a moment, PD Song Manwoo's eyebrows twitched slightly. Kang Woojin's words sounded oddly familiar. It was a common tactic used by entertainment companies and production agencies. Casting an actor at the last minute, sometimes referred to as actor stuffing. It was a scene frequently witnessed in the entertainment industry, something very familiar to a heavyweight like PD Song Manwoo. But what felt strange and puzzling was that the request was coming from Kang Woojin. The timing was also sudden. Woojin SSI should know that all casting for the project has been finalized. Then why is he trying to insert an actor now? If it were Choi Sung-gun, the CEO of BW Entertainment, it would make more sense, but Kang Woojin wasn't that kind of person. It's sudden, but BW Entertainment has been expanding aggressively recently. Could it be a request from CEO Choi? Would Woojin SSI easily grant someone a favor just because they asked? Either way, it was hard to understand. Whatever the case, PD Song Manwoo couldn't simply ignore Woojin's request. After all, it was Kang Woojin. There's no choice, In fact, there was a bit of a dilemma. No matter who the actor Woojin was trying to insert was, adding a new actor at this stage would increase the workload. There were the directorial aspects to consider, and writer Choi Nana would also be forced to adjust the script based on the added role. Whether it was a supporting role, an unknown, or a rookie actor, the difficulty level would be the same. The entire production schedule would get slightly disrupted. However, the PD Song Manwoo somehow managed to smile. Alright. If it's a request from Woojin SSI, we'll have to make the impossible possible. So who's the actor? But if they're too much of a no-name, we'd need to confirm their acting skills, right? It's an actor you know too, PD Nim. Really? Who? Is it someone good enough to give some lines? 2. At his follow-up question, Kang Woojin's low voice responded from the other side of the phone. It's Miley Kara. PD Song Man-woo nodded nonchalantly at first. Miley Kara? I know her. If it's someone of that caliber. He stopped mid-sentence. Then, he blinked several times, wondering if he had heard correctly. Wait a minute. Who? Once again, Kang Woojin's answer was short and clear. There was no excitement in his voice. Miley Kara. Chapter 316, Autumn 17. Miley Kara. A superstar with enormous influence even among Hollywood's top actresses. Not only was she a successful actress, but she also achieved massive success as a singer. Her YouTube channel had jaw-dropping subscriber numbers, and she had millions of followers on social media. Why is Miley Kara's name suddenly appearing here? This was the state of mind of PD Song Man-woo, who was holding his phone to his ear, his blinking eyes filled with question marks. Even after hearing it twice from the calm Kang Woojin on the other end, he still couldn't quite understand it. Me Miley Kara. However, Woojin's answer was once again simple. Yes, that's correct. Miley Kara is currently working on a new album with you, right? Yes. Did you get the name confused? No, I didn't. Or maybe you meant a similar Hollywood actress, like Miley Kara or Miley Carrara. No, it's definitely Miley Kara. The Miley Kara that I know. No? The one the whole world knows? You're talking about her? Yes. PD Song Man-woo, who had frozen for a few seconds, opened his mouth wide. And then he screamed, but only inwardly. Miley Kara? He thought an actor was being inserted into beneficial evil, but suddenly, Miley Kara was thrown into the mix. He had heard it, but he couldn't believe it. Why would that Hollywood star be in beneficial evil? PD Song Man-woo scratched his head and asked again. Woojin SSI. Look, you're not joking, right? Are you serious? I'm 100% serious. But why on earth would Miley Kara want be in our production? That's just how it happened. Oh, and for now, please keep this matter top secret. The explanation was too short. But even with just that, PD Song Man-woo's brain felt like it was going to explode. He was beyond shocked. His mind had stopped working. This was something that might happen once in a blue moon in Korea's past or future. This is absurd, but Woojin isn't the type of character to make such blatant jokes. No, it wouldn't be strange to call it impossible. But how can he mention something this bombshell level so casually, like flipping a coin? Despite the situation of inserting someone with a global following like Miley Kara into beneficial evil, Kang Woojin's voice over the phone was calm, low, and extremely composed. That only made PD Song Man-woo more fired up. However, PD Song Man-woo was also a veteran director with decades of experience. First, he did his best to calm his chaotic thoughts. Stay calm, even though I don't know what's going on. This is undoubtedly an earth-shattering event. PD Song Man-woo, stroking his beard, tried to suppress his excitement as much as possible before speaking again. So, Woojin SSI, could you explain a bit more? How did this happen? I can't tell you everything about the situation. But things went well with Miley Kara. Kang Woojin conveyed only the key points to PD Song Man-woo. The debt that Kara owed Woojin, Woojin's proposal, and so on. Of course, he didn't mention the fact that she had been attacked. As PD Song Man-woo listened to the gradual explanation, his shock slowly turned into a sense of awe. So, in short, Woojin SSI made a proposal to Miley Kara, and she accepted to pay off a debt. Yes, I threw it out there just in case, but she readily agreed. But why did you have her repay the debt with such a proposal? I thought it would be fun. Fun. Beneficial evil is a challenging work aiming for a global audience. This kind of event seems appropriate, don't you think? Hearing Woojin's response, PD Song Man-woo made a serious face. But in his heart, a warm sense of admiration was building up. He cares about the project this much. Kang Woojin had always given his all to filming the project, but PD Song Man-woo hadn't realized he cared this deeply. All with that indifferent face, pretending he didn't. Soon, director Shin Dong-chun of Exorcism popped into PD Song Man-woo's mind. So this is the indescribable feeling of emotion he was talking about. It was a moment of admiration born from a misunderstanding, but PD Song Man-woo, who had no way of knowing this, found a smile spreading across his lips. Thank you, Woojin SSI, for giving me an experience, no, an opportunity, that I would never have encountered in my lifetime. No, it's fine. Well, I've ended up in your debt now. Miley Kara is someone even Hollywood's top directors would struggle to cast. I'll have to put my life on the line for this. For PD Song Man-woo, this truly was a cosmic-level opportunity. Perhaps even after a lifetime, no other Korean director would ever face a situation like this. Song Man-woo might be the first and last. By the way, Woojin SSI, has Miley Kara's screen time been discussed? I'll leave that to you. She said she's fine with even a minor role or cameo. In other words, she was okay with not just a passing cameo, but even a significant role. So, you're saying it's fine to give her lines and even assign a character name? Yes. I think it would be best if her appearance was tied to the overseas location shoot in Bangkok, which will be featured in the first and second episodes of Beneficial Evil. You mean the CQC shoot? So, you're suggesting she be linked to Jang Yeon-woo's past? That would keep things clean. So, I can consider this confirmed. Yes. Okay. PD Song Man-woo, who had been secretly clenching his fist, suddenly hit a wall of reality. Securing an ultra-class superstar was a miracle, but the cost of such a miracle was something beyond imagination. But about that, if it's Kara, how much would her fee be, approximately? Kang Woojin's response was quick. It's already been paid. Huh? What do you mean by that? But out of courtesy, it would be good to provide the basics. Lodging, travel expenses, and such. Well, of course. I'm sorry, PD Nim. I'll have to hang up for now. Seemingly busy, Kang Woojin gave a quick goodbye and ended the call. PD Song Man-woo slowly lowered his phone and spaced out for a moment. Come to think of it, earlier in the morning, stunt team leader Ethan Smith had said something equally shocking. Didn't he say a famous Hollywood figure was coming to observe this overseas shoot in Bangkok for Woojin SSI? And now Miley Kara too. Wherever Kara went, her large team would follow. Why are all these Hollywood figures gathering around? And all of them are connected to Woojin SSI. It was all thanks to Kang Woojin. Morning of the 20th, in Los Angeles. Monday had passed, and it was now Tuesday. Kang Woojin could be found inside the familiar large studio dome. It was the same location that had been used for Miley Kara's music video a few days ago. After the temporary halt due to the attack, the shoot was resuming once again. However, the security at the site was extremely tight this time. The number of big-bodied guards had tripled, and the staff involved were checked thoroughly. Naturally, the same applied to Kang Woojin's crew. The resumed music video shoot began under strict security. Even so, the process was quite similar. Kang Woojin had to wear the same clothes he'd worn before. At one point, Woojin genuinely gave a thumbs up while watching Kara synchronizing choreography with the backup dancers. She's a real pro. Perhaps it was out of consideration for Woojin's schedule, but restarting the shoot right after such a serious attack was by no means an easy feat, neither mentally nor physically. In any case, this time, the music video shoot proceeded smoothly without any major issues. Even though it was his first time, Kang Woojin handled the shoot naturally. There's nothing particularly difficult about this. I mean, I don't have any lines or choreography anyway. With the morning shoot wrapping up, a break was given as they prepared to move to a different set. Kang Woojin also changed his outfit, taking off his tuxedo and putting on a shirt and jeans. Around that time, SSSSK, Choi Sung-gun, with fatigue written all over his face and his ponytail slightly disheveled, approached Woojin and showed him his phone. Male Friend, Remake Episode 2's ratings are out. At some point, the second episode of Male Friend, Remake had aired, and the ratings from Japan were now being announced. Viewership ratings. 1. Male Friend, Remake /TB /15.5%. 2. Magic Revolutions /Fuji ETV /9.3%. 3. Strongest Spy Tokyo ETV /7.1%. 4. Detective Conan NHM /5.9%. Choi Sung-gun, showing the results, smirked. The ratings went up again. In fact, the second episode of Male Friend, Remake had higher ratings than the first episode. Of course, the opening theme song sung by Woojin, which which was currently #1 on the Oricon chart, was also solidly holding its position. Kang Woojin reacted with a calm expression, giving a simple response. That's great. But inwardly, he was giving himself a big round of applause. Good, good, good. Although he hadn't checked, Japan and Korea were probably abuzz with articles about Male Friend remake right now. The filming of Kara's music video wrapped up late at night. By the end, both Kara and the 100 or so foreign staff were completely exhausted. Woojin, however, was the only one who remained fresh. Cleaning up also took quite some time. Around 2 hours? The cleanup wasn't finished until after 11 p.m., but Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun didn't head straight back to the hotel. There was an after-party at Miley Kara's house. Everyone really worked so hard. Expensive champagne was the highlight of the party. While they didn't drink excessively, everyone except Woojin and Kara thoroughly enjoyed the after-party. The food was made by Kang Woojin himself. The menu was bulgogi, and there were 2 versions, one with a soy sauce base and one spicy. The spicy bulgogi was for Kara. As per her request, it was very spicy, and as she ate, the blonde Kara's eyes welled up with tears. Huh, it's spicy, way too spicy. You said you wanted it to be strong enough that you can barely think. Kara, overwhelmed by the spiciness of Korean food, eventually drank too much champagne and quickly fell asleep. This marked the end of Kang Woojin's LA schedule. Well, a lot happened, but it wasn't too bad, all things considered. Woojin boarded a flight back to Korea a few hours later, in the early hours of the morning. The morning after Kang Woojin left LA. The place was Miley Kara's luxurious home. She groggily opened her eyes in bed, blinked a few times, and then suddenly sat up. Her long blonde hair was slightly tousled, but without bothering to fix it, she, now wearing a hoodie that reached down to her hips, headed downstairs. In the spacious living room on the first floor, her main manager, Jonathan, was sitting on the sofa, looking at a tablet. When he raised his head and smiled, he said, "You're alive." Kara asked urgently, "Jonathan, where's Kang Woojin?" "He's already left for Korea." "Oh no." Only then did Kara run her fingers through her blonde hair, scolding herself for falling asleep while drunk. "I didn't even get to say goodbye. Can't you just send him a message?" "Well, yeah, but we worked hard together for almost 10 days. It's kind of sad." At the same time, a thought flashed through Kara's mind. When will I get to see him again? However, she didn't say it out loud, and Jonathan, standing up smoothly, reassured her by patting her on the shoulder. "Don't worry. I saw him off on your behalf." Kara, who had been fidgeting with her lips, suddenly said to Jonathan out of the blue, "Actually, I've decided. The main title track for this new album will be the song Woojin participated in." Several hours later, on the morning of the 21st, after spending a long time on the plane, Kang Woojin finally arrived back in Korea. The press hadn't been informed, and because there had been some changes in his LA schedule, no reporters were waiting at the airport. Still, a crowd of several hundred people gathered upon his arrival. His arrival photos were already being uploaded to Instagram. At this point, Kang Woojin was inside a black Benz speeding down the highway. The interior was silent. Thanks to the long LA schedule, the team members had fallen into a deep sleep. Of course, only Choi Sung-gun and Woojin were still awake, and Choi Sung-gun, yawning widely, retied his ponytail before turning his head. "The reporters are starting to catch on that you've returned to Korea. Articles are starting to spread." "Is that so?" They're going wild with speculation." "Well, they must be dying of curiosity. But honestly, I'd be the same. The chemistry between you and Kara in that song or music video." Choi Sung-gun's grin deepened. "Anyway, once the album work is done, Miley Kara's side has agreed to announce it first before we release anything. The music video teaser will be revealed on Kara's YouTube channel first, and then we can use it afterward." "Yes, CEO Nim. There's that. But what I'm really looking forward to is Kara's special appearance in Beneficial Evil." Choi Sung-gun rubbed his hands together with a broad smile. "The announcement will come later, but once that's out, not only Korea, but also Hollywood. No, the whole world might be turned upside down." Considering the global influence of someone like Kara, it wasn't an exaggeration. Even at that moment, it was clear that Korea, Japan, and Hollywood were going to be buzzing about this. Suddenly, instead of replying, Kang Woojin moved his index finger. PUK? He picked up the script lying nearby and entered the void space. The reason was simple. Ah, shit, I was about to yawn. Caught in the middle of maintaining his cool facade, he was on the verge of yawning. It was understandable, given that nearly 10 days of fatigue had built up in Woojin's body. Soon after, Woojin tossed aside his facade, yawning and stretching a few times. Then, SSSSK, he walked toward the row of white rectangles. In fact, the reason Kang Woojin entered the void space wasn't just because he was about to yawn. There was another reason. No, perhaps it would be better described as a hunch or a prediction. Oh, yes, there it is. Amazing. Kang Woojin, looking at one of the white rectangles, in particular, the white rectangle for beneficial evil, began to do a small celebratory shoulder dance with his shoulders. And for good reason. The rating for beneficial evil, which had been SSS+, had now been upgraded. -9/script, title, beneficial evil, EX grade. A new grade he hadn't seen before was marked on it. EX grade, it was clearly an upgrade. As expected, there was a higher grade. He couldn't even begin to imagine how destructive. Autumn, 18. A new grade was clearly engraved on the white rectangle of beneficial evil. EX grade. Up until now, SSS+ was the highest grade. However, just now, the maximum grade was upgraded. Looking at such a grade, Woojin. This is awesome. He shook his body purely out of excitement. There was no music to be heard anywhere, but he just let his body follow the excited mood. It had been a while since the grade had gone up, after all. In fact, it had maintained the SSS+ grade for quite a long time. Even though various incidents and events had occurred, there were no significant changes, so Woojin, who frequently entered in and out of the void space, thought maybe SSS+ was the final level. Luckily, it wasn't. -9/script, title, beneficial evil, EX grade. EX grade. With this, it wouldn't be strange if something higher than EX grade existed. Kang Woojin, who had been rhythmically shaking for quite a while, barely pulled himself together. Then, he looked again at the white rectangle of beneficial evil. The reason for the upgrade is obvious. If he were to clearly list the conditions, there were three. The script for beneficial evil had added CQC, and as a result, a Hollywood stunt team and Ethan Smith joined the project. Finally, even Miley Cara, a global superstar, had been cast. Although it was a special appearance, something like this had never happened in either Korea or Hollywood until now. Haha, anyone who hears this would in shock, right? Laughter didn't leave Kang Woojin's face, free from his usual poker face. It was because he vaguely imagined something enormous in the future. EX grade. If something higher than SSS+ appeared in reality, what would it look like? Even with simple calculations, it was obvious that it would be more destructive than Island of the Missing, which had reached 20 million viewers. After all, beneficial evil itself was a work aiming for the whole world. So it wouldn't be limited to just the domestic market. Could beneficial evil dominate the entire world? It was entirely possible. Although it was somewhat unrealistic at the moment, didn't the grade say so? The void space always presented the correct answer. In conclusion, it would be no different this time. Swoosh. Woojin, who had a grin spreading to his ears, stretched again. Honestly, Kang Woojin had never even imagined anything taking over the world, so he couldn't vividly picture it. But there's always a pioneer for every shocking event. Okay, calm down first. Let's focus on what's in front of us. Recently, that pioneer had always been Kang Woojin. Later, Kang Woojin, who returned to Korea on the 21st, had to immediately handle his schedule without any break. The Korean media welcomed it. Star Talk. Kang Woojin, who returned from LA, starts a photo shoot without rest. Kang Woojin starts his schedule right after returning? What happened in LA with Miley Cara? Due to the lack of information about Woojin's recent trip to LA, all sorts of speculative articles popped up. Regardless, Woojin had no time to pay attention to them. He had to deal with the piled-up work first. Ah, damn, being in LA was like heaven. As soon as he returned, it felt like hell unfolded. But he still had to get things done, right? Kang Woojin, who had once again firmly established his concept, silently plowed through his schedules. 1 day, 2 days. In the meantime, the filming team, who had boarded the plane around the same time as Woojin, also returned to Korea. The beneficial evil team, who left for Bangkok for overseas location filming, appeared at the airport. Beneficial evil returns. PD Song Manwoo looking haggard/photo. The beneficial evil team, who had left for Bangkok, Thailand, for an overseas location shoot, returned. Articles were coming out, featuring Kang Woojin's name along with photos of PD Song Manwoo and Ethan Smith, who were captured at the airport. Beneficial evil team without Kang Woojin, but foreign staff has increased/photo. Of course, there was a brief interview with PD Song Manwoo. In a brief meeting with the reporters at the airport, PD Song Manwoo said, "We successfully completed the Bangkok schedule, and luckily, I think we'll be able to meet the public's expectations. We'll immediately accelerate production," showing his confidence. In short, it meant they were going to move quickly. Another 2 days passed since then. Saturday, the 24th. It was still hot, but around the time they had reached the end of July, Miley Kara, who was in LA, was just as busy as Kang Woojin. For reference, her attack incident had not been made public. Only news about Kara's new album was spreading through international media outlets. The attack on Kara was a big enough incident to turn Hollywood upside down. But seeing how quiet things were, it was obvious that Miley Kara's side had done their best to prevent it from becoming news. Although it would be difficult to keep it completely covered, for now, they had decided to minimize the damage to Miley Kara. Anyway, Kara was stuck inside a large van on LA's congested roads. It was roughly late morning. The traffic in LA's downtown was worse than usual today, and Kara, with her blonde hair loosely flowing under a hat she had pulled down, rested her chin in her hand and stared out the window. Her blue eyes were vivid, and her face seemed to be deep in thought. At this moment, swoosh, Jonathan, her manager, who had been on a call until just now, lowered his phone and spoke. "Kara, do you want to face that woman?" The woman he was referring to was the chubby woman who had assaulted Kara. In response to the manager's words, Kara shook her head without taking her eyes off the window. "No." "Okay, got it." Jonathan, who had been watching Kara with some concern, changed the subject. "The album work is almost done, so why are you so drained? Are you still thinking about what happened back then? If you're struggling, you can take a break." "No." Kara, finally turning her head, replied in her signature, slightly cold tone. "It's not like that. I just feel a bit bored." "Bored? Don't worry about it. Is it because Kang Woojin went back?" "Maybe. Well, it's true that you looked excited when he was here. Hosting a guest turned out to be quite fun." As Kara removed her hat and tidied her blonde hair, Jonathan asked her something else, his expression cautious. "Are you sure you're okay with appearing in Kang Woojin's drama? What about it? I'm asking if you're not overdoing it. Of course, we owe him. But if you collapse, everything becomes meaningless. Plus, you've never experienced filming outside of Hollywood, so there might be some pressure." A faint smile appeared on Miley Kara's reddish lips. "If I thought it was too much, I wouldn't have agreed. Besides, he saved my life, so this isn't a big deal." "Well, if you say so." And Kara, who had been speaking, paused and turned her gaze back to the window, recalling Kang Woojin. No, more precisely, she was remembering the numerous works she had watched to check him out. "It's also something intriguing for me. I've seen Kang Woojin's acting on screen, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. I've seen his other abilities, but not his acting in person." Jonathan, letting out a small sigh, took a tablet from the foreign staff sitting to his right. The tablet contained Kara's packed schedule. "The title of the work is Beneficial Evil, right? I'll try to talk with them as soon as possible. But did Kang Woojin explain anything about the drama?" "He did tell me. He didn't go into detail, though. He just said it's a Netflix project and that it's an action-packed drama." "Oh, action." At that moment, Jonathan recalled the extraordinary martial arts moves Woojin had displayed while rescuing Kara. "Now I'm getting excited too. His movements were definitely not a coincidence. He was cool." "What?" Yeah." Kara hesitated and shut her mouth. The words "he was cool" had slipped out unconsciously. Because of that, she quickly cleared her throat and swiftly changed the subject. "Anyway, appearing in that drama has meaning for me too. But it's not enough to repay the debt." Kara, who had been crossing her legs in an attempt to appear relaxed, suddenly thought of Choi Sung-gun, the guy with the ponytail. "They said his agency opened an overseas branch here in LA, right?" "Yeah. I heard it's for Kang Woojin's Hollywood activities. With his current momentum, it makes sense he'd be ambitious. I heard that overseas branch hasn't moved into their office yet. I want to gift them with some essentials, like furniture and a vehicle. In other words, she was offering to support the still empty overseas branch of BW Entertainment. Really? All right. I'll take care of that. But that wasn't the end of Kara's gifts. I need a house. A house. Look into it for me. Around my house is fine, or near the overseas branch. And don't worry about the price. Why a house all of a sudden? You bought a place just last year, and you're already tired of it? Moving homes too frequently isn't great. No, it's not for me. When he works in Hollywood, he'll need the overseas branch, but he'll also need a comfortable place to stay. For Kang Woojin. Yeah. Miley Kara responded casually. I want to prepare a house for him to stay in when he's in LA. Sunday, the 25th, Korea. It was morning. The location was a studio apartment. Several desks were stacked in the living room, and papers were scattered all over them. On closer inspection, the place seemed quite familiar. Naturally so. It was the workspace of writer Choi Nana. At this moment, click. The door opened, and the slender writer Choi Nana, wearing round glasses, came out into the living room. She quickly checked the time. He should be arriving soon. Just then, the doorbell rang. With a small noise of surprise, Choi Nana checked the intercom. She saw a familiar face. It was Kim So-hyang, the executive director of Netflix Korea. Writer Choi Nana quickly opened the door. Standing there, Kim So-hyang smiled warmly. Hello, Writer Nim. Feeling a slight tension, Writer Choi Nana bowed deeply. Please come in. Kim So-hyang, still relaxed, handed over a box of drinks she had brought with her. I feel good being welcomed by a writer who's had 2 hit works. As I mentioned on the phone, congratulations on the Male Friend remake project. Naturally timid, writer Choi Nana frantically waved her hands. Thank you, but I didn't do anything. It's all thanks to the production team and Kang Woojin Nim. Still, you're the original creator, so you deserve to be congratulated. Did you have a good trip to Bangkok? Yes. I worked hard. I'm looking forward to hearing about it. With a grin, Kim So-hyang slowly entered the living room. Writer Choi Nana hurriedly cleared away the stacked desks and pulled out a chair. Please sit. Thank you. By the way, has PD Song Man-woo not arrived yet? No. I got a message saying he's almost here. Would you like tea or coffee? Coffee, please. Why had Kim So-hyang, practically the representative of Netflix Korea, come to the workspace this morning? The reason for this meeting was soon revealed by Kim So-hyang herself. By the way, did you hear why PD Song Man-woo suddenly called for this meeting? What? No. I just got a call yesterday, saying he wanted to come to the workspace. I was a bit surprised too. He specifically said it would be just the 3 of us meeting here at your workspace. He did say it was something super important. Something important? At that moment, the doorbell rang again. As they had been waiting, writer Choi Nana rushed to the door and opened it quickly. Standing there was PD Song Man-woo, wearing a black windbreaker, with a wide smile on his face. Good morning. He seemed to be in a better mood than expected, which made writer Choi Nana slightly taken aback as she greeted him. Hello. But PD Nim, did something good happen? Yes. Something great, something world-shaking. PD Song Man-woo, who had taken off his shoes, glanced at writer Choi Nana, who tilted her head in curiosity before spotting Kim So-hyang in the living room. Hello, looks like I'm the last one. No, I just arrived too. But you really do seem to be in a good mood. Let's sit down first. PD Song Man-woo sat across from Kim So-hyang, while Choi Nana, adjusting her round glasses, took a seat next to him. Soon, PD Song Man-woo pulled out his phone and clasped his hands together. After a small exhale, he finally spoke. The reason I asked for just the 3 of us to meet is because what I'm about to tell you is extremely classified. The first to respond was Kim So-hyang, her brows twitching slightly. Classified? Yes. For now, only the 3 of us can know about this. What on earth is going on? Sensing the gravity of the situation, both Kim So-hyang and writer Choi Nana adopted more serious expressions. In contrast, PD Song Man-woo, calm as ever, alternated his gaze between the 2 and quietly delivered his news. Miley Kara will be joining our beneficial evil. For a brief moment, Silence spread across the room. The entire workspace went still. Both Kim So-hyang and Choi Na-na blinked at Song Man-woo, not making any move, simply staring at him. That lasted for about 5 seconds. Interestingly, both women asked in unison, "What? What?" Their eyes practically screamed. What kind of nonsense is this? Chapter 318. Chapter 318, Autumn 19. Kim So-hyang, the executive director of Netflix Korea, wondered if PD Song Man-woo, sitting across from her and looking quite serious, had perhaps lost his mind. Of course, writer Choi Na-na, who was wearing round glasses, had a similar thought. Did he get heatstroke from working too hard in Bangkok? Are you alright, PD Nim? It was understandable. It was already absurd enough that a new actor had joined at a time when the casting was supposed to be finished, but that actor being Miley Kara, a superstar not only in Hollywood but worldwide, went beyond absurd. It was outright madness. It was too sudden, too unexpected. Soon. PD Nim? The slender writer. Choi Na-na spoke cautiously. You're not sick or something, are you? PD Song Man-woo, whose expression hadn't changed, gave a brief reply. I'm perfectly fine. The chubby executive director Kim So-hyang took over. So, is this a joke? Who's suddenly joining Beneficial Evil? PD Song Man-woo responded calmly. I said Miley Kara is going to appear in our Beneficial Evil. The situation escalated. Executive director Kim So-hyang furrowed her brows, and writer Choi Na-na had a dazed look on her face, as if she had heard an incomprehensible language. It's so absurd that I can't even laugh. Stop joking, PD Nim. Exactly. There's no build-up at all. I was a bit nervous when you called us this morning, but now I'm feeling a bit better. Both of them clearly didn't believe PD Song Man-woo. However, without a hint of frustration, PD Song Man-woo smiled, as if he understood. I had the exact same reaction when I first heard this a few days ago. After all, when Kang Woojin had told him about this, he had reacted similarly. No, anyone would have reacted the same way. Anyway, still smiling, PD Song Man-woo clasped his hands together and continued speaking. Haha, but it's true. Why would I waste time playing pranks on you two, when both of you are so busy? I'm serious. Miley Kara is joining Beneficial Evil. Woojin SSI is the guarantor. Suddenly, the expressions of Kim So-hyang and writer Choi Na-na changed. Kang Woojin SSI? PD Song Man-woo nodded and pulled out his phone. Yeah, Woojin SSI. Actually, I didn't do anything for this. It's all Woojin SSI's work. Muttering to himself, PD Song Man-woo opened an email on his phone. The content was filled with English. It included simple greetings, contact information, and a request for information about the drama. It was from Miley Kara's agency. PD Song Man-woo showed the email to the two in front of him. It's confidential, so I received it through my personal email, but I'm sharing it with you two for now. Though writer Choi Na-na was a bit weak in English, executive director Kim So-hyang of Netflix Korea understood the contents of the email without difficulty. More than anything, what caught her attention were the logos and the agency's name included in the email. It was clearly Miley Kara's agency. At this point, they had no choice but to accept it as reality. Then, swish. Oh my goodness. With wide eyes, Kim So-hyang began reading the email carefully. Soon, writer Choi Na-na also gaped in astonishment. After Kim So-hyang had finished reading the entire email, PD Song Man-woo chimed in. When I was in Bangkok, I suddenly got a call from Woojin SSI. At first, I was quite puzzled when he said he wanted to add an actor, but it turned out to be Miley Kara. PD Song Man-woo began explaining the series of events that started with the phone call from Kang Woojin. Kim So-hyang and Choi Na-na listened to the briefing with half-dazed faces. Finally, even after receiving this email, it still feels like a dream to me sometimes. After finishing his explanation, PD Song Man-woo turned his gaze to the now-frozen writer Choi Na-na. But for now, we need to stay sharp. Writer Nim, this is an unprecedented opportunity. No, it's an out-of-this-world opportunity. You're the only writer in the entire country who will experience this. It's something that will never happen again, not even until the day you die. Writer Choi Na-na's reaction was like a broken robot. On the other hand, PD Song Man-woo had become serious again. We need to create a new role for Miley Kara, and we'll have to write her lines and direct her scenes. Of course, You'll be the one to do that, writer Choi. Naturally, I'll help as well. Humans are bound to panic when they get caught up in something unprecedented and overwhelming. Just like writer Choi Nana was now. I am supposed to write Miley Kara's role? Who else would write it? Beneficial evil was born from your hands. You can do it, writer Nim. At this point, Executive Director Kim So-hyang brushed her long hair back rather than her usual bob. Her face reflected an emotion beyond mere shock. Is this even possible? How did something like this happen? What kind of magic did Kang Woojin SSI pull? I don't know the details either. Isn't Woojin SSI practically an alien? Even if you hear the explanation, would you really understand it? With one hand covering her mouth, Kim So-hyang pinched her own cheek with the other. A gasp came out as a bonus. Still, this is wow? What is this? A dream? This is the kind of incident that could flip not just Korea, but all of Hollywood upside down. Even the entirety of Netflix might struggle to pull off something like this. Yet Woojin SSI did it alone. This will probably be the first and last time that Miley Kara participates in a Korean project. The scale of this thing has gotten enormous. Already, Beneficial Evil was targeting a global audience, and both PD Song Manwoo and Netflix Korea had been prepared to take on numerous challenges. But ever since Kang Woojin officially joined, things had started moving in an unfathomable direction. In the midst of this, Kim So-hyang barely managed to regain her composure. So, since only the three of us know about this, and you said it's classified, you're saying we have to keep it tightly under wraps, right? PD Song Manwoo nodded. Of course. If this leaks carelessly, it'll ruin everything. Once the reporters get wind of it, there'll be no going back. It'll break apart before we can even properly assess the situation. All right. Until we've made enough progress, we'll have to strictly keep it under wraps even within the Beneficial Evil team. Even from Netflix Korea. For now only. The three of us know, and later on, we'll only bring in a few key staff members as necessary. We'll keep it classified until the right timing comes. In a few days, we're going to have a video conference with Miley Kara's side, and you'll need to join us, Executive Director Nim. Kim So-hyang nodded slowly. Then, PD Song Manwoo turned his attention back to writer Choi Nana. Her expression had now solidified with determination. Writer Nim, Miley Kara is exceptional, and it won't be easy to give her a lot of flexibility with her schedule. However, Woojin SSI said that Kara's side is open to more than just a minor cameo. She can take on a supporting role or even a prominent secondary role. So you'll need to create a character with a proper name, lines, and a suitable role for her. Really? Yes. Additionally, Woojin SSI suggested that it would be best to add it in the overseas scenes for episodes 1 and 2 of Beneficial Evil in Bangkok. We'll have to discuss the details with Kara's team, but it's unlikely she'll be able to come to Korea. So, we'll need to finish her scenes in Bangkok. Since the Bangkok overseas shoot is for the past scenes, then Miley Kara would naturally be integrated into Jang Yeonwoo's past, right? Exactly. With the addition of Miley Kara, the upgraded CQC that Ethan Smith was collaborating on, writer Choi Nana's mind began racing with new ideas, drawing up fresh scenes in an instant. Debris wounds. Or perhaps a corresponding trigger. Writer Choi Nana muttered to herself softly, and then suddenly jumped to her feet, her face filled with inspiration. Wait a moment. I need my laptop. She rushed into the room. PD Song Manwoo watched her with a pleased expression. He then turned his gaze back to Executive Director Kim So-hyang, who still looked wide-eyed. After the first video meeting with Miley Kara, and once the revised script is ready, we'll need to go to LA to meet her in person. We have to formally deliver the script and personally brief her about Beneficial Evil. We'll also need to finalize the Bangkok filming schedule. He spoke calmly. You'll need to come with us then as well. It was only natural. Beneficial Evil was a joint production between DM Production and Netflix Korea. Of course, leave the interpretation to me. Afterwards, PD Song Manwoo started to move in earnest as the weekend came to a close. And once again, the workweek dawned. Monday, the 26th, Kang Woojin's schedule began very early. It was around 5 a.m. Ugh, so intense. I should hit the void space before heading to the salon shop. As expected, Woojin's schedule was fully packed today. There was recording related to Kang Woojin's alter ego, reviewing edited clips, attending various events, and even an additional commercial shoot he had contracted for. Actually, it was hard to find a break in his schedule even until next month. As a result, it felt like the day would disappear in the blink of an eye. Male Friend remake triumphs in Japan. This time, ratings climbed again, hitting 15.9%. Even on Tuesday, while handling his hectic schedule, Kang Woojin checked an article from Japan. Oh, another increase. Since the new episode of Male Friend remake aired on Monday, it had once again broken its ratings record. Ratings had surged into the mid-15% range. Although Woojin was currently in Korea, Japan was in an uproar. Still, Kang Woojin maintained his calm demeanor. Woojin, Male Friend remake is killing it, huh? Yes, I've seen it too. Huh? Yeah. I guess this level is easy for you, isn't it? Though he was in a good mood, showing excitement didn't fit the concept of his poker face. Meanwhile, the music charts in both Korea and Japan were also stirring. The opening theme song Kang Woojin had sung was exerting a powerful influence. It was #1 on the Oricon chart in Japan, and although there were slight differences between platforms in Korea, it was in the top 5 on most of them. However, Kang Woojin's power as the issue king didn't stop with Male Friend remake. By Thursday, the domestic press was buzzing with news about Miley Cara. Naturally, Kang Woojin was mentioned as well. Star issue Miley Cara, who worked on a new album with Kang Woojin, posts 2 photos of their work together on SNS. It had already caused a stir when Woojin returned to Korea, but things escalated when Miley Cara posted on her SNS, which has over 100 million followers, further amplifying the buzz. The post simply said that she enjoyed working with Woojin and that the project had wrapped up well, but the 2 pictures she posted became a huge topic among her countless international fans. One photo showed Kang Woojin and Miley Cara working together, and the other showed them on a massive set shooting a music video. In a way, it was similar to a teaser or still cut, and Kang Woojin, seeing himself in Cara's music video set photo, thought, "Damn, I was there, but seeing it in a photo feels surreal." He felt both embarrassed and oddly mystified. It was still hard for him to fully adjust to the fact that he had been part of a music video shoot with a global pop star. But thanks to the flood of messages pouring in from Kang Hyun-ah, his childhood friends, and others, he didn't have much time to dwell on it. In any case, this event became a trigger. Kang Woojin steadily building global recognition. His YouTube channel and SNS see explosive growth. People from all over the world flocked to Kang Woojin's YouTube channel and SNS. It was akin to a nuclear explosion. As a result, his SNS follower count quickly surpassed 30 million. At Woojin_n. Posts, 266. Followers, 31.08 million. Following, 92. His countless posts were flooded with comments in various languages from around the world. His Kang Woojin's alter ego YouTube channel now had close to 20 million subscribers. Of course, the numbers were still growing exponentially. As things progressed, many of the videos uploaded to Kang Woojin's alter ego began experiencing a frequent resurgence in popularity. In the midst of this, there were other issues popping up, including news related to beneficial evil. Issue talk, the unstoppable Kang Woojin. What will he look like in global superstar Miley Cara's music video? Various speculations are spreading far and wide. However, as expected, anything related to Miley Cara had the strongest impact. And so, about 2 weeks melted away. The scorching July came to an end, and August began. There were just over 10 days left until September. In other words, summer was ending, and autumn was approaching. August 17th, Tokyo, Japan. It was late in the morning. Near Tokyo Station, there was the large Toeiga Film Company. Toeiga was already considered a major player in Japan, but recently, the company had been mentioned quite noisily. It had never been exactly quiet before, but lately, the commotion had grown even louder. The reason was simple. Toeiga was the company producing The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. After a brief lull during the editing phase, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was once again making waves in the Japanese media and public opinion. The spark had been the massive hit Male Friend remake, which had blown up in July and was still maintaining its explosive momentum. More precisely, it was all thanks to Kang Woojin. And now, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger with Woojin at its center, was being finalized in the editing room of Toega. The editing room was filled with large, wide, and various-sized monitors. In front of these monitors, which were playing random scenes from the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, were about 6 people. Tak, Totadak. The sound of rapid machine operation filled the room as the group worked. Leading them was a man standing in the center, his hair even grayer than before. It was director Kyotaro Taniguchi. The editing for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, which had begun in May, was now in its 4th month and well into the second half. Whether it was due to frequent all-nighters, director Taniguchi's skin looked quite rough. However, true to his status as a Japanese master director, his eyes remained sharp and full of energy. No, as I thought, the full shot for this scene isn't good. There was a close-up frontal shot of Kang Woojin here, right? Yes. Let's take a look at that one. At that moment, clunk, the heavy door of the editing room swung open, and a middle-aged man in a suit entered. He was the CEO of Toega Film Company. At his entrance, director Kyotaro Taniguchi, who had been focused on editing, turned his head. The CEO of Toega, looking slightly nervous, spoke to director Taniguchi. Director, the official production press conference for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger has been confirmed. It's happening this week. Nodding slowly, director Taniguchi replied with a slightly hoarse voice, worn out from fatigue. Let Kang Woojin know first. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was about to stretch its wings. Chapter 319, Autumn 20. The news that the official production announcement for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger had been confirmed. Typically, production announcements are held about 2 months before the project's final editing is completed. However, the post-production for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger wasn't expected to take 2 full months. At least, that's what director Kyotaro, who was overseeing the editing, thought. At the latest, by the end of September. Currently, it was mid-August, meaning there was roughly a month and a bit left. Then director Kyotaro spoke to the CEO of the Toega Film Company. Let Kang Woojin know first. Woojin was essential to the production announcement for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. He's the key. He's such a busy actor, so make sure to confirm it well in advance. The CEO nodded. Understood. I already conveyed the situation to him last month. Since Male Friend remake has become a hit, we expect him to manage our schedule alongside the anime. That's likely. The sudden, massive success of Male Friend remake had also benefited The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Of course, the pathway had been through Kang Woojin. Anyway, director Kyotaro, who had let out a deep breath, ran his hand through his graying hair, recalling the past. It was at the wrap party after all the filming for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger had finished, hosted by Chairman Hideki Yoshimura. Woojin SSI had suggested we expand the scale. In response to a proposal to reduce publicity to quell some of the numerous controversies expected around The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, Kang Woojin had firmly said no backing down. As a result, we decided to expand all aspects, including publicity, marketing, production announcements, and events beyond what we had originally planned. In the end, director Kyotaro and everyone else agreed that the situation should be magnified several times over. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger had to push forward and face everything head-on. Then, director Kyotaro told the editing room staff to take a short break. Soon, only he and the CEO of Toega Film Company remained in the editing room. The one to speak again was director Kyotaro, who gestured for the CEO to take a seat. The stage no, the production announcement, how is it being set up? The CEO, pulling a nearby chair and sitting down, answered seriously. The date is Saturday, August 22nd. About 5 days remained. We've set the time for noon, and the venue will be at the Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel. Not only Kang Woojin but all the lead actors will be attending, and Akari Takikawa, the writer, will be available too. That's a relief. What about the reporters? We've gathered over 120 on the list. That's twice what we initially planned. Since The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger has been such a hot topic, even more might show up. That's fine. That's what we intended. And, in addition to the reporters, we've also prepared to live stream the production announcement on YouTube on the day of the event. We plan to promote the live stream in advance through SNS and other means. In short, They were going to do everything they could for the production announcement of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Live streaming was often done in Korea, but the eerie sacrifice of a stranger had top-tier stars, including Kang Woojin and influential figures like writer Akari. Moreover, since the project had sparked explosive interest in Japan, a huge number of netizens was sure to flock in. Among those netizens would be not only the general public, but also Japanese actors and figures from the entertainment industry. Director Kyotaro, crossing his arms slowly, stroked his chin. That should be enough to magnify the stage. He recalled Chairman Hideki's comment from the past rap party. Kang Woojin is an icon of declaration of war. To be exact, it was a misunderstanding that Chairman Hideki had arrived at on his own. He had misinterpreted Kang Woojin's casual remark about expanding the stage as a bold declaration to stir up even more attention. What is Woojin SSI planning? At this moment, Kang Woojin was likely thinking of nothing at all, yet director Kyotaro's smile deepened. As anticipated, the stage for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger's grand announcement was set. Now, the only thing left was the nuclear bomb that Kang Woojin would drop. Yes, I'm starting to look forward to it too. What kind of declaration will he make? However, director Kyotaro had no intention of leaving everything to Kang Woojin. When the lead actor was going all in, the director couldn't afford to be lukewarm. I need to steel myself too. The misunderstanding planted by Chairman Hideki only fueled director Kyotaro's fighting spirit. At this moment, the CEO of Toega Film Company glanced at several monitors behind director Kyotaro. Kang Woojin's face, or rather, the image of Iota Kiyoshi, was frozen on the screen. Kiyoshi was staring into the camera with a poker face. The CEO had already seen Woojin's performance in person on set, but this was the first time he was seeing it on a monitor, through video. And the moment he saw Kiyoshi on the screen, he swallowed hard. Kang Woojin's acting was one thing, but the sight of Kiyoshi's expressionless face gave him goosebumps. This film will surely throw Japan into chaos. It might become an unprecedented disaster for the Japanese film industry. Meanwhile, by early afternoon, important tidbits related to the eerie sacrifice of a stranger had started pouring out in the Japanese media. Kang Woojin, who was in the middle of moving between schedules in Korea, checked it out. Well, shit, the firepower is insane. On the outside, Woojin seemed calm, but on the inside, he was taken aback. Even though he had already been informed about the production announcement for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, the fierce blaze surrounding the project still surprised him. News of the production announcement for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger starring Kang Woojin is released. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger pushes ahead with its production announcement amid a storm of issues and controversies. Of course, the official announcement of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, which was now entering the final stages of editing, drew sudden attention, further fueled by the success of Male Friend remake. It was inevitable. Production announcement for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger to be held on Saturday, the 22nd. The venue is Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel, with live streaming on the day. The production announcement for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger included various content. Not only were twice the number of reporters expected to attend, but the fact that it would be live-streamed also provoked public interest. By that same night, this news had spread like wildfire across Japan's leading SNS platforms. Isn't this the movie that got canceled? WWW, I've never seen a production announcement with a live stream before. Of course, Kang Woojin will be there, right? I'm curious. The 22nd? What time is it? I have to watch if I'm free. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger starring a Korean actor as main doesn't sound appealing. They ignored the outrage of the original fans, and now they're acting so bold? It seems like this will be the first time Kang Woojin stands in front of the press since he confirmed his role in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Looking at the buzz, the live stream is going to get a massive crowd. WWW. If Kang Woojin's in it, I'll watch. The responses varied, without a unified sentiment. Some cheered, while others poured out harsh criticism. Some were laying in wait, while others expressed indifference. It was, in a word, a mess. It felt like a clash between Kang Woojin's fans and the hardcore fans of the original The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Because of the upcoming production announcement for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, SNS is heating up. News of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger production announcement is spreading like wildfire on SNS, with public opinion sharply divided. By the time the 17th came to a close and the 18th dawned, the situation had become even more intense. The conversation had snowballed from SNS to online communities. There were even articles in foreign media about the upcoming live-action adaptation of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. This was because the original novel had gained global popularity. Whatever the case, as this flood of attention began to surge, it's a bit disappointing. Chairman Hideki, head of the Kashiwa Group and main investor of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, gave instructions to his chief secretary, Lily Tetsugawa. Let's put some more weight behind the press from our side. Let's make it even noisier. Understood, Chairman. And is the hall for the production announcement prepared well? Yes. We've communicated clearly with the Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel, and the preparations are being handled meticulously. Don't forget about the publicity. Yes, Chairman. Although articles had already flooded in through the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger channels, Chairman Hideki's personal influence was now added to the mix. The ensuing situation was obvious even without seeing it. It would overflow even more. Of course, the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger's original writer, Akari Takikawa, didn't stay silent either. She mentioned the movie during an interview with a major media outlet. Writer, the live-action film adaptation of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger is once again a hot topic. Can you give us a little hint about what's being produced? Haha, there are so many fans around the world who are really curious. I can't go into details, but one thing's for sure. The film The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger will be more entertaining than the novel I wrote. And it will surprise everyone. Oh, is that so? I guarantee it. I was surprised myself. I think the upcoming production announcement for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger will be the same. Ah, I read the article. You'll be attending too, right? Will Kang Woojin also be there? Of course. He's the key lead actor of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. This interview with Akari Takikawa was published later that afternoon. Hot issue. The original writer of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, Akari Takikawa, says, the film adaptation will surprise everyone. Given how well this attracted the audience, the bait was quickly snapped up. In no time, a flood of comments from the Japanese public rolled in. Kang Woojin, currently at a commercial shoot in Korea, checked the news. It seemed to be break time now, as he was wearing a white shirt and jeans, which were the clothes for the advertisement. Though Woojin's face looked serious as he sat with his legs crossed. Is the situation getting this big? Is this right? Inside, Kang Woojin was deeply shocked. Well, considering what he had said earlier, he had expected this to some extent, but the current situation in Japan was pulling in way more attention than he had imagined. It seemed that when heavyweights united, this level of buzz was effortless. While muttering to himself inwardly, Kang Woojin felt a slight worry. Ugh. This feels a bit burdensome. However, the concern didn't last long. TCH, whatever. He concluded that as long as he maintained his concept without letting his guard down, everything would be fine. It's actually easier this way. Just no backing down, and I'm set. A few days later, on the highway. It was Friday, the 20th of August, just after 8 a.m. The black van carrying Kang Woojin was speeding down the road. The destination, Gimpo Airport. Inside the van were several team members, and of course, Kang Woojin was there too. He wore a beige shirt with dark brown slacks. His hair and makeup had already been styled to perfection. Naturally, as he had been to the salon shop early in the morning. Woojin, exuding a cynical aura, was staring blankly out the window, though a mix of anticipation and worry quietly simmered inside him. It's already time for the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger production announcement. Time flies. At this rate, the premiere will come up in no time. Today, he was scheduled to fly to Japan. In the passenger seat, Choi Sung-gun, who had tied his ponytail tightly once again, turned around, holding a planner in his hand. Woojin, after we arrive in Japan today, starting around lunchtime, you've got interviews for Male Friend, remake and a visit to a tin studio. And as you know, tomorrow, the 21st, is the main event, the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger production announcement. Kang Woojin's schedule in Japan this time was short, about 3 days. Today, the 20th, would be focused on the massively successful Male Friend remake. On the 21st and 22nd, the main focus would be the eerie sacrifice of a stranger's production announcement and a few other key events. Since it was such a short trip, the schedule was packed. Even so, they had to get as much done as possible in the short time available. Still, Woojin replied calmly. Yes, CEO Nim. At that moment, Choi Sung-gun answered a call as his phone rang. Meanwhile, Han Yeung, who had recently changed her hairstyle to a short orange bob, called out to Woojin. Appa, about the eerie sacrifice of a stranger production announcement. CEO Nim said you need to make a strong impression, so I put together a list of outfits. Which one would you like? Printed photos of various outfit concepts were laid out. Kang Woojin pointed to one of them. This one. It was an all-black ensemble. About 2 hours later, Kang Woojin passed through the airport departure gates, leaving behind a massive crowd of reporters. Spectators gathered quickly, but thanks to Choi Sung-gun having arranged additional guards in advance, there were no major issues. At that moment, BZZ. As Woojin moved towards the gate, his phone buzzed with a long vibration. Since it had been ringing quite often recently, Woojin casually checked the caller. Oh, though there was no change in Kang Woojin's expression, inside, he was slightly surprised. The reason was simple. The caller was none other than a veteran of the Korean film industry, director Ahn Jae-bak. Soon, Woojin made a gesture to Choi Sung-gun to stop for a moment, then raised the phone to his ear. His voice was low. Yes, Director Nim. How are you? The aged voice of Ahn Jae-bak on the other end of the line was still the same. However, it sounded even more dry. It's been a while since we last talked. Where are you now? I'm just about to depart for Japan. Our leech is also just around the corner. Is that so? So, you'll need to pay attention to our side too. It looks like the editing will be wrapped up before mid-September. There were less than 3 weeks left. Then, Director Ahn Jae-bak continued over the phone. In any case, we'll have to meet after you get back from Japan. We need to shoot the poster, he said decisively. Chapter 320, Bomb 1. You mean the main poster to send to Cannes? At Kang Woojin's low question, the old voice of director Ahn Jae-bak came through the phone again. Yes, the poster for Leech that will be handed over to Cannes. As you know, this poster is different from the usual ones. It's closer to an introduction than a promotional tool. And it's a poster that will introduce the film to the filmmakers from around the world who will attend Cannes. Posters are produced at various stages of a film's production. For early promotion, for full-scale marketing of the movie, for word of mouth during screenings, etc. Of course, they are all designed with different concepts, but most of them center around promotion or marketing. Thus, provocative elements are inevitably inserted. However, in the case of Leech, which had Cannes as its first destination, was different from that of typical commercial films. The poster didn't aim at attracting the general public or serving as a promotional tool. It needed to become the symbol or face of Leech. Therefore, the approach to creating the poster had to be fundamentally different. Because the target audience wasn't the general public. Of course, people attending the Cannes Film Festival would watch Leech, but the real key individuals were influential filmmakers from various countries. The juries and officials of the Cannes Film Festival, prominent actors from different nations, globally renowned producers or distributors, and investors from around the world, including Hollywood. In short, a poster for Leech that would be seen by global filmmakers was required. This poster would become both the face and the symbol of Leech, and if it were to win an award at Cannes, it would spread across the world. Box office success was a concern for later. There was no problem in producing a release poster afterward. In fact, if Leech caused a big stir at Cannes this year, there would be no need for a separate poster. Turning Cannes upside down would itself serve as massive promotion and marketing, because it was the production of such an enormously important main poster. I'm paying a lot of attention to the editing as well as the poster. Once Woojin Gun returns from Japan, we'll shoot according to the selected poster list, so I called to let you know to keep that in mind. Director Ahn Jae-bak's voice was profoundly serious. On the other hand, while Kang Woojin's exterior was deeply poker-faced, his inner thoughts were unconcerned. Well, I just need to do what they tell me to do. There wasn't anything to feel nervous about. In fact, something else was on his mind. By mid-September, the editing for Leech is almost finished. Whoa, things are really wrapping up, and everything seems to be coming together at once. Felt like the works that had been holding their breath were suddenly pouring out all at once as autumn arrived. Around this time, the ponytailed Choi Sung-gun stuck close to Woojin, and Kang Woojin, slightly tensing his neck, answered director On Jae-bok on the phone. Yes, Director Nim. I'll keep that in mind. Good. When we start on the main poster, it means there's less than a month left until Cannes. We'll also do some media publicity in line with the timing. You won't have much to worry about, but I'm just letting you know. I understand. By the way, why are you going to Japan? Ah, is it related to that animation? Something similar. There's also the production announcement for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. So, that work is already having its production announcement. Director On Jae-bok murmured after a brief pause. They might end up releasing around the same time. He wrapped up the call. I'll pass the detailed schedule to CEO Choi. Take care. You too, Director Nim. Click. As Kang Woojin slowly lowered his phone, Choi Sung-gun immediately asked, Director? Which director? Woojin conveyed the core of the phone conversation to the eager Choi Sung-gun, who had rushed in. Soon, Choi Sung-gun's eyes gleamed with interest as he grinned. Oh ho, the main poster for Cannes, huh? It's starting to feel real that you're heading to Cannes. But wait, they're wrapping up the editing for Leech by mid-September. Yes, according to director On Jae-bok. Are they grinding their bones to finish it? I know they were doing rough edits even during the night shoots, but the pace is unbelievably fast. Kang Woojin's team resumed their halted steps. Among them, Choi Sung-gun, who was checking his phone calendar, smiled broadly. There's really only a month left before going to Cannes. Now that it's actually happening, I'm anxious. Phew. Honestly, I thought we'd go someday, but I didn't expect it to be this soon. Choi Sung-gun, mixed with tension and urgency. In contrast, Kang Woojin wasn't feeling particularly nervous. Cannes? Whatever. I've already ingrained French, so what problem could there be? It still didn't feel real to him. Meanwhile, in a conference room of a major film company, an old man seated at the large U-shaped table placed his phone on the table. It was none other than director On Jae-bok, who had just been on the phone with Kang Woojin. Swish. His short white hair remained the same, though he had more wrinkles now. His face was heavily marked with fatigue, but nonetheless, director On Jae-bok's signature air of a veteran still radiated sharpness. So, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger is done too. Seems I'll need to push harder. Director On Jae-bok muttered quietly to himself as he lifted his head. Standing in front of him were the film company's CEO and several executives. It appeared they had been in the middle of a meeting. After relaying the conversation he had with Kang Woojin, director On Jae-bok, Schwab, lowered his gaze once again. Right in front of him were 3 sheets of paper, each the size of a typical movie poster, attached to a clear plastic panel. These 3 sheets contained illustrations and a shared title. Leech. That's right. These were the candidate posters for Leech, which was set to go to Cannes. Director On Jae-bok studied the poster candidates intently. The film company's CEO and the others standing around didn't say a word. They were simply waiting for the legendary On Jae-bok to make his choice. However, his decision wasn't quick. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Director On Jae-bok, arms crossed, scrutinized the poster candidates for over 15 minutes. It was understandable. The poster chosen here would be sent to Cannes. In fact, even creating these 3 candidates had taken about 2 weeks. Finally, Director On Jae-bok let out a deep sigh and raised his index finger. Then, he pointed to 2 of the 3 poster candidates in succession. Let's produce both of these. I need to see the final versions myself. Is that what you want? Understood. The illustrations on the 2 selected poster candidates depicted different characters and scenes from Leech, but there was one distinct similarity that stood out. Both prominently featured Park Ha-sung, or Kang Woojin, as the main focus. In other words, share these 2 poster drafts with Woojin-gun right away. It meant that Kang Woojin's face was set to be plastered all over Cannes in a large format. A few hours later, in Japan, Kang Woojin arrived in Japan to carry out his short, 3-day schedule. He had departed from Gimpo Airport and arrived at Haneda Airport in Japan by late morning. As Woojin entered the arrival hall, he turned up his usual cynicism by several notches. What? There sure are a lot of reporters. The reason was simple. Pababababak. Pababababab. Hundreds of people, including Japanese reporters, fans, and onlookers, had gathered to catch a glimpse of Kang Woojin as he emerged from the airport. It was the largest crowd that had ever come to see him during his visits to Japan. Screams and shrieks loud enough to shake the airport. Kaya! Kang Woojin! Kang Woojin! Eek! And the desperate shouts of reporters buried under the noise. Kang Woojin! Asterisk percent and percent hashtag. Percent hashtag percent. Hashtag. Percent. Asterisk at dollar at asterisk. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger hashtag. Asterisk. Hashtag percent. Woojin. Hashtag percent. Percent asterisk hashtag. Percent male friend. Remake at hashtag at. Although a few recognizable words were mixed in, overall, it was impossible to make sense of what they were saying. Regardless, Kang Woojin calmly waved at the reporters and fans as he made his way out of the airport. Meanwhile, back in Korea, Star Talk, Kang Woojin departs for Japan for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger production. Announcement/photo. The Japanese media, as expected, were simultaneously reporting on Kang Woojin's activities. Recently, Japan, where several major issues had arisen, was particularly intense in covering him. However, Woojin paid it no mind. He boarded the van provided by the Kashiwa Group, specifically arranged by Chairman Hideki, and headed to his designated accommodation, the Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel. Kang Woojin's first schedule in Japan was related to the Male Friend remake, consisting of interviews with two well-known Japanese magazines. At that moment, oh, whoa, Appa, look over there, on top of the building. Unbelievable. The stylists riding in the van with him were in a frenzy. Thanks to them, Woojin, who usually had a nonchalant expression, turned his gaze toward where they were pointing. Kang Woojin gasped inwardly, of course. What the hell? That's me, isn't it? On the billboard hanging on top of a large building, an ad for the anime Male Friend remake was playing. Of course, it was an advertisement, and in the middle, Kang Woojin's face appeared in a huge close-up. As the lead voice actor of the smash hit anime, it was only natural that his face would take center stage. It was no longer strange to see Woojin's face plastered all over Tokyo's cityscape. This is embarrassing dash. And that wasn't all. Oh, it's on the side of the bus too. It really is. Appa. Woojin Appa. Your face is on the bus. Too. Huh? The life-size cutout in front of that store also looks like Woojin Appa. Kang Woojin was everywhere in Tokyo. Later, Kang Woojin, hiding his embarrassment as best he could, smoothly completed his first-day schedule in Japan. At every magazine interview, they took a ridiculous number of photos, making it feel more like a photo shoot. In the late afternoon, Kang Woojin met with director Kyotaro for a meal. Haha Woojin, it's only been a few months, but it feels like it's been a long time. Your face looks even better than before. Hello, Director Nim. Please, have a seat. Director Kyotaro, who had come straight from working on the final edits for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, immediately began discussing the progress. At this pace, the editing should be completed by the end of September without any issues. Yes, I've been informed. Even as he responded, Woojin thought to himself, sigh, end of September. That's cutting it close. It might overlap with my trip to Cannes for Leech. And it was true. The Cannes Film Festival for Leech was set to open on September 30th, and Kang Woojin needed to be on a plane before then. That meant it might be difficult for him to attend the final test screening of the completed version of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Director Kyotaro seemed aware of this too. Cannes is on September 30th this year, right? He preemptively brought it up to Kang Woojin. Yes. While the exact date when the editing finishes isn't certain, it'll likely be around that time. The screening test will be held just a few days after the editing is done. I might not be able to attend. I understand, it can't be helped. You're a very busy person, Woojin. If your schedule allows, we'd love for you to attend the test screening. If not, we'll gather the other actors for it. The completed version of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Honestly, Woojin wanted to see it if possible. It's my first Japanese film, so I'd really like to check it out if I can, but I can't postpone my schedule. What could he do? If it was impossible to align his schedule, he'd just have to give one side up. TSK, if it gets too tough, I can always sneak into a theater when The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger premieres and watch it. Afterward, Director Kyotaro shared details about tomorrow's production announcement. The venue was the same location as the script reading for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger at the Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel, where Kang Woojin was currently staying. It was clear that Chairman Hideki's influence played a role here. It was fortunate in a way. Woojin could rest at his hotel and just head downstairs when the time came, without rushing. After finishing the meal like that, Woojin, shall we head back? Yes, Director Nim. Kang Woojin and Director Kyotaro made their way to the Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel. From the hotel lobby, Woojin garnered the attention of countless guests. With all eyes on him, he entered the hotel's massive hall. More specifically, he was visiting the grand hall where tomorrow's production announcement would be held. Whoa, this place is huge. Isn't it about twice the size of where the script reading was held? The setup for the production announcement was already complete. Hundreds of desks were spread across the hall, with a large podium at the front and a long table placed on top of it. Small cameras were set up throughout the hall, and at the back and diagonal corners, larger cameras were being adjusted by the Japanese staff, who were busily operating something. Seeing them, Director Kyotaro chuckled softly and explained, "They're the live broadcast team. You heard, right? Tomorrow's production announcement will be mainly streamed live on YouTube. Around 150 reporters are expected to attend. Is that so? Counting our people and other officials, there will easily be over 250 attendees. As for the public joining the stream, well, a few tens of thousands will likely tune in. What do you think? Haha, as you mentioned, we've doubled the scale of the event." Kang Woojin, who was scanning the massive hall, responded in a low voice. "It's not bad. That's a relief. Tomorrow, no one will be able to stop you, Woojin." Director Kyotaro's smile deepened. "You can do whatever you please." Whatever he pleases. Woojin sensed a strange vibe of misunderstanding in Kyotaro's sparkling eyes. Why are his eyes twinkling like that? Whatever it was, after finishing the pre-event inspection of the hall, Kang Woojin and Director Kyotaro parted ways. Still feeling puzzled, Woojin reunited with Choi Sung-gun in the lobby, who had been waiting for him. What was interesting was the tablet in Sung-gun's hands. "Done." "Yes." Choi Sung-gun nodded as he moved toward the elevator, holding the tablet. Then he said, "Did you agree to receive a house as a gift from Miley Kara? In LA. A house. What house?" Woojin, hearing this for the first time, silently shook his head. "No." "Then why?" "No. Anyway, Kara sent a list of houses in LA to the company. Take a look at it first." Filled with questions inside, but pretending to be calm, Woojin checked the tablet screen. At the same time, he let out a scream. Of course, only inwardly. It was only natural. The first house on the list. This is insane. Wow, what the hell? It even has a swimming pool? Is this even a house? It looked more like a mansion, complete with a swimming pool. 21. Bomb. 2. As soon as Kang Woojin saw the photo of the mansion with a swimming pool on the tablet held by Choi Sung-gun, sent by Miley Kara, he almost let out a gasp. It was so shocking that he barely managed to stop his reaction from breaking through his usual stoic facade. If he hadn't been practicing his concept all this time, he would have surely burst out already. What damn, seriously. That really surprised me. In truth, the house displayed on the tablet from LA was closer to being a regular house. But for Kang Woojin, who had never seen such a large house before, it looked like a mansion. I mean, there's a swimming pool attached to the house. That's not something you see often in Korea. Even more so, the house itself is freaking huge. The house behind the swimming pool was 2 stories tall and massive. It was a home that deserved the word grand. Isn't this the kind of house you only see in movies? Woojin, while calming his startled heart, continued to gaze at the house on the tablet. Kang Woojin stared at the house for a while. Watching him, the ponytailed Choi Sung-gun next to him spoke up. "You done looking? Should I move to the next one?" "Move on." "Move on to what?" "All right." Only then did Woojin remember that it wasn't just one house Choi Sung-gun was going to show him. The list, right? He said it was a list of houses in LA. Woojin, trying hard to remain calm, lowered his voice. "Yes, CEO Nim. I've seen it." The moment he answered, Choi Sung-gun moved his fingers. The house photo on the tablet changed. Soon, a new photo appeared. This house also had a swimming pool, but it wasn't 2 stories tall. However, it felt just as wide as the 2-story one. One thing was for sure. Damn, This one's crazy too. This house was just as incredible. Then, Choi Sung-gun moved his fingers again. Once, twice, 3 times. In total, he showed 5 houses. Of course, all of them were the kind you'd expect to see only in movies. Each time Woojin saw a new house, he internally gasped in awe, but outwardly he did his best to maintain a cynical demeanor. Still, he was shocked. What? She is really giving me a house like this? Have she gone crazy? Sure, Kang Woojin had saved Miley Kara's life, but still, was this really appropriate? Honestly, who else could ever experience something like this? The office del near Samsung station that he had received from Choi Sung-gun in the past had felt like something he earned through his work. But this time, it was different. CEO Nim. Woojin forced himself to speak in a voice that buried his excitement. You're saying she want to give one of these houses as a gift. Is that what you heard? Lowering the tablet for a moment, Choi Sung-gun let out a small chuckle, as if he found it a bit ridiculous himself. Yeah, that's what they said. The email that came to the company clearly said that. Even I was a bit taken aback. Is that so? Choi Sung-gun lifted the tablet again. Look at the size of these houses. Sure, there are plenty of big houses like this in LA, but each of these would cost at least 1 billion won, right? Of course, there are plenty that cost even more. How much? 1 billion? Even a few 100 million won is a lot, but 1 billion? Woojin was momentarily at a loss for words. Is this what being a global superstar is like? Their scale is mind-blowing. At this point, Woojin and Choi Sung-gun, who had boarded the hotel elevator, fell silent for a moment. There were quite a few other passengers in the elevator. A few minutes later, after entering Kang Woojin's suite room, Choi Sung-gun spoke again. Well, considering the amount of money Miley Kara saved by you rescuing her, 1 billion is pocket change. If she had been seriously injured, it would have cost many times that. But still, Kara's quite straightforward. To Woojin, who was fiercely agreeing in his mind, Choi Sung-gun waved the tablet in his hand. You hadn't heard anything about this? At that moment, some of the things Miley Kara had said flashed through Woojin's mind. I owe you a debt, and quite a large one at that. And another. I'm going to repay you in some form, but that's separate. Is there anything you want right now, Woojin? What Woojin wanted had already been settled with her. Appearance in beneficial evil. So, was this separate reward supposed to be a house? And not just any house, but a huge mansion in LA? Kang Woojin, who had been silent, locked eyes with Choi Sung-gun and murmured in a low voice. Miley Kara did mention a reward when I was in LA. Besides appearing in beneficial evil? For reference, Choi Sung-gun was also aware of Kara's appearance in beneficial evil. Is this that additional reward? It seems so. From what I can tell, it looks like she wants to give you a house to stay in when you make your Hollywood debut. No wonder she was asking all sorts of questions during the after-party at her place. What did she ask? Well, she asked where our overseas branches are and when you'd be starting your Hollywood activities, among other things. I gave her rough answers, but then this came through. In other words, there had been some build-up to this. Anyway, Kang Woojin had calmed down somewhat, and as he handed the tablet back to Woojin, Choi Sung-gun casually asked, Of course, I've been preparing for your overseas debut in various ways, but what do you want to do? If Miley Kara offers you a house, will you accept it? Why would he refuse it? Sure, the size was unexpected, but there was no reason to decline. While Kang Woojin hadn't gone to extreme lengths to save Kara, it was still a big debt to her. It's definitely better to take it. It'll make things easier if we see each other later. 2. The more Woojin thought about it, the more he realized there was no reason to refuse. So, swoosh. He pointed his index finger at the 2-story house with the largest swimming pool among the 5 houses in the tablet and muttered, I'll take this one. A wide grin spread across Choi Sung-gun's face as he nodded. Okay. I'll let Miley Kara's side know. At that moment, Kang Woojin had acquired a house. No, a mansion in LA. The next day, the 21st. From the morning, the Japanese entertainment industry was in quite a stir. Many reporters from various media outlets were on the move. Did you pack everything? Yes. Then let's head out right away. But we weren't even invited. Are we sure we should go? It's a shame we weren't invited, but we can at least try to get some B-roll photos around the hotel. There are going to be plenty of big shots, right? That's true. We might even get to see director Kyotaro Taniguchi, writer Akari Takikawa, or if we're lucky, Chairman Hideki Yoshimura. And as for actors, other top stars aside, Kang Woojin. Make sure to get a shot of him, even if it's just his back. Those photos will sell. Various agencies and broadcasters were all in a similar frenzy. It's chaos, absolute chaos. Articles are already flooding in. About Erie's sacrifice press conference? Yeah, just look at this. Most of the entertainment news is about the Erie sacrifice. It's understandable. Isn't it the live-action adaptation of Akari's original work? The moment Kang Woojin got involved in the Erie sacrifice, things got noisy. And with the Kashiwa group getting involved, it's blown up even more. A Korean actor playing the male lead in Akari's most iconic work. No wonder there's been so much controversy and buzz. With all the uproar and debates, it's no surprise things are getting so wild. I heard there are close to 200 reporters gathering for today's press conference. I also heard they're also doing a live stream. Why are they going so big with this? Even if they kept it low-key, the backlash would not have been this intense. Of course, the topic of the day was the Erie sacrifice press conference, set to take place at noon. Since its early production announcements, the Erie sacrifice had sparked numerous controversies and issues, so it wasn't strange that the press conference introducing the movie before its release was a hot topic. The news was already spreading like wildfire. Kang Woojin finally stands before the public. The large-scale press conference for the Erie sacrifice of a stranger is about to start. Netizens are flocking. With live streaming included, interest in the Erie sacrifice of a stranger press conference is exploding on SNS and online communities. Many people in the Japanese entertainment industry and regular citizens alike couldn't stop talking about the Erie sacrifice. Naturally, the online world was no different. Communities and social media were buzzing about the upcoming press conference, fueled further by the excitement of a live stream. And so, about 2 hours passed. About 30 minutes before noon, the Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel in Tokyo was packed with people. It was already a busy hotel with plenty of guests, but today, the crowd included over 100 people who had come for reasons other than just being guests. The hotel's surroundings and lobby were packed with people holding cameras. They were the reporters invited to the press conference. Are those guys outside the ones who didn't get an invitation? Yeah, they're desperately trying to get shots. Haha, we're lucky then, aren't we? Including the reporters gathered outside the hotel, the number easily exceeded several hundred. These reporters began to gather in the largest hall of the Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel. The expansive hall had an interior with plenty of wood accents, and the ceiling was remarkably high. The space was filled with desks for the reporters to sit at. From the entrance of the hall all the way to the front stage, it was packed. More than 80 reporters began to take their seats at the desks provided. They were setting up their laptops and cameras, preparing for the start of the press conference. Once the event began, the remaining reporters outside would also flood in. At that point, the number would reach close to 200. There are more cameras here than at a typical press conference. They're doing a live stream, and the Erie Sacrifice team probably has to film for their YouTube channel too. There were over 10 cameras set up throughout the hall. At the very back of the hall, the team responsible for the live streaming was hurrying to finish their preparations. About 20 minutes later, we're going live. With 10 minutes left before the press conference, the live streaming team opened the broadcast. Soon, as if they had been waiting, Japanese netizens started flooding in. And within just a minute, the Erie sacrifice of a stranger press conference live streaming. Live broadcast. 3,854 people watching. Nearly 4,000 netizens joined. The chat window was more than just lively, it was buzzing. Wow, there are so many reporters. Erie sacrifice is gonna flop. I'm here to see Kang Woojin. Get a grip, people. Ugh, too many people. If it's this crazy now, it's going to explode when the press conference begins. Whoa. I came here to rant. There were all sorts of reactions: excitement, hate, anticipation, nonsense. The chat was moving so fast it was hard to keep up with each message. Regardless, the number of netizens connecting to the live stream was increasing rapidly with each passing second. And as the press conference drew near, Japanese reporters began to completely fill the hall. Eventually, swoosh, when nearly all 200 reporters were seated, a woman in a neat beige jacket entered through the side door next to the stage at the front of the hall. She was a famous Japanese comedian who would be the host of today's press conference. She gestured to the large The Erie Sacrifice title hanging behind the podium. The press conference is about to begin. Reporters outside, please enter the hall. In clear, articulate Japanese, the host signaled the start. She briefly chatted with the staff around her. They were staff members from the Eerie Sacrifice team. After roughly 5 minutes of final coordination, the host turned her gaze forward again. With all 200 reporters now watching her, she held up her cue card. We will now begin the press conference for the highly anticipated movie, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. The reporters, as if by habit, applauded, while about half of them raised their cameras to capture the front. Flashbulbs went off like lightning as the number of netizens connected to the live stream skyrocketed. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger press conference live streaming. Live broadcast. 32,114 people watching. The number of people watching had surpassed 30,000. While each viewer had their own reasons for tuning in, the figure was undeniably impressive. The host glanced down at her cue card again, then spoke once more. First, let's welcome the main cast of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. As soon as she finished speaking, the staff, standing near the side door, began to move. The door opened, and the big names started to enter. At the same time, Pabababababak, Pabababababak. The flashes filled the hall even more intensely. The first person to enter alone was the master director of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, Kyotaro Taniguchi. Swoosh. Following right behind him, wearing makeup heavier than usual, was writer Akari Takikawa. Soon, the reporters pressing their shutters like crazy became even more excited at the sight of the third person to enter. Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin. Third. Kang Woojin is coming in third. The main male lead of The Eerie Sacrifice and the man currently shaking up Japan. It was because Kang Woojin, dressed in an all-black suit, was making his entrance. Immediately, a blinding storm of flashes exploded around him. However, Woojin's face remained completely cold. Meanwhile, 39,887 people watching. The number of viewers surged to nearly 40,000 right after Kang Woojin appeared. Dozens, even hundreds of new chat messages popped up every second. It was difficult to make out what the viewers were saying because the chat was moving so fast, but thanks to the constant shutter sounds, the reporters' comments could faintly be heard. Kang Woojin looks nonchalant. Considering how many reporters and the general public in Japan are watching, is this actor's personality normally this cold? From what I've heard, yeah, he's known to be pretty quiet. Isn't he only in his second year of acting? There have been cases like this, but he's too calm, don't you think? But with that presence, he could stand toe-to-toe with any top actor. As the hundreds of reporters assessed Kang Woojin's all-black suited appearance, Woojin himself had no time to pay attention to their remarks. Whoa, I can't see. He was so overwhelmed by the relentless flashes going off that he was losing his focus. He had to put all his energy into maintaining his poker face. Ugh, I feel like throwing up. After director Kyotaro, writer Akari, and Kang Woojin, the rest of the key figures from The Eerie Sacrifice Manakosuke, Mifuya Uramatsu, Ajimoto Yasutaro, and the other top Japanese actors made their appearances. Starting with director Kyotaro, they all lined up in a straight row in front of the stage. It was time for the photo session. 43,313 people watching. The streaming viewership had surpassed 40,000. Just then, the back door of the closed hall opened, and an old man in a suit entered. Accompanied by a few secretaries, with some white hairs in his eyebrows, it was Chairman Hideki. He entered so quietly, and with the hall being in such a frenzy, no one noticed him. Chairman Hideki crossed his arms as he looked beyond the hundreds of reporters, fixing his gaze on the front stage. More specifically, his eyes were on Kang Woojin, with a smile tugging at his wrinkled lips. A declaration of war. No, how can I resist watching this bomb drop? The chairman was indulging in his own delusions. In any case, the Eerie Sacrifice press conference began with the introduction of the cast and crew. But then, Kang Woojin. In the midst of the blinding flashes, a shout rang out in Japanese, almost like a scream. It was from a reporter sitting toward the front of the hundreds, who had taken the lead in calling out. Your recent lead role in the Korean project was a massive hit, and Male Friend remake was also a huge success. His voice cracked slightly from excitement, but the question was clearly directed at Kang Woojin and had an almost confrontational tone. With these back-to-back successes, you've even been nicknamed Midas's Touch. Do you personally believe that the controversial The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger will also succeed? The host and staff immediately try to stop the reporter. But, yes, Kang Woojin, in his all-black suit, responded calmly, his low voice cutting through the chaos. I expect it to easily surpass 20 million. The first bomb had been 322. Chapter 322, Bomb 3. This answer that Kang Woojin casually blurted out. I expect it to easily surpass 20 million. It started from a rather lighthearted thought. It wasn't that he intended to flip this press conference or make a declaration of war. He simply answered without any deep intention. Anyway, I need to maintain the concept. But I didn't lie, did I? It was the truth. Of course, it's going to be a success. It's just uncertain how many viewers there will be. Still, it's certain it will surpass Island of the Missing. Currently, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was rated higher than Island of the Missing, which had surpassed 20 million viewers. 7/scenario. Title: The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. SSS grade. This meant a minimum of 20 million viewers. Of course, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was going to be released in both Korea and Japan, so it could be more than 20 million combined between the two countries. So what? Anyway, it's still a huge success, right? Among the hundreds of reporters and numerous people gathered in this hall, Kang Woojin was the only one who could roughly see the future of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. That's why he remained calm. Meanwhile, the barrage of camera flashes momentarily slowed down. This was because Kang Woojin's answer caused hundreds of reporters to start murmuring. What did Kang Woojin just say? 20 million? He said 20 million, didn't he? Is he talking about 20 million viewers? What else could it be? After all, when asked whether he thought The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger would be successful, Woojin had answered without hesitation that 20 million would be easy. Many Japanese reporters, though slightly bewildered, began silently making their own assessments. Isn't he too overconfident? I mean, look at how many people are here. How can he say something like that without changing his expression? I can't tell if it's confidence or arrogance. It wasn't just the reporters watching this suddenly awkward press conference. Tens of thousands of Japanese viewers who had tuned into the live stream were also watching. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger press conference live streaming. Live broadcast. 49,872 people watching. By now, the number of viewers had nearly reached 50,000, and the moment they heard Woojin's words, they frantically started typing in the chat. 20 million. Isn't Kang Woojin going too far? It feels like he just answered without thinking. I really hate how Kang Woojin acts without thinking. Having confidence is good, but isn't he taking 20 million viewers too lightly? So what's the big deal? Kang Woojin, you're awesome. By the way, doesn't Kang Woojin look really good in that all-black suit? Korean actors definitely have amazing physiques. The comments were coming in so fast it was impossible to read them all. The expressions of the Japanese actors standing next to Kang Woojin, who remained indifferent, were also worth noting. They all widened their eyes slightly as they looked at Woojin. Wow, he just threw that out there. I knew Woojin was straightforward, but I didn't think he'd be this direct. The same went for writer Akari. A small smile spread across director Kyotaro's lips, who was standing at the front. He was witnessing the behavior he had been hoping for. Anyway, the reporter who had initially attacked Woojin with the first question stammered. You say over 20 million will be easy? Kang Woojin answered in a low voice. Yes, that's what I said. At that moment, the flashes that had temporarily subsided exploded once again. Pababababak. Of course, they were all directed at Woojin, and among the hundreds of reporters, dozens quickly began typing on their laptops. In Japan, reaching 20 million viewers was a monumental achievement. Historically, only about 3 films had done so, and all 3 were animated films. The highest record for a Japanese film was 19 million, and that was quite a long time ago. Recently, even reaching 10 million viewers was difficult, as the Japanese film industry had shrunk significantly. However, suddenly, Kang Woojin, who wasn't even a Japanese actor but a Korean one, boldly declared at the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger production press conference that the film would surpass 20 million viewers. Although this was a moment to show his aspirations, it's usually better not to throw out unrealistic numbers like 20 million. Otherwise, it leads to a lot of unnecessary noise later. Not to mention, if the goal isn't achieved, the criticisms are an added bonus. Above all, the reporters focused on the word easily in Kang Woojin's statement. Saying easily means he's claiming that surpassing 20 million viewers is no big deal, right? In other words, he was implying that not only would they surpass 20 million viewers easily, but they were also aiming for much more. A Korean actor was predicting a legendary future in the Japanese market. It was certainly an odd scene, and Woojin's declaration was prime fodder for the press and public opinion. At this moment, in the minds of the hundreds of reporters, good. There's plenty to write about. They had already decided on their main headlines for the articles they would publish in just a few hours. Meanwhile, the somewhat chaotic The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger press conference proceeded. Starting with director Kyotaro, there were greetings from all the actors, a brief overview of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger from director Kyotaro and writer Akari, followed by the actors answering prearranged questions from the host. 1 hour flew by in the blink of an eye. Then, we'll now take questions from the reporters. It was time for the hundreds of reporters to freely ask their questions. Of course, every reporter raised their hand eagerly. However, since it wasn't possible to listen to everyone, the host randomly picked someone. It was a chubby male reporter sitting at the far left in the front row. The selected reporter, swish, fixed his gaze on the cynical actor sitting third on the stage. It was Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin, as a Korean actor, you must have felt some pressure participating in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. But now that the filming is finished, how would you describe The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger? Woojin's response came quickly. I believe it's the first movie that will have a huge impact on the Japanese film industry. A lot is going to change. Once again, it was an answer that made the eyes of hundreds of reporters widen. It was the second bomb drop. At this point, the viewers of the press conference were 60,021 people watching. The number had surpassed 60,000, and Chairman Hideki, who was quietly observing from the very back of the hall, chuckled. Kang Woojin, he really has star quality. Stirring things up like this, even if people criticize, their curiosity will explode. It seemed that Kang Woojin was quite fond of throwing no-holds-barred bombs. But even after this, we'll take the next question. Yes, the reporter with glasses over there. And me too. I also have a question for Kang Woojin. The bomb-throwing continued. 2 days later, Monday, the 23rd, Korea. After wrapping up his short 3-day schedule in Japan, Kang Woojin had returned to Korea the previous night. Now, on the morning of the 23rd, he was in the elevator on his way to work. Ugh, I am so stiff. If it weren't for the void space, I'd probably be dead by now, right? Woojin murmured inwardly. He pulled his hat down low, and while stifling a yawn thanks to his poker face, he pulled out his phone. He was about to check the messages that had piled up, but instead switched directions and opened the portal site. The main headlines appeared immediately. Kang Woojin's face was plastered all over them. Star photo. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger press conference. Kang Woojin's bold declaration in front of over 200 reporters/photo. The bombs Kang Woojin dropped in Japan were being introduced in Korea as well. Why are they making such a big fuss about this? But the sense of realism was lacking. After all, the articles blowing up in Korea were merely snippets taken from Japanese social media and online communities. The ones who put in a little more effort simply referenced Japanese articles. Woojin's fingers moved again. He exited the domestic portal site and logged into a Japanese search engine. Soon, Woojin let out an inward exclamation. Wow, this is even crazier than yesterday, isn't it? In reality, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Japanese media was already in chaos. All because of who? Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin boldly declares at the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger press conference. It will easily surpass 20 million. Is it confidence or arrogance? Kang Woojin predicts the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger will exceed 20 million viewers. The news rankings on Japan's #1 search site were practically dominated by Kang Woojin. In fact, ever since the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger production press conference ended, it had been like that. The Japanese reporters who attended had immediately churned out articles, and as they ballooned over the next 2 days, it drew enormous attention. The first film to have a major impact on the Japanese film industry. What does Kang Woojin mean by impact? Japan's TV networks, film industry, production companies, agencies, everyone was focused on Woojin. So were many of the Japanese public. This atmosphere continued into the 24th, the day after the press conference. No, actually, it had even intensified. The Japanese media continued to churn out more stories. Kang Woojin's bold declaration at the eerie sacrifice of a stranger press conference, causing a ripple effect on social media. Public opinion joined in and stoked the fire further. Alongside facts, rumors and speculative gossip were rampant. The aftermath of the bombs Woojin dropped spread throughout Japan. He's way too overconfident. Well, since the original work is so popular, it's bound to do well, but isn't Kang Woojin exaggerating? The eerie sacrifice of a stranger had finally calmed down, and now there's more controversy again. What kind of film is it that he claims will have such a huge impact on the Japanese film industry? www. Well, I'm definitely going to watch it when it's released. Regardless of everything, Kang Woojin looked the best in that all-black suit at the press conference. He's so handsome. The interesting thing was, the more the eerie sacrifice of a stranger and Woojin attracted attention in Japan, the more curiosity exploded among the Japanese public. I'm curious to see what kind of acting Kang Woojin delivers in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. I'm not a fan of Kang Woojin, but I'll hold off on criticizing him. I'll wait until I watch the movie. Even those harboring negative feelings couldn't help but feel intrigued. How exactly had they filmed the eerie sacrifice of a stranger for Kang Woojin to be acting this way? Maybe he's just putting on a bit of a show. Though Kang Woojin had caused a huge stir throughout Japan, in reality, he himself was. Look at this, since I came back to Korea, there's hardly any impact on buzz regarding the eerie sacrifice. He was simply going about his schedule without paying much attention. Time passed quickly as a result. From the 26th, Woojin began the main poster shoot for Leech. It was the poster that would officially be sent to Cannes. Since it was conducted in utmost secrecy, only the essential staff were present for the shoot. The poster shoot alternated between the set and outdoor locations. It wrapped up in about 2 days. They shot 2 main concepts for the poster, and within each concept, they adjusted the composition and background slightly to create different feelings. In the end, hundreds of photos were taken. The task of selecting just one poster from all of these fell to director On Jae-bak. Kang Woojin thought it was less special than he had expected. I thought it would be something special since they're sending it to Cannes, but it's just like shooting any other movie poster, huh? He murmured inwardly, somewhat amused at his earlier tension relieved, thinking it was an easy task. Afterward, Woojin immediately moved on to his next schedule. As always, there were numerous engagements to attend. Behind-the-scenes stills from Beneficial Evil martial arts training released preparing for global release. Among his schedules, the main one was martial arts training for Beneficial Evil. About a week later, as August came to a close and September began, a few days had already passed. The weather was now transitioning fully into autumn, and people's clothing on the streets was becoming thicker. Today was Monday, September 6th. The location was the editing room of a major film company. The editing room was somewhat dimly lit, filled with many monitors and tightly packed equipment. Toward the back, there was a resting area with sofas, and on a round table, 2 familiar posters were attached to thick plastic boards. Both posters prominently featured Kang Woojin. Several editing staff were visible in the room. Among them, sitting at the far end and operating the editing equipment, was an elderly man. It was the veteran director On Jae-bak. This, of course, was the editing room for the movie Leech. There wasn't much conversation exchanged. Director On Jae-bak, with his short white hair, was at the center, simply continuing the editing process. His movements, as he handled all aspects of the process, were precise and without any unnecessary actions. Play the music. He spoke like someone who knew everything inside out. Cut. Next one. Including director On Jae-bak, there were about 10 people in total, and except for meal times, they practically stayed in the editing room. Yet, despite that, there were no signs of fatigue, and everyone worked in perfect sync. It was probably thanks to director On Jae-bak's veteran charisma and experience as the foundation. Later that night, around 11:45 p.m., as director On Bak, who was seated in the center of the editing equipment, was staring intensely at the monitor in front of him, he suddenly, swish, leaned back deeply into his chair and muttered briefly. His voice was rough and hoarse. It's done. Soon, several editing staff sitting around him turned their gazes toward him. Although no one opened their mouths, the widened eyes of everyone expressed the same thought. Say it again. Whether or not he noticed, director On Bak, who was rubbing his roughened cheeks and forehead, murmured again in a low voice. This is good enough. Suddenly, several editing staff jumped up and let out wild cheers. Some even bounced around. Meanwhile, director On Bak, who was staring at the many monitors in front of him, gave a small chuckle. We finished earlier than I expected. The final editing of Leech was complete. It was ready for launch. 2 days later, on the 8th, around 9 a.m., a large black van stopped in the underground parking lot of a major film company. A familiar black-haired man got out of the parked van. As usual, Kang Woojin wore a nonchalant expression. He was dressed in a cream-colored jacket. After getting out of the van, Woojin waited for Choi Sung-gun and his team members, all the while trying to keep himself composed. Outwardly, he seemed solid, but inwardly, he was busy with mental control. His level of tension was quite high at the moment. Or rather, it was closer to anticipation. The reason was simple. In about an hour, they were about to screen test the completed film that would be sent to Cannes. Damn, is it because it's a movie that's going to Cannes? Why am I more nervous than other films? They were about to test the final product of Leech, the movie set to be sent to the most prestigious of the world's 3 major international film festivals. Chapter 323, Bomb 4. Cannes Film Festival. Honestly, even at this moment, when the final screening test for Leech was about to happen, Kang Woojin didn't really feel the reality of it. Other films like Drug Dealer and Island of the Missing had already been heavily promoted through the media by this time, making them feel tangible. But Leech had not carried out any significant promotional or marketing efforts so far. Of course, the involvement of legendary Korean director On Bak, the renowned actor Sim Han-ho, and issue king Kang Woojin had sparked considerable interest, with articles being published from time to time. Which category will the recently cranked up Leech be invited to? Cannes Film Festival's official invitation announcement is expected next week. Over time, only a few articles related to the Cannes Film Festival would sporadically appear, but for now, things were relatively quiet. The reason was simple. Currently, neither the film company nor the distributor of Leech was particularly promoting it. Their focus was entirely on the Cannes Film Festival. Naturally, when the festival's opening approached, articles would be released like crazy, but for now, compared to other commercial films, it was relatively calm. That's why Kang Woojin, who was currently waiting for the elevator, felt even more disconnected from reality. Various thoughts were crossing Woojin's mind behind his intense poker face. Cannes, huh? It wasn't just pretending to be serious, he was genuinely serious. That was it. Like how people imagine themselves as the protagonist of an interesting manga or other content they've seen. Recently, Kang Woojin had been frequently searching for information about the Cannes Film Festival. He had checked out countless articles, photos, YouTube videos, and other materials from the past to the present. Even though he didn't feel the reality of it just yet, his heart was pounding for that very reason. Well shit, I guess this day really is coming. Just thinking about something I've only imagined about actually happening makes me fucking nervous. He had seen photos of a Korean actor walking the red carpet at Cannes, videos of them being interviewed by hundreds of foreign reporters at the Cannes closing ceremony or awards show, and group photos with globally famous filmmakers, including Hollywood. And who was it? Again? Anyway, that Korean director lifting a trophy at the Cannes Awards ceremony was damn cool. A Korean director receiving an award in front of nearly 1,000 global filmmakers. If such things weren't just imagination and were about to happen to him, who wouldn't feel nervous? For Kang Woojin, who had never even dreamed of attending an international film festival in his life, it hit even harder. Ugh, I am starting to feel queasy. There was fear too. Naturally, there were concerns. The scale of his first experience was unimaginably huge. If he focused on his concept act, he could somehow get through it. But compared to the Blue Dragon Film Awards, the Cannes Film Festival, which was several times more grand, was leaving a fresh impact on Woojin. At that moment, Ding. The elevator arrived at the floor, and the doors opened. Woojin, who had briefly been lost in thought, felt a tap on his shoulder from Choi Sung-gun. Let's go. Choi Sung-gun's expression was slightly firm, though nowhere near as intense as Kang Woojin's. The place they arrived at was a small studio inside the large film company. A few staff members of Leech were already gathered outside the studio. Hello. As soon as they saw Kang Woojin approaching, they greeted him immediately. Woojin greeted them appropriately and entered the studio. The interior had a different feel from other film test venues Woojin had experienced before. It resembled a small screening room. There were various equipment and a moderately sized screen at the front, about 50 seats laid out, and about 30% of the seats were already occupied by related personnel. As soon as they saw Kang Woojin, they were quick to greet him. And, so you're here. Among the staff, suddenly stepping forward was director Ga Bak, with short white hair and a face full of wrinkles. His smile had slightly lost its strength, but his eyes were still shining. Woojin shook his hand and thought to himself again. Wow, this grandpa. No, Director Nim, has aged a lot since the first time I met him. He could feel Director Ga Bak's hard work. For the completion of Leech, he had probably not only sacrificed sleep, but poured in almost his very life. Anyway, after shaking hands, Director Ga Bak led Woojin to the front. On a desk near the equipment, there was a familiar poster attached to a plastic board. We decided yesterday. Is that so? Yes, we're going to send this poster to Cannes. At that moment, curious, Choi Sung-gun, who had been standing back, leaned over behind Woojin. Both Woojin and Sung-gun fixed their gaze in the same direction. They were looking at the official poster of Leech that would be formally sent to Cannes. Damn, I take up too much space in this. A large portion of the poster was Kang Woojin. No, it was Park Ha-sung, the full body of Park Ha-sung, who becomes increasingly immersed in his Ripley syndrome. He was looking at a family photo of Chairman Yoon Young-bae and Oh Hiri-young, the conglomerate family. The reflection of Park Ha-sung in the glass of the picture frame was eerily smiling, but the real face of Park Ha-sung, holding the family photo, had no trace of a smile. This also hinted at his Ripley syndrome. Then, the title dramatically displayed at the bottom of the poster, with smoky effect. Leech. In other words, this poster, with Kang Woojin prominently featured, was going to be boldly displayed at the Cannes Film Festival. At this realization, Woojin's heart started pounding once again. Unaware of this, Choi Sung-gun nudged Woojin's side and whispered softly, a smile on his face as a bonus. While the poster looks killer, isn't this the one all the top filmmakers at Cannes will see? Man, I can't calm down. Even Woojin, who had been feeling anxious earlier, agreed. But trying to maintain his composure, he didn't respond. Then it happened. Actor Sim Han-ho has arrived. A staff member's shout echoed from behind. The great actor, Sim Han-ho, who was often compared to a tiger, had arrived. Since Woojin hadn't seen him since the shooting of Leech, he greeted him with a deep 90-degree bow. Sim Han-ho's hair, which had been cut short for filming, had grown a little. His beard had also grown significantly. His rugged macho look had returned in full force. After receiving Kang Woojin's greeting, Sim Han-ho, swish, spotted the official Leech poster in front of Woojin. He silently gazed at the poster for a moment, then spoke in a deep voice. It turned out well. More actors started arriving after him. Along with Oh Hiri-young, Jin Jae-jun, and Han So-jin showed up. Some supporting actors joined as well. When almost all the actors and attendees had gathered, director Ga Bak, who had been watching the bustling studio, declared loudly, "Let's begin." Soon, the lights went out, and the video began to play on the screen. Who? The sound of wind blowing and cigarette smoke wafted through the air. As the smoke spread, the camera slowly pulled back. From the initially dark screen, a human face began to emerge, and at the same time, a familiar narration started. I don't know who I am anymore. At this point, the screen showed a close-up of a man squatting and smoking a cigarette. Who I exist as. I've lost my way. Is it really me speaking right now? Or am I just making excuses to fit the situation? Before the title even appeared, the beginning of Leech had already started with Kang Woojin. Meanwhile, at the same time, DM production. While Kang Woojin was in the middle of screening test of the finished Leech, DM production, which was in charge of producing Beneficial Evil, was also busy. At the moment, they were gathered in a large conference room, conducting what was nearly the final production meeting. Next is the set. Have all the issues I mentioned last time been fixed? Yes, PD Nim. The production meeting, led by PD Song Man-woo, had a generally review-oriented atmosphere. Almost all the tasks had been completed, and PD Song Man-woo was checking off items on his list as they were confirmed. In fact, the pre-production for Beneficial Evil was almost entirely complete. Aside from the still top-secret Miley Cara matter, everything else was wrapped up. The storyboard for Ethan Smith's CQC, who joined the production late, the overseas location, the overall schedule, the actors' arrangements, and even the overall flow of the budget. Everything was complete. The only things left were the final inspections and locking down the schedule. Naturally, the decision regarding the schedule came from PD Song Man-woo, who, okay. Then, the script reading will be on the 14th, and the first shoot on the 20th. It was the 8th today, meaning that the script reading and first shoot for Beneficial Evil would kick off in about 2 weeks. Of course, this was the result of taking into account the schedules of all the actors, including Kang Woojin. On top of that, since we'll be cranking up during the overseas shoot, make sure there are no issues with Bangkok. The first shoot of Beneficial Evil would begin overseas in Bangkok, Thailand. A few days later, on the 11th. In LA, it was early in the morning. The roads, due to the time, were pure chaos. In LA, an absolute war zone. The sidewalks were packed with crowds, and the endless rows of cars honked relentlessly in the congested streets. Amid the sea of cars were 2 conspicuous large vans. The reason was simple. Click, click. Foreigners inside the nearby cars were busily taking pictures of the large vans that had come to a stop. There were at least 5 people snapping photos. They were paparazzi, something commonly seen in LA, and even used as part of the tourist experience. Of course, the 2 large vans they were photographing belonged to Miley Cara. Cara was in the van at the front. Inside, Miley Cara, with her blonde hair flowing down, was sitting with her legs crossed, looking at a tablet. The tablet displayed several large homes in the LA area. With her characteristically cold face, Cara, swish, turned her head to the right and spoke to her main manager, Jonathan. Kang Woojin chose this house. The burly Jonathan nodded. Yes. Cara, with a faint smile, muttered. Good. It's close to my place. What? What did you say, Cara? Nothing. Get the house that Kang Woojin chose ready. I'll decide when to give it to him as a gift. Got it. As soon as he replied, the previously jammed road seemed to clear up a bit, and the van started moving slowly. Jonathan, now holding the tablet, changed the subject. And Cara, you've received another invitation to Cannes this year. Really? Yeah. You need to decide whether you'll go. You didn't go last year, right? Are you thinking the same this year? Cara, now uncrossing her legs, thought for a moment. Kang Woojin is going to Cannes this year. Even as she swept her blonde hair back and folded her arms, she responded. Maybe I'll go this year. Oh really? What's the reason? I'm curious about Kang Woojin's movie. Aren't you being a little too nice to him? Sure, he's helped you a lot, but it feels oddly off. Cara shrugged and answered nonchalantly. It's not just because of Kang Woojin. I didn't go last year, so going this year should be fine, right? I haven't shown my face much around Hollywood since working on the latest album. That's true. If you just walk the red carpet a bit, it'll make headlines in no time. And for some reason this year it can. Cara paused for a moment, thinking of Kang Woojin, and then smiled faintly. I feel like something big is going to happen. It's thrilling to witness those kinds of things in person. Jonathan tilted his head in confusion, but sighed, as if he understood. All right, I'll adjust the schedule so you can attend Cannes this year. But you won't be able to stay long. That's fine. I only need to attend 1 day during the event and the closing ceremony. Okay, 2 days then. About a few dozen minutes later, the van carrying Miley Cara entered the parking lot of a massive building in downtown LA. This grand building was none other than Miley Cara's agency. Soon after, Cara, along with Jonathan and her team, exited the van and headed toward the elevator. She moved without hesitation, as if she already had a set appointment, showing no signs of indecision. Ding. As Miley Cara stepped out of the elevator, guided by Jonathan, she walked down the hallway. Many foreign staff members they passed greeted her as she went. Naturally, As the agency's top star, Kara received their attention. Before long, she arrived at a glass door leading into a conference room. Miley, Kara asked Jonathan. Here. Yeah. Nodding, Kara adjusted her blonde hair and jacket. Then she looked again at Jonathan, who was standing beside her. How do I look? Without saying a word, Jonathan gave her a thumbs up. Kara chuckled softly before opening the glass door. As soon as the door opened, she saw the interior of the conference room and the people sitting around the shaped table. There were 4 of them, all of whom were Asian. Among them, a goateed man stood out and was the first to greet Miley, Kara. Of course, he spoke in English, his voice full of energy. Hello, Miley. I'm Song Man-woo. That man was PD Song Man-woo. Meanwhile, in Korea, while it was morning in LA, it was late at night in Korea. Even so, Kang Woojin still hadn't finished work. He was currently in a recording studio. He was recording content for the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel, which had seen a recent explosive increase in subscribers. Woojin was standing inside the booth. His expression was incredibly serious. Ugh, I'm so fucking tired. Should I go into the void space once? But inside, he was grumbling. Just then, be easy. The phone in the back pocket of his jeans started vibrating. Without changing his expression, Kang Woojin took out his phone. Strangely enough, the caller was director Kyotaro, who had gone back to editing after the press conference, and was now surely in the final stages of finishing up the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. What could this be? Woojin wondered, answering the call and speaking in Japanese. Yes, director. On the other end, director Kyotaro's slightly hoarse voice came through. Woojin, sorry for calling so late, but I wanted you to be the first to know. No problem, go ahead. The editing will be done without any issues by the end of September, and the eerie sacrifice of a stranger will be released in Japan around the end of October. We've already started the preparations. Is that so? Woojin responded and then asked another question. Then, what about the release in Korea? Director Kyotaro's reply came quickly. Around mid-November, I'd say. The bombs for the second half of this year were beginning to be armed, set to 324. Chapter 324, Bomb 5. Autumn. A season that briefly stays in preparation for winter. While that may be true in terms of temperature, when looking at the passing dates, autumn was also a short time when one could feel the temperature of the end of the year in advance. What was cool turns cold. The second half of the year or the year-end. It was at most just 4 months from September to December, but countless events were about to unfold. Or destructive bombs. This was about Kang Woojin. Although there hadn't been a quiet day all year, as the end of the year approached, bombs related to him were finishing their loading. At this moment, dates were swirling in Woojin's head. October, Japan release. November, Korea release. That was the future of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. It was overwhelming. Last year and this year, Woojin's daily life and background had drastically changed. Of course, even last year, Kang Woojin's progress was jaw-dropping. How many achievements did he rack up in his debut year? However, this year, Kang Woojin was even more aggressive than last year. From January to the upcoming December, there wasn't a single month of rest. Inside the booth, with his phone pressed to his ear, Kang Woojin maintained a calm expression while his mind was working rapidly. This was right after hearing from director Kyotaro. This month, Beneficial Evil cranks in. At the end of the month, I'll go to Cannes. In October, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger will be released in Japan, and in November, it'll be released in Korea. Ah, shit. And although it's not certain, isn't Miley Kara's new album going to drop soon too? Even just listing the big ones, it was like this. There were quite a few things Woojin hadn't mentioned, like Male Friend, Remake, which was currently in progress. In other words, there were nuclear bombs lined up, waiting to drop by the year-end. Damn, this is insanely packed. Too packed even. Kang Woojin excessively clicked his tongue inwardly, but there was no particular change on his firm face. In fact, if other actors saw this, they wouldn't be surprised if they felt like throwing up from the schedule. Only someone like Kang Woojin, with his void space, could pull off this hellish schedule. A monster? Probably. No, definitely. Kang Woojin was the only one in this world who could create such a reality or future. Woojin raised his gaze. Outside the booth, Choi Sung-gun and the team members were tilting their heads, wondering who Kang Woojin was talking to. Ignoring them, Woojin lowered his voice as he responded to director Kyotaro over the phone. I understand. The slightly hoarse voice of director Kyotaro came immediately. Assuming the editing is finished by the end of this month, the release schedule for October or November won't change much. You can consider it confirmed. Yes. In relation to that, as we agreed beforehand, the promotion and marketing before the release will be amplified several times compared to the usual scale. The same goes for the preview screenings. We'll increase the number of screenings, their scale, and the number of sessions compared to the usual. Will the previews start around mid-October? Probably. Preview screenings. Journalists, critics, film directors, actors, a random audience of various kinds, etc. It meant that the size of the preview screenings, where the eerie sacrifice of a stranger would be preemptively hit by the big shock before its release, had been greatly increased. Given that Kang Woojin had already drawn extreme attention during the production conference, it was only natural that people would flock. Then, Woojin, director Kyotaro asked again from the other side of the phone. Regarding the test screening for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, are you unable to attend as well? Kang Woojin, who had remained indifferent for a moment with his lips closed, nodded his head. I'm sorry. If the editing of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger finishes by the end of September, there's a high chance the test screening will be held that week. Around that time, Kang Woojin would either be filming the overseas location for Beneficial Evil or attending the Cannes Film Festival after completing the shoot. There was no time in the schedule to spare. It seems I won't be able to attend. Director Kyotaro laughed lightly. Although there was some regret in his voice, there was also more of a sense of acceptance. I see. It's fine. You've already made a strong impact during the production conference, so that's enough. Just make sure to attend the stage greeting when the film releases. Yes, I've been informed about that. You'll be going to Cannes soon, right? Yes. As much as I'd like to go to Cannes too, I'll be cheering for you from here. Thank you, Director. Woojin, who responded quietly, was spoken to again by Director Kyotaro. I really wanted to witness the moment when Woojin lifts a trophy. A trophy? Isn't he getting ahead of himself? Woojin chuckled inwardly. To be honest, he couldn't quite imagine himself holding a trophy at an international film festival. However, if Woojin or Leech were to win any award at Cannes, the destructive power of all the bombs yet to be dropped would undoubtedly multiply several times over. That alone would have an immense promotional effect. Director Kyotaro, who was fully aware of this, murmured, "This would be a first. No Asian actor has ever won a Best Actor award at Cannes." His deep sincerity could be felt. I'm looking forward to it. Meanwhile, back in LA, the sky shifted from night to morning. It was the start of a new day in LA. In a large conference room inside a giant agency in LA, a global superstar was facing Koreans. It was Miley Kara and PD Song Man-woo. This is crazy. I never thought the day would come when I'd see Miley Kara in person. Miley Kara. Even when Netflix persistently sent proposals, she ignored them. But now, with Kang Woojin involved, we can meet her this easily? How close did they get? Oh my god, it's really Miley Kara. Wow, her face is glowing. There were Kim So-hyang, the executive director of Netflix Korea, writer Choi Na-na, and the production manager of Beneficial Evil. They were all trying not to show it outwardly, but inside, they were all in a frenzy. On the other hand, Kara was very relaxed. It was natural. She must have experienced meetings like this countless times. Then, swoosh. Kara extended her hand to PD Song Man-woo, who had greeted her first, and spoke in slightly cold-toned English. Nice to meet you. I'm Miley Kara. Haha, of course I know. No, I'm sure the whole world knows. You're being a bit too generous from the start, aren't you? Was I? Even though he was nervous, PD Song Man-woo was still a big figure in the drama world. Though his English was slightly clumsy, he and Kara managed to engage in a somewhat comfortable conversation. Next, Kara shifted her gaze to the slightly chubby Kim So-hyang. Hello. Nice to meet you, Miley. I'm Kim So-hyang, the executive director of Netflix Korea. Oh, is that so? Yes. It's an honor. Likewise. As expected from a global company like Netflix, Kim So-hyang's English was top-notch. Then it was writer Choi Na-na's turn. Hello. Writer Choi Na-na, who was extremely nervous, greeted her in English but introduced herself in Korean. I'm writer Choi Na-na. Kim So-hyang naturally took on the role of interpreter, and at the mention of writer, Kara's blue eyes gleamed. Is that so? Nice to meet you, writer. I'm looking forward to the script. TT, thank you. Yes. Huh. Thanks to Choi Nana's bewildered response, the atmosphere in the conference room quickly lightened. Soon, everyone took their seats. The next person to speak was PD Song Manwoo. He kept adjusting his blazer, seemingly uncomfortable with it, before finally unbuttoning it. First of all, thank you for agreeing to appear in Beneficial Evil. With a slight smile, her unique cool aura still lingering, Kara gently swept her blonde hair aside. I'm excited about the project, but it's also something I needed to do. You should probably thank Kang Woojin for this. Of course. May I take a look at the script first? PD Song Manwoo nodded and directed his gaze to writer Choi Nana, who was sitting 2 seats away. Choi Nana picked up the transparent file in front of her and handed it over to Kara, who was sitting across from her. Noticing the slight tremble in the writer's hand, Kara smirked inwardly. This writer is really nervous. She looks young. Could she be a rookie? Even so, writing a project that someone like Kang Woojin would star in means she's got some serious talent. She's cute, though. Kara, who had received the transparent file, immediately opened it. Inside was a thin bundle of papers. It contained the script for episodes 1 and 2 of Beneficial Evil, including the scenes she would be involved in. Most of these were the cuts to be shot during the overseas location. Kara didn't need to see the entire script. A synopsis that summarized the full story along with the parts featuring her was enough for now. Of course, everything had been translated into English. Flap. Kara turned the first page. After reading the script for a moment, Kara's blue eyes slightly widened. She was surprised. A long take. They're going to Bangkok for an overseas shoot and filming such a major scene right from the start. Flap, flap. For about 15 minutes, Kara continued reading the script without saying a word. Neither PD Song Manwoo, Kim So-hyang, nor writer Choi Nana spoke to her either. Soon, Kara had grasped her role. I'm a former colleague of this male lead, Jang Yun-woo. That role will obviously be played by Kang Woojin. Specifically, I'm a trigger related to Jang Yun-woo. The script containing Kara's scenes had a lot of action, martial arts, and CQC. However, most of it would be performed by Kang Woojin, while Kara's role involved simple movements and a few gunfight scenes. Still, her part included a fair amount of dialogue and required solid acting. What was interesting was that as Kara continued reading the script, her eyes became filled with even more intrigue. Not just my acting, but the pacing, intensity, impact. CQC, gunfights, hand-to-hand combat, various weapon skills including knives. What is this? The action design is, this looks like a lot of fun. Watching Kang Woojin in this will be something extraordinary. She had already seen countless scripts and scenarios in Hollywood. From Kara's perspective, the script for Beneficial Evil didn't fall short compared to Hollywood at all. The fact that it started with a long-take action scene lasting over 10 minutes was proof of that. At this point, Kara recalled that Beneficial Evil had the Hollywood stunt team led by Ethan Smith. So that's why the action design is this elaborate. Next, Kang Woojin came to mind. The script was certainly flashy and magnificent. So how would he pull this off? For a moment, Kara replayed the bold movements Woojin had shown when he saved her during the music video shoot in the past. That in itself was already like a movie, but that had been reality. The Woojin in this script was set to be many times more intense than that. Kara, while running her fingers through her blonde hair, exhaled lightly. She was gradually getting more excited. I can't wait to see this. How much would I have regretted if I hadn't done this? Kara was especially intrigued by the CQC scenes Kang Woojin would perform. Naturally, she had seen countless Hollywood actors perform CQC before. Because of that, she could picture the scenes to some extent just by looking at the storyboard. The images popped right into her mind. However, for some reason, Kang Woojin was difficult to predict. That feeling made Kara's excitement soar even higher. Her emotions and state of mind reflected that. She even felt a tinge of impatience. About 10 more minutes passed before. Swish. Kara closed the script she had been reading, her lips curling into a slight smile. It's an interesting script, and it's quite excellent. PD Song Manwoo, Kim So-hyang, and writer Choi Nana's eyes widened. They hadn't expected such high praise. Meanwhile, Kara, still maintaining her composure, spoke again. This is exciting. I now have something to look forward to before the shoot. I'll make sure to focus so as not to be a burden on the project. She meant that she would thoroughly study the script, including her performance. But about the script reading we discussed earlier it's fine. PD Song Man-woo, sensing her slight discomfort, quickly waved his hand in reassurance. It's no problem at all if you can't attend the script reading. We can adjust everything on set before filming. It's not just occasional, it happens quite often. Is that so? Yes. Please feel at ease. What couldn't be done if they could get that Miley Kara to join the project? An excited PD Song Man-woo handed over the other transparent files he had prepared to Kara. They contained this CQC martial arts storyboard, completed in collaboration with the stunt team led by Ethan Smith, as well as the Bangkok overseas shooting schedule. This CQC storyboard should help you understand the script better. And as you can see from the schedule, the first shoot for Beneficial Evil starts on the 20th. It'd be great if you could arrive the day before, but even if you're a little late, it won't be an issue. Got it. Today was the 11th, so about 10 days remained. Though the time was tight for Kara, she had been informed in advance, so it wasn't a problem. The total shooting schedule about 2 weeks, right? Yes. If everything goes smoothly on set, we'll wrap it up in 2 weeks. It has to be, because the next schedule is important. She was referring to Can. Anyway, PD Song Man-woo, who nodded firmly, switched topics. Oh, and until the day of the shoot, no one will know you're joining the project to maintain confidentiality. No one, neither the actors nor the staff except Kang Woojin. I understand. Kara, with her blonde hair, crossed her legs and smiled. They'll all be pretty shocked when they see me. At the same time, while Miley Kara was in the middle of her meeting with the Beneficial Evil team, somewhere else in LA, about an hour away from her agency. Amidst the skyscrapers lining the bustling downtown, in an office on the mid-floor of one of the tallest buildings, a familiar giant sat alone at a desk. It was Joseph Felton, a famous Hollywood producer, dressed in a white shirt and tie. With his shirt sleeves rolled up to his forearms, Joseph sat at a thick glass desk, cluttered with a laptop and various documents. In front of him lay 4 thin bundles of paper neatly arranged. They were scripts for a project Joseph was in charge of at Universal Movies, one of Hollywood's top 5 studios. This film project, to which Megan Stone had also joined, was discussed in their last meeting, where they talked about pushing for Kang Woojin to be involved. The movie idea had been handed over to 4 Hollywood screenwriters, and now, the 4 thin bundles of paper before Joseph were 4 distinct synopses, each with clear differences. In other words, it was the moment to choose a scenario. Each has a different style. This is going to be a tough choice. 25. Bangkok. 1. The 4 synopses that Joseph was looking at were included with abbreviated scripts that contained brief initial content. Of course, the root of the synopses he was looking at was provided by the Hollywood giant film production and distribution company, Universal Movies. At most, they were just concepts or ideas, which Joseph, the executive producer hired by the film company, had passed on to various screenwriters in advance. This was before the recent team meeting. That concept and idea was also something Megan Stone, the CD, had seen and knew about. This was because the film company, Universal Movies, had shown it to her at the time she was onboarded to the team. The concept, based on Jekyll and Hyde, involved dissociative identity disorder, or in other words, multiple personalities. However, such a concept and idea was nothing until it passed through the hands of a writer. It only gains life after passing through the hands of a writer and screenwriter. Swish. The synopses in Joseph's hands right now were the result of that process. It had taken quite a long time for the synopses and abbreviated scripts to come out, but they had been completed nonetheless. The interesting thing was, who would have thought they'd all be so different? The fact that the content and genre of the synopses and abbreviated scripts derived from the same concept and idea were all different. It was as if there were 4 different movie scripts laid out in front of him. This was the natural outcome, given that he had commissioned 4 different screenwriters, but the giant Joseph smiled, feeling a curious sensation once again. The world of creation is mysterious. The Hollywood script production system shows a different aspect compared to Korea. Of course, there are cases in Hollywood where directors write scripts, but those are rare. Only the most celebrated directors in Hollywood do that, and usually, it's like what Joseph is doing now, where Hollywood writers are given a concept to write. Naturally, there isn't just one writer. Also, the writers who are offered the task of writing the script are never allowed to know each other or make contact. In this way, several Hollywood writers give birth to synopses from a single concept and idea. The completed synopses are handed over to executive producers like Joseph, and based on those synopses, the production company and producers work together to select just one. Only after that selection is completed does the full scriptwriting process begin. In other words, Joseph was currently in the moment of selecting a script that would be made into a Hollywood movie. Of course, there was some involvement from the production company, but most of the power was given to the producer. It was no exaggeration to say that this one choice could determine the success or failure of the film. If it fails, everyone is in hot water. That includes Joseph, the CD Megan, and all the famous Hollywood key staff members Joseph had gathered in advance for the first meeting recently. A massive sum of money could disappear into thin air. Flap. That's why the giant Joseph, who stood over 190 centimeters tall, started reading the synopses he had already seen again. No, he would probably have to read them countless more times in the future. From the first synopsis to the second, third, and finally the fourth. Then, he went back to reading the first synopsis again. Flap, flap. Joseph, who read synopses and scripts so often, read quickly, but time melted away just as quickly. Finally, thud. Joseph tossed the synopses he was reading back onto the desk in front of him and crossed his long legs as he muttered. Thriller, noir, crime action, comedy. The genres are all different, making it even harder. Well, this is the fun of the job, I suppose. A smile spread across his lips. How grateful would I be if someone could just know the future of a work and choose for me? This was a common daydream Joseph had whenever he found himself in such situations. Although no such person existed, it was still a dream that executive producer Joseph always held on to. There couldn't be anyone with a divine gift like that. At that moment. No, there is one person who's similar. One Korean actor flashed through the giant Joseph's mind. It was Kang Woojin. In his filmography, there was no failure to be found. Even more, it was still ongoing. In both Korea and Japan, they had even given him the nickname Midas Touched. Of course, it's due to his sharp instinct and extraordinary eye for selecting projects. But still at that level, it's almost comparable to a divine gift. Joseph, who had been thinking about Woojin for a moment, muttered to himself. If time permits, maybe it wouldn't hurt to casually show him these synopses. He shifted the direction of his crossed legs and gently pushed the synopses aside, pulling out other files. These files contained a list of numerous Hollywood directors, along with the personnel and schedule for the upcoming trip to Bangkok. Of course, the trip to Bangkok was related to Kang Woojin and at the location scouted for beneficial evil. We can decide on the director once the synopses are finalized. Let's start with the easy stuff first. He opened the file related to Bangkok that he had organized in advance. The discussions with Woojin's side and the beneficial evil team were already settled. Joseph began reviewing the personnel who would be accompanying him. First of all, there was Joseph himself, CD Megan Stone, the stunt teams that had already been recruited, and a few executives from the production and distribution company, Universal Movies. It felt like a fairly large group was moving. In fact, it wasn't easy to move such a large group all at once. Joseph and Megan were captivated by Woojin, so that was fine, but it was difficult to persuade the rest of the team. However, Joseph managed to get a definite answer from everyone under the pretense of it being a multi-purpose trip. We'll head to Bangkok and then go straight to France. It's been a while since we've had such an exhausting schedule. Joseph's team was planning to attend the Cannes Film Festival after Bangkok. Meanwhile, after a rather long meeting with Miley Kara, PD Song Manwoo, Kim So-hyang, and Choi Nana, they boarded a flight back to Korea that same night. They arrived in Korea on the 12th. PD Song Manwoo had been pushing himself hard, but as soon as he arrived in Korea, he had to keep moving without rest. You all worked hard. Get some rest, and let's meet tomorrow. Yes, PD Nim. But are you going straight to the office? I have to. Tomorrow is the script reading. You should rest a bit. It'd be a disaster if you collapsed. No worries, this is nothing. It's not my first time. The script reading for Beneficial Evil was scheduled for around noon on the 13th. Both executive director Kim So-hyang and writer Choi Na-na would be participating in the reading, but the only one who had to rush today was PD Song Man-woo. Tomorrow marked the first step in the global challenge that would signal the end of the long pre-production phase for Beneficial Evil. There was no time for rest. Soon, PD Song Man-woo returned to DM production. At that moment, as one would expect, Kang Woojin was busy working through his packed schedule. In the morning, he had a grand fan signing event as an advertising model, and he was currently on his way to the set for an additional commercial shoot. In the evening, he had a simple live internet broadcast planned, related to his SNS activities. It was meant to communicate with his fans. I feel like yawning. I should go into the void space and recharge like crazy. Woojin, deep in his concept, was trying hard to hold back a yawn when BZZZ. His phone vibrated briefly. Well, his phone hadn't rested all day, but what arrived now was a DM. It was from Japan's top actor, Mana Kosaku, and the message was something along the lines of "Are you doing well?" along with some screenshots of several Japanese articles. Did they aim for noise marketing? Kang Woojin's declaration for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger spreads like wildfire. Is it arrogance or confidence? The declaration of Kang Woojin's on the Japanese film industry stirs mixed reactions among experts. The articles Mana Kosaku sent were all dominated by news about the eerie sacrifice of a stranger and Kang Woojin. What arrogance, I just said what I thought. Woojin let out a silent chuckle, replied casually, and then opened something else. He checked various Japanese portal sites, SNS platforms, and communities. After surfing for about 10 minutes, Kang Woojin's conclusion was, they're really going all out with the promotion. The promotion and marketing for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger were on another level. In fact, ever since the press conference, director Kyotaro and the eerie sacrifice of a stranger team hadn't missed a single day, continuously feeding the Japanese media with juicy tidbits. Following the press conference, the editing for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger is expected to be completed by the end of this month, with a release date anticipated in late October. They were diligently carrying out the decision to expand the scale enormously. Inheriting Kang Woojin's confidence, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger team announces plans to expand the scale of the premiere and other events several-fold. Woojin quietly observed the situation in Japan and began to imagine. After building up all this hype like a snowball, when the eerie sacrifice of a stranger is released, won't the Japanese people go absolutely nuts? Just imagining the aftermath after the release gave him goosebumps. But only for a moment. Well, I don't really have anything to be scared of. Woojin quickly brushed off the thought. To put it bluntly, it didn't matter whether things went crazy or not as long as the project succeeded, right? By the time Kang Woojin arrived at the commercial shooting set, he had about 30 minutes of free time, thanks to the preparation period. Recently, Woojin's main interest had been focused on Leech. The production company behind Leech, which had been quiet throughout the filming, had started to move in earnest after the completed screening test that took place a few days ago. As a result, Leech was currently one of the hottest topics in Korea. Movie Talk, Leech, a Kin entry, complete screening test. All eyes on which section it will enter. At present, Leech had been officially invited to the Kin Film Festival and had completed the submission process. However, the specific section it would compete in had not yet been decided. The massive Kin Film Festival, the pinnacle of the world's 3 major international film festivals, has various sections. These are often referred to as awards sections or competition sections, and the core and main event of the Kin Film Festival is the In Competition. Below that are sections like Uncertain Regard and Out of Competition, among others. The In Competition selects around 20 films worldwide, and within that, the top prize, the Palme d'Or, is awarded. Second-place prizes include the Grand Jury Prize and the Best Director Award, along with Best Actor, Best Actress, Best Screenplay, and so on. All these awards are the main attraction at Cannes, and actors and filmmakers from all over the world aim for these accolades. The announcement would be made soon. Kin Film Festival to announce official selections for the In Competition on the 17th. How many Korean films, including Leech, will make it to the main section? The Kin Film Festival would hold a press conference in France to announce the selections all at once. Of course, The announcement could also be viewed via live stream on platforms like YouTube. Only the in-competition selections are announced this way. The rest are simply posted on the official page. In short, just getting into Kin would be an honor, but to truly make waves on a global scale. Will director on GA Box meticulously prepared Leech enter this year's Cannes Film Festival in competition section? Being included in the in competition section was the first step. September 13th, DM Production. The door to the large conference room of DM Production, the company responsible for producing Beneficial Evil, was firmly closed. A few staff members stood guard outside, and on the glass door behind them, a laminated piece of paper was attached. Beneficial Evil Script Reading Room. That's right. Inside, the script reading for Beneficial Evil was currently in progress. The large shaped table in the spacious conference room was surrounded by numerous actors. Encircling the shaped table were various key staff members. This included the production manager, the martial arts director, the cinematographer, and many more. Of course, Ethan Smith from the foreign stunt team was there as well. Korean script readings are pretty similar to Hollywood, maybe just a bit more subdued. Among the attendees were Kim So-hyang, the executive director, along with representatives from Netflix, bringing the total number of participants to well over 100. At the head of the shaped table, naturally, sat PD Song Man-woo and writer Choi Na-na. Next is the actors' introductions. Most of the actors were either rookies or relatively unknown. Among them, Wallin, Ha Gang-soo, and a few A-list actors who stood out were wearing their caps pulled low. Also present were newcomers Lim Hae-eun, who had a cute yet gloomy appearance, and Jo Moo-chan, who exuded freshness. However, they too were ultimately unknown actors. The core focus of this crowded script reading session was Kang Woojin, who will be playing the role of Jang Yun-woo. Hello, I'm Kang Woojin. I look forward to working with you. Despite being only in his second year since debut, Kang Woojin was already an actor with global recognition, and in terms of impact and influence, he was at the top domestically. As Jang Yun-woo in Beneficial Evil, he was now beginning his first steps. A few dozen hours later, domestic media began pouring out articles related to Beneficial Evil. Photos Netflix's Beneficial Evil, actors, including Kang Woojin, gather for script reading/photos. Script reading for Netflix's Beneficial Evil successfully concluded, with Kang Woojin shining in the lead role, ready to take on the world. Exactly 4 days later, on Friday the 17th, with only about 3 days left until the first overseas shoot for the Beneficial Evil team. Slide. As soon as Kang Woojin got into the van after finishing his photo shoot schedule, he immediately grabbed his phone. Choi Sung-gun, with his ponytail, did the same. It was around 4 p.m. While Woojin maintained his cool and indifferent demeanor, internally, he was quite anxious. The Cannes Film Festival announcement must have started by now. It might be afternoon in Korea, but in France, it was morning, and right now, the Cannes Film Festival would be announcing its official selections on site. Swipe. Woojin quickly opened YouTube. The link had already been shared, so it didn't take long for him to access the video. The live stream Woojin was watching featured the festival's director, the representative figure of the Cannes Film Festival. He was a balding foreigner, and under a shower of flashes, he calmly spoke into the microphone, announcing the 20 films selected for the in-competition section. These were the films that would shine at this year's Cannes Film Festival, the ones that would become the main event. Thankfully, they've just started announcing the films. Woojin focused on the video. The director of the Cannes Film Festival in France began speaking in French. The first film was announced. It was a French film. The second was from Japan. The third was from Germany, followed by one from the UK. The announcements continued. Before long, the 15th film had been revealed. In the meantime, Japan was called again, but there was still no mention of Korea. Finally, 19th. The announcement was nearing its end. However, the 19th film was also from France. Woojin nearly cursed it out loud. Ah shit. But he somehow managed to maintain his composure. At that moment, the 20th film selected for the in-competition section. From Republic of Korea, director on GA Box, Leech. Leech was announced last. Foreigner. No, the current director of the Cannes Film Festival in France, announced the final film title at the very end. The 20th film selected for the in-competition section. From Republic of Korea, director on GA Box, Leech. Of course, it was the last invitation announced in French, but Woojin, already familiar with the language, understood it immediately without any difficulty. Besides, there were English subtitles below the video. It's here. We made it. Woo, damn, this is insane. Coincidentally, the fact that Leech was announced at the very last moment gave an extra thrill. Woojin almost broke his poker face and shouted, "Whoa," but he held it in. Externally, his current appearance was the epitome of composure. However, internally, he was jumping for joy. This feeling right here. In the past, director on GA Bach had already gained significant fame at Cannes, so his entry was a sure thing, but Kang Woojin was still somewhat nervous because it wasn't clear in which section the film would be featured. He figured that if they were going to Cannes anyway, it'd be 100 times better to be on the main stage, right? This was a reality even the void space couldn't change. That's why he had been even more anxious. In any case, fortunately, Leech was confirmed for the main in competition section of the Cannes Film Festival. In other words, Leech would be competing against 19 other films from around the world in the in competition section, starting with the top prize, the Palme d'Or, second prize the Grand Prix, the Best Director Award, Best Actor, Best Actress, Best Screenplay, and so on. All the highest honors of the Cannes Film Festival come from the in competition section, and Leech now had a chance at winning any of those awards. In front of some of the most renowned filmmakers in the world, Woojin, with his solid poker face, hid his excitement within. Good shot. Choi Sung-gun in the passenger seat and the rest of the team expressed. It for him. They called us, right? Just now, they called Leech. Yes, Seonim. Look here. Here, the English subtitles also say Leech. This is insane. I was seriously panicking since we weren't called until the very end. For real. I was so pissed when 2 Japanese films were called. But then, bam, at the last moment, Leech. Goosebumps. It was the movie. This is a film festival. What am I even saying? Anyway, I'm so happy. Except for the calm Kang Woojin, the rest of the team was beyond excited, even borderline ferocious. That bald guy really knows how to build suspense. No wonder he's the Cannes Festival director. Whoa, wait a minute. Does that mean Leech is the only Korean film in the in competition section at Cannes? Looks like it. Hold on. Let me check Cannes official website. They should have posted the full list of invited films. The stylists were busy fiddling with their phones. Some were checking the latest news, while others opened SNS or the official Cannes Film Festival page. This year, the only Korean film in the in competition section is Leech. But there are quite a few Korean films in other sections. About 4 in total. Phew. What would have happened if Leech didn't make it? I mean, just getting into Cannes is a huge deal, but still, it's so much better to be in the main competition. Of course, the impact in the Korean media alone would be miles different. Not to mention the attention from Cannes and foreign media. The difference would be like night and day. The team's wild excitement didn't calm down easily. Well, even Woojin was jumping with joy on the inside, so it wasn't surprising. Anyway, this year, Leech would represent South Korea at the Cannes Film Festival, with big actors like Sim Han-ho and Oh Hye-young, and at the center of it all stood Kang Woojin. Because the Leech poster itself was designed that way. While chatting excitedly with the team, Choi Sung-gun, sitting in the passenger seat, retied his ponytail and turned around. Naturally, Kang Woojin remained calm without any emotional outbursts. Smiling broadly, Choi Sung-gun muttered to himself, "We've made it to this moment, finally." He recalled a line Kang Woojin had nonchalantly said to him some time ago. "Let's do our best until next year's Cannes, Seonim." It was when Kang Woojin's contract renewal issue arose. The excitement he felt now was multiplied several times by the emotions from that time. Choi Sung-gun spoke to Woojin, his voice slightly trembling. "We're finally standing at the real starting line. It all begins now, you know that, right?" "Yes, I'm aware. Let's turn the world upside down." Woojin answered in a very low tone. "We should, since we're going anyway." Meanwhile, in contrast to the early afternoon of the 17th in Korea, it was late night on the 16th in LA. At this time, a serious meeting was being held in a conference room of a major agency, with Miley Kara and several other foreigners in attendance. "Okay, then next week." "Yeah, I think that would be best. After all, It was time for the release of Kara's new album, which had been in the works for quite a while, with the title track that Kang Woojin had participated in creating. The major parts of the album were already completed, and despite some minor incidents, the music video editing had also been finished. So now they just had to finalize the release schedule. Let's release it while you're in Bangkok, Kara. Pick a date you like. What do you think? Kara, with her hat pulled down over her blonde hair, crossed her arms and muttered after a moment of thought. The 24th at noon, when I'll be in the middle of filming the Korean project. The 24th at noon? All right, got it. The release of her new album was set for noon on Friday the 24th, next week. LA time, of course. At that moment, swoosh. Jonathan, Kara's main manager, who sat beside her, leaned in close to her ear. Kara. Then he whispered some freshly confirmed information to her. Kang Woojin's Leech has been confirmed as one of the 20 films invited to the Cannes Film Festival's in competition section. It's up on the official page. As soon as she heard, Kara let out a small smile, her signature mix of coldness and amusement. As expected. As expected? I told you, didn't I? That something big would happen at Cannes this time. It seems it was pretty close, considering it was ranked last. There's a lot to look forward to dash. With her long legs crossed, Kara deepened her smile as she thought about the things she would experience or witness in the coming days. From my album release, to shooting Beneficial Evil in Bangkok and then Cannes. Your album is the main event, you know that, right? Of course. But now that I think about it, all these fun things are connected to Kang Woojin. What would happen if I hadn't met him? For Kara, this was the most exciting second half of the year she had ever experienced in her entire career. So many gifts. Is it Christmas already? 2 days later, on Sunday the 19th, inside an airplane. It was late morning. Around 11 a.m. Kang Woojin could be found on the plane. For some reason, his hair and makeup were all done up. He was dressed in a thin white shirt and jeans. His seat was by the window in business class. With a serious expression, Kang Woojin quietly gazed out the window. A landscape filled with clouds was spreading out before him. Woojin's destination was Thailand's Suvarnabhumi International Airport. There were still a few hours left until they arrived. The reason? Obviously, he was on his way to the overseas location for the crank-in of Beneficial Evil. After staring at the clouds outside for a moment, swoosh, Woojin pulled a script out of a small backpack placed at his feet. It was the script for the first episode of Beneficial Evil. First, I'll quickly read through Beneficial Evil once, and then rest a bit in the void space. Then Woojin quietly raised his index finger and poke. He tapped the black square attached to the script. In an instant, his world shifted completely. He had entered the endlessly dark void space. As soon as he landed in the void, which was even more comfortable than home, Woojin immediately dropped his intense persona and let out a big yawn. Then, while cracking his neck from side to side, he slowly walked toward the area where several white rectangles were lined up. Let's see dash. Of course, what Kang Woojin picked was Beneficial Evil. Dash 9/script. Title, Beneficial Evil, EX grade. Dash, Episode 1, / Episode 2, / Episode 3. The scripts for Episodes 1 and 2 of Beneficial Evil had undergone many changes recently. After the initial inclusion of martial arts and CQC, the action choreography was upgraded once again when the stunt team led by Ethan Smith joined. On top of that, Miley Kara's character story was incorporated, leading to significant adjustments in the overall plot. Initially, Beneficial Evil started in the present, but the opening was changed to focus on the male lead, Jang Yunwoo's past. It now begins with his past, provides some subtle clues, then shifts to the present before returning to his past through another character's perspective. In essence, the first episode alternates between Jang Yunwoo's past and present. However, the viewpoint shifts depending on the character. In any case, the script added to the void space was the final version. Of course, Woojin had already finished several experiences of the final version. Yet, Woojin still. Dash 9/ you have selected the script, title, Beneficial Evil, Episode 1. He tapped on the final version of Episode 1 of Beneficial Evil. Most of the overseas location shoots would be featured in Episodes 1 and 2, and since he would soon arrive in Bangkok, the background for these scenes He wanted to refresh his memory by reading, experiencing the script in advance. Soon, a familiar robotic female voice whispered into Kang Woojin's ears. Preparing for a Jang Yunwoo reading. Preparation complete. This is a script or scenario with very high completion. Implementation is at 100%. Starting the reading. An immense grayness enveloped him. How much time had passed? Woojin's previously blank vision began to change. No, it was now Jang Yunwoo's perspective. Though the gray cleared, the surrounding colors were still dim. Darkness. It was a night with only faint moonlight. Cold. The temperature was chilling. It was winter. In an instant, the cold seeped into Woojin's skin, as well as all of Jang Yunwoo's senses. Now, the black-haired Kang Woojin stood somewhere as Jang Yunwoo, who dash. His breath came out as mist. Slowly, his eyes adjusted to the pitch-black darkness. From far away, the faint sound of animals screeching could be heard. The trees and weeds were abundant. It was a mountain or forest, and, in the distance, a bright light was visible. It was light emanating from a building. While everything else was shrouded in darkness, that spot alone was lit up brightly. Staying calm, Woojin felt his emotions sink deep as he slowly lowered his gaze. He was wearing military boots, a uniform, a bulletproof vest, multiple magazines strapped to the vest, an earpiece radio in his ear, a handgun at his side, and an M4 carbine slung over his shoulder. At that moment, a woman's voice came through the radio in his ear. It was in English. Proceed. Woojin immediately moved. He lowered his posture, slowly but surely stepping forward. With each step, his heart grew colder. The temperature in his body plummeted. His head spun. It wasn't the cold that affected him, it was the series of judgments and decisions that were being made. Swoosh. Silently, Woojin advanced toward the brightly lit building. Upon closer inspection, it was a massive mansion. The light from the mansion gradually reduced the surrounding darkness. At this moment, the woman's voice came through his earpiece again. One target by the pool. Start there. The interior is exactly as we briefed. Jay, it's all yours. Woojin slightly turned his head to the left. By the pool, a little distance from the mansion, a well-built man was patrolling. He was holding a rifle as well. For a brief moment, Kang Woojin, or rather Jang Yunwoo, stared at the man. Suddenly, he disappeared into the shadows. Unaware, the man by the pool yawned. That's when it happened. Crunch. There was a noise from the forest to the man's right. His expression turned serious. He was just about to take a step forward when, MFF, a hand suddenly reached out from behind, covering the man's mouth. A soft sound followed. A blade pierced the man's throat. The knife was pulled out immediately. Blood spurted out. Standing behind him was Woojin. The man let out a faint groan as he dropped to his knees, but the expressionless Kang Woojin naturally twisted the man's neck. The man's earpiece emitted a voice. It was also in English. Derek, how's it looking on your side? By then, Woojin had already disappeared. The radio buzzed again. Derek? Hey, Derek. Damn it. Soon, four armed men who had been guarding other areas rushed over. After checking the corpse, they immediately raised their rifles, heightening their vigilance. Then, among them, thud. With a dull noise, something fell to the ground. One of the men, upon noticing it, widened his eyes. Grenade. Grenade. The men moved swiftly. One of them should have covered the grenade to minimize the damage, but instead, they were too busy trying to run away. However, the grenade exploded faster than they could escape. Boom! With a deafening roar, the men's limbs flew through the air. Arms, legs, and heads scattered amidst a spray of blood, creating quite a spectacle. In an instant, the lives of 5 men were extinguished, but their comrades still remained. Thanks to the grenade's explosion, at least 8 more men started moving from the flowerbed area, the mansion's entrance, and the inside of the mansion. The first to move were 2 men in the flowerbeds on the right side of the mansion. There, by the pool's flowerbed. Fire! Fire! In the shadows, they caught a glimpse of someone in military uniform. The 2 men, who had been communicating over the radio, opened fire toward the flowerbeds by the pool. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening gunfire echoed across the entire mansion. Soon, all 8 men began shooting in that direction. Rat-a-ta-ta. Bang, bang, bang. The wall of the flowerbed began to crumble. After a while, the 8 men stopped firing for a moment. One of the men signaled to the others with hand gestures. Two of them slowly approached. At that moment, whoosh, Woojin, who had been lying at the edge of the flower bed, suddenly appeared, swiftly raising his shoulder-mounted M4 carbine. Thanks to the suppressor, the gunfire was muffled. Pew 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 pew. For shots were fired. The heads and faces of the two approaching men exploded. The remaining 6 men immediately returned fire at the spot where Woojin had been lying, but he had already disappeared again. Then he reappeared. The sounds of both loud gunfire and muffled shots alternated. 2 more men's foreheads and the backs of their heads were blown apart. The remaining men cursed as they hid behind the flowerbed wall. Who the hell is that bastard? Where is he? Where the hell is he? Bang, bang, bang. The men fired blindly, without even peeking out from their cover. Suddenly, someone was standing over them. It was Kang Woojin. The men noticed him too late and tried to move, but kook. After the muffled gunshots from the silencer, they collapsed like puppets. The once chaotic courtyard of the mansion now fell silent. Woojin, sitting beside a corpse with a shattered face, wiped the blood off his cheek, his expression unchanging. Soon, he grabbed a body that was still relatively intact. A short while later, squeak. The front door of the mansion opened. 2 armed men inside raised their rifles, their eyes wide in shock. Bang, 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 bang. Someone collapsed in the doorway. The one riddled with bullets and falling apart was not Woojin, it was the corpse he had thrown in first. Thud. The 2 men briefly shifted their attention to the torn-apart body. In that instant, Woojin swiftly emerged from the right side of the doorway. For muffled gunshots followed. The 2 men's heads exploded in succession. The men collapsed immediately. However, Woojin, with his cold eyes, wasn't satisfied. He calmly brushed past their bodies, firing a few more rounds into them as he passed. Finally, swoosh. Woojin, his entire body covered in blood, entered the mansion. The rifle was still mounted on his shoulder, but much of the tension had left his face. Nevertheless, the cold composure in his heart remained. Spare me. Please spare me. In the chaotic living room, a foreign man was lying on his stomach, trembling. When he spotted Kang Woojin, he clasped his hands together and begged. Please, I beg you. But, money. I can give you money. As much as you want. Pew pew pew. 3 holes appeared in the foreign man's face as he was speaking. Several tens of minutes later, a group of armed people, about 5 in total, entered the corpse-filled mansion with rifles at the ready. Lastly, a woman holding a handgun in both hands followed them inside. She had her blonde hair rolled up. The woman and her group searched the mansion thoroughly. After a while, the blonde woman lowered her handgun and looked at the others before asking, "Where's Jay?" Chapter 327. Chapter 327. Bangkok, 3. Jang Yun-woo, or rather Kang Woojin, was walking through a forest path with an M4 carbine rifle in one hand. He was still in his military uniform and bulletproof vest, but the radio he had worn on his ear was nowhere to be seen. His pace was neither slow nor fast. It was an ordinary speed, like he was out for a casual walk. Rustle, rustle. The wild grass under his boots made a faint noise. A cold wind struck Woojin head-on. The chill seeped into him. At that moment, a small smile spread across Kang Woojin's otherwise expressionless face. I enjoyed it, so that's enough. His senses of sight, smell, and hearing sharpened. The path forward was dark but familiar, the scent of grass typical of the forest and the cold winter air. The rustling noises and the faint sounds of insects and other creatures. Everything was vivid, and the emotions of Jang Yun-woo overwhelmed Woojin even more. The thrill that had been so intense started to gradually fade. Kang Woojin looked up at the sky. It's bright. The moon was bright. For a moment, Woojin, who had been gazing at the sky with a faint smile, looked down at the rifle in his right hand. His fingers felt stiff with something dry and hardened. It was dried blood, not his own, but someone else's. Now that he thought about it, his cheek and other parts of his face felt rough too. It was blood as well. Kang Woojin started walking again. With his other hand, he scraped the dried blood off his cheek. There was an emptiness, not because he had just killed some nameless beings. Guilt? Regret? Those kinds of things didn't exist for him. He was just a bit bored. Who dash? His life was one drenched in violence and slaughter. However, I'm sick of it. When stimuli become excessive, they become natural. The body adapts, and the brain gets used to the stimuli. As a result, the fun disappears. The conclusion was that a break, a period of emptiness was needed. Sometimes, random thoughts would creep in, like wondering about the lives of those who had just died by his hand. Worthless. Both them and I are. Idle thoughts cloud judgment. They are meaningless. Whether it's them or Woojin, it's just kill or be killed. The weak are judged, and the survivor is merely the judge. To exist is to be strong. But that judge is not righteous. Evil. The surviving judge is by no means just, and is only evil to everyone else. Just choosing whom to judge. A nice bastard. That was how Jang Yun-woo, or Kang Woojin, could be described. He looked ordinary, but deep inside, he was vicious. But if this sickening boredom continues, the one being judged won't be them, but me. Woojin decided to disappear without a trace. To quietly disappear without anyone noticing. Thud. Before he knew it, Kang Woojin had emerged from the forest. A road appeared before his eyes. On one side of the road was an old, beat-up truck. Naturally, it was the one Woojin had prepared. Thump. Climbing into the truck, Kang Woojin tossed the rifle onto the passenger seat and started the engine. The coughing truck let out a rather noisy exhaust sound. And then, vroom. Without a second of hesitation, Woojin began to drive. The truck's speed gradually increased, and Woojin's view changed with each passing second. His front view, which had been illuminating the dark road, and the temperature transformed in an instant. Because years had passed, Kang Woojin, now seated in the truck, found himself standing in a bustling market. The blazing sunlight was hot. It was scorching enough to make his forearms sting. Slowly, Woojin's vision became clearer. Tan-skinned people were moving around noisily, blending together in a chaotic mix. A man shouting loud enough to split eardrums, a woman's shriek that sounded like she was describing what she was selling, bicycles and motorcycles weaving through the crowd, horns blaring every second, and dozens of people brushing past, bumping into Woojin's shoulders and arms as they passed by. But such scenes did not seem unfamiliar to Kang Woojin. His mind was calm at the moment. It was only natural. Woojin had been living in Bangkok for years now. Sweat trickled down his cheek. Kang Woojin's appearance had changed quite a bit. His beard had grown a little on his chin, and his skin tone had tanned slightly. His brown shirt and jeans were as ragged as could be. Swish. He put a cigarette in his mouth. With a lighter in hand, Woojin stepped into the bustling crowd. Hashtag asterisk. Percent asterisk hashtag. Percent at dollar. Hashtag $% and hashtag percent at asterisk. Beep, beep, beep. Despite the loud, deafening noise, Kang Woojin walked through the chaotic market without much reaction. Eventually, he reached a drink stall in the middle of the market and sat down at one of the tables outside. After ordering a coffee in casual English from the approaching owner, Woojin threw away his finished cigarette. Tisk, should have bought more on the way. He put his last cigarette into his mouth again. But this time, the lighter was the problem. All it made was a clicking sound without producing a flame. Woojin clicked his tongue in annoyance and shook the lighter. Swish. Suddenly, a hand reached toward Woojin's right ear. Instinctively, Kang Woojin grabbed the hand, ready to twist it, but then a calm voice stopped him. It was a woman's voice, speaking in English. Jay, calm down. The tone and voice were not unfamiliar. Woojin paused and turned his head. A foreign woman, wearing a tight-fitting gray tank top and sunglasses, was standing there. Her blonde hair was tied up in a bun. She pointed her chin at the hand that Woojin was gripping. You need a light, right? In the woman's hand was a square, silver lighter. Woojin smirked, took the lighter, and lit the cigarette in his mouth. Then, he slipped the lighter into his pocket and said, All right, now get lost. The blonde woman shrugged. I'll go when you give me back the lighter. This is mine, isn't it? I just left it with you. Taking off her sunglasses, the woman sat in the chair across from Woojin and crossed her legs. You hid yourself too well. It took me a while to find you. She was a former colleague of Jang Yun-woo, or rather, Kang Woojin. How did you find me? Finding people is my specialty. My main task was desk work, remember? Of course, finding someone like you, Jay, wasn't easy. Woojin, exhaling a puff of cigarette smoke, leaned back in his chair and responded. Cut the nonsense. Why are you looking for me? Jay, You've had enough fun, haven't you? Come join my team. After you disappeared, I formed my own team. What kind of team? We do whatever. If we get a job and the money's wired, we do anything. How many people in the team? Come and see for yourself. No thanks, I want to play a bit more. The blonde woman kicked Woojin's foot as he yawned. I don't need trash like you. I just need your skills. It's a waste for you to rot away in a place like this. Become a mercenary. My skills probably turn to trash too. Fine then. The woman paused for a moment, put her sunglasses back on, and stood up from the chair. How about trying just one job here in Bangkok before you decide? What is it? It's rescuing a girl, easy, right? A girl? Yeah. The blonde woman, known as Elle, pulled out a new pack of cigarettes and handed it to Woojin with a sly smile. She's the daughter of a drug kingpin here. She's been kidnapped. And so, Kang Woojin, who had been living as Jang Yun-woo for what felt like an eternity, was suddenly back in the airplane high above the sky. In other words, he had returned to reality. Although he had lived as Jang Yun-woo for years, only a few seconds had passed in the real world. Moreover, in the previous world, there had been countless explosions and gunfire going off. But inside the airplane, it was dead silent. Peaceful, to say the least. Most of the passengers were fast asleep. Right next to him, Choi Sung-gun, writer Choi Na-na, and the others were all dozing off. The only person still awake was PD Song Man-woo, who was quietly reading the script, his chin covered in stubble. Woojin, who had quickly shed the scent of Jang Yun-woo, laughed inwardly a bit incredulously. This drastic change in atmosphere is something I'll never get used to. The world of the imprinted role and Kang Woojin's world coexisted, yet were completely different. It was something he experienced every time, but when the contrast was this stark, it was only natural to feel a bit dumbfounded. Anyway, swish. Kang Woojin lowered his gaze to the script for episode 1 of Beneficial Evil in his hands. It wasn't to enter the void space again. Flap. It was to read the script. No, to analyze it. This had become Woojin's routine since acquiring abilities like role synthesis and freedom of the role. To make things clearer, to make it more explosive and more vivid than expected. By now, Kang Woojin's attitude as an actor was becoming firmly established, and would Jang Yun-woo really be like this? He'd probably just charge in without a second thought. Not just the Jang Yun-woo in the script, but also the Jang Yun-woo who would come alive in reality was becoming clearer. After several hours had passed like this, at some point, the plane Woojin was on was descending towards Suvarnabhumi International Airport in Bangkok. Woojin had finished analyzing the script and had rested in the void space. Now, he threw a glance outside the window, fully back in his concept mode. Bangkok was starting to come into view, but it wasn't as fascinating as he had thought. Something similar came to mind. It kind of looks like Da Nang. He was referring to Da Nang in Vietnam. There were some differences, though. Da Nang, where they had gone for the overseas shoot of Island of the Missing, had more of a resort vibe, while this trip to Bangkok had a stronger urban feel. Still, the most obvious similarity was, it's already hot, damn it, that it was going to be scorching hot, just as Kang Woojin was inwardly grumbling complaints hidden behind his concept act while looking out the window. The seats around him were becoming quite noisy. Familiar figures. Key staff including PD Song Man-woo, Executive Director Kim So-hyang, writer Choi Na-na, the stunt team including Ethan Smith, and many others from the core staff. The reason was simple. It's going to be crowded. Just like we briefed earlier, move in order. Head to immigration as planned. Okay, and as soon as each team gets off, make sure to check your luggage and equipment thoroughly. Phew, it's starting now. Most of the people on this plane, including Kang Woojin, were part of the Beneficial Evil production crew. Naturally, they were here for an overseas shoot. The plan for today, the 19th, was to handle preliminary checks and adapt to the environment. The official shoot would begin tomorrow, the 20th. So everyone was both excited and a bit on edge. After the plane landed safely, the nearly 100-member Beneficial Evil crew started moving en masse. There weren't many actors. There was Lim Hae-eun, with her cute yet gloomy appearance, and a few supporting actors. Of course, the main focus was Woojin SSI. Over here. Move with the guards. Kang Woojin. He was flanked by Choi Sung-gun and his team, surrounded by more than twice as many guards. The procession of the beneficial evil team heading toward the immigration area easily attracted the attention of the crowds. It was a massive group, after all. They did divide themselves up to move, though. The actors team, the staff team for the actors, and the beneficial evil production crew. If they all moved together at once, it would have been too chaotic, increasing the risk of accidents. The beneficial evil team gradually walked toward the immigration area of Suvarnabhumi International Airport. Kang Woojin moved with the flow of the procession. His stiff expression remained unchanged. But why do I feel strangely nervous? Is it because the shoot is about to start? Inside, Kang Woojin's heartbeat was gradually intensifying. The more it did, the colder and more composed he made himself appear. Meanwhile, the actors around him, that is, the supporting and minor role actors who had been selected for this overseas location shooting, whispered while looking around at Kang Woojin and their surroundings. Aren't there too many guards? That's what I'm saying. We're really drawing a lot of attention. It must be because of Kang Woojin. In Japan, it's obvious Woojin is a big deal. But does he have the same impact in Thailand? I haven't heard anything. Who knows? But it's definitely not because of us, so it has to be for Woojin. Maybe it's just precautionary, probably for preventive reasons. But still, there are a lot of guards. It's a bit much. For them, it was treatment they had never experienced before. Still, doesn't it kind of give you a bit of a boost? When would we ever get to experience something like this if not for Woojin? True, I've been taking tons of pictures myself. Whether it's precaution or not, it feels amazing. Seriously, it's like we're living in a completely different world. When will we ever see something like this for ourselves? Kang Woojin did it in just 2 years, so it's not impossible for us, right? No, actually, it probably is. Well, at least we're getting to witness something cool. Before long, SRRK, the actor group, with Kang Woojin at the center and the guards leading the way, entered the immigration area of Suvarnabhumi International Airport. At the same time, a blinding burst of camera flashes exploded. Pababababak. Pabababababak. The eyes of the actors, except for Kang Woojin, widened in shock. What? Whoa. Wow, this is crazy. What is this? GG's. The reason was simple. A massive crowd had gathered in front of the immigration area. Percent and *% hashtag *% and %. Kang Woojin. At $* and $% Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin. Hundreds of people, including Thai reporters, were all shouting Kang Woojin's name. The deafening decibel level was almost ear-splitting. Though it was hard to make out anything due to the loud screams, the name, Kang Woojin, was crystal clear. Kya. Kang Woojin. Woojin. At $. It was quite unexpected. Kang Woojin's face, upon witnessing this, was remarkably calm. Crazy? Of course, only on the outside. 28. Bangkok, 4. The moment Kang Woojin appeared at the arrival hall of Bangkok's Suvarnabhumi International Airport with his poker face, an enormous crowd filled the space before him. Pabababababak. There were dozens of Thai reporters frantically pressing their camera shutters, and behind them, countless spectators with their phones out, calling out to Kang Woojin. Most of them were Thai. Lined up along the prearranged fence, dozens of Thai reporters had even climbed up small ladders, snapping photos of Woojin without wasting a single second. Pababababak. Even with a rough estimate, the crowd easily exceeded hundreds. Kaya. Percent. Hashtag Kang Woojin. Woojin. The arrival hall began to echo with a mix of screams and shouts. Due to the extremely excited reporters and spectators, the flow of the arrival hall became more intense. The crowd swelled visibly, and the guards and airport staff were desperately trying to contain them. But the shouts echoing through the arrival hall only grew louder. Despite the suddenly unfolding terrifying scene, Woojin remained calm. There was little change in his solemn expression. He merely scanned the Thai reporters and spectators quietly. On the surface, he appeared very composed, but in truth, Kang Woojin was inwardly startled beyond belief. Oh shit, that scared the hell out of me. I almost screamed for real. While he had already gotten used to being swarmed by reporters and crowds, he never expected such a scene to unfold here in Bangkok, Thailand. It was completely unforeseen. In other words, Kang Woojin right now wasn't maintaining his concept. He was more frozen in place, unable to do anything. What the hell is going on here? Is another celebrity arriving here or something? While it was understandable in Korea or Japan, witnessing such a scene in Bangkok, Thailand, left Kang Woojin's thoughts slightly scrambled. For a moment, he wondered if this wasn't about him, but upon closer inspection, the dozens of reporters were definitely taking pictures of him. Plus, the hundreds of Thai people gathered were too. My name? They're shouting my name, right? They were shouting Woojin's name at the top of their lungs. Some even waved signs enthusiastically, with his name written in Korean. At this point, it was clear that the crowd was gathered because of Kang Woojin. But then why? Just then, the other supporting and minor actors following behind Woojin exclaimed in awe. Whoa, amazing. All these Thai reporters and people, they're here just for Kang Woojin? This is crazy, seriously. No wonder there were so many guards. Even though the conversation was loud enough for Kang Woojin to hear, it went in one ear and out the other. At the same time, the guards of the beneficial evil team rushed to both sides of Woojin and to the front, with ponytailed Choi Sung-gun sticking close and muttering to Woojin. Holy crap, this is nuts, absolute chaos. This is like twice as many people as what Line PD told us to expect, isn't it? Line PD was the key staff responsible for the overseas filming part of Beneficial Evil. It seemed Choi Sung-gun had been informed of this scene beforehand by the local Line PD in Bangkok. Woojin, it looks like more people have gathered than what I told you earlier, so just wave and say hello a bit. Then let's get out of here. Told me? When? Choi Sung-gun spoke as if he had informed Kang Woojin too, but Woojin himself had no recollection of it. Had he been so out of it that he glossed over it? With his schedule growing like hell, Kang Woojin couldn't remember everything. Anyway, Woojin pushed forward slowly, flanked by the guards, through the crowd of hundreds. The piercing screams and shouts raised the decibels even higher. Shit, this is insane. Barely managing to keep up his poker face, Kang Woojin finally squeezed out of the arrival hall, leaving behind the blinding flashes and a barrage of gifts thrown by the Thai crowd. However, the hundreds of people were still chasing after Woojin. Soon, in the middle of the chaos, Woojin's eyes caught sight of several parked cars on the roadside. Am I supposed to get in those? Several vans and minibuses were already waiting on the roadside of the airport, and Kang Woojin, along with his team and a few guards, boarded the black van at the front. As soon as the door closed, the van carrying Woojin immediately started moving. The frenzied crowd would only disperse after Kang Woojin left. Vroom. While the beneficial evil team was still at the airport, Choi Sung-gun already knew the hotel that was their accommodation, and the locally hired driver seemed to know the way as well, smoothly driving onto the road. Kang Woojin stared silently out the window, maintaining a quiet expression, though inwardly, he was puzzled. What the hell just happened? He felt like something massive had just flashed by in an instant. Because of that, even the view of Bangkok, which he was seeing for the first time in his life, didn't fully register in his mind. Soon, Woojin. Swoosh. He turned his head to the right and quietly asked ponytailed Choi Sung-gun, who seemed to have just finished a phone call. Seonim, you said the crowd at the airport was larger than expected. Still wiping the sweat from his brow, Choi Sung-gun met Kang Woojin's gaze and answered immediately. Huh? Oh yeah, just. Now, I had a call with PD Song, and it seems there was a bit of miscommunication with the Line PD. They're sorting it out without any big issues, so don't worry. Is that so? Yeah. We expected a certain number, but man, we didn't expect them to crowd like that. Remember, I told you before, Hanryang and Male Friend did well in Thailand too. That's why. Plus, your social media and the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel contributed too. It was only then that Woojin understood, internally thinking, ah dash. In reality, Kang Woojin hadn't paid much attention, but the Hallyu wave had been huge in Thailand for quite some time. The fact that many Korean shows were in the top 10 rankings on Thai Netflix was proof of that. Among those shows were Profiler Hanryang and Male Friend, and Woojin himself had become a full-fledged influencer, boasting thousands of subscribers and followers. In other words, the scene at the airport earlier wasn't strange at all. It was all thanks to Kang Woojin's influence. Meanwhile, Han Yeung, who had recently changed her hair to a short red bob, chimed in with her typical cold tone. Was the crowd that big? I thought it was a bit disappointing compared to what I expected, honestly. Especially since we posted something like a notice on social media before coming to Bangkok. Choi Sung-gun, who was untying his ponytail, responded. We didn't see it, but apparently there were a few hundred more people gathered on the side of the airport. They arrived late, so the airport staff blocked them. Ah, okay, in that case, I'll accept it. And so, with a slight smirk, Choi Sung-gun lightly tapped Kang Woojin on the side, whose expression was still as stiff as ever. You don't seem that impressed, but how do you feel seeing the Thai fans in person? You know as well as I do that only a few actors get this kind of turnout unless they're idols. Doesn't it feel good? Yes. Hee, you're such an unexciting guy. The unfazed Woojin turned his gaze back to the window. From Korea to Japan, and now to Thailand, where he was visiting for the first time. Witnessing hundreds of his fans here, Kang Woojin realized something anew. This is really insane. The fact that his influence was steadily spreading globally. A few dozen minutes later, the van carrying Kang Woojin had already entered the heart of Bangkok city center. There were about 10 minutes left until they reached the reserved 5-star hotel. Outside the van window, a large park had come into view. The park's name was Lumpini Park. Soon, the other members of Woojin's team crowded around the window, admiring the sights of Bangkok. Of course, though he didn't show much excitement, Kang Woojin also glanced out of the window with some curiosity. Oh, Bangkok. Having arrived in Bangkok today, Kang Woojin and the beneficial evil team would unpack at the hotel and then, led by PD Song Man-woo, visit several pre-scouted filming locations around the city. Naturally, Kang Woojin would join them. The real action would start tomorrow. At this very moment, in Japan, which had little time difference with Bangkok, Thailand, the stage for Kang Woojin was also expanding. The location was the Toega Film Company, near Tokyo. More precisely, it was the large editing room of Toega Film Company. It was where the editing for the film The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, which had recently held a production presentation and shook all of Japan, was in full swing. Quite some time had passed since Kang Woojin had dropped the bombs at the film's production presentation, but the numerous hints and controversies surrounding The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger had not diminished at all. In fact, they had only intensified compared to a month ago. It felt like, when the film finally premiered, the public would pounce on it like wild beasts and tear it apart. The first reason was that the team behind The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was pouring out marketing and promotion several times more intensely than for a regular film, almost to the point of madness. The second reason was the power of word of mouth from the Japanese public spreading the buzz on its own. The hype was growing sharper day by day. Naturally, at the center of it all was Kang Woojin, who inside the editing room of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, a man with graying hair, surrounded by various editors, wiped his face with one hand. It was none other than the legendary Japanese director, Kyotaro, who had just been staring at several monitors in front of him. The monitors were displaying footage of a single actor. It was Iota Kiyoshi, standing alone on a subway stairway where people in suits and ant-like citizens were hurrying up and down, staring directly into the camera. Director Kyotaro, who had been gazing at the monitors for a while, let out a slow nod. The multiple editors who had been closely watching him also turned their attention back to their work. All of them had deep, dark circles under their eyes, and each editor displayed a different type of tension. Some swallowed hard, others held their breath. At that moment, okay, Director Kyotaro slowly nodded his head. Then, in a low, raspy voice, he muttered in Japanese, "Let's go with this for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger." This signaled that the long editing process for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger had just been completed. Suddenly, applause erupted from behind Director Kyotaro, who was still seated. Clap, 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 clap. Looking back, he saw the film company's CEO and several executives, who had gathered to witness this moment, clapping enthusiastically. The CEO of the film company bowed his head toward Director Kyotaro. "You've worked hard, Director Nim. Thank you. But the real war is just beginning." "That's true, but Soon after, exchanging words of appreciation with the editors around him, Director Kyotaro spoke again to the film company's CEO. "When are we scheduled for the screening test, including the actors?" "It will be in 2 days." "And the preview?" We've significantly increased the number of screenings, so we've had to push up the schedule quite a bit. We're also tight on time leading up to the release. But of course, all preparations have been completed in advance. We'll kick off with a press screening. A press screening meant a preview where reporters and film critics would gather. The CEO of the film company continued. The first screening is next week. This would be when Kang Woojin would be in the midst of filming Beneficial Evil. That same night, in Bangkok. It was around 9 p.m. The location was one of the five-star hotels in Bangkok, the Kempinski Hotel. It was close to where Kang Woojin and the Beneficial Evil team were staying, but not the same hotel. The Grand Hotel featured a large pool, various trees that recreated a natural setting, and a luxurious entrance where two high-end vans were parked. Naturally, the hotel staff waiting at the entrance rushed forward. Thud. Soon, a group of foreigners exited the vans. The most eye-catching figure was a giant black man. It was none other than the famous Hollywood producer, Joseph Felton. His muscular frame stood out, thanks to his tight-fitting black short-sleeved shirt. Behind him, a familiar woman appeared. It was casting director Megan Stone, sporting a brown bob. In other words, this foreign entourage was the team gathered by Joseph. There were roughly 20 people in total, excluding Joseph and Megan. The rest consisted of Joseph's team members, a stunt team that had already been hired, and a few executives from the distribution and film company Universal Movies. Naturally, they were in Bangkok to observe the filming of Beneficial Evil. Whatever the case, the foreign group, including Joseph, exited the van and entered the luxurious five-star hotel. The interior of the hotel was even more dazzling. Beige-toned marble was everywhere, and the ceilings were incredibly high. Thick columns stood around, and a massive fountain dominated the center of the expansive lobby. The foreigners group, led by Joseph, moved toward the check-in counter. Of course, handling the practical details was Joseph's bald subordinate, Robert. As the foreigners group surveyed the hotel, they let out exclamations of satisfaction. Not bad, right? I particularly like this wide lobby. There are plenty of waiting sofas over there too. Shall we rest a bit while we wait? Those who weren't involved in the check-in process began walking toward the large waiting sofas on one side of the lobby. The lobby was so vast that it took some time to get there. Joseph and Megan were deep in conversation, and just as they were about to reach the waiting sofas. One of the executives from Universal Movies, a man with a bit of a belly, widened his eyes slightly. It was because of a woman who had just entered the hotel. She had her blonde hair tied up, wore a hat pulled low, and had a white mask on. Even though her face was covered, the executive with the belly found her presence strangely familiar and involuntarily muttered a name. Miley? Miley Cara. Suddenly, the entire foreigners group froze. All eyes turned to the executive with the belly. The giant Joseph did the same. What are you talking about? Did you dream or something? Joseph laughed incredulously. There's no way Miley would be 29, Bangkok, 5. There was no way global superstar Miley Cara could be in Bangkok, Thailand. Clearly, anyone would think that. Why on earth would she be here when she's been busy with her new album recently? It was obvious that neither Joseph Felton, the giant, nor any of the foreigners in the group thought differently. Therefore, Joseph, Megan, and the rest of the group tried to calm down the pot-bellied man, an executive from the distribution and film company, Universal Movies. Ha, Miley Cara. That's so random. This is Bangkok. Exactly. Maybe the flight was too long. I think you should get some rest soon. Are you seeing things? Where? Where did you see Miley? Joseph and the group spoke in a joking manner, but the pot-bellied executive frowned, without a hint of laughter. No, I'm certain. That woman. His finger pointed in a direction, and everyone's gaze followed it. However, unfortunately, the woman the executive had seen was already gone. Are you really feeling okay? We should hurry up with the check-in. I genuinely feel like this could be dangerous. You all right? The mood shifted from jokes to serious concern. Megan patted the executive's shoulder. For now, sit on the couch, take a breath. Okay. What's all this talk about Miley Cara all of a sudden? The blonde woman who just passed by, she had an aura similar to hers. It doesn't make sense, but seems like you've been wanting to cast Miley Cara so badly that you started imagining things. You must be tired too. The pot-bellied executive glanced up at Megan Stone's face, then slowly lowered his head. He pressed his eyes with his thumb and forefinger. Phew, I guess you're right. Miley Cara, really. He admitted that what he saw was a mistake. There had been a long flight, and the jet lag was an issue. On top of that, someone of Miley Cara's caliber would make any Hollywood film company drool. They'd beg to cast her if they had to. If they could, that would be a steal. Soon, the team members surrounding the pot-bellied executive chimed in. Still, it was a bit unexpected, hearing Miley Cara's name. Haha, Miley Cara is famously hard to cast. Isn't she busy with her new album right now? Yeah, she must be super busy. If Miley were in Bangkok, both here and Hollywood would be making a fuss. The pot-bellied executive forced a smile. Sorry, I need to get some rest. Megan quickly responded. All right, we'll handle the check-in as quickly as possible. Then it happened. Joseph. Someone called out to Joseph Felton from the vast hotel lobby behind them. It was in English, and it was a male voice. The giant Joseph and everyone else turned their heads, and in the lobby, a tall, foreign man with a large nose was walking toward them with a smile. It was Ethan Smith, the stunt team leader from Beneficial Evil. Everyone, except Joseph and Megan, reacted immediately. Oh, Ethan. Everyone knew that Ethan was the stunt coordinator for Beneficial Evil, and as he approached, he shook hands with Joseph, then Megan, and the rest of the group. The peculiar thing was that the people with Ethan weren't part of his team, they were Koreans. Ethan was accompanied by 3 Koreans. Naturally, Ethan introduced them. These folks are part of the production crew for Beneficial Evil. The Koreans with him were the production staff of Beneficial Evil, including a translator. Joseph, Megan, and the other foreigners were there to observe the shooting of Beneficial Evil. Although they had already exchanged some details beforehand, they needed to share schedules and other information again on site. Of course, it was thanks to the consideration of PD Song Man-woo. The Beneficial Evil crew briefly informed them about the filming, and about 5 minutes later, they handed out papers to Joseph's entire team. It was a non-disclosure agreement. The document strictly prohibited them from discussing anything related to the shooting or the location. As soon as Joseph received the non-disclosure agreement, he thought to himself, they've got some tight security. However, it didn't seem strange. Such situations were common in Hollywood. If any secret about a film shoot leaks outside, regardless of the type of information, it can harm the project. It affects not only the promotion and marketing, but also the overall outcome of the production. It was quite a serious issue. So, if someone were to break the confidentiality agreement, they would be hit with a hefty penalty. The agreement that Joseph and everyone else had just received was of the same nature. Megan, who knew Kang Woojin, understood this. Well, they even brought in a Hollywood stunt team. They must have put a lot of effort into Kang Woojin's action scenes in CQC, and there are probably key stunts, too. However, some of Joseph's team members, the stunt teams, and even a few executives from Universal Movies thought, going this far? Why? They're being really thorough. Is there a reason for this? Having to sign a confidentiality agreement for a drama shoot seems a bit excessive. They wore somewhat puzzled expressions. Meanwhile, in a suite room at the same hotel, a blonde woman sat on the living room sofa with her legs crossed. It was Miley Cara. On the table in front of her lay the hat and mask she had just taken off. She spoke to her manager, Jonathan, who was seated across from her. Did you see? Joseph Felton was in the lobby. Cara's characteristic slightly cold tone made Jonathan a bit startled. What? Joseph? Yeah, I'm not sure, but I saw a lot of familiar faces. I also saw people from Universal Movies. Huh. I heard they were preparing for a movie. Maybe it's because of that. For location scouting, the scale seems too small. There must be another reason. What kind of, don't tell me, beneficial evil? If Joseph's handling it, that's quite possible. He's also captivated by Kang Woojin after all. Joseph came all the way to Bangkok just to see Kang Woojin? That doesn't make sense. Kang Woojin barely has any recognition in Hollywood. Cara shrugged her shoulders and smiled softly. Well, we'll know for sure on the day of the shoot. But if they really came to see Kang Woojin, things are about to get interesting. While Kang Woojin's acting was impressive, his action and CQC scenes, especially if Miley Cara was involved in the filming, what kind of reaction would Joseph and his group have? Cara herself was quite excited, her expectations at their peak, and she also felt quite pleased. Maybe the house I bought for Kang Woojin in LA will be used sooner than I thought. Huh. Kang Woojin is getting more and more imprinted on Hollywood figures, isn't he? Kara suddenly shifted the conversation topic. Anyway, Jonathan, can you check on the movie Joseph's working on? Can you check it out for me? What kind of vibe it has? The next day, early in the morning, as soon as the 20th dawned, Kang Woojin left the hotel, mingling with the entire team of Beneficial Evil. Once again, the Bangkok sun was scorching hot. PD Song Man Woo explained to Kang Woojin as they walked. Today, we're mostly going to be doing rehearsals, checks, and practices. We need to sync the action scenes with the local extras here in Thailand. And there are car chases and explosion scenes, so we can't be too thorough with the checks. Their first destination was a village about an hour away from downtown Bangkok. Though it was fairly large, not many Thai people lived there. The atmosphere looks completely different in the morning. It's exotic, but it feels kind of like South America. The village had once thrived, but now it was quiet. As a result, there were many empty buildings, abandoned factories, and derelict structures. However, there were plenty of buildings, meaning the city layout was still well-formed, making it visually appealing. Many scenes were planned to be shot in this village-long takes: car chases, explosions, gunfights, and more. Of course, they had already secured the location well in advance. Thailand had a well-established film industry infrastructure. Therefore, even Hollywood often used Thailand as a filming location. The infrastructure was well-developed, with many local companies, abundant equipment, easy-to-obtain filming permits, and flexible government cooperation. With so many movies shot there frequently, the system was well-organized. In any case, Kang Woojin, PD Song Man Woo, and the Beneficial Evil team gathered at a large abandoned factory on the outskirts of the village. The Beneficial Evil crew alone numbered around 100. Though the group was already large, about 50 Thai locals had gathered in the open space in front of the abandoned factory. Woojin had already heard about them. So those are the Thai staff. It's impossible to run an overseas location shoot with only domestic teams. Local staff and officials are essential. The more than 50 Thai locals were all hired by the Beneficial Evil team. About half of them were part of the filming crew, while the other half were extras. Thanks to Thailand's well-established infrastructure, casting actors wasn't difficult. Moreover, they had been selected primarily for their extensive filming experience. After all, most of them would be killed by Kang Woojin no, by Jang Yunwoo, so the liveliness of their roles was crucial. Regardless of their roles, PD Song Man Woo had made sure to get non-disclosure agreements from all the Thai staff and extras. The same went for the 100 or so Beneficial Evil staff members. As a result, the open space in front of the abandoned factory was packed with people, easily around 200 people in total. Soon, shall we begin? At PD Song Man Woo's signal, the 100 or so staff members began to move in unison. Although it was just for rehearsal, they couldn't afford to take it lightly. The filming crew set up various cameras, and the lighting and props teams followed suit. The making of team was already filming the surroundings of the abandoned factory and the massive production team. Various teams began to take root in the open space. In an instant, the area was filled with the shouts and bustling activity of a massive crowd. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin was busy. Nice to meet you all. He was greeting the 50 or so Thai staff and actors. Of course, he spoke in English, and the local actors looked at him with great curiosity. Naturally, he was already quite famous in Thailand. Kang Woojin remained calm on the surface. However, inside, he found the large number of Thai locals to be quite new and exciting. Wow. Damn, isn't this the first time I've filmed with this many foreigners? And it's action scenes, too. I feel a bit nervous. PD Song Man Woo, unaware of Woojin's inner thoughts, wiped his sweat as he gave orders. He instructed the Thai staff and actors to get ready. They, too, moved in perfect coordination. Around this time, the costume and makeup team rushed over to Kang Woojin, who was standing next to PD Song Man Woo. It was time for a makeup touch-up and a costume change. A few minutes later, Kang Woojin had transformed. He was now wearing a worn white shirt and jeans, and his overall skin tone had been darkened slightly. His black hair was made to look disheveled. He perfectly embodied the character of Jang Yunwoo, who was hiding in Bangkok. Woojin glanced at himself in the mirror that the staff showed him, and internally gave a thumbs up. Oh, awesome. He looked almost identical to the Jang Yunwoo he had actually lived. This wasn't just Woojin's opinion. Others who had been watching him from a distance had the same thought. These included writer Choi Nana, who wore a safari hat, executive director Kim So-hyang, and several others, including ponytailed Choi Sung-gun. Wow, he looks exactly like the Jang Yun-woo I imagined. The synchronization is insane. Haha, I'm actually feeling nervous. Writer Nim, didn't you originally base Jang Yun-woo on Woojin? Well, that's true, but seeing it like this, it's even more identical. Ha ha ha. Our Woojin's face is incredibly versatile. Oh, Woojin's holding a gun now. Just then, Kang Woojin had received a gun from a staff member. It was an M4 carbine, the rifle frequently used by Jang Yun-woo in the film. Soon, PD Song Man-woo, the stunt coordinator, Ethan Smith, and others from the stunt team gathered around Kang Woojin. 2 Thai staff members were included as well. PD Song Man-woo gestured to Woojin. Woojin SSI, feel free to shoot it. Woojin nodded calmly, naturally positioning the M4 carbine against his shoulder and firing forward. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, the 100 or so staff members froze, their gazes fixed on Kang Woojin. The gunfire was deafening. Muzzle flashes burst from the M4 carbine, and spent shell casings flew out. The recoil was intense. It was no different from firing a real gun. Even Kang Woojin, who had just fired it, was surprised. Of course, he kept it to himself. Whoa, what kind of quality is this? The beneficial evil team had prepared the guns to be almost indistinguishable from the real thing. This was a critical aspect of the production. Although the prop guns couldn't fire actual bullets, they replicated the real thing with muzzle flashes and shell casings ejecting, making them nearly identical in appearance. While they were naturally less powerful than real firearms, they were realistic enough to easily cause confusion. The various prop guns they used had been prepared in consultation with local experts in Thailand. This was part of PD Song Man-woo's firm commitment to minimizing the use of CGI. At that moment, screech. 2 vans pulled up at a location some distance away from the open space in front of the abandoned factory, where many vehicles from the beneficial evil team were parked. Foreigners stepped out of the vans. It was Joseph, Megan, and around 20 others, including executives from Universal Movies. As soon as they got out, they were surprised by the scale of the filming site. Wow, there are a lot of staff members here. Indeed, looks like more than 200 people. They've got plenty of staff, and look over there, they seem to have combined them with local Thai staff as well. The scale of this shoot is much bigger than I expected. Is this a large-scale production? At the same time, another series of loud gunshots rang out. Bang, 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 bang. It was Kang Woojin firing again. However, since it was the first time Joseph and the foreigners had heard it, their eyes widened in surprise. Wow, there must be a gunfight scene. It looks like they've done a top-notch job preparing the firearms. Look at the man shooting the gun. His stance looks professional, doesn't it? Did they hire people like that too? Of course, hiring experts is a must. No. The giant Joseph smirked and muttered. That man is an actor. An actor? At that moment. He's an actor, indeed. A female voice suddenly interrupted from the side. It was also in English. Everyone, including Joseph, turned their heads quickly. A blonde woman wearing sunglasses was approaching with a group of about a dozen people. As she drew closer, Joseph, Megan, and the rest of the group's eyes widened in shock. Oh my God. On the other hand, the blonde woman Miley Kara walked up casually to the group of foreigners, stopping right in front of them and removing her sunglasses. That man is indeed an actor. Everyone's jaws dropped as if they had just seen a ghost. Among the Universal Movies executives, the pot-bellied man was the first to react. I knew it. I was right about what I saw yesterday. The short-haired Megan managed to ask Kara hesitantly, Miley, why are you here? Kara pointed toward Kang Woojin, who was inside the filming site, with the hand holding her sunglasses. Of course, I'm here for the shoot. Shoot. Yes. Well, I'm 100% here because of that actor. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to Kang Woojin. And then, hey, doesn't that blonde woman look familiar? Some of the staff members on the beneficial evil set. Huh? Where? Over there, near the parking lot. They finally recognized Miley. 330. Chapter 330, Bangkok, 6. In Bangkok, Thailand, without any prior promotion or teasers, the global top star Miley Kara suddenly appeared. What is this? A dream? Or an illusion? It was a moment that perfectly fit the expression, hard to believe even after seeing it. Hollywood's figures were all thrown into chaos by her unexpected appearance. Famous producer, Joseph and CD Megan. And Miley is filming this project? This is something we couldn't have even imagined. Joseph's team members and the accompanying stunt teams. Oh, is that really Miley Cara? Did Miley say she was going to appear in a Korean production? That's what I heard. Me too. It doesn't make sense. Why would she be shooting a Korean project? That expert over there. No, Miley said it's because of a Korean actor. I heard it. But does that make any sense? Even the executives of Hollywood giant film company, Universal Movies, were in shock. Miley Cara, appearing in a Korean project? When we can barely afford her fee. Who on earth is this Korean actor? Who is he that Miley says she's doing it for him? Whispers grew louder and louder among the group of roughly 20 people. Meanwhile, Miley Cara, standing beside them, was entirely relaxed. Cara lifted her sunglasses over her blonde hair and said, Kang Woojin, that's the name of the Korean actor. You guys also came to see that Korean actor, didn't you? Huh. The executives of Universal Movies, who had narrowed their brows, immediately turned their gaze toward the black man, Joseph. With a faint smile, Joseph nodded as if to confirm. Yes, we came to see Kang Woojin. There had been some prior exchange of information, but except for Joseph and Megan, the foreigners group was seeing Kang Woojin's face for the first time. Although Joseph had pushed for this strongly, most of the stunt team and the executives from Universal Movies didn't have high expectations when they stopped by before heading to Cannes. And that feeling hadn't changed. It was understandable. No matter what, Kang Woojin was practically unknown in Hollywood. Even with Joseph and Megan's recommendation, it was only natural to have light expectations for an unproven Korean actor. But then, out of nowhere, Miley Cara was now involved with that Korean actor. Does Miley Cara have some kind of connection with that Korean actor? Otherwise, such a nonsensical situation would never happen. Even denying the reality wouldn't change the facts. Miley Cara had appeared before their very eyes, and she herself had said she would appear in Beneficial Evil. The size of the role didn't matter. Just the fact that Cara was participating was enough of a teaser to turn Hollywood upside down. Soon, one of the Universal Movies executives, a pot-bellied man, muttered quietly, "This is breaking news material, no matter where, including Hollywood." At this moment, everyone, including Joseph, realized one thing. The confidentiality agreements that the Beneficial Evil team had strictly enforced. The unusually tight security that had left them curious was now completely understood. They were trying to keep Miley Cara's participation a secret. What would happen if this news got out in Korea? It was obvious that a tsunami far beyond the level of causing a commotion would hit. At that moment, well, see you later. After briefly greeting them, Miley Cara moved toward the abandoned factory site where Woojin was. Except for Joseph and Cara, the foreigners group simply watched her back in silence. Then, the leader of the stunt team, a foreigner, asked Joseph, still wide-eyed. "Joseph, did you not know?" "Not at all. Miley appearing in this project is beyond anything I could have imagined. I had no idea. My God, how on earth is this even happening?" Meanwhile, at the center of the Beneficial Evil set, where over 200 staff members were moving nonstop, Kang Woojin stood holding a second firearm. This time, it was a handgun, a Glock 17. Internally, Woojin was repeatedly expressing his amazement. "Whoa, doesn't this look exactly like the real thing? It feels so vivid, and the grip is awesome. This is crazy." But he couldn't express such shallow awe on the outside. With an indifferent face, Woojin lifted the Glock 17, holding it with both hands. "Huh, look over there, over there. Huh, what's going on? That blonde foreigner woman, no way." Things were getting rather noisy around Kang Woojin. From the over 100 Beneficial Evil staff members to the local Thai staff and actors, all the people who had been moving busily started looking in the same direction as if on cue. There, a blonde woman accompanied by a dozen or so bulky foreigner bodyguards was leisurely crossing the center of the set. That woman was Miley Cara. At this moment, "Cara? Isn't that Miley Cara?" The over 200 people on set clearly recognized Miley Cara. The excitement escalated into a frenzy, with people almost screaming. "Wah, no way. No, it really is her. Miley Cara, Holy dash. It's really Miley Cara. What? Where? There. That's Miley Cara, isn't it? Wow. Crazy. Those moving equipment were now frozen with their mouths wide open. Every staff member was shouting and focusing their attention on Cara. However, not everyone was in shock. Those who were already aware of Kara's appearance smiled or remained calm. These included PD Song Man-woo, writer Choi Na-na, executive director Kim So-hyang, and a few key staff members whom PD Song Man-woo had informed beforehand. Ethan was among them as well. Nevertheless, the set, crowded with over 200 people, was in complete chaos. Shouts and yells echoed. In the midst of the shock and confusion, Kara casually walked up to Kang Woojin, smiling. The gun suits you well. Woojin responded in a low voice. Would you like to try it? Anytime. I've used guns a lot. It'll suit me better than you, I bet. We'll see. Give it here. Though the set was in a panic, Woojin and Kara were having a light-hearted conversation as if they were out on a casual outing. Then, Kara turned her gaze to PD Song Man-woo and the others, exchanging brief greetings. Afterward, she raised the Glock 17 in her hand and began firing. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots fired. Kang Woojin, watching from the side, remained silent. Though his poker face was as strong as ever, he couldn't help but be captivated by Kara's profile. Her blonde hair that flowed down to her chest, the sunglasses pushed up over her head, the white tank top, slightly ripped hot pants, and the black beaded sandals, the woman was firing a handgun. It wasn't a sight one could see every day. Woojin instinctively muttered to himself. Of course, inwardly. This scene is fucking insane, seriously. Oblivious to his thoughts, Kara lowered the handgun and asked Woojin, "How is it?" Woojin, finally snapping out of it, replied coolly, "It's all right. Your compliments are so expensive, huh?" Not really. At this point, PD Song Man-woo, holding a megaphone in one hand, stepped in. Miley, I think it's about time we calmed the staff down. His words were translated and relayed to Kara. Of course, I'm fine with that. With her agreement, PD Song Man-woo raised his megaphone and shouted loudly, "Everyone, gather here in front." Soon, all 200 staff members came running like a swarm of zombies. The next day, the 21st, in Bangkok. Early morning. In one of the many 5-star hotels in bustling downtown Bangkok, at a hotel different from where the beneficial evil team was staying, the Kempinski Hotel. Perhaps because it was such a large 5-star hotel, even though it was morning, the lobby with its fountain was overflowing with guests. Next to the hotel's main building was a large restaurant. This area, too, was quite luxurious. The guests had already filled over half of the seats. It was breakfast time, served buffet style. In the calm atmosphere laced with soft classical music, familiar faces could be seen at a series of round tables by the window. It was the group of roughly 20 Hollywood foreigners who had come to watch the filming of Beneficial Evil and were still reeling from the shock of seeing Miley Cara the day before. However, Joseph and Megan were nowhere in sight. The group, still buzzing with excitement, was busy talking about Cara. The muscular stunt team members and the executives from Universal Movies were no different. From what I heard that goateed PD say yesterday, it seems like Miley, she has taken on quite a significant role. Of course, they were speaking in very low voices, barely audible under the classical music. On top of that, they were careful to refer to Miley Cara as simply she or her, hiding her name thoroughly. You saw her rehearsing, right? From how she was firing guns and checking the storyboard, it didn't look like she was just going to make a brief appearance. From what I saw during rehearsals, the scale of the shoot seems bigger than I expected. Well, since they hired Ethan, it's clear they're focusing on action. The car explosion test yesterday was pretty impressive. Same goes for the shooting rehearsal. They were checking vehicles in the city streets, so there's likely going to be a car chase as well. It's great that the filming seems more impressive than I thought, but I'm still amazed that we saw her here. How on earth did they convince her? Wasn't it Kang Woojin? It seems like she has some kind of story with that Korean actor. Naturally, the conversation drifted towards Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin, now that I think of it. Didn't Joseph say that he arranged this schedule because of that Korean actor? Yeah, he only told us that before heading to Cannes, there was an actor worth checking out, so we should stop by. If he had some connection to Hollywood, it'd be easier to understand her involvement, but he's a completely unfamiliar face. I heard he's quite Popular in Korea and Japan, though. An executive from Universal Movies, the one with the potbelly, added an explanation. Not just in Korea and Japan. It seems he's also quite popular here in Thailand. I checked out Kang Woojin's social media and YouTube channel, and it's impressive. He already has decent recognition overseas. One of the listeners, the leader of the stunt team, scratched his chin. It's been an interesting journey full of surprises, but still, it's hard to grasp how so many people are mobilized just for that Kang Woojin actor. Especially, the biggest question for me is why Joseph brought along our entire stunt team. Yesterday's filming was intriguing, but in Hollywood, even if it's unique for Korea, that level is pretty basic, isn't it? I agree. It was a fact. While Beneficial Evil might seem fresh or large-scale by Korean standards, from a Hollywood perspective, it wasn't all that special. Then, some of the stunt team members chimed in. The overall feel of the rehearsal suggests it's likely focused on action sequences, and CQC seems to be included as well. But no matter how involved Ethan is, the CQC and action choreography with a Korean actor, well, coming here just for that feels a bit disappointing. Everyone present had significant experience in Hollywood, so witnessing mediocre action choreography was bound to leave them unimpressed. His shooting stance was good, both with the rifle and handgun. With a professional coach, anyone can learn that in a few days. When it comes to action involving CQC, even some of the top actors in Hollywood struggle. For them, it's about how perfectly they can execute it. It would be good if there were acting components included. If we're just watching that Kang Woojin's action design, there's nothing particularly new about that. The shock from yesterday was real, but the reality they were now facing was cold and critical. Anyway, we should get going soon. Wasn't the main shoot set for noon? Call Joseph. Meanwhile, at this time, all around Bangkok, various people were making their way to the filming site of Beneficial Evil. A few minutes ago, Miley Kara, along with her dozen or so bodyguards and team members, had left the hotel and boarded a large van. Miley, what are you thinking about so deeply? You can't be nervous about starting the shoot. It just feels strange. Strange how? I've done countless projects before, and I've even filmed in Bangkok before, but for some reason, today's shoot makes me feel nervous. Or excited maybe. Her manager, Jonathan, tilted his head in confusion. Why? Is it because this is your first time working on a Korean project? I don't know. That could be part of it, but it's also because of Kang Woojin. I've seen his acting, but it's the first time I'll be acting alongside him, and our chemistry clicked faster than I expected, so it's certain you'll be in the same project. Kara brushed her blonde hair back and smiled faintly. Of course, I don't intend for this to be the last. Joseph's project is still in the early stages. From what I could gather, the team is forming, but there's no confirmed script yet. I guess only the synopsis is ready. Really? Then I'll need to talk to Joseph. As Kara crossed her long legs, the manager asked again. Today's filming, you absolutely can't push yourself. You know that better than anyone. I know. Any parts you're worried about? Not really. I'm just excited to see Kang Woojin's action. This is the first time I've been this curious about another actor's performance. I'm the one who's worried. His movements when he saved you were impressive, but that and filming are two different things. Whatever the case, this is Woojin's first action role in his filmography. There's a high chance he'll be inexperienced, and that could lead to accidents. For someone inexperienced, he seemed incredibly calm yesterday. That's probably just Kang Woojin's nature. Accidents happen when you let your guard down. I got it, geez. How many movies have I filmed? Stop nagging. Kara responded a bit coldly, turning her blue eyes to the window. The shoot starts with Kang Woojin's long take, right? Whether it's dangerous or not, I'll judge after seeing that. At the same time, Kang Woojin was also on his way to the Beneficial Evil filming site in a van. On his lap were the script for the first episode of Beneficial Evil and the action storyboard for the CQC sequence. As he looked them over, Woojin pondered something before making a decision. As expected, Park Dae-ri fits best. He was finalizing role synthesis and the freedom of roles. For freedom of roles, stick closely to the storyboard, but emphasize a laid-back, free-spirited vibe. Something that feels a bit playful. Okay, there were 3 hours left until the Beneficial Evil crank-in. 3:31. Bangkok, 7. Cars were moving all over Bangkok for the filming of Beneficial Evil. The gray van that had just left the hotel was also buzzing with talk about Kang Woojin. It was a vehicle where employees of Netflix Korea were on board, including the plump executive director Kim So-hyang and writer Choi Nana. Writer Choi Nana, wearing a safari hat, her face flushed since yesterday, was constantly excited. Oh, what should I do? It was her mood that was the problem, rather than the hot weather. As always, it was Kim So-hyang who was calming Choi Nana down. I am so nervous. I can't seem to calm down. Calm down, writer. The filming won't stop. For us, the best thing is to enjoy it. But still, as soon as we arrive on the set, we're shooting that long take scene, aren't we? If that's the case, Kang Woojin SSI must be under more pressure than us. Maybe not. I can't quite imagine Woojin SSI struggling. Yesterday, too, he didn't even flinch and did the rehearsal so comfortably. Of course, the rehearsal was done by breaking down each movement slowly. Still, I'm sure he must feel at least a little bit of pressure inside. It's his first action project, and it's also a long take. Moreover, if it's a cut longer than 10 minutes, anyone would find it tough. If there's a mistake in the middle, do they shoot from the beginning again? Of course, a long take is meant to maintain its dynamism and liveliness by shooting continuously. If it's shot in parts or pieced together in editing, it loses its meaning. That's why it's a high hurdle that even the directing team tends to avoid. At this, writer Choi Nana, adjusting her round glasses, muttered while imagining Woojin. I can't really imagine Kang Woojin making a mistake, though. A few hours later, around noon, in a fairly large village about an hour away from downtown Bangkok, under the scorching sun, once again, the beneficial evil team had settled in a location at the outskirts of the village, past the city area, near an abandoned factory. Though the entire building was painted in shades of brown and beige, half of the paint was peeling, indicating it had been neglected for a long time. In the open space in front of this abandoned factory, many vehicles used by the beneficial evil team were parked, and dozens of staff members were running around frantically. However, the number of people seemed fewer than expected. The reason was simple. Key members of the filming team, including PD Song Man-woo, were in a building attached right behind the abandoned factory. It was a 5-story apartment-like structure. Of course, this place too was currently an abandoned building, looking quite run down. The broken windows and shattered bricks were actually intended by the art team of Beneficial Evil. About 150 staff members gathered on the first floor of this empty apartment. Martial arts team, over here. Even Miley Kara, who had just finished her makeup, was among them. But the entire crew of Beneficial Evil tried to hide their curiosity as much as possible and continued their work. PD Nim, please finalize the props. Cinematographer Nim, please double-check the camera work. Supporting actors, the prop guns are ready. Wait, where did the interpreter go? The local crew from Thailand, as well as the domestic crew of Beneficial Evil, were busy setting up for the first shot, following orders quickly. And precisely, some of the local Thai extras had tense expressions on their faces as they received instructions, preparing for the upcoming long-take scene that was over 10 minutes long. A few of the Thai extras glanced towards PD Song Man-woo while receiving their prop AK-47 guns. To be exact, they were looking at the male protagonist of the drama. I heard that Kang Woojin is also doing a long take for the first time. Do you have any experience? Yes, although not a 10-minute one like this. I've done a 5-minute take before. It was in a Hollywood film. How long did it take? Just that cut took more than 5 hours. If there are a lot of mistakes, it keeps getting res hot until the actors and the staff synchronize perfectly. So it'll probably be similar today. Most of the Thai extras were watching Kang Woojin. Woojin was in the middle of a conversation with PD Song Man-woo, Kara, the martial arts director, Ethan Smith, and others. It was clear that they were discussing a variety of topics, including the crank-in, martial arts, CQC, and long takes, among many other things. One of the Thai actors looked at Kang Woojin and speculated. If the lead actor is new to action or long takes, it will take more time. A few dozen minutes later, Kang Woojin stood in the center of the first floor of the abandoned building. He wore a fitted gray short-sleeve shirt and faded black jeans. His overall skin tone was slightly darker. His slightly tousled black hair had been cut a little shorter. His appearance was already indistinguishable from that of Jang Yun-woo. But inside, he was still Kang Woojin. Phew, time to start. Setting aside his concept, he cooled down a bit. Then he summoned many things. He began with the imprinted image of beneficial evils, Jang Yunwoo. He drew out everything he had. Jang Yunwoo spread seamlessly throughout Woojin's body. He was calm. He was bold. He was cold. He was wicked. He was brutal. He was skilled. He was flexible. He was meticulous. And he was excited. A nice bastard. Jang Yunwoo is evil. However, the master of Jang Yunwoo, Kang Woojin, summoned yet another monster. It was Park Dae-ri from profiler Hanryang. This was to mix a touch of madness into the nice bastard. The current Jang Yunwoo was already complete, but Kang Woojin desired another layer of brilliance, roughness or rawness. The technique was Jang Yunwoo's, while the unrefined element was Park Dae-ri's. Kang Woojin envisioned a half-crazy veteran. It wasn't based on anyone's advice. It was Woojin's choice. So what? If he was wrong, he could simply remove Park Dae-ri on the spot. Jang Yunwoo and Park Dae-ri blended appropriately. Next, having completed the setup, Kang Woojin called forth the necessary weapons. Martial arts and CQC. At that moment, ZZZT. A thick cable tie was fastened around Kang Woojin's wrist, who had finished his preparations, and two Thai extras stood beside him. One was holding an AK-47 rifle, while the other had a Glock 17 pistol. PD Song Man-woo, standing among multiple monitors along with Miley Kara and Ethan Smith, grabbed a megaphone. Camera. Soon, the cinematographer with a camera on his shoulder positioned himself in front of Kang Woojin. He had one assistant helping him, and there was also one member from the audio team. This was the beginning, the start of the 10-minute-long take. Stand by. At PD Song Man-woo's loud shout, the many staff members gathered around Kang Woojin quickly moved away. The Thai actors involved in this scene took their designated positions. By this time, Kang Woojin's vision was fully immersed as Jang Yunwoo. This place reeks. The camera in front of him had long vanished from his awareness. He couldn't see the numerous staff members around him either. Only the world of beneficial evil were unfolding. There was a musty smell in the air. The smell of cigarettes and another unfamiliar scent. Drugs, maybe? He was tied up now, but he could easily break free. Analyze. Analyze it. The building had 5 floors. He was being led by 2 people. Assume there are more of them on each floor. This might be fun for a change. Jang Yunwoo had come here following a proposal from his former colleague, L. The mission was to rescue the kidnapped daughter of Bangkok's drug lord. The kidnappers were a rival drug cartel. Both sides were large in scale, and this was the likely location where the kidnapped daughter was being held. Currently, Jang Yunwoo was posing as a broker for a drug deal. Meanwhile, in front of the monitor, PD Song Man-woo spoke again. Hi. Many on the set fixed their gaze on Kang Woojin. Not only the staff, but also Joseph, Megan, a group of about 20 foreigners, Kara and her team, Kim So-hyang, writer Choi Na-na, and many others. Altogether, there were well over 200 people watching. And then, it happened. Action. The first Q4 beneficial evil was called out. It was the moment of the crank-in, and Kang Woojin appeared on the camera and monitor. His expression, with his hands tied, was nonchalant. Yet there was a hint of mischief lingering on his face. Thud. The 2 male gang members standing on either side of him, acting as the broker's guides, tapped Kang Woojin's shoulder. Move quickly. It was in Thai. Woojin briefly glanced at the AK-47 rifle loosely held in the man's hand, and then took a step forward. The camera, stepping backward, moved behind him. Kang Woojin climbed the spiral staircase. He went past the 2nd floor, then the 3rd floor, eventually reaching the 5th floor. Their final destination was the last room on the 5th floor. Thick cigarette smoke and loud, indistinct music filled the air. The 2 gang members pushed Woojin into the room. Kang Woojin offered no resistance. Standing in the center of the room, his expression was blank, but his eyes moved quickly. He counted 2 in front, 1 at the table behind, 2 near the entrance, and 1 in front of the TV. A total of 6 people. Any more? He raised his keen senses, but there were only 6 in this room. There might be more in the other rooms, but that wasn't a concern right now. The guy at the back has a knife. For guns, 2 knives. I'll clear this room first. The camera moved to Woojin's side. The man who seemed to be the leader of the group, a man with a mustache, blew a cloud of cigarette smoke directly into Kang Woojin's face. Woojin maintained a calm, expressionless face. The mustached man smirked and said something in Thai, chuckling. "This bastard looks tense. Is he about to piss himself?" Kang Woojin responded. In English. "I don't speak Thai." "Shut up." The mustached man suddenly became agitated, roughly pressing the gun in his hand against Woojin's jaw. Yet, Kang Woojin remained composed. For about 5 seconds, the mustached man smirked again and turned to the other gang members. "He's got guts, I'll give him that." Soon, the camera zoomed in to capture both of them from the waist up. Something was about to happen. Kang Woojin spoke again. "I don't speak Thai." This time, the mustached man responded in English, though it was broken and not fluent. "How much do you want? The more, the better. Money. As much as you want." Fine. Let me show you the goods first." As he was about to show the drugs, Woojin asked something else. "You got kids too?" "What? I heard you're selling kids too. Do you need them?" "I do." "If you've got them, show me." "Boys, girls, doesn't matter." Just as the mustached man, who had been chuckling, turned his head to signal the 2 gang members by the entrance. Swish. Kang Woojin raised his bound hands and swiftly brought them down. The thick cable tie snapped with a sharp pop. The camera naturally moved behind Woojin, and the gang members who noticed his sudden movement shouted in alarm. "That bastard. He's dangerous." The mustached man turned his head back, just in time to see. Thunk. A short blade pierced through his neck. The one holding the knife was Kang Woojin, using the blade tucked into the man's waistband. As Woojin caught the falling man, he grabbed the gun. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out. Bright muzzle flashes and shell casings flew out. Ugh! The bullets hit their mark, striking the chest of the man near the entrance. Blood sprayed as he collapsed lifelessly. An AK-47 rifle clattered to the ground beside him. Bang! One more shot. Blood and brain matter burst from the back of another gang member's head. 3 out of the 6 were dead in an instant. The guy who had been watching TV jumped up in shock, holding an AK-47 rifle in his hand. The gang member armed with a knife also lunged at Kang Woojin, who was still down. Arg! Move! Move! This turn of events worked to Woojin's advantage. It blocked the line of sight of the guy who was watching TV. But the knife-wielding gang member was faster. Swoosh! He swung his long blade. Woojin, lying on the ground, tilted his head to the right to dodge, then rolled his body to grab the fallen AK-47 rifle near the entrance. He immediately braced it against his shoulder. By this point, the camera was behind Woojin. The gang member with the long knife rushed at him. Bang! 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 The bullets tore through his chest. Blood sprayed everywhere. Woojin fired one more shot to confirm, putting a bullet in the head of the fallen man. Bang! The head was punctured with a thud. Kang Woojin quickly raised his gun. He fired the AK-47 rifle he was holding. Bang! Bang! The face and head of the panicked man with the rifle in front of the TV exploded. Dark droplets of blood splattered across the TV screen. The last remaining gang member swung a long knife at Kang Woojin. There was a thudding sound. Woojin blocked and deflected the knife using the muzzle of the AK-47 rifle. Kang Woojin re-aimed the rifle. Bang! Bang! The gang member's twisted arm and his face were smashed in. $at and %* and at %% and %% and %at dollar asterisk. Shouts echoed from below. More gang members were rushing up. The camera moved to Kang Woojin's side. Woojin replaced the bullets in the AK-47 and grabbed a pistol as well. He then stood by the door, counting seconds, listening intently to the approaching footsteps. Da-da-da-da. They were close. Kang Woojin suddenly emerged. Bang! 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 The heads of 2 gang members who had just stepped into the hallway from the stairs exploded. Woojin swiftly rolled down the hallway. The camera followed him roughly, keeping pace. Then, Woojin kicked a closed wooden door. 2 gang members with knives charged at him. 4 shots fired, and their hearts and brains burst into bloody splatters. The camera smoothly moved in front of Kang Woojin's face. Blood was splattered all over both his cheeks. More are coming. He was smiling, but there was a hint of madness in that smile. This sensation is great. Taking a break really was the right choice. He was the embodiment of raw evil. But his rampage wasn't over yet. Only about 5 minutes of the long take had passed. At this point, PD Song Man-woo was in a frenzy, watching from the monitor. This is insane. It's like Jang Yun-woo has come to life and is running wild. This speed, this impact. The blonde Miley Kara was covering her mouth with one hand. The scene unfolding before her was beyond imagination. What the hell? This is the first scene, the first take, right? Isn't he way too skilled? And while filming a long-take action scene, how is it that his CQC is better than the Hollywood actors I've seen? How is that even possible? In shock, she turned her head to the right. There stood the giant Joseph, Megan, the stunt team, and executives from Universal Movies. All of them were frozen, not even blinking. Their expressions were like, "What am I witnessing right now?" Kara deeply sympathized with them. It feels like your brain just stopped, like your basic understanding of reality is shattered. When you see something so beyond comprehension, of course that happens. I know that feeling well. The top figures from Hollywood, all those esteemed people, stood with their mouths slightly open. There was not even a slightest movement. The monstrous CQC had broken them all, too. Chapter 332, Bangkok 8. The essence of long-take filming is in its rhythm. The lead actor, props, co-actors, camera, audio, plan storyboard, etc. All the elements captured by a single camera had to come together in perfect harmony to bloom in a single take. If even one of these elements slipped up, it was an instant. If the director uttered the word cut, they would have to start all over from the beginning. So, not just the lead actor, but all co-actors and elements involved had to commit themselves completely to the storyboard. No other thoughts were necessary. Only precise actions at the exact timing were required. If the number of characters in the long-take scene could be counted on one hand, the difficulty level would be relatively low. However, in the current long-take of Beneficial Evil, there were over dozens of characters. In such a scenario, both the actors and the crew would experience hell. Yet, the reason for persisting with the long take was simple. Bang, 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 bang. Realism and impact. Oh. Hashtag asterisk and hashtag asterisk. Percent asterisk. Ugh. Raw intensity and crack. Excitement. Bang, bang. Speedy tempo and liveliness. The camera moves with the lead actor. If he runs, it runs with him. If he rolls, it replicates the same movement. The perspective. In a long take, the camera is no different from the lead actor's eyes. That unity exponentially increases the audience's focus. The continuity of stimulus and violence. Above all, the highlight of a long take is its ability to make the audience forget time. A length of over 10 minutes is by no means short, yet it's just a part of the whole. But the urgent camera work, proceeding without cuts, maintains the flow and packs numerous scenes into a short amount of time for the viewers. Thus, even if it feels like more than 10 minutes have passed, when you check the time, it feels as though not even 5 minutes have elapsed. A lot can happen in just 1 minute. That is the driving force of a long take. Moreover, if the protagonist's skills and abilities are outstanding, the audience would never be able to take their eyes off the screen. The explosive, violent stimuli trigger adrenaline, which directly leads to excitement. Realism, the audience reacts and breathes alongside the protagonist. Bang, bang. In other words, the extreme situation the protagonist faces also applies to the audience. Currently, that protagonist was Jang Yun-woo. No, it was Kang Woojin. While they weren't exactly the audience, the 200 or so Beneficial Evil crew members, regardless of nationality, were captivated by Kang Woojin's CQC and overwhelmed by his violence. The Thai staff members crowded on one side were no exception. I heard this actor is doing his first action scene today. Did I hear wrong? Dozens of Thai staff members who had been informed in advance stood agape at the spectacle unfolding before their eyes. No way. Look at that. How does that look like a first-timer? He's beyond a veteran. Not to mention, his skills are exceptional. At this level, it just looks like he's enjoying it. Why is a Korean actor performing CQC on par with Hollywood standards? Compared to the rehearsal, this is a completely different level. Meanwhile, intense gunfire echoed throughout the abandoned building. Muzzle flashes sparked, and bullet casings flew through the air. Blood splattered everywhere. This was about Jang Yun-woo, or Kang Woojin. He had just entered the second-to-last room on the 5th floor. Click. Woojin, whose face was stained with blood, roughly ejected the casing from the AK-47 rifle in his hand. Bodies were sprawled across the floor. All of them had their chests, faces, or heads blown apart. Kang Woojin switched to a rifle laid across the chest of one of the fallen men and pulled out the pistol tucked into his waist to check the bullets. At that moment, Woojin, who had been roughly wiping the blood off his face, let out a small laugh. He had discovered something on the floor. There were about 10 seconds until the next movement. The action Woojin took now was not originally in the storyboard. As a result, PD Song Man-woo, sitting in front of the monitor on the 1st floor, furrowed his brows. What is it? What did he find? Kang Woojin picked up a still-smoking object from the floor. It was a lit cigarette, left behind by one of the gang members. 5 seconds until the next movement path. Woojin took a deep drag from the nearly burnt-out cigarette. Hodash. The thick smoke was clearly visible in the sunlight streaming through the broken window. It made for a striking image. The screams of the gang members heard nearby. The bodies sprawled on the floor, Kang Woojin drenched in blood, his gray short-sleeve shirt stained red, and the leisurely cigarette smoke in contrast. The cameraman, with the camera on his shoulder, instinctively took 2 steps closer, zooming in slightly on Kang Woojin's face with a faint smile. PD Song Man-woo, watching the monitor, couldn't help but get goosebumps. Composure? Who normally thinks about pacing adjustments in such a tense situation? An action that go far beyond mere relaxation. Deviating from the planned storyboard could be problematic. However, if it didn't interfere with the next movement, it wasn't a big deal. Above all, with just that one action, he added an exhale. It's insane. The last 5 minutes had been an inhale. In other words, pure tension. Woojin had easily released that tension with just one action. He had provided a fleeting moment of respite. At that moment, PD Song Man-woo noticed something else. This isn't acting, he's genuinely enjoying the slaughter. He realized that Kang Woojin was genuinely playing right now. Ecstasy and madness. And satisfaction. He even has the leisure to express those emotions in between. I realized it again, this guy is a monster. Kang Woojin had taken the character Jang Yun-woo, created by writer Choi Na-na, to another level. Yet even the seasoned PD Song Man-woo didn't catch on to one thing. He was the director of Profiler Hanryang. Even so, he failed to recognize Park Dae-ri. That's how intricate Kang Woojin's character synthesis was. At that moment, $@$. With a bizarre shout, the wooden door of the room where Woojin was standing suddenly burst open. Rushing in were 2 masked gang members. However, Kang Woojin, with a cigarette in his mouth, was already aiming his AK-47 rifle. The camera moved behind Woojin at the precise timing. Then, 5 gunshots followed. Ugh, eek, forehead, heart. Blood spurted out of their bodies. Woojin spat out the cigarette with a tui and slightly crouched down. The smell of gunpowder wafted from the shouldered gun, and a scream followed. Oh! From behind, a gang member who had been hiding rushed in. He swung a long knife at Woojin's head. Kang Woojin made a quick judgment. Too late. Turning to fire would be difficult. He threw himself to the ground. The long knife sliced through the air above his head. The knife-wielding gang member closed in on the prone Woojin. He brought the knife down with force. The momentum was strong. Thwack! Kang Woojin blocked the knife with the body of the AK-47 rifle. He kicked the assailant in the stomach, sending him flying backward. However, Woorg, 2 more attackers joined in from the side. Both wielded knives. Once again, Woojin blocked the attack with the AK-47 rifle. But in the second guy's slash, Woojin let go of the rifle and rolled his body. The blade clanged as it struck the floor. Kang Woojin got up. Quickly, his eyes darted around. Right next to him, he spotted chopsticks on the table. Whoosh! A long knife came flying towards him. Woojin dodged to the side. He immediately grabbed the chopsticks. He closed in on his opponent. Delivered a knee strike to the side. A groan was heard. The chopstick stabbed into the eye. The groan turned into a scream. Kyarg! He landed a powerful low kick to the leg of the limp assailant. The man spun and fell to the ground. Another fierce scream followed. Ah! The second attacker came charging with a knife raised above his head. Kang Woojin smirked. The camera moved back to capture all three of them in one shot. Woojin's hand went to his waist. He swiftly drew the Glock 17 pistol and gripped it with both hands. Bang! Bang! Two bullets pierced the attacker's throat and face. He felt like a puppet with its strings cut. A groaning sound. The guy with the chopstick lodged in his eye moaned in pain. Kang Woojin stepped over him. Of course. Bang! While lightly blowing his head apart. Hoo-hoo. Kang Woojin's breathing was slightly rough. There were still many gang members outside. The more weapons, the better. Woojin checked the remaining bullets in his Glock 17. It wasn't enough. He picked up the AK-47 rifle and a short knife from the floor. He started walking toward the door. The camera followed him. From this point on, it would be a full-scale gunfight. Woojin, pressed against the door, peeked outside. Three guys were charging toward him. A half-broken flower pot lay at his feet. Crash. The charging three briefly glanced at the shattered pot in the hallway. It was thrown by Kang Woojin. At this moment, rat-a-tat, bang, bang. Woojin, with the AK-47 aimed, burst open their chests and heads in quick succession. Blood splattered onto the stair railing. A shout echoed from the opposite hallway. Two men with caps opened fire. Bullets drilled into the wall with a rat-a-tat sound. Woojin rolled towards the stairs. The camera shook slightly, following him closely. Fourth floor. Woojin aimed the muzzle of his AK-47 upward. 5 shots. Two men whose faces and torsos were blown apart fell one after the other onto the first-floor ground. Once again, fragments scattered everywhere. Bullets fired by the guys who had just climbed the stairs lodged into the wall beside them. Kang Woojin raised his gun and fired 2 shots. Bang! Bang! The head of the first man exploded, and he collapsed forward. But there were 3 more. With the noise of gunfire, a hail of bullets rained down. Woojin rolled once and dashed into a nearby room. Dollar, asterisk and dollar at asterisk, at and asterisk. The enemies let out a cry and tried to pursue him. But, whoosh, Kang Woojin came out again. Lying down, he stuck out just his face and muzzle and fired. At least 6 or more gunshots rang out. Blood splattered everywhere. It gushed from the limbs of the rushing attackers. They fell in a heap. Woojin's eyes darted around. He spotted something round on the waist of the corpse lying in front. A grenade. He quickly grabbed it and tossed it toward the stairs. The men charging up from behind screamed. Oh, grenade! Grenade! In that brief moment, Kang Woojin fired his gun again. Bullets shattered the heads of a few of them. Simultaneously, boom, the grenade exploded. Heads, hands, feet, and bodies flew through the air. Silence followed for a moment. Voices could still be heard below on the first floor, but they were far off. Kang Woojin got to his feet. First, he checked the ammunition in his gun. Then, he surveyed the room. There were 5 children in the room who appeared to be unconscious. 1 girl and 4 boys. Kang Woojin stared blankly down at the girl closest to him. The girl had a familiar face. It was Lim Haeun, who had joined the cast of Beneficial Evil through the large-scale audition. The camera zoomed in on Woojin's face. There was no sympathy in his eyes. He looked at them as if they were mere objects. Not her, meaning she wasn't the drug lord's daughter he was looking for. But he logged the information. 5 children in the first room at the 4th floor stairs. They might need to be rescued later, not for their sake, but for his own needs. If they had been prisoned here, they might be able to provide quality information. As if on cue, the camera slowly moved out of the room into the hallway. Following that, Kang Woojin, with the AK-47 at the ready, cautiously checked the hallway. He spotted enemies rushing up around the 2nd floor. Bang! 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 The first guy's fingers and shoulder were torn. Oh! The ones behind him hesitated. He had bought some time. Woojin fired and dashed forward. It had been about 9 minutes now. The long-take scene of over 10 minutes still had a car chase and explosions left. At that moment, thud, thud, thud. The gang members on the 2nd floor, in other words, the Thai actors, fell like dominoes. It wasn't a prearranged move. One guy tripped and fell, causing everyone behind him to stumble and crash. Soon, PD Song Manwoo picked up the megaphone and shouted, "Cut! Ing!" It was an NG. Instantly, dozens of staff members around PD Song Manwoo rushed into action. Since it was an NG, they couldn't use this shot. They had to reset everything for a retake. PD Song Manwoo, standing up, smacked his lips in frustration. What a shame. But this was expected. Long-take filming is a process of repetition. Shoot 1 minute. NG, shoot 2 minutes. NG, shoot 3 minutes. NG. Constant retakes. That's how practice leads to high-quality shots. The fact that they managed to go beyond 8 minutes without a single issue was almost a miracle. This was all thanks to Woojin SSI dragging it through by the scruff of its neck. The coordination with the Thai actors was good, but ultimately it was the male lead Kang Woojin's skills and abilities that far exceeded expectations, making it all possible. Soon after, the Thai actors who had fallen like corpses got back on their feet, and dozens of crew members rushed in to gather the props. The makeup team immediately went to Kang Woojin. Woojin remained indifferent. There was no significant change in his expression. That composure appeared quite fascinating to the Thai actors. He's not even out of breath. He's been running around alone for over 8 minutes, and he doesn't even look tired. How is that possible? More than that, did you see Kang Woojin's movements? I almost missed my timing just watching him. The quality is almost at Hollywood level. They were wrong. Kang Woojin was actually in an excited state. Wow, crazy. This is freaking fun. The adrenaline is pumping like crazy. No. Calm down, or I'll lose my character control. Indeed, the first action scene with a long take gave Kang Woojin a sense of freshness. This is insanely intense. I want to do it again already. Looking up at Woojin were Joseph and Megan, the towering figures around PD Song Manwoo. Smiles were spreading across both their faces. Though they didn't say anything to each other, they shared the same thoughts. Haha, my goodness. At this level, he'd make it big in Hollywood right away. No, even among Hollywood actors, there are only a few who can reach his level. The martial arts. In Last Kill 3, were child's play compared to this. What the hell is up with this actor? How monstrous is he really? The foreigners crowd around them. That is, the stunt team Joseph had brought and the executives from Hollywood's Universal movies were all left in a daze. They didn't move a muscle. Is what I just saw even real? Then, one of the executives, the one with the potbelly, finally spoke with difficulty. How many minutes was that? The answer came quickly from the giant Joseph. A little over 8 minutes. 8 minutes straight without a single NG? Was that even possible? That man always defies common sense. The man with the potbelly slowly lifted his head to look at Kang Woojin. How is something like that possible? The reply came immediately, and it wasn't from Joseph. A big-nosed foreigner, who had appeared without notice, grinning slyly, joined the conversation. It was Ethan Smith, the stunt coordinator for Beneficial Evil. Kang Woojin, he's from a special forces background. At that moment, the eyes of the pot-bellied executive from Universal Movies grew wide. Special Forces, Bangkok, 9. Several staff members gathered around Kang Woojin. About 6 people in total. 3 of them wiped off Woojin's bloodstains and soot, while the remaining 3 touched up his makeup and hair. Although it was a long-take scene that lasted for 8 minutes, unfortunately, it ended with an NG, meaning they had to shoot it again. Restoring his appearance to its original state was essential. Meanwhile, the female staff surrounding Woojin were all excitedly chattering. What they had just witnessed wasn't something they come across every day. Wow, Woojin-nim. That was truly amazing. Absolutely. I seriously felt like I was watching a Hollywood movie. Right. The tension and intensity were insane. How can you do martial arts? Action. So well? Among the staff, there were some who had quite a bit of experience, but even they found Kang Woojin's long take and CQC impressive. Of course, Kang Woojin kept a cynical expression the entire time. Considering what he had just shown in his surroundings, it was the perfect environment to act tough. I just did a lot of mental rehearsal through imagination. Imagination? Is that even possible? Such comments continued. Even Kang Woojin was affected by their excitement. Though, only internally. Honestly, it was super fun. Bang bang, huh? I shot way more bullets here than I ever did in the army. Shooting is crazy fun. It might be a little lacking compared to the real thing, but it was so close to reality that he felt satisfied. Around this time, Special Forces? The group of foreigners, including Joseph and Megan, were even more shocked. No, to be precise, it was a misunderstanding. A big-nosed man, Ethan Smith, repeated the words he heard to a pot-bellied executive from Universal Movies, pointing his index finger up toward Kang Woojin. Is that actor from a special forces background? Yes, that's correct. Ethan, the stunt coordinator of Beneficial Evil, became the host of this misunderstanding and was spreading it in real time. The set was too chaotic, and since the conversation was happening in fluent English, nobody really paid attention. Only the conversation among more than 20 Hollywood figures continued. Special forces, huh? At this, Joseph and Megan didn't react much. They had already heard about it before. However, the stunt teams Joseph had brought and the executives from the Hollywood Film Company were quite surprised. To them, Ethan calmly recited to them what had happened in the past, when he first saw Woojin at the action school. The explanation took about 5 minutes. Finally, when they seemed to understand the absurd skills and techniques of Kang Woojin, the film company executives started speaking up one by one. I see. So that's why he handles action and CQC so effortlessly. No wonder the way he held the gun and his posture didn't look like something just practiced. Did you see his movements during the long take? He really looked like an agent working on the field. Among them, the pot-bellied executive asked cautiously, his gaze directed toward the giant Joseph. So is Kang Woojin an action specialist actor? Ethan was quick to respond. No. The additional explanation came from Megan, who brushed back her brown bob. As I had already mentioned before, that this is the first time Kang Woojin is doing an action project. I was just asking to confirm. The giant Joseph, recalling Woojin's acting, chimed in. To be honest, his long-take scenes and action sequences are mesmerizing, but the method acting Kang Woojin performs is even more overwhelming. At that moment, the eyes of all the executives from Universal Movies widened. Method? His acting style is method acting? Yes. He makes any role his own and brings it to life in reality. I can guarantee it's extraordinary because I witnessed it myself. Had Joseph, a renowned Hollywood producer, ever praised anyone so highly? He was known to be quite stingy with compliments even towards top Hollywood actors. Yet, Joseph continued speaking. And you'll get to see Kang Woojin's work at this year's Cannes. Cannes? Are you saying he got nominated? Yes. This year at Cannes, in the in-competition section, the film Leech. Kang Woojin is the lead actor in that movie. By the way, it's the only Korean film in the competition. The expectations of those whose minds had already been blown by Kang Woojin's action scenes soared dramatically. They could see a different kind of acting from this unbelievable Korean actor, and at Cannes Film Festival, no less, at a prestigious international film festival. I see now why Joseph stopped by here before heading to Cannes. From the start, his entire plan revolved around Kang Woojin. Nominated in the in-competition section, I heard that this year's Cannes was already packed with submissions, making the selection process quite tough. Does that mean the quality of this film Leech is exceptional? Not only Joseph and Megan, but the attitudes of all the foreigners present had completely shifted from earlier. Initially, they had the eyes of critics, but now they were clearly spectators. They wanted to see another kind of performance from Kang Woojin, not just his incredible action scenes. Their expressions made that desire clear. Soon, the leader of the stunt team that Joseph brought along slowly scanned the entire set of Beneficial Evil. PD Song Man-woo was in conversation with the key staff. Dozens of crew members were busy preparing for the reshoot. The Thai actors were returning to their positions, and Kang Woojin, who had already finished his makeup and changed his clothes, was ready to go. He murmured quietly, replaying the 8-minute-long take scene they had just seen. It's incredible to carry out an 8-minute take without an NG or a single cut, but looking at the overall quality, it's not much different from what we do in Hollywood. Is this the current level of Korean productions? Joseph pointed towards Ethan standing beside him. Ethan's participation must have been a great help, but the truth is that Korean productions these days are reaching quite a high level. Yet, what truly pushes that level to its peak is swoosh. He pointed his index finger upward. There was Kang Woojin, silently checking his firearms. It's because of that alien-like actor. Meanwhile, Miley Kara, with her long blonde hair, was also looking up at Kang Woojin. A smile spread across her lips for some reason. I can't stop looking forward to it. I was already excited to see his work at Cannes, but now I'm even more fired up. Then she imagined it. Not just in front of the 200 or so Hollywood figures present at the set, but also in front of the countless global filmmakers, actors, and tens of thousands of people at Cannes, all watching Kang Woojin. Why am I getting chills? The electric sensation wasn't only felt by her. Kim So-hyang, the executive director standing to her right, also felt the same. Kim So-hyang observed the expressions of the excited Joseph and the Hollywood figures before speaking. It's done. Huh? Even those big shots from Hollywood are making such a fuss. That means, she murmured softly to writer Choi Nana, Beneficial Evil will be a hit on a global scale. About an hour later, gunfire resounded around the abandoned factory and building where the long-take scene of Beneficial Evil was being filmed. Bang, 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 bang. The shoot had already been ongoing for about 3 hours. Though the actual shooting time for the long-take scene was a bit over 10 minutes, the reason it stretched beyond 3 hours was simple: NGs and reshoots. This was the 4th attempt. Given the large number of people, equipment, and props involved, an NG meant a lot of time was required to reset everything back to the beginning. Though every film set has its challenges, long takes especially require more effort in setting up than in the actual shooting. Of course, it wasn't Kang Woojin who caused the NG. Cut. I'm so sorry. It's okay. Let's go again. There were various reasons, whether it was a Thai actor missing their cue, the camera operator tripping, or a problem with one of the prop guns. No matter how much you check, there are always countless variables during a shoot. And yet, there are no shortcuts in a long take. If there's an NG, you have to start over from the beginning. Gradually, the hundreds of staff members started to groan in exhaustion. This is killing me. Are you okay? This long take thing is way more intense than I thought. Tell me about it. It feels like grinding through a never-ending game quest. The filming crew carrying the heavy cameras, as well as the sound team, makeup team, art team, and many others, were all feeling the agony of long-take shooting with every NG. However, the protagonist, Kang Woojin, was still going strong. It's been a little over 3 hours, right? But how come Woojin SSI looks exactly the same as he did at the start? Right? But Woojin SSI was like that even when he was filming for Hanriang. Is this the same though? He's been shooting, rolling, and running for 3 hours straight. Yet, he's the only one who looks fine, just him. Well, at least that's how it seemed to the staff. As Kang Woojin prepared for another reshoot, he was actually feeling a bit tired. The intensity of this shoot is insane. Honestly, without the void space, I couldn't have done it. Maintaining this persona is exhausting. Thanks to the blessings of the void space, he managed to keep his composure. In any case, most of the crew members of Beneficial Evil remained on edge. The difficulty of the shoot was high, and with that came the constant risk of accidents. That's why PD Song Man-woo's expression stayed serious. The spectators around were the same. At that moment, action. The long-take shooting resumed once again. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of gunfire. And then, screams that seemed to tear through the ears. Kaya. Art. Kang Woojin moved through the abandoned building, in perfect sync with the camera. Although the repetitive filming was tiring, it also meant they had gotten used to it. Everyone's skills improved gradually, allowing them to smoothly execute the sequence up to about 7 minutes. Soon, Kang Woojin, with an AK-47 rifle slung over his shoulder and a gray t-shirt soaked in blood, reached the last room on the 2nd floor of the abandoned building. Bam! As soon as he kicked the door open, hiya! 2 men lunged at him. They were gang members with long knives. One was by the door, the other was straight ahead. Woojin's focus shifted to the one on the side. The knife swung toward his face. Kang Woojin ducked. Clang! The knife struck the wall. 2 short gunshots followed. The bullets pierced through the neck and face of the man on the side. He dropped to the ground. The man coming from the front hesitated in shock. He paused for a moment, then tried to run away. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets hit the back of his head. Woojin, slightly out of breath, wasn't about to let him go. He wiped the blood splattered on his face. The camera shifted from front to side. Woojin checked the bullets in the AK-47 rifle and searched the room. In the corner of the bathroom, he found a child with their hands and feet bound, a cloth covering their face. When he removed the cloth, a familiar face appeared. Check. It was the daughter of the drug lord they were looking for. The problem was that the girl was unconscious. The good news was that she was thin and didn't look too heavy. Tisk. Kang Woojin clicked his tongue. The AK-47 was no longer useful since he had to carry the girl with one hand. Just as Woojin reached for the Glock 17 pistol strapped to his waist. Percent at asterisk and asterisk at. He heard the shouts of the gang members again. Damn, there are so many of them. Where are they mass-producing these guys? Well, I'm having fun anyway. Woojin briefly delivered his line with a smile spreading across his face. He then wrapped his left arm around the unconscious girl's waist. The girl was limp due to being unconscious. The door was not an option. It would have been easier if his hands were free, but with the girl in his arms, there was a risk of an accident. Woojin turned his gaze toward the window. Below, he saw the silver car he had arrived in. It was close. Oh, there was an iron ladder attached to the window. Smash. Woojin kicked the window and immediately reached out for the ladder. He quickly descended to the first floor. He roughly placed the girl in the passenger seat of the car and buckled her seatbelt. The cameraman, now on a tracking truck behind, captured the action. As soon as Kang Woojin got into the driver's seat, he stepped on the accelerator. Vroom. With a loud exhaust sound, the silver car sped off. From here on, it was a car chase. In other words, a pursuit scene. Woojin's car led the way while the camera truck followed behind. After driving for about 10 seconds, Woojin passed the abandoned building and reached the deserted factory. At that moment, bang, 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 vroom. 3 vehicles appeared along with the gunfire. 2 vans and 1 sedan. These were the cars of the gang members stationed at the factory. The camera captured all 4 cars, including Woojin's, from the rear as they maneuvered through the scene. The cars twisted and turned as they entered the outskirts of a town. The city streets came into view. Woojin's car, which had been driving, suddenly slammed on the brakes. Screech. It was because in the middle of the road, there was another car from the gang already set up as a blockade. Kang Woojin's sedan quickly reversed. He turned the car with smoke rising from the tires. And then, bang, bang, bang. Woojin, leaning out of the window, fired at the pursuing car's window, causing the vehicle to crash into the building next to it. The camera truck arrived ahead of the chasing cars. The cameraman smoothly dismounted from the truck and mounted onto the back seat of Woojin's sedan. Simultaneously, the car sped through the alleyway. The camera alternated between focusing on the intense driving of Kang Woojin and the unconscious girl in the passenger seat. The jolting vibrations were vividly captured by the camera. The alleyway stretched on for quite some distance, taking several seconds to clear. Dust rose thickly behind them. Woojin sharply turned the wheel. A right turn. The car screeched as it struggled to change direction. The shaky camera pointed backward. 2 vans were breaking through the dust, chasing after them. The camera then focused forward again. At the same time, bang! The car shook violently. It felt like it was about to flip. No, the car was spinning in circles. Amidst the chaotic camera angles, Woojin's tightly clenched jaw was captured. The car finally stopped shaking. The camera, which had been capturing Woojin's side, quickly moved outside. 2 motorcycles that had blocked Woojin's car lay smashed. Kang Woojin also got out of the car. He hid his body and gripped his Glock 17. Who dash? The pursuing van stopped in quick succession. About 4 men got out. The one with the AK-47 rifle charged forward first. Gunshots echoed. Bang, bang. It wasn't from the gang member, but from Kang Woojin. The head of the charging guy exploded. The camera moved behind Woojin. More shell casings ejected from the Glock 17. 2 more shots. Another face burst apart. 1 more guy fell. At this moment, arg! 1 guy lunged at Woojin from the side, swinging a short knife. Woojin quickly grabbed that guy's wrist with his left hand. Ugh! He slammed the guy against the car door. Bang! Bang! 2 shots to the chest. Blood sprayed across his face. A sound of breathing came from the right. Another guy. Woojin grabbed the barrel of his AK-47 and twisted it to the side. Bang! Tada-dida-tada. The frantic gang member fired wildly. The car door got riddled with holes. His ears ringing, Woojin ignored the noise and pushed the guy's AK-47 barrel upward. A low kick to the knee. Falling together, Woojin pressed the muzzle of the gun to the guy's chest. Bang! 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 The heart burst apart. Blood sprayed. The camera pulled back 2 steps from Woojin as he stood up from the dusty ground. Huh. Woojin looked at the corpse with its head slumped against the car door. Attached to the belt were 2 grenades. Soon, Woojin kicked the corpse and pulled the unconscious girl out of the car. Then, plop, he tossed the 2 grenades onto the passenger seat. Slinging the girl over his shoulder, Woojin wiped the blood from his face. He picked up the AK-47 rifle from the ground. He took out an earphone radio from his pocket, put it in his ear, and murmured in a low voice in English, "I need a car." Kang Woojin was smiling. The camera that was filming him from the front captured this. Woojin passed by the camera, which didn't follow him but instead continued to focus on the smoke-covered, wrecked car with the bodies piled up around it. And then, it happened. The grenades exploded, blowing the car apart. Boom! It was the grand finale of the long take. 4. Chapter 334, Bangkok, 10. A loud roar reverberated through the entire set. A vehicle had exploded. The car, bursting into flames, shot into the air before landing back on the ground. Naturally, it flipped over from the impact. The camera continued to capture the flaming, overturned car. Then, a brief moment of silence. Only the sound of the burning vehicle filled the scene. That went on for about several tens of seconds. Suddenly, a loud signal from PD Song Manwoo echoed across the entire set. Quit. Okay. The first okay of the long take scene, which had been retaken several times, was given. In other words, it was completed. As soon as he heard PD Song Manwoo's signal, the cinematographer holding the camera let out a long sigh and sat down on the ground. Phew dash. The cinematographer had probably moved the most after Kang Woojin in this long take. Simultaneously, dozens of staff members rushed towards the burning vehicle, all of them holding fire extinguishers. So-ish. The flames engulfing the car were quickly extinguished by the multiple fire extinguishers. But since they needed to double-check, they even sprayed water on it. Of course, while the staff in charge of the vehicle handled it, others were inspecting the abandoned building. Numerous Thai actors and props were around. PD Song Manwoo patted the exhausted cinematographer on the shoulder. "Good job," the panting cinematographer asked. "I didn't do anything but run with the camera. Woojin SSI did all the work. Did the shot come out well?" "Of course, thanks to you." Kang Woojin was surrounded by staff. Of course, it was the makeup team. They had to clean off the blood and soot. Woojin, who had his eyes closed, remained calm. Even though there had just been a shootout and explosion, he was calm as if nothing had happened. Naturally, that was only on the outside. Internally, his adrenaline was at its peak. What, damn, my heart's still pounding. Even though he had experienced the world of Jang Yun-woo through void space, the quality of beneficial evil implemented through acting wasn't bad at all. At this moment, Woojin. Several people approached Kang Woojin, who was getting his makeup touched up. The first to arrive was the ponytailed Choi Sung-gun. His face, which had been full of worry that Woojin might get hurt from the start of the filming, finally showed a smile. "You killed it, absolutely killed it. I really thought I was watching a Hollywood movie." Following him, other members of Kang Woojin's team, including Han Yeung, also appeared. Their energy was almost identical to that of their CEO, Choi Sung-gun, and even writer Choi Na-na and executive director Kim So-hyang gave thumbs up. Woojin-nim, that was truly amazing. I was holding my breath the whole time. Thank you so much. The result is dozens of times better than I imagined. That's right. I'm not just saying this. It was genuinely incredible. Kang Woojin responded in a low voice. Is that so? Soon, applause erupted from the staff that had gathered. It was understandable. While there were some staff members who had experience with long takes, they were very few. The long take scene they saw for the first time was truly overwhelming. At that moment, swoosh, a blonde woman approached. It was Miley Kara. As she appeared, the people around Kang Woojin slightly stepped back. Kara spoke to Woojin, with a faint smile spreading across her lips, of course, in English. That was fantastic. I felt like I was in Hollywood. Woojin, maintaining his indifferent demeanor, lowered his English tone. Thank you. You're lying when you say this is your first time with action or long takes, right? It's really my first time. No way. Who would believe that this kind of tension on the first try is possible? No matter how perfect the practice was beforehand, achieving a long take scene like this in less than half a day is a miracle. Well, If that globally famous superstar Kara said so, it must be true, but to Kang Woojin, who didn't particularly have a sense of Hollywood, it didn't matter much. As always, there was only one thing to do here. Act tough. It wasn't particularly difficult. Unbelievable, really. Then, PD Song Man-woo, who was organizing the scene, joined in. Next to him were the stunt director and Ethan Smith as well. Woojin SSI? That was incredible. Among the excited crowd, PD Song Man-woo led Kang Woojin to the monitor area. Since the scene was filmed, he suggested they take a quick look. The long-take footage, captured on the camera monitor held by the cinematographer, began to play. A swarm of people gathered around Woojin, whose face remained rigid, though inwardly he was filled with awe. Oh, seeing this footage gives it a completely different vibe? The scene where he had performed wildly felt different when watched on screen. It was, well, flashy yet elegant in a way. Also, it was raw and violent. But it was stylish as well. Woojin suddenly felt the urge to see this on a large TV screen rather than just a small monitor. Around him, people seemed to share Kang Woojin's sentiment as they burst into applause and voiced their admiration. At that moment, Woojin SSI, the satisfied PD Song Man-woo, asked Kang Woojin, "How does it look to you? Does it seem okay?" Woojin, keeping his eyes on the monitor, answered briefly, "Do you feel it's lacking?" No, not at all. But I'd like to try one more time. The shot came out great, but as a director, we are creatures who never truly feel satisfied. How about it? If you don't mind, one more take. Of course, it's entirely up to you, Woojin SSI. Kang Woojin responded cynically. No problem, as many times as needed. Later that night, in the mountains, darkness was beginning to spread across the mountain. The sound of animals crying echoed from somewhere. In that eerie forest, a small storage shed stood out. It seemed old enough that it wouldn't be surprising if it collapsed at any moment. Inside, it was about 5 pyong in size. TL, approximate 16.5 square meters. The only visible things were darkness and a single human figure. It was small and lying on the floor. And then, in the forest behind the shed, among the trees, another human figure could be seen. It was Kang Woojin, hidden in the darkness. Around that time, crunch, the sound of movement came from somewhere. Kang Woojin crouched down even further. Soon, more human figures appeared in front of the shed. About 4 of them, while he was carefully observing them. "Jay." A woman's voice quietly called out from the front of the shed. At this moment, Kang Woojin, who had been lying in wait, moved his feet. The camera followed him closely. As Woojin got closer to the woman, he shone the light in his hand towards them. 3 large men, and 1 blonde woman in a bulletproof vest. L. No, it was Miley Kara. As Woojin approached, L, who had a pistol in her hand, holstered it at her waist and asked, "What about the target?" Woojin pointed his index finger toward the inside of the shed. Inside, the men and L entered the shed. They shone a light on the girl lying on the floor. L, who had tied her blonde hair again, nodded her head. "It's her, right? Is she dead?" Woojin, who entered the shed last, answered in a low voice. "No, still in this state. It must be the drugs. If left like this, she'll die. We can't just let that happen. Do you know how much she's worth? What's the situation?" Elle approached Woojin and said, "The area is swarming with their men. We've blocked off the bridges and roads leading out of the village. The key is to get out of here. Once we're out, there'll be a helicopter waiting." As she muttered, Elle or Kara tugged on Woojin's blood-soaked gray t-shirt. "Are you hurt?" "No. Going alone was reckless. It's easier that way." She sighed and then, as the leader, issued commands to everyone. "You too, provide sniper support from the designated positions. Jack, you stand by at the rendezvous point." "Got it." The large men lifted the girl and left the shed. Then, Elle said to Kang Woojin, "Jay, you move with me. I told you, you are just a burden." Elle growled, "Shut up. I don't want to see you get hurt." The next day, Wednesday, the 22nd, Tokyo, Japan. The location was near Tokyo Station, in a mid-sized editing room of the Toega Film Company. This was where the editing of the movie The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was taking place, and currently, for some reason, director Kyotaro was there along with the original author, writer Akari. The CEO and executives of the Toega Film Company, employees from the distribution company, and the cast of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, except for Kang Woojin, were all gathered. All the actors except Kang Woojin were present. There were roughly more than 30 people in attendance. All of them were intently watching the largest monitor among the many screens in front of them. A powerful sound echoed throughout the editing room. The monitor displayed not only Kang Woojin, but also the Japanese actors who had gathered in this editing room. Everyone's expression, from director Kyotaro to writer Akari, was serious and focused. The reason was simple. They were currently conducting a final screening test of the completed version of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. The problem was that as the content of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger became more intense, the expressions of everyone except director Kyotaro gradually showed shock. At this point, the original author, Akari Takikawa, glanced at director Kyotaro sitting next to her. The quality is top-notch. The best among all the adaptations of my work. But isn't this edited a bit too boldly? The Japanese actors couldn't take their eyes off the monitor. Wow, they really went all out. Is this okay? Especially with the media and public opinion already in a frenzy. If we release it like this, I don't know. Among them, Mana Kosaku, who played Detective Yoshizawa Mokio, a character who directly confronted Woojin's character, Iota Kiyoshi, was smiling slightly. It was a smile of satisfaction. Detective Mokio is impressive, but they really nailed the Kiyoshi character. At least in the eyes of Mana Kosaku, one of Japan's top actors, it was on another level. Meanwhile, with the world-renowned Cannes Film Festival about a week away, there was, as always, a commotion all over the world, particularly for those connected to the Cannes Film Festival. Since the festival was right around the corner, everyone involved was in a frenzy. International news frequently covered the Cannes Film Festival. The Cannes Film Festival kicks off on the 30th. This year promises to be more intense than ever, with a lineup full of star directors heading to Cannes. Even in Hollywood, often considered the peak of the global film industry, the Cannes Film Festival was a frequent topic of conversation. This year's Cannes seems quite noisy. I heard there are even more entries than last year, with a lot of prominent directors participating. Plus, it seems like the Cannes organizers put a lot of effort into their guest list, inviting not just star actors from all over the world, but also many influential directors and industry figures. Looks like they're trying to make up for last year's mishaps. There were plenty of controversies too. They probably don't want to lose the top spot as one of the top 3 international film festivals. Is that why they picked such a diverse lineup for the main and competition section? I heard there's even an entry from Korea. Oh, really? Yeah. It's a work by director Ga Bak. He's a director who's often made waves at Cannes. Naturally, from France, the home of the Cannes Film Festival, to Germany, the UK, and other countries nominated for this year's Cannes, presented a picture almost identical to Hollywood. You should book a hotel in advance. Last year, I underestimated it and ended up sleeping in my car for a night because all the hotels near Cannes were fully booked. That's right. We need to be more careful this time, especially since we have to be there 2 days before the opening. Especially since this year, there will be even more countries participating at Cannes than last year, which means the number of attendees will absolutely explode compared to previous years. India, Japan, Korea, and a lot more from Asia too. Korea made it into the in-competition section this year, right? That surprised me. They've been quiet for a few years. There's a lot of talk, like Cannes forcibly including a Korean film into the lineup just for the sake of diversity. Well, who knows? Korea has historically had solid showings at Cannes every year. It'll all become clear when the results are revealed, whether it was just for show or if there's real talent behind it. Directors from Japan, who had 2 films in the in-competition section, were more wary of director Ga Bak than anyone else. In this way, not only Korea but the eyes and ears of filmmakers around the world were focused on the southern French city of Cannes. Hundreds of people, including world-famous star actors and directors, as well as celebrities from other industries, were expected to flock to Cannes. At this level, Cannes neighboring Nice Airport was sure to be packed with private jets carrying numerous stars. In other words, the economic ripple effect of the Cannes Film Festival was enormous. That's why France itself puts a significant amount of effort into the Cannes Film Festival. There are over 4,000 journalists from around the world expected to attend, and more than 20,000 official invitees. But the real deal is the number of tourists highly interested in the Cannes Film Festival. Although it's hard to estimate accurately, when you add up the spectators from all over the world who flock to Cannes every year, the total easily reaches hundreds of thousands. It is truly a grand global festival. Therefore, the competition among global corporations to become an official sponsor of Cannes is incredibly fierce. Just being listed as an official sponsor would have a nuclear bomb-level global promotional effect. What if you become even a small issue at Cannes? Whether it's the director, the movie, or the actor, whoever it might be, the impact would undoubtedly be beyond imagination. Hence, many of the official invitees to the Cannes Film Festival, the festival of global filmmakers, had already begun to arrive. Especially Hollywood's top actors and world-renowned celebrities were among the first to arrive. The reason being that they could use the Cannes Film Festival as an excuse to take a vacation in Cannes, France. And then, on the morning of the 24th, 2 days later, at Incheon Airport, director Ahn Jae-bok of Leech, the only film from Korea to be ranked in the in-competition section, made an appearance. Director Ahn Jae-bok, who submitted Leech to the Cannes Film Festival's in-competition section, spotted at Incheon Airport heading to Cannes before the opening/photo. He was on his way to catch a flight to France, to be more precise. Phew, let's go to Cannes. Yes, Director Nim. He was heading to the global battleground that is the Cannes Film. Chapter 335, Cannes 1. Chapter 335, Cannes 1. Kang Woojin also read the news that director Ahn Jae-bok had boarded the plane to attend the Cannes Film Festival. Of course, he was in Bangkok. It was early in the morning, in the car moving for the shooting of Beneficial Evil. Looks like director Ahn has departed. Today was Friday, the 24th. As soon as Woojin saw the news of Ahn Jae-bok's departure, the forgotten tension surged up. I don't have many days left either, right? Phew, now that it's time to go, I'm getting a bit nervous. What would the Grand Cannes Film Festival, the festival of global filmmakers, actually look like? He had seen photos and YouTube videos beforehand through searches, but seeing it 100% in person at Cannes would be a whole different experience. Just like how reading a script with your eyes and experiencing it in the void space is different. Kang Woojin's official schedule in Bangkok was until September 30th. Of course, depending on the shooting situation, there might be a change of a day or two. Anyway, the overseas location shoot of Beneficial Evil was from the end of September to early October, and after that, Woojin had to board a plane to France to attend the Cannes Film Festival. The official opening of the Cannes Film Festival was on the 30th. From then on, the festival, including screenings of invited films, would continue until October 10th, and on the 11th, there would be a grand closing ceremony along with the awards ceremony. For the invited films and countless actors, this closing ceremony was the main event. Naturally, it was the same for Kang Woojin. Woojin, who had put on his concept, kept his rising tension in check while browsing through various search sites around the world, from nearby Japan to Hollywood and so on, even to France. Naturally, it was focused on countries where he understood the language. As a result, damn, Cannes is really freaking amazing. Every country was in an uproar over the Cannes Film Festival. The French media had already dispatched reporters to the local scene where the festival would be held, churning out articles. There were already reports that many stars and famous figures had arrived in Cannes. Woojin recognized a lot of international stars. Though it was only about 30% of the arrivals at best, the current situation was already tremendous. Wow, unbelievable. All these people are gathered just for Cannes. The articles predicting that tens or even hundreds of thousands of spectators would gather also stood out. Kang Woojin moved his fingers, imagining himself at that moment. He was checking the domestic reactions. When Leech was announced as a work in the main in competition section entry at the Cannes Film Festival last week, the domestic media and public opinion exploded in an instant. Because Leech was the only Korean film in the in-competition section, it was even introduced on various national TV news. That firepower was still maintained even now, a week later, and as soon as director Ahn Jae-bok boarded the plane to France, the flame flared up even more intensely. For now, the domestic media was simultaneously firing out articles, probably because most of the media had been eagerly waiting for this news as well. Leech enters the in-competition section at Cannes Film Festival this year. Will director Ahn Jae-bok, who is attending for the 5th time, bring home a prize this year. Global, Leech, the only Korean film confirmed in the in-competition section featuring Sim Han-ho, Kang Woojin. Will it finally break the award drought for Korean films? That was why the firepower was extraordinary. As expected, the legend of Korean cinema, director On Jae-bok competing for the Palme d'Or against global heavyweights, /photo. The articles on Woojin's phone were updating every second. The film industry media, as well as numerous news outlets, were celebrating the achievement. Of course, many questions and curiosities were also erupting. Issue pick, Cannes Film Festival has 7 competition awards. Last year's domestic film festival dominator Kang Woojin, who swept over 8 awards. Possibility of winning the Best Actor. Film Festival, Sim Han-ho, Oh Hye-ryung, and Kang Woojin going to war against world-renowned actors. Overall, there was no lack of praise and support for Leech's entry into the in-competition section. Director On Jae-bok departed for Cannes today. Sim Han-ho and Oh Hye-ryung are also set to fly soon. When will Kang Woojin leave Bangkok? Photo after director On Jae-bok, Jin Jae-jun also spotted at Incheon Airport, /photo. At this point, Woojin couldn't help but be curious about the public's opinion. He subtly checked the comments on the articles. The public was also fired up. Leech. Fighting. I hope they cause a big impact while they're there. But seriously, Kang Woojin going to the Cannes Film Festival just 2 years after debut. That's insane. Team Korea. Sim Han-ho, Oh Hye-ryung, Kang Woojin, Jin Jae-jun lineup is amazing. And Kang Woojin's name came up frequently. Seeing his name being mentioned repeatedly, Woojin grinned widely. Of course, he did so inwardly. Being called a representative, not bad at all. It was natural, but the value of the names of the Leech actors had skyrocketed, to say the least. Even though they all already had significant influence, this Cannes Film Festival had multiplied that impact several times over. Especially Kang Woojin. Issue check. First in Korea, second-year actor Kang Woojin makes a bold entrance to Cannes with his unprecedented career. While veteran actors like Sim Han-ho and Oh Hye-ryung already had experience with Cannes and were full of experience, Kang Woojin, who was only in his second year of debut, was on a truly groundbreaking path. Sim Han-ho's 4th time at Cannes is impressive, but the legend that Kang Woojin is creating is even more powerful. Netizens say Kang Woojin is truly legendary. Everything he did was a first. No domestic actor had ever walked the same path as Kang Woojin. Thanks to this, the media and the public were even more fanatically excited. In moments like these, Koreans come together. KRR. I'm bursting with national pride. I hope Leech and Kang Woojin sweep Cannes while they're at it. Damn, we can't even lose at rock, paper, scissors to Japan. When Leech was announced at the end of the in-competition lineup, I got chills all over. Swept domestic film festivals last year, and now heading to Cannes this year. That's not normal, but if it's Kang Woojin, I get it. Meanwhile, even in the Japanese media that had 2 films in the Cannes Film Festival's in-competition section, Cannes Film Festival features 2 entries from Japan and 1 from Korea, with eerie sacrifice of a stranger, actor Kang Woojin heading to Cannes as well. They were already frantically consuming the hot name of Kang Woojin, and Japan versus Korea, a grand showdown in the Cannes Film Festival's in-competition section. They were framing it as a competition. Afterwards, Kang Woojin was back on the set of Beneficial Evil. Following the long take scene where the entire crew put in their all a few days ago, the organized Beneficial Evil team had now fully entered the phase of shooting specific scenes. In other words, they had begun to aggressively clear the filming schedule. While it's true that drama or film scenes can't be shot in the exact order of the script or scenario, in cases of overseas location shoots where time is limited, they usually try to shoot in sequence as much as possible. Action. Even so, the scenes being shot in Bangkok were somewhat disorganized. At the moment, Kang Woojin was filming at a large mansion located quite far from downtown Bangkok. Bang, 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 bang. They were filming the first appearance scene of Jang Yun-woo in Beneficial Evil, as well as the part where he disappears. Several Thai actors were also involved in this scene, and although guns, knives, and explosions were used, they weren't shot in a continuous long take. Additionally, cut. Okay, this time we'll go with Woojin SSI's angle. Flower bed. Changing the flower bed. They had managed to secure the mansion, but they could only film the overall picture without causing any damage. Therefore, they were filming on a similar yard created in the forest near the mansion. Cut. Okay, the same scene was being filmed from multiple angles and perspectives. Kang Woojin's actions and martial arts while in his military uniform were shining, but what also caught attention was the aura of Miley Kara, who had joined the shoot a few days earlier. Even though it wasn't her own project, she gave her all to the filming of Beneficial Evil. She showcased her top-level Hollywood skills without holding back. For ponytailed Choi Sung-gun, who was watching the shoot, it was an emotional moment. Woojin, our Woojin, is in the same frame with Miley Kara this soon. Even as I watch it, it doesn't feel real. It was fascinating to see that the entire crew of over 100 members of Beneficial Evil felt the same way. Wow. A two-shot of Woojin SSI and Miley Kara. This is absolutely insane. But don't you think Woojin SSI and Karanim look really good together? They seem like they're really close. They worked on an album together, right? Kara even appeared on Woojin SSI's YouTube channel. No, seriously, just seeing Miley Kara captured by our cameras feels like a dream to me. I'm dying to spill the beans. If people see this shot, they'll absolutely freak out. And that night, as the schedule for the overseas shoot of Beneficial Evil passed its midpoint, Joseph, Megan, and a group of foreigners who had come from Hollywood met with Kang Woojin. They didn't engage in any serious conversation. It was just a simple greeting. Hello, I work for Universal Movies. Yes, hello. I'm Kang Woojin. We're the stunt team. We were really impressed by Mr. Woojin's long take scenes. Thank you. There was a hint of a deep misunderstanding in the air. The action overall was incredible. The martial arts and CQC were beyond top-notch. I heard you were in the special.